Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see what if Harry Potter defied the Ministry and shattered the truth. Here is short summary. When Harry exposes buried secrets through unbreakable magical testimony, the Ministry scrambles to silence him. But Harry won't back down. In a bold act of defiance, he challenges the system built on lies, risking his future to reveal the truth and shake the wizarding world to its core. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Harry was alternating between being angry at Dumbledore, being angry at the Order members for enraging Vernon, and just generally being sad over Sirius's death. Of course, Voldemort and his merry gang of killers got their share of cussing, too, but still, the disappointment over Dumbledore's lies was firmly in lead. All the time he knew why Voldemort was after me, he knew that he would come back. He certainly knew about the Dursleys. Was he just setting me up for his games? What else is he keeping from me? And of course, he'll keep me imprisoned in this house, just like he did to Sirius. Again, the thought of Sirius left him adrift in a sea of despair. Sirius was the only one who always helped him, the only one who was there for him, the only one caring for him. And then it dawned on him, in all his loneliness, there was still one beacon of light. There was another one, who always helped him, stood by him but liked him enough to challenge him if it was to protect him from harm. Someone who was there for him unconditionally and still stood up to him. Someone he could disagree with, but talk things over, still remain friends in the end. Someone he could count on. Boy, get your worthless hide in, now. Vernon suddenly bellowed at him. Harry hadn't even noticed that they were already there. Quickly, he got out of the car and hefted his trunk out of the boot. Hedwig was still in her cage, napping. With the Dursleys already inside, he dragged his stuff into the house, put it down and reached behind him to close the door. As he turned to head into the living room, a ham-sized fist greeted the left side of his face, followed by a stinging impact. The second thing that greeted him was a nice assortment of stars, blinking merrily in his view. Harry was by no means bulky, but he was an athlete now and his pain threshold was much higher than it was when he was smaller. So instead of being thrown back into the wall like he would have been before, only his torso got turned to his right. And then the pain hit him. Not much, but enough to clear the cobwebs from his head. No one who ever endured a cruciatus would ever again call a slap in the face pain. Then he noticed something, a coppery taste in his mouth, blood, his blood. Or right then, at that moment, something inside of him snapped. His vision blurred, and suddenly he saw himself and his friends once again in the Ministry, fighting for their lives, and every time they managed to down an opponent, his friends would wake him or untie him just as quickly. And when they got up, they retaliated with all they had. Harry was sure that he had stunned one of his opponents at least 3 times, while all his friends were attacked by potentially lethal curses. The Order had done no better. It had seemed as if they all were playing a kid's game, while the Death Eaters were in it for real. With that realization, Harry knew that the kid gloves had to come off. Shaking his head, he reconnected with reality and heard Vernon yell something, probably a rant about Harry, before winding up for another hit. But it never came, because Harry did something he had never even considered doing before. He hit back. Now Harry was not what you would call strong, but holding onto a broomstick while making multiple G-turns definitely tones the muscles in your arms. All this sinewy muscle was, thanks to Vernon's love tap, in full tension. Harry pulled back with all the power he could muster and let his arm snap forward, pushing all of his weight behind his fist. The punch was fast and to the point, and maybe even aided by some accidental magic. His fist connected with his uncle's jaw, knocking the man over into the ground. Thanks to all the chins his uncle sported, Harry didn't even hurt his hand. There was a second of silence, only interrupted by the angry screeches of Hedwig in her toppled cage. Vernon was on the floor, shaking his head to clear the haze. Petunia was staring at her nephew and Dudley just blinked at him stupidly. Then Petunia shrieked, waking Dudley from his stupor. The boy instantly charged at Harry, like a lame bull on crutches, though Harry thought he might be insulting the bull with that comparison. Knowing fully well that Ickle Duddykins could flatten him with a single hit, he dodged the slow punch. Everything is slow when you are used to dodging iron balls while speeding around at 60 miles per hour, and took a step to his left. Using his momentum, he pulled his right leg up and kneed Dudley in the crotch. Surprisingly, he actually hit something that small. Meanwhile, Vernon had somehow managed to get onto his feet again, sporting a perfect bruise on his cheek, and started moving towards him. Harry finally had enough and drew his wand. "Stop, or lose your head," he yelled, pointing it straight at his uncle's face. That was unexpected. Vernon jumped backwards, staggering, as his belly wanted to continue in motion. He came to a halt in a grotesque state of animated stillness, his gut wobbling around wildly. Petunia stopped screaming and Dudley, well, he moaned a bit quieter. "You can't use magic. You'll get expelled," Vernon reminded him in an angry voice, though his face showed the fear that normally only shone in his eyes, for the first time in Harry's memory. "And you would still be dead. Couch, now," Harry retorted as he kicked Dudley to gain his attention. "You too. Move it." Harry took one step backwards towards the door, finding safety in the distance, and waited for the Dursleys to assemble in the sitting room. He waited till they were seated before he followed, keeping an armchair between them for security. All the time, his wand never veered off target. "All those years, you," he began, trying desperately to find suitable words. Finally they came to him, and they fit so well. "Yes, there is simply no other word for it," he stated with a feral grin, before laying in on them. "All those years, you freaks had nothing better to do than make my life hell," he ranted, only to notice Vernon's reaction to their new title. The fat man had jumped, as if stung. "What's the matter, Uncle Vernon? You don't think you are a freak?" "No. So normal people put a kid into a cupboard. They let their son beat that kid up and cheer him on. Make the kid do all the work in the house. Let him rot in his cupboard for days with a broken arm. Is that what normal people do?" Harry asked, savoring the moment his relative's expressions fell. Vernon nearly looked like a bulldog when his cheeks sagged like that. Now Harry knew how Hermione must feel all the time. Using logic against dumb people, to make them see the error in their ways, was simply priceless. This feeling was great. They don't. So if you are not behaving like normal people, you must be freaks. Live with it, he finished, knowing that no Cruciatus could ever hurt them more than that knowledge. "You're feeling mighty strong now, with your stick and hocus pocus, aren't you?" was all Vernon could retort. Petunia was close to tears, and Dutters was still curled up on the couch, hoping for the pain to end. "Remember, Uncle, I knocked your lights out while you didn't even rock me, and I did so without my stick, or my hocus pocus. But as is, I don't want to dirty my hands any more on you freaks." Harry spat, knowing that he was channeling Malfoy, but he didn't care. He continued glaring daggers at his uncle. "And what are you going to do now?" Petunia interrupted their staring contest. Looking at his aunt, Harry noticed a new side of her. He'd never seen her so afraid before. Harry stared into her face for a full minute, not saying anything. Then he started looking at all three Dursleys in turn. For at least 5 minutes, he just stared, silently considering their fate. Even Vernon was wise enough not to anger him any further. Frankly spoken, he didn't look as though he would dare to. For the first time in his life, he was afraid of his nephew. Harry stood there, only his head moving, as he watched his relatives. His posture was rigid, and his face was cold. Deep inside, Vernon knew that he had finally gone too far, and Harry was about to settle the bill. Petunia wept silently, having come to the same conclusion. Dudley had not realized the danger, but was still enough in pain to keep quiet. Just as the silence grew unbearable, Harry sighed. His shoulders fell and he turned away from them. Talking to nobody in particular, he simply addressed the room. "I'll settle for my second biggest wish. I'll go and grab my things, and then I'm gone. I'll never return here again. And if I ever hear about you getting captured to bait me, I won't even raise a finger. We are done." With that declaration, Vernon exhaled a breath he didn't even knew he had held, and Petunia broke down against his shoulder, weeping. As Harry turned to leave, Dudley was stupid enough to call out. "And what is your biggest wish, freak?" Harry stopped and slowly turned back around to face them again. He fixed his eyes on Dudley, the cool anger he felt pouring out. The fat boy had the presence of mind to gulp. Vernon and Petunia looked at Harry with pure terror etched into their faces, both expecting the worst. In a very low whisper, Harry let his cousin know what he would like to do, most of all, right now. Then he turned and left the house, all his worldly belongings still in his trunk, and Hedwig still in her cage, as his last words still echoed in the minds of his relatives, never to be forgotten. To kill all of you. And so Harry left what had been his own personal hell, for as long as he could remember. At least, he intended to. He made it all the way to the sidewalk, when a familiar face crossed his path. "Where do you think you are going, Mr. Potter?" "Obviously, Mr. Diggle was not pleased to see Harry leave the premises. "My own way," Harry declared, roughly trying to push past the diminutive man. "Dumbledore told you that you are not to leave that house," was the answer he received, indicating that Diggle hadn't understood the second implied meaning in Harry's answer. Harry was certainly not taking orders anymore, and challenged those new ones immediately. "On what authority does he get to say so? School is out, and I can't see any legal cause to keep me under house arrest." Diggle paled a bit at that statement. But, he stuttered, before he got himself under control again. "He is Albus Dumbledore," he exclaimed, as though that should explain everything. "Which gives him no right to keep me under arrest," Harry quipped, once again trying to step past the man. "He is the leader of the Order." Diggle tried reasoning as he moved to block. "Harry, of which, I am not a member, as you certainly know," Harry said while he smirked at the man, stepping to the other side. "I can't let you leave," Diggle retorted, finally resorting to intimidation after having run out of arguments. His attempt was rather laughable as his head only reached Harry's shoulder. "You see this shiner?" Harry asked, making sure to turn his head to make it more visible. "That was the welcome I received from my uncle after only 10 seconds of being in that house. I am not going back in there." Diggle didn't back down. "Dumbledore said you must stay here," he yelled at the teen. "And I won't listen to that old lying bastard anymore," Harry said, and again stepped aside to continue his path, but Diggle grabbed his arm. "Now see here, you can't talk about Dumbledore like that. You are going back in there," the man said with a note of finality that rankled Harry's temper. Harry shrugged him off and gave him a shove. "Mr. Diggle, you've got exactly 10 seconds to leave here, or I will have you arrested for trespassing and kidnapping. Wouldn't that be nice after I just got hailed as the savior of the wizarding world, at least for now, and probably just have toppled a minister?" That statement really made an impact on Diggle. Being threatened by a teen didn't go down too well, and he reacted like any small-minded beep-up would. He got mad. "Stop that childishness. And now get in, or I'll make you." Diggle snapped, and drew his wand. Daedalus Diggle had never, ever been on an Order combat mission. For good reason, it seemed, because Harry had grabbed the man's wand and snapped the top half off before Diggle had even finished the draw or had even noticed the move. The fierce right hook to his stomach, however, was more than noticed. While poor Daedalus was soiling the street with the contents of his stomach, Harry grabbed his stuff and left. The last thing Diggle heard as he laid groaning on the ground was Harry yelling over his shoulder, "Tell the old bastard that I've had enough of his lies. I'm gone." As soon as he was out of sight, Harry opened the dented cage and released Hedwig. He discarded the now useless cage in a dustbin, since it was only dead weight now. After thinking about his situation, he made a quick decision. Harry told Hedwig to fly to London, and to wait for him at Hyde Park, by the lake. He reasoned that it might take a while to find her there, but it was a public place and she wouldn't stand out too much there. His next move was to take the first bus he found and rode around Surrey for some time, always taking the first available bus, to keep moving in case he was being tracked, until he finally got into one heading to London. Taking the train would have been faster, but he expected the Order to catch him right as he was leaving the station. He didn't expect them to check all the bus stops. Anyway, he could use the time to refine his budding plan. First, he had to find a place to stay, and he had to keep out from under the headmaster's thumb. He needed help, that was sure. Sitting in the back of the bus, he surreptitiously got some parchment and his utensils out of his trunk and began writing a note to the only person who might help him now. Thankfully his money lasted long enough to get him into London. Harry made his way to Hyde Park and after only searching for a short time, found his owl sleeping in a tree near the northern end of the lake. He did draw a few looks because of his trunk, but since the school year had just finished, some kids were returning from boarding schools, so it didn't raise too much interest, especially compared to his strolling around the park with an owl on his arm. That alone had some people giving him odd glances. He sat at the edge of the lake on his now convenient trunk, stroking his owl, and getting even more curious looks for it, while he pondered his options. Going back to Hogwarts was out. He didn't want to get back under Dumbledore's thumb. Harry wasn't too worried about getting expelled. He had already received his owls, and according to the twins he didn't need to worry about getting his wand snapped. Wand snapping only happened if the expelled student had not received his owls yet. The same would apply if a student had to leave Hogwarts because he failed to get the required owls to sign up for any newt course or lacked the money to continue. They would still be underage, but he would bet galleons for nuts that there was some archaic law that had been put into place to protect purebloods and granted them a waiver for that. He never found out much about the exact rules, though, as the twins had started in on the umbitch shortly after their explanation. Since he didn't know how to get around the underage decree, spellcasting, especially in front of muggles, would really get him into trouble before he reached the age of majority, but that was only a year from now, so he figured he could get by somehow. He would just have to hide from Tommy somewhere in the anonymous masses of muggles until then. It wasn't what he preferred to do, but it was his only chance. Of course, he now had to hide from Albie and his chipmunks too. That would be much harder with Dumbledore probably having him tracked by charms. He needed help, and there was only one person whom he could turn to. He had already finished his note during his hour-long rides crisscrossing Surrey and London, which he now tied to Hedwig's leg. Fearing that he already had been stationary for too long and might get company, he got up and grabbed his trunk. He had caught glimpses of wizarding robes and pink hair every time he had changed buses, so he knew that they could find him if he stopped for too long. With a final, find her and stay with her, he let Hedwig loose and made a quick exit towards the city, finding himself a new bus to ride while he ignored some loud commotion back in the park. June 27, 1996, mid-afternoon, northern Scotland. Meanwhile, a certain headmaster was having a bad day. About 2 hours ago, an ill-looking Daedalus Diggle had stumbled into his office, clutching his stomach. After Dumbledore had cast a strong pain-numbing charm on him, poor Daedalus reported that Harry had left Privet Drive, and had even hit Diggle when he tried to stop him. After a bit of probing, both verbally and mentally, Diggle confessed to having drawn his wand on Harry first, which made the headmaster want to hit the man too, but it did explain the attack and the consecutive flight and disappearance of Harry to some extent. To be honest, disappearance would be an excessive description of Harry's flight from Privet Drive. Dumbledore had a good idea in which direction and what distance Harry had traveled. He also knew that Harry was quite angry, which had been the boy's mood since the battle at the Ministry. His instruments had told him all this. The only problem was that Harry kept on the move, never stopping for too long at any one place. Albus had immediately flowed for 2 Order members, Remus and Tonks, and sent them, via a portkey he had created, to Harry's location when the boy stood relatively still for long enough to get coordinates. After the 2 had left, he began the process of contacting the other Order members. He had chosen those 2 in particular for their closeness to young Harry, knowing that sending Severus, while his most trusted choice, would certainly not help his case right now. The potions master had already excused himself to the dungeons to watch some cauldrons. Instead of looking for a pampered prince who probably threw a temper tantrum because his lunch was served a minute too late, as the irate potion master had proclaimed. Dumbledore did not hold him back, rather glad to have fewer distractions to deal with. The aging wizard knew that to keep his plans together he needed Harry at his relative's house where he could be kept under lock and key, so to speak. The time for Harry's battle with Voldemort had not yet come to pass. After all, Albus still had many more things to put into place. There were still so many open ends Dumbledore had to draw together and close before the final battle. He had set these plans into motion years ago when the boy was still just a babe, and now he was close, so close, to achieving his ends. He merely had to wait just a little while longer until everything fell into a neat little line. Dumbledore was feeling a little more confident after he sent Remus and Nymphadora off with a portkey, feeling glad that things would soon settle back into their divine order. Much to his dismay, however, they returned after only a half an hour later, walking back into the school and into the chamber where the fully assembled corps of the Order of the Phoenix was settling down for their meeting. They reported that the target coordinates had been a bus station in some town south of London, but when they arrived there, Harry was nowhere to be found. He had probably boarded a bus, but there were 3 lines he could have taken, and they couldn't discern which. It had become apparent after a few more of those missions that Harry was keeping on the move to avoid detection. Tonks noted that the boy didn't seem to have a clear destination in mind either, and that made him that much harder to track. While Moody openly showed his pride in young Harry, Albus was not so happy about this turn of events. Unsurprisingly, Molly Weasley's voice rose above the din to whine and coo about how her poor little Harry was probably lost and alone in the metaphorical jungle that was Muggle London, which grated on Albus Dumbledore's nerves. He had no idea how she even knew about Harry's escape, until he remembered that damnable clock of hers. She had probably added a hand for Harry somewhere along the way. Remus explained that he and Tonks had only been able to pinpoint the target area to the southwestern districts of Greater London. When he asked about why they didn't just watch all of the incoming buses in that area, Daedalus earned himself a rather loud and resounding laugh from Tonks. Remus went on to explain the relative size of that particular part of London to Hogsmeade, the distance between a number of bus stops in that area, not to mention the risk of exposure of wizard kind in front of the many muggles that swarmed the area if the Order were to jump all over the town looking for Harry. After a few more minutes of explanation, they managed to convince the Order of the futility of that particular endeavor. Being currently unable to enter number 12, since Sirius had died and the new owner had not given permission yet, they had no headquarters in London. Still, since Harry might be heading there, Dumbledore had Remus and Tonks stationed there to watch the house. If Harry went there and was the heir, as Dumbledore could only assume without having Blacks will read, it would not do for the boy to find refuge inside that fortress of a house. Nothing but an all-out Auror attack would bring those wards down, and Dumbledore would be hard-pressed to explain why he had sent half their police force to their deaths just to retrieve a runaway. Having that base covered, Dumbledore sent most of the other Order members off to different guard positions, weaving a net of competent sentries all over the most important points of magic in London. Albus himself remained waiting in his office, along with the fast response members and the Weasleys, watching his distancia headometer. It was his favorite piece, a fine pendulum floating in thin air above a rune-engraved base plate. The pendulum would point towards the target, which was set by a drop of blood in the pendulum's weight. A flywheel on the base plate indicated the target's speed by the speed of the disc's rotation, causing a whirring sound. That wheel would also rise on its axle, indicating the distance to the target. There was also a display with portkey coordinates, which was its most useful component, but the target would need to be stationary, or at least approximately so, for at least 5 minutes for the coordinates to appear. He always set it on the table while Harry was practicing Quidditch or having a game he couldn't watch. The pendulum's movements alone were breathtaking. During the first task of the Triwizard Cup, it even got damaged by the excessive strain it had received while Harry raced all over Hogwarts with that dragon in hot pursuit. I wish I could have seen that. All paintings agreed the pendulum's movements were quite a show. Only the improvements the headmaster did after the repairs ensured that this gadget survived Harry's wrath in his office after Dumbledore had told the young man the contents of the prophecy. Harry had manually and magically trashed much of his office. Dumbledore had stayed calm at first, certain that he could repair everything. After a few hours of fruitless, frustrating work, though, he had learned something. When Harry destroyed something, it stayed that way. Most of his instruments, nearly all which were used to track Harry, were not salvageable and had to be replaced, except for this one. The pendulum currently pointed southward, and the whirring wheel led the headmaster to the conclusion that Harry must have arrived in London by now. The wheel had slowed, indicating that Harry's speed had slowed as well, probably due to the heavier traffic. Finally, the wheel came to a near halt, signaling that Harry had more or less stopped. About 10 minutes later, coordinates appeared. Immediately, Dumbledore made a voice-activated, two-way portkey that would return the party to just outside the gates of Hogwarts, which he gave it to Bill. He hoped that William Weasley, he never liked the abbreviation of that fine name, who had traveled all across Europe due to his job, would be able to blend into the Muggle crowds better than the rest of people that crowded his office. The eldest of the Weasley boys immediately left the office and made his way out to the grounds, where he could use the portkey. After a few minutes of anxious waiting, the door opened, and a soaking wet Bill Weasley came in, and instantly started shouting. "You sent me into the Serpent. Of all Hyde Park, you had to send me into the bloody lake." he screamed, waving his hands madly, causing large splats of water to fly all over the office. A puddle had formed under his feet, slowly growing as his clothes dripped. Albus cringed at this, while the twins broke down, holding each other and howling with laughter, both pointing at Bill. Every now and then, one would try to say something, which would send him and his twin into renewed gales of laughter. Molly was so flabbergasted that she didn't even chide Bill for his language, she just stood with her mouth wide open as her son continued to berate the headmaster. I materialized about 20 yards into the lake, right on the surface. On dropping, I lost my wand and the splash made quite a commotion, I tell you. I did catch a glimpse of Harry, but without my wand and with all the people gathering, I had to portkey out. If it weren't voice activated, I would have been certainly arrested or at least stranded in London, he spat while the headmaster cringed deeper into his overstuffed chair. Finally, Dumbledore regained his bearings and tried to salvage the situation. I understand your anger and I truly am sorry, William. But you know that using coordinates, a portkey will invariably differ by as much as a few dozen yards in any direction. Dumbledore explained as he dried the furious redhead with a few flicks of his wand. It was well known that someone wouldn't have materialized into something, and it would have brought him to the best possible landing spot, but there was simply no way to compensate for a large body of water. Bill knew the ins and outs of this as well as the headmaster, but it was an embarrassing faux pas for a wizard to fall into this trap. I know, but still. Bill huffed, still angry at the man, before turning and addressing his mother. Mum, can I borrow your wand? I have to get back and summon my wand before it gets washed ashore and picked up by someone. He pleaded. And stop laughing, you two. Bill yelled at the twins who were still rolling around on the floor pointing at him and making yelping sounds, like puppies. They were laughing too hard to actually laugh properly. After he got Molly's wand, he stomped out, and it took Molly a few minutes to silence her other two sons. Coincidentally, she did so by raising her own voice significantly, contributing again to the slow-building headache the headmaster had been developing all day. When the group finally resumed their watch of the silver instrument, they noticed that the wheel had picked up speed. Harry was on the move again. Same time, above northern London. Unknown to the Order members, another important player in the events soon to unfold was on the move. With rhythmic strokes of her white wings, she made her way north, doing her duty. Her senses drew her towards her target, which proved to be a detached house surrounded by a nice garden. The house and garden were encased by a small wooded area, it also had a small swimming pond with a terrace nearby. Like a homing beacon, the outline of a young human was laying there, on a recliner, her target. It was a nice day out in High Barnet, perfect to lounge in the garden and read a book. Of course, that's exactly what Hermione Granger was doing. Her only concession to the scar that she now bore on her was that she was wearing a one-piece suit instead of a bikini. She had rationalized that she was far too white for a bikini still, anyway, so it wouldn't matter if she wore that thing for the next week it would take to let her scar fade, hopefully. That scar, which she had received in the battle at the Ministry from Dolohov, was still a visible, thumb-wide pale line crossing her torso from her hip to her shoulder. Luckily, since it was from a seriously underpowered spell, Pomfrey assumed it would fade to a razor-thin line, or might even vanish completely if she stuck with her potion regimen. Hermione did so, nearly religiously. She loved her bikinis. Unnoticed by the reading girl, Hedwig landed right next to her on a table, and immediately stuck out her foot to offer the letter. And waited. And waited. After a 20 seconds wait, the bird was getting annoyed, and gave a hoot. The sudden reproachful hoot right next to her startled Hermione. She jumped out of her seat and, in doing so, dropped her book. Being her typical self, she had gotten completely engrossed in her book and hadn't noticed anything. Of course, she never would have admitted to anyone that she was reading that kind of book. Everybody has a guilty pleasure, and Hermione was no exception. But if anybody ever knew that she read those kinds of paperback novels, she would never hear the end of it. Startled as she was, she still lit up with a smile when she identified the bird. Hedwig, what are you doing here? It's not even a full day and you're already delivering letters. Has something happened? She chatted happily, and bent over to retrieve the book, placing it on the table. Cover facing down, naturally. Her face still flushed from the intense chapter she had read, she sat and looked at the owl again. The owl in question just hooted once more, and lifted her leg even higher, wiggling it a bit. Hermione finally got the hint and soon Hedwig could stand on both legs again, but still looked at Hermione expectantly. If she had been able to, Hedwig would have tapped one of her claws impatiently. Hermione eyed the owl for a minute before cottoning on. "Oh, silly me, of course, you're hungry and probably waiting for a reply. Wait here, I'll get you something," she said, and rushed into the house to find some food and a dish. After Hedwig was given some spare sausage and water, the letter was finally opened and examined by Hermione. She then took a short break and read it again. And then, a third time. Somehow, that letter could have been straight out of one of her beloved secret novels. "Dear Hermione, I know I haven't always treated you as well as I should have, but still, you are the one person I trust the most. I am sorry for not being able to protect you at the ministry, and hope that you are still talking to me in spite of all the mess I've caused. There are some things I haven't had time to tell you, most of all because I had to understand them first. These things are important, and I had to make some decisions because of them. That's why I was so unbearable for the last few days. If you knew what I know now, you'd understand. Right now, I am on the run from the Order, and I have no one to turn to. I am keeping in motion, so that they can't track me, but I can't keep on running forever. I think I saw some glimpses of Order members when I had to change buses on my way to London. I can't tell you where I am right now, but I am fine. Please, don't tell anyone you had contact with me, especially not the leader of the Order. I know I am asking too much, but please trust me. Please get to Kensington on the Circle as fast as possible. Don't get on, just wait on the platform by the car nearest to the entry. I'll find you there, and will look for you all day. If you can't make it, please take care of Hedwig. I told her to stay with you until I can get her. Your friend, Harry." Asking too much is spot on, she grumbled to herself. Still, he was her friend, and he seemed desperate. Not to mention that all that cloak and dagger stuff, as much as she seemingly opposed it in school, was her secret fancy. Why else would she always be right in the middle of it? She just didn't want anybody to know how much she liked it. Also, if someone like Harry asked for help, how could she not obey? While she still was musing about how paperback-like this entire thing was, another part of her brain was already making plans and lists and checking data on how to help her friend. Getting to London was easy. She would ride her bike or better, take a bus to High Barnet Station and ride the tube down to London, but first, she should call her mother at the practice. That was a bit away from Kensington Station, but they could get there and get a ride back home, if it took longer. Anyway, her parents would get mad at her if she didn't call them about going to London. She quickly dressed in her best jeans and one of her nicest shirts. It was a bit snug in places and dipped a little low, but Hermione had found it made her feel just a little bit say-wire than her normal jumpers and zip-ups that she wore. After said quick call to her mother, she was out the door and on her way. Something in the back of her mind was chastising her for not wearing a dress, like all the girls in such novels tended to wear, or at least a skirt, but her rational mind didn't fancy getting ogled by everyone all the way to London. She didn't think of herself as a stunning beauty, but sitting on the tube with a short skirt while alone was a sure way of getting unwanted attention. Not to mention the stuff that might be on the seats. Better some fabric between me and that. Near 6 p.m., and a long ride later, she was standing on the requested platform and watching the people come and go. The entire ride, she was in a kind of daze, the half-read novel still in her mind, with Harry's plight filtering into it. Just 10 minutes into the ride she had started to use Harry to visualize the book's hero, and of course, she had taken the role of the heroine. Yes, she was daydreaming, but hey, she was 16. Of course, she knew it was irrational to want the heroes portrayed in dime novels that she bought from the grocers, but like most girls, she couldn't let the dream of the perfect man go. Someone who was brave, who had a tragic past, who overcame so many obstacles, someone who had so much fame he could have his pick of women, yet would always choose her. He also had to be humble, kind and above all honest with her. She knew this man was entirely unrealistic. At least it was not like her embarrassing crush on Lockhart, of all people, she reminisced. Lockhart had been so fitting for her fantasies, dashing and good-looking, but then he turned out to be a fraud. She never forgave him for that. She always wanted a hero, just like in her books. Now Dumbledore was a real hero, but much too old. No amount of fantasy could make him attractive enough for a teenage girl. Okay, Harry might fit. Sometimes, he showed a glimpse of the man he could be. Most of the time, though, he was a rather shy guy, she thought with a sigh. She could never stay with someone who didn't stand up to her. She wanted someone she could look up to, or at least at eye level. Either way, that point was moot unless he finally noticed her as a girl, which wouldn't happen, anyway. Of course, that thought caused her to reflect on her body and exactly what was at fault for not being attractive. Being a girl, and Hermione, she had an alphabetized index of her perceived imperfections. Being that deep in thought, she nearly didn't notice her friend when the next train stopped. All the people rushed out and in, and at the last moment, he stepped off the train and stood in front of her. She had him in a hug before he could even say a word. When she noticed that he held her only with one hand, her eyes fell on his trunk beside him. "That bad," was all she said. "Worse. Please, let's get going, if we stay too long, we'll get visitors." "Follow me," he answered, and was already in motion when he suddenly stopped once again. He turned to her and hugged her again, this time dropping his trunk and nearly crushing her. "Thank you for coming. You're the only one I could trust. My smartest and prettiest friend," he whispered into her ear, not knowing what he did to her already primed subconscious. Pictures of hopes, long-forgotten hopes, surged out of the depths of her mind to which she had banished them. Her mind went into overdrive. Did he just call me pretty? He hugged me, he never does that. Does this mean anything? Could it? In a daze, she followed him as he led her onto the street, bought some bus tickets, and helped her in. They sat in the back, while most of the people, their clothes outing them as tourists, were upstairs. Roused from her trance by the jostling of the starting bus, she started in on him the instant they sat down. "Okay, Mr. Mysterious, what happened? Why did you run away? Why are you running from the Order? Why can't we go to Dumbledore? Is it about Sirius? Did you have a vision? Tell me," she said, getting faster and louder with every question. She nearly shrieked at the end. Of course, she noticed that Harry was closing up as soon as she asked the first question. He always reacted that way when put under pressure. Ron just ignored her or snapped back, but Harry shut down completely, and then gave in after a few minutes. But this time it was different. Halfway into lockdown, his expression changed, and his face opened up again. "Hermione, please, shut up for a moment and let me explain." For a few seconds, she gaped at Harry. Normally, he caved in as soon as she started in on him, but now he had just cut her off. Harry was taking control. What happened? Harry took a deep breath, and began to explain. "Sorry for being rude, but I had to stop you. I don't know why, but every time you start in on me like that, I just freeze up inside. Sorry, but I can't stand it when you get like that. It's not against you, it's just that it reminds me of," he started, but his words got stuck halfway out and his eyes locked onto his shoes as he went silent. To the world, he seemed to brood over something, but to Hermione it was obvious that he was fighting tears. It was then, that Hermione finally noticed his face for the first time. Or better, the big bruise on his left cheek, and the split lip. She gasped as the implication hit her. She knew that there was only one place where he could have gotten it, since she last saw him with his family. "Your uncle did that, didn't he?" she said softly, indicating his cheek. He just nodded, still with a sad expression on his face, but now there was something more, a glint of anger firmly held in check. She knew that he wouldn't want to talk about it right now, and tried to steer back on topic. He had said she reminded him of something, and that memory caused him to shut down on her. She had a suspicion she didn't like, not one bit, but she had to ask. "Do I remind you of him?" she asked, her voice tentative and quiet. Harry's head flew up, his eyes wide. "No, not my uncle. Never him," he yelped, his eyes wide in panic. "Of whom then?" You could see in his face that he didn't want to tell her, but still, he knew she deserved an answer. His answer made her recoil and gasp into her hands. "My aunt," he whispered, nearly too softly to hear. "She always has that tone when she talks to me. Always nagging, as if all I do is wrong. Always more work to do. And you have the same way of talking when you get that way. I'm sorry. I know you're usually right, but I just can't get her out of my mind when you talk like that. I am so sorry." He was close to tears when he finished, and dropped his head into his hands, hiding his face. Hermione was shocked. She sometimes reminded him of a person he hates. Immediately, her mind began analyzing their history. And to her shame, she found he was right. When they talked, she usually nagged or bullied, and most of the times she tried to make him do some work. Did he slack a bit with his homework? Yes, but it was only logical that he did enjoy having a little spare time, given that all he did as child was chores. Yes, Hermione considered learning to be great fun, but she knew that she stood alone in that opinion. Back in fourth year, Ron left him, leaving her as his only companion. And what did she do with him? Read books in the library. Did she ever play a game with him? Or just take a walk and talk with him? No, she just urged him on to work more. That was to keep him alive, it's true, but it wouldn't have killed them if she had granted them a short reprieve and some fun now and then, to relieve the pressure he was under. At that moment, Hermione realized that she had no clue how to be a real friend. She knew Harry better than anybody, but she didn't ever take the time to really get to know him. His hopes, his dreams, his fears, all that stuff. And now he sat there, worried about having hurt her, his friend, the one person he turned to when he didn't know where to go. She always wondered why he never noticed her, that way. Now she knew, her thrice damned nagging. She could curse herself, but that could wait. Now, she must make things right. Slowly, she reached out, touched his hands, and then retreated, waiting for him to look at her. When he finally turned to face her, he saw her teary eyes and opened his mouth to apologize again, but she stopped him with her free hand, placing her index finger on his lips. Don't. I have to apologize, too. I haven't been that good a friend, I know. At this, he tried to retort, but she hushed him with a smile and a shake of her head. Yes, I have been there for you, but I always egged you on. I knew you were always working at home and never had any spare time. Still, every time you relaxed, I nagged you to work. I never really did anything resembling fun with you, and frankly, I don't know how to. I know it's no excuse, but I grew up alone, without friends, and along the way, I guess I forgot how to have fun. Thank you for making me realize that. I promise to do better, she pledged, willing him to understand she would change. For him. I'll even write it into my study schedule, she added with a small smile. 5 o'clock, spontaneous fun. Harry's snort showed her shot for levity had hit, so she continued, trying to keep her voice calm and warm. As much as I hate to go back on topic, I fear we have to. Will you please tell me what happened? He nodded, took a deep breath, and shot her that lopsided smile that was the #1 topic in every girl's Lewin dorm at Hogwarts. Well, #2 actually, but most girls didn't comment on the rest his body much when Hermione was around to hear. Thank you, it's easier if you ask that way. You remember that the Order had a chat with Vernon at the platform. Naturally she did, having been a part of the group that had accosted Vernon. After her confirming nod, he continued, while her eyes grew wider and wetter at his words. It backfired. I was not even through the door when he hit me. Full power and right in the face. It nearly threw me into the wall. And he would still be hitting me right now. I can read him well enough to know how much will follow. I had to do something. So you ran away. No, I hit him back. Immediately, she sat up straight. You what? She yelled at him, but quickly quieted as he cringed. Her face immediately showed her remorse. Sorry. You surprised me. Please continue. When Harry started to tell her, it was as though a dam had burst. First, he recounted the latest events, then his treatment at the hands of the Dursleys over the years. All the ridicule, his incarceration under the stairs, and the beatings. It was like all that pressure heaped upon had reached a critical point and he was unable to confine it anymore. It made him spill out his deepest secrets. Once he had started to confide in her, he was simply unable to stop, not even noticing that he had been talking for nearly an hour. He told her about his conclusion about the Ministry's fight and his decision to fight fire with fire, calling it the Grey approach, and finished his purge with his theory of the mighty puppeteer in the castle, orating all this events for some reason, then fell silent. Hermione sat silent, too, worrying her lower lip. Harry was too exhausted by then to do anything resembling even a slight panic, so he just sat and watched her think. So you think Professor Dumbledore set you up all the time? She asked. Harry sighed. I do think so. He placed me with the Dursleys and left me there without ever looking after me. And remember first year, he used the mirror of Arise to hide the Philosopher's Stone in. The mirror he knew I had seen, which he placed down there after I had found it. I'm not sure anymore if he hasn't somehow made me stumble across it. Then those traps, they were easily beaten by first years. And what did he say to you when you went to get him while I was down there? Hermione leaned her head to the left as she tried to remember that specific incident. It was so long ago, but she could still remember it clearly. Yes, she remembered that she had run into Dumbledore shortly after leaving Fluffy's room. In fact, it seemed like he was heading there already. Harry nearly laughed out loud as her eyes bulged out of her head when she finally recalled the words. He knew where you were, and who was with you. He knew Voldemort would be there. She cried, horrified at the implications. And in second year, he knows everything going on in the castle, but he doesn't notice a truck-sized S. What about the teachers he hires? Binns is dead, Quirrell had Voldemort attached to his head, Lockhart was a fraud, Moody was a disguised Death Eater, Umbridge tortured students, and the Muggle studies teacher is said to be a pureblood that has never even seen a Muggle let alone met one. Harry rattled off names, the pile of Dumbledore's more obvious mistakes getting higher with each name he uttered. You know, he was not really in any position to deal with Umbridge, Hermione interjected half-hearted. Maybe, but he could have intervened, at least. Those quills have been outlawed for centuries. Or Snape, I could get Crucio Ed by Malfoy under his nose and he would probably give me detention and dock points for screaming in the hallways. Dumbledore never did anything to rein in Snape, nor the death nibblers he grooms. Harry spat in disgust before taking a deep breath and soldiering on, his head hung low in sadness. But that's nothing compared to what I know now. He knew that prophecy. He told me the content. It says that I am destined to fight the Dark Lord. One of us will have to kill the other, or neither of us will be able to live. But still, he sent me to the Dursleys. No training, just hiding me away. That's why I lived in a cupboard for years. It's all because of him. Harry had actually yelled the last word, and started to sob again. He jerked back upright as he heard her gasp, just in time to be embraced by her arms and squeezed tightly. At first he stiffened, as he never really knew how to deal with human touch, but it wasn't at all like a Molly hug. The Weasley matron's hugs were restricting, incarcerating, and stifling. This was different. It was more, mutual was the word that came to mind. It gave him the feeling that she clung to him for her comfort as much as for his. It was a mere offer of comfort to draw from the hug, while Molly's hugs ordered you to be calm, or face the consequences. While he was experiencing the different kind of hug, Hermione was pondering a question. Well, more like a million of questions, simultaneously, but only a handful of them were present in her conscious mind. First of all, why did it feel so good to hold him? That, of course, led to some questions about their friendship, his looks, her looks, their friends, their ancestry, and families. That train of thought was rapidly quelled, and other thoughts battled for dominance. Right now, the finale was between, did the headmaster really set him up for all those things? And why did Dumbledore do all this to him? And, how can I help him? She threw first question back into the depths of her mind as she felt Harry relaxing into her hug. She trusted him, and that was all it took to take his side of the fence. But how could she help him? He said Order members were following him, so they must have a tracking charm on him, but which one was it? She was in dire need of more input. Harry, I want to help you. Please, tell me about you being followed. How did that happen? Whenever I stand still for a few minutes, they appear. They must have a tracking charm on me or something. Hermione shook her head. Impossible. Those do not work that way. They would give them a direction, but no means to pinpoint you precisely enough for apparition or a portkey. If they had a blood trace on you, it might work, but no one in the Order would stoop so low as to dabble in blood magic. That's borderline darken. Her lecture died down as she saw a speck of recognition in Harry's eyes. Dumbledore does. He knows blood magic. Harry replied. He remembered Dumbledore say that his protections were based on his blood. But right now, he didn't like Hermione's facial expression. She looked like she had bitten into and a moldy one at that. No, he did not like her expression at all. That's bad, isn't it? Harry had to know, although he didn't want to. Hermione shook her head and frowned. Not that bad, it's just so unexpected that someone like Dumbledore would dabble in such an art. God damn it. We'll have to do the same if we want to counter it if he has. While Harry still stared at her for cursing out loud, she quickly glanced around in the bus and read the tour plan. Okay, do you trust me on this? She asked, and continued with a smile after he looked at her as if she were daft for questioning that and had only nodded in reply. The next stop that's good for us is in about 5 minutes. I'll get us to my mum's office and she'll drive us home, but first, I'll have to call her. Do what I say, and we'll be able to end that trace without casting any spells, okay? June 27th, late afternoon, a bus in London. As the bus came to a jostled halt at their stop, Hermione practically dragged the emotionally spent Harry onto the street after her, nearly forgetting Harry's trunk in the process. A short walk brought them to the next available telephone booth. Knowing that this would take a while and observing the old proverb, better safe than sorry, Hermione told Harry to jog around the block to keep in motion while she made the call to her mother. Although still rather spent from his hour-long exhausting emotional outburst in the bus, Harry obediently dropped his trunk beside her and took off without a word. Hermione blushed from seeing his obvious blind trust in her. Pulling out some coins, she started to punch the numbers. Harry returned while she was still trying to make her mother understand the urgency of the situation and thus the importance of leaving as soon as they arrived, without revealing too much critical information, yet. With a short series of hand waves, she signaled him to make the run a second time. Much to her relief, he didn't make a scene. In fact, he didn't even roll his eyes at her. Instead, he just nodded and went off again, even though it was terribly hot. Hermione shot him a brilliant smile for being so understanding. After finally browbeating her mother into acceptance, Hermione hung up and waited for Harry to return. After 15 minutes without the slightest sign of Harry, she became nervous. It hadn't taken him more than 5 minutes the last time. Shit, Harry thought for the 5th time as he fidgeted from one leg to the other in the crowd. On his second lap, he had seen a red light ahead and chosen to take a turn to the left to keep moving. He noticed his mistake when he came to a stop in a dense crowd. The thrice-damned road was too wide to be crossed in one go, so it had an in-between stop on the median, slowing him down. Turning everywhere, Harry nervously scanned the area for potential pursuers. How long does that stupid light take? Shot through his mind, he had to get moving. Bollocks. He cursed softly, earning him a few disapproving glares from bystanders, when he noticed a fiery red, but slightly balding, shock of hair, behind him and across the street. He would recognize Arthur Weasley at 100 paces, especially in his strange Sherlock Holmes-style coat that Arthur found appropriate for the mid-90s Muggle London. He would have missed the witch by his side, since she didn't look out of the ordinary, but as she elbowed Arthur and pointed at Harry, he recognized her. Her coat had misled him for a moment. The style, along with her long, black hair and pale complexion, meant he had taken her for a goth. When Arthur had to grab her arm to keep her from walking into the traffic to get him, he got definite confirmation. Ignoring the glares and shouts of indignation, he jostled his way through the crowd, trying to put some kind of buffer between them and him. He thought he had heard Arthur shouting his name, but he didn't mind. All that did count was the light turning green. When the light changed, he lunged out like a racehorse. The people from the opposite side made way as he charged at them like a mad bull. The shouts behind him told him that the Order was giving chase. Falling into his old habits from Harry hunting, when Harry spotted a newspaper kiosk with a postcard display, he quickly latched onto the opportunity that was provided as he darted past the booth. The crash of the falling display, the spread of cards all over the ground and the shouts, were like music in his ears. A quick glance over his shoulder brought a smile on his face. Arthur had the witch clinging to him after she had slipped on the loose cards. Their stumble gave him a bit more of a lead. A block later, though, they'd almost caught up, since Harry had to slow down. He had already started puffing from the first run around the block, and the sharp tempo of the current chase was hard to keep up. He dashed across the next street, and, glancing around, made a sharp turn to the right, crossing the next street as well. The loud ring of a protesting tramway was music in his ears as he cleared the tracks with less than 10 feet to spare. Harry knew it hadn't been the smartest move. He could practically hear Hermione's protests in his mind, but he figured it had been slowing down for the station anyway, so he had decided to take the chance. His quick decision had been a good one, paying off right away as he gained another half a block in his escape before his pursuers finally rounded the tram. He realized this move had evened out his chances as he took another quick look back over his shoulder. Arthur Weasley was bent over, hands on his knees and gasping for air. He looked near a coronary and was panting as he remained stationary after only a half a block more of running. His age had apparently come to bite him in the ass. The woman, however, worried him. Even though her cheeks were pink and she was breathing a little heavily, she was keeping up with him just fine. Yay me, Harry thought. Just my rotten luck, the only jogger in the whole order is chasing after me. It didn't take long, though, before he noticed she was gaining ground. Puffing and tired, Harry desperately searched for a solution to his current dilemma. He briefly considered rounding on the woman and using his fists to halt her movements. The beginning of the stitches and aches that were forming in his body meant he decided against it, though. Besides that, the woman seemed rather fit and Harry was wary of discovering that she was indeed an Auror. That thought alone prevented him from making a rash decision, lest she wipe the street with him. Then he got a rather brilliant idea. With his idea in mind, Harry took another bet and ran straight for the doors of a nearby shopping center. He dashed through the open doors and shoved his way through the crowd of people in front of him. His struggle caused him to slow only just a fraction and he expelled a breath in relief as he heard the sound of the automatic doors sliding shut behind him. As he continued his desperate run, he heard a loud thud that made him coast to a standstill, panting for air. If he had had some air left in his lungs, he would have laughed quite loudly at the sight of the witch sprawled on the ground just outside the shattered, but still mostly intact, security glass doors of the shopping center. Harry shook his head. Every Muggle child knew those doors didn't open fast enough for runners. Pressing a hand to his throbbing left side, he fell into a jog and crossed the center, heading for the exit to the next street he could see in the distance. Hermione was quite distressed when there was still no sign of Harry after 20 minutes of waiting. At first, she had only been worried that they might be late getting to her mum's practice, but now she was wearing a groove into the ground next to the telephone booth. She nearly jumped out of her skin when someone suddenly grabbed her shoulder from behind. She turned with a screech, only to yell her attacker's name as she took a hold of Harry. He looked like he would collapse any moment, sweat pouring off him in streams. What the hell happened? She asked as she helped him to a seat on his trunk. He shook his head and stood, weakly. Order members, nearly, got me, he panted, still too wound up to talk. He opened his trunk and stripped his shirt off, dabbing the sweat off his face and Hermione's eyes were drawn to the sight before her and she couldn't help but notice that it was a rather nice. No hair to be seen and the muscles seemed well defined against his skin. She nearly pouted with a sigh of disappointment when Harry tossed the soaked shirt into his trunk and pulled a clean one out and over his head. He slammed the trunk closed and lifted it, pulling Hermione along the street. Tugging on his arm, Hermione changed his course, leading him in the opposite direction. Soon, Hermione had navigated them to her mum's Kensington practice, which was located in a very well-off street. Seeing that spotless house and the surroundings, Harry would have wondered how a dentist could afford such a place if Hermione hadn't explained it to him. Apparently, her mum, while starting off in a hospital, had become a specialist for cosmetic dentistry, and well known for her work among the better-offs. She had told him that her mother often hinted that even some people she knew from the telly owed their shiny white regular smiles to her mother, although she was far too professional to ever mention names. Most of them were regulars with her, and valued her for that privacy. Naturally, Hermione had a secret list of names, which she had compiled from her mother's reaction to some stars, but she didn't share it with Harry, citing that she wouldn't dare throwing a spanner in her mother's works, since her book supply depended on that money. According to Hermione, her father didn't work at the same practice her mum did. Apparently her mum's practice was more of a niche thing, where you had to be specially trained and while it paid well, not a lot of people needed the service in the first place. Her mum only booked enough patients for one dentist, so it worked out rather well for her, even though the work could be very sporadic. Her father, on the other hand, worked as one of the senior dentists and oral surgeons at a High Barnet dental clinic. He worked more hours and didn't make as much money, but it was steady income and that was all he really cared about. Hermione again sent Harry around the block as she rang the bell and went in to get her mum. This time, thankfully, he only had to circle once before he saw Hermione waving from next to a parked car. Harry knew that a dentist was well off, but that car spoke volumes. Growing up with the Dursleys, he didn't know a lot about car types, except for the company cars Uncle Vernon had, but he knew what a Mercedes was, and that big meant really expensive in that line of cars. Hermione informed him that his trunk was already in the boot. Harry nodded his head and watched in amusement as Hermione daintily maneuvered her way into the front seat of the car, noting that Hermione's mother apparently brought out a different side of his friend. With a soft chuckle and shake of his head, he got into the car with decidedly less grace than Hermione, his breathing still heavy from running in the heat. He immediately sighed in bliss when he felt the air condition wash over him. As soon as he was inside, the car started moving. Hermione turned around from the front seat and began introductions. "Mother, this is Harry Potter. Harry, this is my mum, Drive. Dr. Margaret Granger." Harry was a bit unsure about the title, but he turned to the woman and received a shock at seeing his best friend all grown up. Clearing his throat, he greeted the older woman, "Hello, Dr. Granger." He was still a little stunned and he studied the woman's face. If there ever was a spitting image, then Hermione and her mum were it. There were a few differences to notice, though. Her mother's hair was lighter and seemed a little more tamed. He assumed this was due to age and a good hairdresser. Their faces were identical, they even shared the same eye color. The only thing that would help you tell them apart was the slight wrinkles near the eyes and mouth of Hermione's mother that showed her age. All in all, Harry had to say that if genetics were proven right, Hermione would age rather gracefully. "Yes, dentistry and English literature, but you can call me Mrs. Granger, okay. Nice to finally meet you, Harry. We just saw each other once in passing, and I didn't have a chance to get to know the boy behind the stories," came her friendly answer, stressing the word, "finally," in a very obvious way, while Hermione blushed deep red. Before Harry could ask why, Margaret continued talking. "So, what's up with you both, all that cloak and dagger stuff?" The cloak I could understand, with Hermione owning at least half a dozen by now, but why the daggers? Sounds just like one of those novels that Hermione reads. As Hermione's blush deepened, Harry decided to definitely ask about that topic later and to really like her mother. It was rather fun to talk to her. "Well, that dagger is currently aimed at my back right now and I'd rather like to dodge it, you understand," he jokingly replied, infected by her merry way of talking. He could see her raise an eyebrow in the rear mirror at his statement before she turned towards her daughter. "Honey, talk," she demanded. The tone of her voice suggested that Hermione didn't have a choice and any backtalk would neither go ignored nor be appreciated. Hermione, despite still blushing madly, started explaining at once. "Well, Harry here has been forced to live with some relatives of him since his parents were killed when he still was a child. The problem is, they hate me." Harry came to her aid. "They hate the fact that I was born. They made me do all the housework, fed me scraps and hit me whenever he couldn't complete the sentence, as the car made a sharp jerk and nearly collided with another because Margaret had actually turned around to look at him in horror for a second. Horns were blaring loudly as the other drivers expressed their disapproval of her driving style. "They did what?" she inquired exasperatedly, this time only looking at Harry via the mirror, after she had steadied the car again. "They hit me. Or they locked me in the cupboard I lived in, Once again, the car had swerved into another lane as Margaret lost and regained control over the car. This time, the much louder horn of a lorry sounded, and Harry would swear that there were only fractions of an inch left as they passed it. "Maybe we should have this talk later," Harry offered, cautiously, while Hermione slowly unclenched her hands from the dashboard, panting. He had no problem dying in a blaze of glory, maybe taking Voldemort or a Death Eater with him, but to do so in the backseat of a car, even a Mercedes, wasn't high up on his list. Well, unless there was some cute girl with him and her father was the reason for his untimely death. For now, it was Margaret's turn to blush. "Sorry, maybe we should stop for a while to talk," she granted. "No," came the immediate combined yell from Harry and Hermione. This time, Margaret jerked towards the left and a tire scraped on the pavement, giving a noisy screech. The following cars increased the safety distance even more than they already had. "We can't stop, Mum. When we stop, they'll come to get Harry." He's been on the run the whole day, and whenever he stops, the headmaster tries to catch him. He's tracking Harry." Hermione launched an explanation before her mother could chastise her, choosing to omit to mention the breakneck chase through London. She didn't think her mother would approve. "Your headmaster's tracking him. Why is a runaway his business?" Margaret had expected the police being after Harry, not his school teachers. That was why she had been so hard to persuade to help Harry when Hermione had called. "It isn't, but he has decided that he is allowed to control my life. He placed me in that house. He even has it guarded so I don't leave it. Those guards don't help me against my uncle, of course, they just make sure I don't leave until Dumbledore says so." "But why does he do that?" Margaret was confused. If Harry told the truth, which was supported by Hermione's lack of corrections, that was highly unusual, if not outright illegal. "There is a prophecy that I, and I alone, can kill the Dark Lord Voldemort, because I have a power he has not. It's him or I, and Dumbledore plays his games to make it happen. It's all for the greater good, so I don't count. It's him or me, Harry. Not him or I," Hermione huffed. "Anyway, I can't disagree with the rest of your statement." "Sorry," Margaret interrupted, not being able to follow his explanation anymore. "But didn't you kill him already? Hermione told me that story about your parents and him, how you defeated him to become the boy who lived, and all that. I think I remember she said you killed him back then. That didn't count, somehow. Actually, I already killed him twice now. He came back in our second year through that diary, but I destroyed it before he was back fully. But he was reborn last year, with the help of my blood." "Harry, your blood?" Hermione interrupted. "He used your blood to regain his body." "What do you mean?" "Oh, you think that might interfere with the blood wards Dumbledore has placed on Privet Drive?" Harry stated, thinking he had gotten her hint. For a few seconds, Hermione's eyes threatened to pop out of their sockets. "Blood wards. Oh my god, Merlin. That's so, arg." She finished her sentence in a frustrated screech and stomped her feet on the floor. "Hermione Jean, don't do that while I drive." Her mother yelled as she tried to steady the car again after her jerking, which made Hermione duck her head, and mumble an apology but didn't quell her temper much. "Incredible. Brilliant," Harry offered, only to be silenced by a sharp glare. "No. Reprehensible, tough, and evil. Don't you know what blood wards do?" She spat, falling back into her pattern of pretending everybody knew as much as she did. Harry rolled his eyes at her, which made her back off. "No, I don't, and I believe 90% of all wizards and witches don't, either. So, what did he do to me this time?" Hermione blushed again, this time from embarrassment. Harry secretly wondered how often a person could blush and recover in a row without hurting something. His musings were interrupted as she started to explain, meekly. "Sorry, I was just angry that he would do such a thing. In layman's terms, normal wards draw their power from ambient magic. The longer they sit unopposed, the stronger they get. Places like Hogwarts or the Ministry have such strong wards because they sit in very magical places and have many wizards within them. Every time someone casts magic, they get to soak up some of it after it has run its course. So Hogwarts is so well warded because a few hundred children charge it day and night." Harry summarized her tangent. "Yes. And it's built on a very magical site. The Forbidden Forest is an enormous source of wild magic," she added. "Okay. And why are blood wards so evil?" Harry tried to steer her back on topic, and was not feeling any better when Hermione appeared to be getting sick when he mentioned them. They briefly covered blood magic in ancient runes, since Professor Babbling is the leading expert on runes and sometimes departs from the usual curriculum when she knows some interesting tidbit about the use of a certain rune. Hermione babbled, then noticed the annoyed glance Harry gave her. "She is fair enough that these never come up at a test," she added with a reprehending look at Harry, who had the good grace to blush at his thoughts being read so easily. With a last huff at the boy, Hermione continued. "I read up on them a bit, since it is fascinating, the runic part of it, at least. While normal wards are powered actively on creation, and then strengthened by minuscule amounts over time, blood wards, or more precisely wards which do have someone bound to them by blood, take their energy from the bound person. They drain him to strengthen. No wonder that he thinks they're as strong as the school wards. If you were powering them for so many years, they must be incredible." She told them, but suddenly sat up straighter and looked at him. Did he bind you already to them this summer? She asked warily. Harry gave her his, "What are you talking about" look. "Ah, no, he says I'm always connected to them, I just have to show up there to charge them," he replied, getting her, "What are you talking about" raised eyebrow as reply. "That's impossible. If you were already bound, you should be magically drained because of that. When you told me that she stumbled over the name, but got it on the second try. Voldemort used your blood to regain his body, I assumed that's why you had gained this stronger connection to him." She explained what she had intended to say, before she had one of her, Hermione moments, getting more and more agitated and shrieking statements, as unwelcome thoughts and conclusions flooded her brain. "But the blood wards should beat you dry. They used that as a punishment for people in older days, it made them practically squibs. But at school, you can still cast magic. Maybe it's the distance, or Dumbledore did something so I'm not completely drained," Harry said, offering some explanations to her, before taking the coward's way out and changing the topic. At least he changed it back to the point at hand. "What can we do about that trace?" "Oh, yes, that." She blushed, looking guilty that she had gone off on a tangent again. "There is a ritual that was used to end such a punishment. It creates a ward to block all blood magic from nursing from you. That makes all blood bindings collapse if held long enough, so that blood trace of Dumbledore would fade, too." "Can we do this while running or here in the car?" Harry interjected. "I'd hate to be caught while doing that." Hermione flinched lightly. "No, we need more space for that, somewhere you can lie down," she said, her face dropping slightly for some reason. "But once it starts, you're safe from tracking. It just needs some time to be permanent." "That sounds great." Margaret rejoined the conversation, happy to finally understand more than every other word. "But how does someone know when it's been long enough?" The sudden tears shining in Hermione's eyes made Harry aware of the answer before she vocalized it. "That's easy. It's done when he stopped screaming." A long silence followed while everyone absorbed that news. Finally, Harry broke the silence with 2 words. "How long?" These words were said calm and calculating, as though he were speaking about the length of an essay. While Margaret gasped at his casual acceptance of screaming in pain, Hermione did a quick calculation, blanched, and refused to meet his face. "I can't do this to you," she cried, and started to sob silently. Margaret was looking rather helpless, putting her hand at her distressed daughter's shoulder to calm her, a move Harry copied. A few moments of softly petting her upper arm later, Harry tried to wheedle it out of her. "Hermione, please, how bad will it be? The books say it is as bad as a Cruciatus curse. And it took several minutes for someone who was bound to wards for less than a year. I would have to look it up, but it could be hours." She whined, and then turned to look at him. "I can't do that to you, Harry, I won't. If it just were the trace, it would be fine, but the trace, the wards, and whatever Riddle did to you, it's too much. I can't do that to someone I love." She yelled at him, tears streaming freely from her eyes, before she curled up, again. Though Harry was already pondering his fate and missed her last statement, Margaret hadn't and filed that blurt away for later examination. Her incentive to help, and that probably in more than one area, invigorated, she threw a thought into the discussion. "What if I give Harry some drugs?" Both teens suddenly stared at her, not really understanding what she meant. Margaret chuckled at them, shaking her head. "No, I'm not a drug dealer," she joked. "I meant to anesthetize Harry. Although morphine is a close relative to heroin, it's a very strong painkiller that I prescribe sometimes after extensive oral surgery. Depending on the dosage, you could get run over by a truck and find it rather pleasurable," she told them with big smile on her face. "I have some in the practice. We could go back and fetch some right now, since I believe time is of the essence," she offered. Harry shrugged and did as he usually did when there was some decision to make he knew nothing about. "What do you think, Hermione? Would that work?" he asked his brilliant friend. Worrying her lower lip, something Harry always had thought was very cute, Hermione went through all the things she knew about wizards and muggle drugs. "They used that on me after surgery when I had my arm broken and they had to screw it back together, didn't they, Mum?" "Yes, honey. The other stuff didn't work on you at all, but it did the job. They had to dose you rather heavily, but it worked," her mother replied, before adding, "maybe you magicals are resistant to anesthetics. I don't want to, nor do I think I could, knock Harry completely out, but it should take the worst edge off," she concluded her case. Both Margaret and Harry waited while Hermione's brain worked out a solution to the problem. Equations were drawn up and solved, arguments made and shredded, and all the cogs and wheels worked at their highest speed. They both knew the signs of Hermione being deep in thought and knew better than to interrupt her when in that state. The results were rarely pretty. Okay, the bad news first. It'll still hurt, Harry, badly, and for hours, Hermione warily told him, not being able to look at him while telling, lest she would fall apart and cry. To her, being in pain was something rare, and she couldn't comprehend Harry's acceptance to that. Of course, she wasn't raised in an environment with people liable to inflict a good whack or two on you just because you looked at them the wrong way. I don't want to inflict that kind, no, any kind of pain on you, but if you want to be free, it's the only way, she concluded, hoping that he understood that there was no other way to do this. Without procrastinating, Harry nodded his acceptance. I know you don't like to, but I have to do it. Thank you for helping me, he said, reaching forward to brush against her arm lightly. Margaret made another mark on her mental checklist when Hermione flinched lightly at his touch, without removing her arm from the contact. Do it, Mum, she said, briefly wondering why her mother had smiled strangely at her while Margaret set the index and changed lanes. Harry asked a follow-up question, distracting her from that line of thought. You said bad news first. What's the good news? He had seen Hermione in lots of moods, happy, sad, angry, enthusiastic, and even hopping mad, an emotion usually displayed while she was in a fight with Ron about something or the other. He had even seen her furious enough to punch Malfoy in the face, nearly knocking the stupid bastard out, a memory he would cherish for the rest of his life. But he never, ever, would have thought her capable of smiling such a sadistic smile. Remember a certain scar. To whom are you connected, again? Hermione said with a smirk on her face. June 27, 1996, late afternoon, Northern London. Harry's happy smile lasted all the way back to the surgery and out to High Barnet. It only lessened slightly as he ran around the block to stay in motion while the Grangers went to get their stuff. The thought of getting even with old Tommy Boy was too enticing to worry about the downside. By some unspoken agreement, the conversation in the car was kept light, school stuff, classes, and such. Again, Harry marveled at how much he had done with Hermione by his side. There was virtually no adventure in which she didn't play a part. Ron did miss his fair share, but Hermione was always there. She even managed to help him while petrified. Finally, they approached the Granger residence, a nice cottage in a small clearing in the woods. It was a mock Tudor-style detached house that looked like it had once been two semis before someone had remodeled it into one house. The house and the gardens certainly had style. Hermione dashed into the house to carve some runes as she had explained to them while Margaret took Harry for a ride through the countryside. They had at least an hour to kill, by Hermione's orders. Harry had switched to the front seat and continued chatting with Margaret. She was easy to talk to, and soon she had him telling her all the adventures he had been through at Hogwarts from his perspective, which of course highlighted Hermione's achievements and gave a completely different angle than her tales. They really hit off, but Harry's initial joy at talking to that nice person he pegged Margaret to be evaporated as she switched topic half an hour into the ride. What's going on between you and Hermione? I beg your pardon, he asked, not really knowing what she referred to. Harry, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll be blunt, she stated, and Harry gulped, certain that this was not going to be a conversation he wanted to have. I believe that you will be staying with us, and will probably leave with us when we leave for our holiday to this year, too. You will be around Hermione all the time and I'll have to trust you both. Although both of you might deny it if I asked, I still can see that you are more than just friends. And don't worry, I approve, she said grinning at him, making Harry wonder what the hell she was hinting at. You are both over or nearly over the age of consent, and I think you both would be good for each other, but you are her first boyfriend, Harry. Don't deny it, you are, even though neither of you have realized it yet, she said matter-of-factly as Harry tried to object. Just don't hurt her, please. With that, as if nothing had happened, she was back to the former, jovial Margaret he knew and was happily talking about the oncoming holiday and how they need to get a passport, tickets, and room for him as well, while Harry was still stunned and processing, making a rather good goldfish imitation on the passenger seat. When they returned to the Granger property, he saw Hermione already wearing a groove into the front step. As they stopped and got out, she practically hurled herself into Harry's arms, sobbing. While he held her, he was now, no thanks to Margaret, acutely aware of the fact that his best friend was a girl, a shapely one, at that. While he was still fighting the blush and other responses, Hermione jumped back and grabbed his hand. Neither of them noticed Margaret grin in the background. While he didn't mind her hand in his, the fast jog out onto the street was not what he wanted to do now. While his mind wondered why his intentions for the summer suddenly included hugs and holding hands, he was brought back into this world by Hermione's panting voice. Okay, let's make this quick. I have made a silver plate, engraved with the runes to start the ritual. All you have to do is sit there, I'll cut you and let some blood drop onto the runes and tap them with my wand to activate them. When it's all done, I have to tap them again to disconnect you. After coming to a stop and drawing some deep breaths, she turned them back to her house. Mum will give you the morphine as soon as you're ready. She'll have to do it before I cut you, though, since trying to safely inject it while you're thrashing about wouldn't be very safe. After that, it'll be just a quick cut, and then I activate the runes. Don't worry Harry, the morphine will kick in quickly, okay? She babbled nervously. Harry couldn't help but notice that it seemed she was keener on convincing herself that everything would be fine than on convincing him. He could easily recognize the tone of panic in her voice and the way she talked. He gave her hand a supporting squeeze as they ran back to the house. Both came back into the garden, and she led him and her mother back behind the house where a roll of tape and an upside-down silver plate covered in runes were sitting on a garden table in the middle of the terrace. A sunbed right next to it completed the scene. Hermione had all prepared. After a quick hushed conversation, Mrs. Granger had put her stuff onto the table as well, and in no time had drawn up the injection. She only paused for a moment when she noticed the plate. "This is all?" Harry asked. "You said it would be a ritual." "Honestly, Harry, what did you expect? 5 people chanting around a pentagram." Hermione huffed as she led Harry to the sunbed/makeshift stretcher, and pushed him down on it. "Well, it is a bit anticlimactic, honey," her mother said as she started to duct tape Harry's arms to the armrests for safety reasons. "Harry might have hoped for the sacrifice of a pure or something," she said innocently as she stood and went to fetch the syringe. "Mother, it was used to imprison people. Sacrificing a pure at each release would prove a bit unpractical, don't you think? And it has runes and blood of a wizard, that qualifies it to be called a ritual." Hermione ranted, covering her blush with her indignation. When Mrs. Granger reapproached with the syringe, Hermione offered Harry a bundled-up t-shirt. "You should bite on that. If the morphine doesn't work well enough it will prevent you from biting yourself." She hesitantly grabbed the small scalpel her mother had laid out, and looked at Harry, tears rolling freely down her cheeks, while Margaret swabbed his arm and inserted the needle. "You don't have to do it, we can still stop now." "I don't want to hurt you," she pleaded with an obvious catch in her voice as she sat on the sunbed next to Harry. Harry pondered his fate a last time. It was either, do this to be free and maybe die trying, or to go back to Dumbledore and be frog marched into his death. That much he was sure of, even through the slight fuzzy feeling caused by the drug entering his bloodstream. Gryffindor's charge ahead. He remembered, and knew instinctively that this meant something else at this moment as well. It might be his last chance to say something important. While Margaret pulled out the needle, and put some adhesive tape over the wad she placed there, Harry told Hermione to come closer, sat up as much as he could and gently keyed Hermione on her cheek. "I know. I love you. Please do it, Hermione," he said, a slight slur in his voice as he dropped limply back into his seat. He managed a last nod towards Margaret, who caressed his cheek and carefully took the gag from Hermione's limp hand to put it into Harry's mouth as his eyes were already glazing over. Hermione, looking slightly stunned at his proclamation, took a deep, hitched breath and sliced his thumb before she took the plate from the table and traced the runes with his blood while sobbing silently. As soon as she had finished the 6th and last rune, she placed the plate back on the table and tapped the activation rune with a shaky wand. Instantly, a glowing light sprang into life around him. Harry arched his back, throwing Hermione off into the ground. A muffled yell escaped the gag and didn't stop. They watched on in horror as the plate began to heat up, burning a hole through the plastic table and falling onto the stones below with a loud clank. Hermione could see scorch marks beginning to form around the plate as it started glowing brightly. All the while, Harry was thrashing on the makeshift stretcher, his body buckling and heaving as he straining against his restraints, his fingers turning white from clenching the armrests. The gag in his mouth may have been silencing his screams, but the contorted skin on his face told volumes about the pain he was experiencing. "Harry! No!" Hermione yelled and stood to rush to him, but found herself pulled back into her mother's embrace, where she broke down. Sobbing while her mother cooed to her and stroked her head and back, telling her over and over that he would be all right. June 27, 1996, near midnight, Hogwarts Castle. A visibly shaken Severus Snape was sitting in his office, not taking any notice of the present visitors, the headmaster, or the order members, downing a full tumbler of fire whiskey in one gulp. His sixth, if Dumbledore's count was correct. "Severus, please, would you tell us what happened?" Dumbledore tried, again. Though the headmaster was persistent with his questioning, Severus was dead to the world. He had locked himself into his own mind, trying vainly to drown in the glass of whiskey in his hand. Every now and then, his body shuddered in revulsion. About 4 hours earlier, Dumbledore was still trying to comprehend what had happened. Somehow, the distancia headometer had broken down. The wheel had slowed and come to a standstill, indicating Harry had stopped again. Then, a few seconds later, the levitated pendulum just dropped to the base plate and the wheel stopped. Sadly, though, no coordinates appeared. Pandemonium followed. People wanted to know what that meant. He would have told them, if only he knew. For all his age, he was never that good with enchanting or runes. His strength was casting and transfiguration, and could weave a common ward just fine, but that device was far above his knowledge. He would have to ask Professor Vector or Professor Babbling when they returned. He checked a ward indicator for Privet Drive and noticed that the wards were still active, which he took as a sign that Harry was still alive. Just as a brainstorming session about what to do started, Severus hissed and grabbed his arm. The dark mark was burning him, indicating that the Dark Lord was summoning him. He took his leave, and the rest of the order feared for the worst. 3.5 hours of listening to a wailing Molly Weasley later, the wards notified Albus that his potion master had returned. Much to his surprise, Severus did not return to the head's office, but went directly to his dungeon quarters. Of course, the whole present order migrated there, finding the professor searching his office for something. Various jars and scrolls of parchment were scattered across the floor, and Snape was hip-deep in a trunk, obviously an expanded one. He tossed a few parchments out over his shoulder and finally re-emerged with a bottle of fire whiskey in his hand. Without ever noticing his visitors staring at him, he sank into a seat, grabbed a glass, and drew himself a large drink, downing it immediately and refilling the glass for another drink. The present. Snape was shocked into consciousness by his other boss's voice. He longingly glanced at his glass, but decided it wouldn't make him feel any better. Nothing would. "Severus, please." The potion master sighed, and returned glass and bottle onto the table. When he looked up and at the crowd, the people recoiled in shock. No one had ever seen him like that. He didn't even sneer at them. He was completely unsettled, and tears were welling in his eyes. When he finally started talking, it was with a broken, hollow voice. "I was summoned by another Death Eater. When I was led into the Lord's chamber, I saw the Dark Lord writhing silently on the floor. I wondered about it briefly, until I was led closer and crossed a silencing charm. It was horrible. The Dark Lord was lying on the floor, convulsing, his skin boiling. And his screams, He told them, shivering at the memory, rocking on his chairs for a few seconds. Horrible. I never heard anything like that. His S was writhing in pain, too. She ended up dead as she bit herself, but not before she exploded with another, unearthly scream. SS don't scream. He yelled the last sentence into the room, his eyes darting around wildly. Twitching lightly, he grabbed the glass again, and quickly downed the contents, but not before spilling some onto his lap due to his badly shaking hands. Albus moved quickly and took the bottle into his custody. Snape tried to glare at him, but his heart wasn't really into it, so he continued after only a short break. They wanted me to tend to him, and threatened to kill me if I didn't. They even cursed me when I couldn't help him, but there was nothing I could do. His blood, it boiled. I couldn't do anything, he sobbed, before snatching the kneeling Dumbledore with his hands, pulling the man close. I don't even know what was happening to him. His muscles snapped, I could hear them. They were ripped off the tendons by their own cramping. He shouted, shaking Albus by the shoulders. I was told that when it started, he was yelling at Potter to stop. It was Potter who was doing this to him. It finally stopped 10 minutes ago, and he fell unconscious. The present Death Eaters discussed what to do and sent me to get supplies. I left as quickly as I could. As they were bringing him to his quarters, he finished, and broke down and wept on Dumbledore's shoulder, his snot seeping into the expensive robes as the fire whiskey and the horrors he had seen finally overwhelmed the man. The Order members, sans Dumbledore, moved quickly out of the office, as they didn't want to witness the potion master's nervous breakdown. Since it didn't involve them or Harry directly, they didn't want anything to do with it, nor remember it. Except for the twins, who pondered how to market the photographs they surreptitiously had made while Snape was weeping. Before they had a chance to throw an impromptu party, a downtrodden Dumbledore left the office and joined them. Why so sad, Headmaster? Diggle wondered. This should be a time to celebrate. Many others agreed heartily with this. Before we start to party, I do think we have some pressing things to discuss in my office. It would not do for wrong ears to overhear them, the headmaster replied, and left for his chambers. As soon as the Order had assembled in said room, Dumbledore sank into his seat and massaged his head. What's wrong, Albus? Professor McGonagall asked. It had been a long time since she had seen that man in such a mood. The other people assembled shared her confusion. Didn't they just hear the best news since 1981? It seems that I have failed once again, Dumbledore sighed. Meeting the now outright gaping member's eyes, he nodded, and continued. As you certainly remember, Tom Riddle grew to what he had become right under my nose. I saw the signs, but I ignored them and did not take action, believing the best and hoping that he might be turned from the evil path he had taken. When I finally recognized that this hope was futile, he had already grown too strong to thwart him. His audience nodded at his words, the story well known to them. Now, in my blind trust in the good in people, I have repeated that mistake. I failed Mr. Potter. Headmaster, what are you playing at? Molly interrupted. Mr. Potter has seen his share of evil in the world, and some has been due to my mistakes. I did place him with his relatives in order to nurture the protection his mother gave to him, but since then I have learned that those relatives treat him less than adequately, which I failed to correct, the old wizard told them. In Hogwarts, he soon proved to be a capable wizard, but to my everlasting shame, I failed to protect him, even directly under my nose. In his first year, he was forced to fight a troll and kill a man, Professor Quirrell, who was a vessel for Voldemort back then. The old man ignored all gasps, and went on with his tale, telling them about Harry's problems while being accused of being Slytherin's heir, his fight against a basilisk, the second killing of Riddle, the Dementor attacks, and the story of the Triwizard Tournament. He did not pause at Molly's wails when he described the resurrection and the following duel with Voldemort, neither. And then I made my worst mistake. Last year, I was afraid Voldemort might try to use their connection to possess Harry in my presence to attack me. Therefore, I ceased all contact to young Harry, for his own protection. But it seems that this, along with my failure to keep him safe from Madame Umbridge's torture, might have finally been too much. And the shock dealt by the loss of his godfather seems to have made Harry choose a darker path. Nonsense, Albus. McGonagall chided. Mr. Potter would never do anything like that. You must be mistaken. Others, especially Molly and Remus, voiced their agreement. I once ignored a Dark Lord in the making, and I won't repeat this mistake again. Also, we know that Lord Voldemort has managed to return from the dead already, so even if he dies from whatever Mr. Potter did to him, I believe that he might do this again. Either way, we must find Mr. Potter and return him to his home where he will be safe, and make sure he will be treated well there. It might not be too late to help Mr. Potter back on the right path. June 29, 1996, Granger residence. It was early morning in High Barnet when Harry woke up. He remembered having a strange dream about Sirius. They had been together in what seemed to be a topless bar, or at least he had hoped so, though the stairs in the background seemed to indicate something else, which he chose to ignore. Still, they were sitting there together and drinking quite happily. Sirius had a half-D girl on each arm, and Harry couldn't help but smile at his uncle's drunken proclamation stating that if he'd known the afterlife was this good he may have sought out his crazy cousin much sooner. There was also a strange crying ugly baby, but some nubile young lady and tossed it out of the door in disgust. Of course, Sirius had agreed fully with Harry that he should start taking his life in his own hands. A man can only find his destiny if he walks in his own shoes, following someone else's footsteps won't bring you ahead. Sirius had proclaimed. Those memories instantly faded when he tried to rub his eyes. His groan of agony was answered by a heartfelt, "Good morning," spoken by an unknown male voice. Trying to make out the owner, Harry turned his head, only to be immersed in a sea of pain once again. "Don't move, lad. Margaret will be here shortly with your breakfast. I'm Henry, Hermione's father. You don't look too chipper, lad, now that I can tell you. Had a rough go after school, didn't you?" Harry groaned again, but tried to make it sound confirming. He didn't even think about speaking. His throat felt like barbed wire, wrapped in sandpaper, doused in vinegar. In short, it hurt. Come to think of it, even breathing hurt. Let me tell you about how I came home late last Saturday, after I had a boy with emergency tooth repair caused by a bicycle accident, leaving me to nearly miss my daughter's first night home. When I arrived, no one was there to greet me. The whole house was deserted and there was a strange warbling sound in the air. Then, I found a note telling me that my family was out in the backyard. Imagine my surprise when I got there and found my wife and daughter torturing her boyfriend to death. I always thought it was the father's job to do that. Harry tried to shake his head in mirth, and groaned again in pain. Her father certainly had the same vicious streak of humor as her mother. Margaret entered the room, however, sparing Harry any more humiliation. She carried a tray in one hand that was filled with what he could only assume was his breakfast. In her other hand there was a huge bag bearing a logo of two winged serpents winding around a staff. She placed the items down and, after a quick search in the bag, approached him bearing a spray can. "Open your mouth, Harry. This will help. I imagine your throat hurts after all that screaming. But do only talk if necessary while it works. It only masks the pain, so you could permanently damage your singing voice." Harry refrained from a groan and settled for a glare, but quickly stopped as even that hurt. He painfully opened his mouth and sighed as the spray took effect. He noticed the adults around him, but missed a beloved face. "Hermione," he whispered. Margaret understood his intention and launched into an explanation. "She is downstairs in the kitchen. Harry, the ritual took over 3 hours to run its course, and you were cramping and screaming all the time. After 3 hours, your scar even started smoking. A few moments later, you suddenly collapsed. I had to give you CPR. At Harry's dumbfounded expression, which did hurt a lot, she dumbed it down. I had to restart your heart. You died. He paled as the truth hit him. Margaret noticed and gave him some time to cope before she continued. Hermione broke down when that happened. We brought you two into your beds, but she started riffling through her books immediately and refused to sleep. She hasn't spoken a word since then. She's hurting terribly after your ordeal. She held him back with her hand on his as Harry made a weak attempt to stand. All he could think about was getting to Hermione. She was in pain. It didn't matter to him whether it was physical or emotional, he just knew that he had to help her. He would suffer the pain of hell for her and he'd be damned if his weak body stopped him now. Stop. Please, stop. Margaret pleaded, carefully holding him in place. Nearly every muscle in your body is badly bruised from all that cramping. It won't help anybody if you hurt yourself even more. I have brought you some stuff from the pharmacy and some of my own stuff. I'll give you an injection to loosen your muscles and make you sleep, so they can heal properly. They are currently stiff and liable to cramp again, and I don't want any rupture occurring. I'll give you something for the pain and a salve for your scar. I have lots of sports salve for muscle recovery, and Hermione is currently brewing healing potions that do the same that I expect to be ready soon. She was working non-stop the last 2 days, not even sleeping. She will be done and here in a few hours. Rest now. She tried to talk him out of it, and finally, more due to exhaustion than acceptance, Harry stopped resisting. His battered body wasn't up to more than a token resistance. In his current state, he wouldn't be able to wrestle a kitten. He nodded weakly and relaxed. Seeing his eyes close, she gave his cheek a final pet and administered the calmative, foregoing breakfast. He wasn't in a state to eat anything, anyway. It should make him rest for a few hours, and hopefully the potions would be ready by then. She had watched helplessly as Hermione had worked herself to near death by exhaustion. The girl had stayed up night and day for over 40 hours, resisting all attempts to get her to sleep and producing every potion she thought would be helpful. She had even made a trip to Diagon Alley to get some of the stuff she didn't have and wouldn't raise any red flags of suspicion on her. While she smeared a cream on Harry's now blistery scar, she noticed her husband's dumbfounded look. At her inquiring look, he responded, visibly shaken. He wanted to go to her, didn't he? His muscles are nearly ripped apart, his tendons stretched like rubber bands, but he wanted to go to her to comfort her. I thought you were joking about the both of them, but that is ridiculous. Anybody with those injuries would just lie there and pray for death. She sighed, and unconsciously tried to straighten the hair of the sleeping teen while Henry stepped up beside her. He has it bad. They got it bad. But they don't really know about it. Hermione might have suspected and denied it, but he didn't even think about it until I asked him in the car. The idea completely overwhelmed him. He would gladly have walked into a lorry for her, but didn't know why. I think he accepted and admitted his feelings right before the ritual started. That made it even harder for Hermione. Why's that? Henry asked, as Margaret nestled herself into his shoulder. Think about it. He admitted his love, endured hours of torture, and died. And she did that to him. It's just like those crap novels she reads in secret. So they are in love, and she nearly killed him by trying to help. Yes. And he still isn't out of the woods. There was so much damage done. It would be a wonder if he recovers without lasting damage. Hermione says the potions will take care of that, but I fear what will happen if they don't. You know, we will be leaving for that convention in barely a week, and if he isn't okay by then, I don't know what to do. We can't bring him into a hospital like that, or questions will be asked. And if we call magical help, it was all in vain. If he's not okay by then, we'll stay. I'll go and tell Hermione. Henry said, and Margaret grabbed his hand. She nodded and gave his hand a squeeze, giving approval. With a sigh, he turned and left the room, keeping a hold on her hand until it was pulled out of his own, leaving her at her vigil. Finding Hermione was easy, he just had to follow the noxious fumes wafting from the kitchen. There she was, bending over a medieval-looking cauldron boiling on the fire while 3 of their normal pots were stewing unmentionable things on the other 3 gas stoves. Henry supposed he would have to throw them away. All over the place was strange stuff. She had been up all night, again, and had even raided the garden for ingredients. Snails, daisies, even frogs were collected, sliced, and diced. He cringed at the thought of his girl slicing up a frog, but he assumed it was necessary to help Harry. She had written about having to prepare ingredients in class, so he supposed that this was a part of that. He even spotted some nettles in the stove, presumably to dry them. Right then, she had a pot of a boiled cure done and had just finished marking an old marmalade jar for it. She had made some other potions on the fire that he had spotted her looking up in a book about Quidditch, and then searching her potion books for it. When it was used for sports injuries, it would certainly help. Knowing that she wouldn't stop and listen, Henry just spoke across the room. Harry woke up and is rather well. He will need to heal, but he's better. But if he's not reasonably right in time for the travel, we'll stay here. Is that all right with you? He was surprised when Hermione did stop and walked over to hug him. It was only a short hug, but it was a start. It is. Thank you, she whispered, and immediately went back to her cauldron. Hours later, only interrupted by a quick inhaling of the Chinese takeaway her parents had ordered as cooking was impossible in the potion lab their kitchen got converted to, a tired Hermione had done all she could. She had made a boil remover, some pain potion, and a huge batch of healing potions for blunt impact injuries she had looked up after consulting the big book of Quidditch injuries, bought after Lockhart had removed Harry's bones, about the most common potions used. Considering Harry being Harry, she made as much of everything as she could. While Hermione was completing the potions, the doorbell rang, and Henry went to answer it. When he opened the door, he encountered 2 familiar people standing outside. The woman with the varying hair colors, the one Hermione had introduced as Tonks, an or this or something, basically a police officer. The man he knew from King's Cross, too, he was a professor back a year or 2, and some kind of friend of Harry's godfather and parents. Some Latin name he had forgotten. Under different circumstances, he would have been glad to have some visitors around to talk about the magical world, but right now, it was a bit inconvenient. Especially since he remembered that those two were part of the group from which Harry was on the run. He thought he saw Hermione glancing out of the kitchen out of the corner of his eye, but she didn't join him. "Hello, Mr. Granger. I'm Remus Lupin, and this is Miss Tonks." Remus introduced them, and catching himself just in time before mentioning Tonks's name and having to face the dreadful consequences. Her glare was bad enough. "You might remember us. Miss Tonks and I are looking for Harry Potter, and I thought it might be worth a try asking you if you have seen him." Remus continued, but stopped and started inhaling deeply, wrinkling his brow in thought. "I'm terribly sorry, but I have no idea where he might be. I'd love to be of assistance, but right now, I'm a bit occupied. So not to be impolite, but I need to go back to work." Henry tried to turn them away politely but firmly. He tried to close the door, but Remus was faster and much stronger than he was. Holding the door open with one hand, he entered the house, Tonks on his heels. "What exactly is this project? Since I can smell enough healing potions for an entire Quidditch team, you might understand that I am quite a bit interested in it, too." Just as Henry wanted to lay into Lupin for forcing his entry, a brown streak slammed into said man. Surprised, he saw his daughter stepping up behind Lupin, wrapping her left arm around his and deftly stepping into his knee from behind, thus forcing him to drop onto his knees. In a flash of motion, she held a knife to his throat and yelled, "Don't move." While Henry's brain was still occupied processing that input, Tonks was already reacting. With a scream of fury, she drew her wand and was already in motion to curse Hermione into next week, when Remus yelled something that made her stop in mid-motion. "No, it's Silver." Remus was normally not easy to ambush. His enhanced smell and other senses usually made him aware of everything around him long before others. But with all those potion fumes in the air and the kitchen noise, he simply missed Hermione's approach. He thought had seen her through the kitchen door for a second, but it seemed that there was a second entrance, and she had used that to sneak around them and surprise him from behind. Her stepping into his knee had brought him painfully to the ground, but that didn't bother him much, as he was much stronger than any mere human, let alone a teenage girl. Just as he wanted to shake her off, he noticed a sensation that did bother him. He felt a specific, well-known burning sensation at his throat. Silver. He knew for certain that if that was a knife she was holding, a wrong movement would cause his throat to be slit. A normal knife would be unpleasant, but not fatal for a werewolf like him. A silver knife, at the other hand, would kill him for certain. Recognizing that, he quickly shouted at Tonks to stop her from cursing the girl. As she stopped and lowered her wand, he returned his attention to Hermione. Remus took a deep whiff of air. He could smell her fear, but no anger. Knowing that, he relaxed a bit and addressed her, softly. "Relax, Hermione. We don't want to hurt you. What do you want?" Her reply did surprise him. "I want a magical oath from both of you that you won't take Harry away from here and won't reveal to anybody that he is here." "Hermione, Dumbledore." Remus began speaking, but stopped as he felt her tense and the pressure of the knife increase, causing the silver to start leaving blisters on his skin. "I won't let you take him back to that monster," she screamed, causing both wizards' eyes to widen. "He won't be tortured by that evil man any longer. I want your oaths, now." Knowing no alternative, Remus drew his wand in slow and obvious motion, and gave his oath. Tonks followed a second later. Clank. The knife fell to the floor, and the same moment Tonks exploded into motion, punching Hermione in the face, knocking her down. Trying to jump at her, she screamed in rage as she noticed herself being restrained by Remus, of all people. Henry was still rooted to the ground, but started to move towards Tonks, enraged. "Let me go. She tried to kill you. I'll hex her into next week," Tonks yelled, struggling to escape her favorite werewolf's grip. "And I deserve it," a small voice from the floor stated, causing all motion in the room to stop, except for the heads, which were rapidly turning towards Hermione's form on the ground. "What?" Tonks asked, not believing her ears. Henry groaned and shook his head. Hermione sat up and shook her head slowly. "I deserve it. I won't say I'm sorry, because I'm not, but I won't stop you from doing to me whatever you want. At least Harry is safe." While she closed her eyes and steadied herself to be cursed, everybody in the room just stared at her. Remus was the first to regain his bearings. Okay, this whole thing has gone terribly wrong. Let's try to start again. We know now that Harry is here, he stated, and got a nod from Hermione in reply. Okay, why is he here? Why won't you allow him to be taken away, and what are all these potions for? You remember threatening Harry's uncle? Hermione asked, getting nods from all adults. She stopped as she saw her mum coming down the stairs. She jumped to her feet and dashed to the stairs. How is he? She asked instantly, completely ignoring everyone else. He's better. Still a lot to heal, but he is better. I gave him something to sleep, Margaret proclaimed, only to make a double take as she saw her daughter's face. What happened to you? She asked, referring to the bruise forming on her daughter's cheek. Remus, of course, wanted to know more about Harry's current state. In his book, his honorary godson certainly came first, especially when injured. Harry is hurt. What happened? Can we see him? He blurted, slightly panicked. Knowing that the story would take a while to tell, Hermione had to deny his request, for now. Instead, she invited all into the living room, offering an explanation. A few moments later, they all sat in the living room. Remus had quickly cast a healing charm on Hermione, who smiled and thanked him, while Tonks glared and huffed, but kept silent. Okay, what did you want to tell us, Hermione? You said something about the threatening of Vernon. Remus asked, after taking a seat next to Tonks, if only to restrain her if needed. He knew that the young Auror had a weak spot for him, and felt a bit honored that she rose to his defense as viciously as she had. But right now, it was time for diplomacy, and Merlin knows, Tonks had not one diplomatic bone in her body. While the adults were silently waiting for Hermione to tell the tale, the girl in the spotlight was looking for words. She was tired and would rather go to bed than face an interrogation, but honestly, no one except her and Harry knew the true story, and she wouldn't let them bother Harry when he needed his strength. She brought him into his current misery, and it was her job to make it right. It backfired. At first, Remus and Tonks looked puzzled, but rapidly connected the dots. Dumbledore had not been forthcoming with info, offering only his vague guesses and hand-picked info, but they had guessed already that Harry had a good cause for leaving. As Hermione continued the tale of all the things Harry had told her about his life at Privet Drive, they sat stunned, listening to a story they never thought could happen under their own eyes. The story of a mistreated boy finally reaching the end of his rope. Harry wouldn't have killed them. He couldn't kill anyone, he is firmly on the light side. Remus stated after she had finished her tale. Hermione let a small snort escape. Come on, he killed already. Many times. The troll in first year, Professor Quirrell, the basilisk, Riddle's memory. He knows how to kill. He feels terrible about that. Nevertheless, everyone just pretends that it didn't happen. No one helped him to cope with that. Still, everybody wants him to defeat Voldemort one day. Do you think he would talk him into surrender or that Voldemort could be imprisoned somewhere? And grow up. You can't even hear his moniker without shivering. How will you fight him? All the time, Hermione was getting more and more annoyed with the magicals present. They just sat there and proclaimed Harry some mythical fighter for the light, ignoring how much darkness he had already lived through. She nearly lost it when Tonks jumped at Voldemort's name. Remus fared better, but he flinched, still. I believe that Harry has that down pat. Tonks huffed. What are you talking about? Hermione asked, completely confused. Fighting you know who. Harry seems to have nearly killed him last night, somehow. He just has to repeat what he tried, and it will probably finish him off. Oh, Hermione said, only to grin broadly after a second. I didn't know it would work that well. Harry will be pleased when he hears that, she added happily, glad that her plan had such a positive side effect. Pity we can't repeat that. Either way, we probably still have to kill the rest of his followers. She added as afterthought. What? They will be arrested, not killed. Tonks yelled. I can't believe that you're thinking of killing them outright. That made Hermione lose it, completely. The Order members, like most magical people, saw the world only in black or white, just like Harry told her in the bus. Time to shock them into seeing how the real world operates. You just sit here high and mighty and proclaim your view how a war has to be fought, according to your white mage and his castle. Pray tell, how many Death Eaters were captured in the last year, and with how many of them did Harry have a role in their capture? How many are already back on the streets? Do you know that we had stunned or bound every single one of those in the ministry at least once? They just freed their comrades and kept on firing deadly hexes at us. When one of us went down, he stayed down. The only way to get them is to hit them as hard as they hit us. Harry has learnt this lesson. I have. Have you? She yelled at the older woman, boiling with rage. But we can't stoop to their level, or we will be as bad as them. Tonks blurted. Henry chose that moment to enter the fray. Says who? Dumbledore, of course. Tonks responded, only to feel a bit sheepish just a moment later as Henry tore her argument apart. So, the man who has let all the known Death Eaters bribe themselves out of prison, allows a child to be abused by a foster family he himself had appointed, allowed more than one man be thrown into jail without trial, and lets a known Death Eater abuse students in his school, all for the greater good, is your moral compass. Henry enumerated, slightly out of breath after that long sentence. Hermione would have easily managed to go on twice as long, but it was impressive nonetheless. While they thought Dumbledore certainly had earned their respect, those facts were not easily discarded. Remus especially knew that Dumbledore always claimed to have the moral high ground, but was capable of sacrificing everyone at whim if it helped the greater good, which was whatever he proclaimed it to be. While he had already made up his mind, and hoped that Tonks would see the light, too, Hermione, who had taken the short break to compose herself, took over again. As long as the Death Eaters are still around, it will never end. She had talked about that with Harry, and both knew that as long as a single Death Eater was alive, they would try to resurrect Voldemort again. But you can't run around killing anybody. Harry wouldn't do that. Tonks countered. Do you know why he didn't kill the Dursleys? She laughed. He said that it was only because he felt they hadn't earned it yet. Harry has changed. He's not the same he was before the battle. He's grown harder. He knows the kids' gloves have to come off in the war. He is so intense. Her blush at her struggle for the last word did not go unnoticed by her mother, but was left uncommented on. For now, feeling restless, Remus brushed the topic aside. Okay, whatever. That explains why he doesn't want to return to Privet Drive. But why can't we contact the Order? Because Dumbledore would probably force him back to Privet Drive, and would certainly bind him to the wards again. He did what? Tonks screamed, while Remus just looked confused and demanded details. Before Hermione could reply, Tonks spoke. Remus, you won't know about that, only a family like the Blacks or Malfoys would. That is something reprehensible that we used before Azkaban was founded. It would mean that a person's whole magic would be siphoned away and channeled into wards. While bound, they would be no more than squibs. And the release ritual is extremely painful, and gets worse the longer they are bound. The thought of Harry being subjected to such a vile practice made her shudder in disgust. She reached out and laid a hand on Hermione's knee. I understand why you acted like that now, Hermione. He did that to Harry every summer. She asked, her anger at the younger witch completely evaporated. No, just when he placed him there first. You could hear a pin drop after that. On the carpet, Tonks stared at her, jaw wide open. Being a metamorphagus, that was quite a sight, almost as impressive as her hair changing slowly to white. Remus began to show an equal horror as his brain caught up. Yes, about 14 years ago. Margaret stated. That's impossible. He wouldn't be able to join Hogwarts, then. He wouldn't be able to cast. Tonks stated flatly. She knew for a fact that such a bind would have turned him into a squib. He did. I don't know how. He certainly would have known if the binding were lifted after 10 years before starting Hogwarts, Hermione told her. Tonks shuddered at the thought and nodded. Henry used that moment to rejoin the conversation. We believe Dumbledore maybe tweaked something to let Harry keep a little power, he offered. Remus snorted, drawing attention. There was nothing little with Harry's power. He did a corporal patronus at age 13. Most mature wizards are unable to cast that guardian spirit charm, let alone a corporal one, he explained, after noticing some questioning glances from the Grangers, while Tonks' jaw hit the table, again. Literally. Regaining her composure and resetting her jaw to normal measurements, Tonks continued. Core blimey. Unbelievable. But, there is no way to tweak that binding. It would take as much as a ward could siphon. The only way to still be able to cast would be if he had more power than a ward could. Her voice faded into a loud silence shared by everybody as each for himself analyzed that bit of information. He couldn't. Tonks asked, first. That feat would be enormous. A ward was something akin to a magical black hole, beeping up all power it could get. Might be, Hermione responded. Remember that prophecy. It says that he has the power to beat Voldemort. That's just, wow, Remus eloquently stated. Tonks nodded. Yeah, double that. Suddenly, Remus jerked to attention. You said he is hurt. And that lot of potions you brewed. But you told us his uncle only hit him once, didn't he? Again, Tonks suddenly screamed, causing everybody to jump and glare at her. You said he would bind him to the wards, again. She repeated, horror lacing her voice. You didn't, say you didn't. That could have killed him. She said, her voice pleading. It did. Hermione sobbed, before she broke down in tears, clinging to her mother. June 29, 1996, Granger residence early afternoon. Remus and Tonks slumped into their seats in silent terror. What they just heard couldn't be true, it mustn't. Once again, it was Remus who first regained his composure. He died. But you said he was getting better. He croaked, his voice betraying him. I brought him back, Margaret told him, ignoring her husband's sniggering. He loved the line of jokes that this statement triggers. It took me 2 minutes of CPR to stabilize him, but he came back. Both magicals were looking at each other. In unison, they turned to Margaret. CPR. I gave his heart a massage to make it beat again. That was a shock to both. In the magical world, there was a simple rule. If your heart stops beating, you're dead. You restarted his heart. But if he died, his soul was already gone. Tonks blurted. She had a Muggle father, but she never got that involved in Muggle culture. Clothes and music were just fine. Using electric appliances was something she could do, but she certainly had no clue about Muggle medicine. She always found that healing spells and potions won hands down. If so, then it came back, Margaret said pointedly. CPR or electroshocks are used regularly in our medicine. It's rather easy to bring someone back if his heart stopped beating only a few moments ago. Don't you have anything like that to revive people? Tonks shook her head. No, we have a simple rule. If the heart stops, and you stop breathing, you are dead. It never occurred to anybody that you could restart a heart. Amazing. Remus was amazed, too, but his curiosity won out. What happened? Well, we started the ritual after I gave him some strong Muggle painkillers. We believe they helped, but his body cramped for hours. It took about 3 hours, and then suddenly stopped. He trembled a bit, and then stopped breathing. I immediately started CPR, and Henry helped with the resuscitation. After a few minutes, he came back, but fainted straight away. We took him into the guest room and started treating him as best we could. She softly petted Hermione's hair, had cried herself to exhaustion on her dad's shoulder, and continued. Hermione here made every potion she could, and we'll start that treatment when he awakes later. You see, we couldn't give him any potion while he was passed out. So I gave him normal painkillers and a relaxant which should knock him out till at least mid-afternoon. She paused a second, assessing the two in front of her. I've got one question for both of you. Will you help us? Remus agreed immediately, but Tonks procrastinated. She was raised to see Dumbledore as an idol, a more than life-sized man who never did wrong. But all she had been told today indicated the opposite. That Dumbledore had knowingly sent a child to live in an abusive home and had stooped so low as to use a borderline dark technique on a toddler was hard to digest. But still, she was an Auror, whose job was to see the facts, and those were solid. She sighed and nodded at Margaret. Okay, I'm in. At this point Margaret went and made some tea for her guests to make planning more pleasant. Shortly after tea was served, Henry gently took Hermione, who had finally fallen asleep, and carried her to bed. I beg your pardon, what did you just say? Margaret inquired, as she had missed Tonks mumble something while watching her husband care for their most precious. Nothing. I just noted that she acts as fanatically as a life debtor. Remus, look at the mess you've created. But Remus wasn't bothering. While still fighting the coughs of his spit take, he pressed two words out which made Tonks groan. She is Merlin's hairy balls. Tonks yelled. Any more big news left for tonight? What else could go wrong? She suddenly tensed and looked at Remus. Please, don't tell me you're gay. While the now glowing werewolf was sputtering denials, which seemed to soothe Tonks enormously, Margaret cleared her throat and tried to put that train wreck of conversation back on track. Not to change topic, but I'm changing the topic. What happened to Hermione? Is it bad? Please let us wait for your husband, Remus pleaded. Oh yes, definitely, Tonks quipped. I'm certainly not going to explain that twice. Don't worry, Mrs. Granger, it's not life-threatening. It's just a bit of a mess to clean up. Remus tried to soothe Margaret's nerves while they waited for Henry to return. When said husband returned 5 minutes later, he was not looking too happy. Let me guess, she woke up again and is frantic to find other ways to help Harry, isn't she? Tonks welcomed him back. Henry stopped walking and stared at her. How? Remus, you're the one with teaching experience. Explain while I try to think of a solution, would you, darling? Eyeing Tonks cautiously as she furrowed her brows and cycled her hair color in thought, Remus made a mental note for a later conversation and soldiered on into the breach into which he had just been ordered. First of all, this is not life-threatening. It is uncomfortable, but it happens every now and then in the wizarding world. He started after Henry had taken his seat across Tonks and next to his wife. Hermione owes her life to Harry. He saved her at least once in first year, and then a second, or maybe even more times if we consider the recent battle they were involved in. I believe Harry also owes his life to her at least once, but who's keeping score? So they have helped each other often, so what? Why isn't he fussing over her? Henry replied. He is, Margaret interrupted her husband. Remember when he tried to stand up and go to her? If that's not fussing, then what is? As I said, Remus continued, saving someone causes what we call a life debt. It makes you try to repay that debt. It's not a strong compulsion. You could go on your whole life completely ignoring it, so don't you even think for just 1 second that this debt made them friends. The act might have, but the debt surely didn't. Peter Pettigrew owes Harry a life debt, but he still actively helped to capture him and even hurt him too. Collect his blood for the resurrection ritual, he continued quickly when he saw Henry's face darken. I fail to see the problem, then. Margaret interjected. The problem is, Tonks took over, that your daughter has a conscience. Not helping, Tonks, Remus cut her off. Please return to your pondering, and let me continue. Seeing her shrug, grin, and nod, he turned back to the Grangers. Where was I before I got so rudely interrupted? Arg, Tonks. Stop that. I told you to ponder, not to pummel me, he said, rubbing his now bruised ribs. Okay, the debt. In Hermione's case, she has probably convinced herself that it is her fault that the ritual nearly killed Harry. Knowing her, I am sure she must feel terrible. And the debt increases the feeling that she should make it up to him, so between herself and the debt, she is driving herself insane. Both Grangers nodded their understanding. Henry voiced their most imminent question. How do we stop that? That was the moment for which Tonks had been preparing, and she took over from Remus with a smile and a nod in his direction. The nicest solution would be if Harry could convince her that it wasn't her fault. Fat chance, Henry snorted. As if anybody could convince Hermione of anything after she's made up her mind. Well, then, Tonks continued, another way would be to repay that debt. Saving his life would be possible, but that can't really be planned, since he must be in real, acute danger. Since they are too young, an arranged marriage is out of question, too. You bet, Henry chuckled. Is there any way to solve this that doesn't demand a lifelong formal binding? Well, history told us another way, a failsafe one to make it right. Ah, could you please put down your tea, Mr. Granger? Henry was a bit confused by that request, but he did as she asked. It was quickly revealed why she did do so, as her next line caused him only a coughing fit, saving her and Remus both from being doused in spit tea. A quick roll, she said, already cringing at the expected reaction. You are kidding us, aren't you? Margaret asked for confirmation. Sorry, but no, I'm not. Usually the debt is repaid by doing something for the debtor or being punished by him somehow. The way I mentioned would be the traditional way, but maybe an extended snog with Harry might do the job, as well. Tonks joked, but her words faded slowly at the sight of the Grangers sprouting wide grins. Okay, what did I miss? After a quick double proclamation of, nothing, the topic was quickly changed to the near future. They had a short look at the still sleeping Harry and Remus instantly proposed to get a trustworthy healer for tomorrow, while Tonks instructed the Grangers in the use of the potions, as she knew much about that from her medical class. Tonks also volunteered to spy a little on the Order to find out what they already knew. They agreed on reconvening tomorrow in the early morning. The Grangers lead their guests out, then split up to clean up the kitchen and look after Harry. Later that afternoon, both doctors sat in Harry's room, as they already thought about it, and watched the teen sleep. Margaret took the time to look around the room. They had already placed some cups of potion on the table by the window. Harry's trunk stood in front of the wardrobe. They should put his stuff away into it, she thought. Her mental checklist was interrupted by the sound of Henry clearing his throat. When he had her attention, he spoke. "We need to tell him, you know. Of course, he would freak out if those two just show up here." Margaret smirked. "Margaret, stop that. You know what I mean." "Sorry. You mean Hermione and her not-so-secret fantasies." "Yes. I believe they are a big part of this mess. And he might not know how to deal with it if he doesn't know all the facts. You know, it could seriously hurt their relationship. It could ruin everything. We'll have to see. I am not really happy to give them a free pass. She's still my princess, you know." Henry asked, still not too happy about his girl growing up. "Come on. Even if we don't, they are at boarding school. They'll probably end up as bedmates by next summer, at the latest. Also, they've been practically dating for 5 years by now, if I go by the letters Hermione has sent. I don't think they are suddenly going to hurt each other or rush things," Margaret concluded, and they fell silent. Sometime late in the afternoon, Harry started stirring. Margaret went over and sat on his bedside. A few minutes later, he was awake and listening to her. He was easily coaxed into drinking the potions, and the effect was noticeable. He wouldn't be able to consume more than 2 per day, according to Tonks, but it did help a lot. Margaret made an optimistic estimate that he would be able to move around again in 2 days. They also made Harry aware that they now had help from Remus and Tonks, which he didn't take too well until they told him about the oaths given. After Harry had eaten a light meal, Henry braved the topic. "Harry, we, or better, Hermione, need your help." The Grangers couldn't help but smile as Harry instantly responded. "What can I do?" He would do anything for his best friend. For a second, he contemplated since when he had considered her his best friend, but that wasn't important now. Margaret decided to use her typical blunt approach. "She is driving herself insane because she believes that she nearly caused your death. Remus said that there might be some life debts aggravating her situation. By now, she's been working non-stop for 2 days, without sleeping even an hour." After she had given him the details of what Remus had told them, he gave them the only possible answer of which he was aware. "How can I help? Excuse me if I get a bit long-winded, but I have to. When Hermione was about 8, she was through nearly every book we had in our library, and when we were out at work, she went and raided my secret stack of books." "Oh, now you are curious, aren't you, Harry?" She smiled at him as he perked up. "Well, it was my collection of, well, erotic literature," she started, but Henry made a cough which sounded definitely like housewife, which earned him a death glare from his wife. Thankfully, he seemed to be immune, and only beamed a Cheshire grin at her. "Okay, it was a bit kinkier than your usual paperback, but not that bad," she huffed at him. Of course, Harry had understood what she had meant. His facial expression was best described as trout slapped. Henry sighed and rolled his eyes. "Come on, Harry. I know that all those wizards still live in the Victorian era and think say is something disgusting, but you grew up in the real world. Don't look so shocked. Do you think your friends have ever seen lingerie commercials or girls in bikinis? I bet they still wear those striped suits for swimwear," he joked, as Margaret snorted at the mental picture. "Well, picture my surprise when she came to me that evening and asked me what a manliness is, and how it could be throbbing. As I knew she would look it up anyway, I fetched Margaret and we proceeded to give her the talk. Since then, we've been open about that topic in our family, especially after she walked in on us once when school had quit early." Henry told him, blushing slightly, while Margaret did the same, only much more pronouncedly. Harry still couldn't put the hints together, and kept blushing madly and wondering what the hell they were telling him that for. "Okay, time to be blunt. My wife and I do some role-playing in the bedroom, and Hermione wanted to know why her mum was wearing a maid's dress and was bent over a table, of all things. Don't give us that look, young man. We are certainly not doing the chains and wax and leather stuff, although chains might come into play. Come to think of it, wax might, too," Henry explained, and faded out in thought for a second before he shook his head and started talking again. Anyway, we play roles. Like Duke and the Maid, Warlord and such stuff. Got it. She combined the knowledge that you can play roles in the bedroom with those paperbacks and formed her idea of how the ideal relationship should be like. Harry had to laugh at that statement. It was just like Hermione to plan how her perfect relationship should look at an early age, and out of books, even. Okay, but how does that concern the problem? Do I have to get the crayons out for you? Henry huffed, throwing his hands into the air. She wants to somehow make it up to you, and her magic demands that she does, as well. Traditionally, it was commonplace to have a betrothal over such things, but we do not want to use both barrels for the first try. So, because of her crush on you and her fantasies, it might be enough if you demand that she'd be your girlfriend. She would agree before you finished asking, Henry concluded his speech. Since you already confessed your love to her, I don't believe that it would be a burden on you, right Harry? Margaret smirked at a brightly red blushing Harry. Grinning broadly, he shook his head. He was a bloody idiot when it came to girls, but if he could help Hermione by being her boyfriend, well, whenever, wherever. He certainly wouldn't refuse that offer. You really think that she likes me? He asked timidly. He didn't want to ruin their friendship just on chance. Margaret shot him a smile and reached for a bag on the table. Within moments, she had produced a warped piece of silver, and Harry immediately recognized the silver plate by the runes engraved in it. Henry's eyes widened as he saw it. She didn't. She really used her trophy. He wondered, before looking at Harry. She definitely likes you, that's the next best thing to a proposal. At Harry's confused look, Margaret turned the plate so that he saw the face. Spelly, EE, was the only thing that still was legible, since it was the biggest engraving on the completely ruined trophy. This was her greatest treasure, a trophy from winning the district spelling bee in her age group. She didn't hesitate to ruin it for you. Harry felt really moved and a bit sorry that Hermione did that to help him. But that he meant that much to her made him really happy in a way he wasn't used to. Right then, he remembered the conjunctive used before. You said, might be enough. What did you mean by that? Now it was time for Henry to blush. That was a conversation he was certainly not prepared to have with his daughter's boyfriend, ever. No father should. He shot a pleading glance at his wife, who laughed and took over. Depending on how much of this funk she's in is caused by her own guilt and how much is caused by the debt, well, you might need to punish her somehow to make things right. Dunno, maybe spank her or something, she told Harry, her final words lingering in the air as she watched Harry's stunned face. You're taking the mickey, right? Harry gasped. You want me to hit her? Margaret sighed. Oh come on, giving her a few playful slaps on the butt doesn't mean you beat her up. Done right, it's quite an enjoyable way to get things going, she explained. And that's part of your problem, you're just too kind for your own good. You would dance around her for years, waiting for a neon sign and signed permissions to do the slightest things, why she is waiting for you to take the initiative. And sometimes, that might mean you have to slap her butt or key her senseless. And don't worry, you still got years and years of holding hands and exchanging chaste kisses before you will ever come to this point, Henry pointed out. Margaret simply rolled her eyes and snorted a brief laugh when he did so. You're just being in denial, darling. And I like it that way. Just don't tell me anything, I will happily continue to have a pure daughter, even if I already am a great-grandfather, Henry huffed in reply, crossing his arms. This made Margaret laugh out loud, but she immediately caught herself. Ignore him, Harry. And don't think we do this just to get Hermione well. I was already sure that you both would get together during this summer even before I knew about that debt problem. And I was okay with that, I love the thought of you being with her and part of our family. I trust Hermione, and I do trust you, Harry. I just want you two to take care and be responsible in your decisions, all right? Harry just nodded, too moved to speak at this proclamation of trust. As Margaret noticed his watery eyes, she captured him in a warm hug, giving him time to compose himself. It's okay, Harry, I know you are not used to be trusted or deemed responsible for anything, but we do like and support you. We'll get Hermione for you, so you can get this stupid mess out of the way right now. Just try to be firm, and to project authority, and I promise you that everything will be fine. Just remember, we support everything you decide to do, Harry, was Margaret's farewell as the Grangers left in search of their daughter. While Harry was recovering from his most embarrassing conversation ever and preparing for the next candidate for that particular title, Hermione was still tossing in her bed where she had been brought. She was tired but unable to sleep. She had to make her mistake up to him. Even as tired as she was, she couldn't manage more than a few fitful minutes of sleep. She just had woken again, at least the 10th time that afternoon, so the knock on her door came not inconvenient. She sat up and called out to enter. "Honey, Harry wants to talk to you." Her father spoke, softly. She instantly jumped to her feet, not even bothering to change out of her summertime sleeping attire, consisting of silk shorts and a lacy camisole, just quickly throwing her silk kimono over it. She turned to wait for her parents to lead, but her mother grabbed her arm and softly whispered into her ear, while shoving her towards the door. "Alone. Go to him. He knows." Only a minute later, a still confused and very meek Hermione knocked and entered at Harry's call. Without looking into his face, she knelt down next to the bed. In a timid voice, which Harry hadn't heard since their first year, she addressed him. "My parents told me you wanted to talk to me." Harry took his time to look at her. Of course, she looked like death warmed over, with her hair of fright and deep circles below her eyes. Harry didn't think he would look any better if he had been brewing potions for 2 days without pause. She was wearing a lightweight bathrobe, exposing her smooth, muscular legs. For a minute he wondered why they were that well formed, until he remembered how many stairs were between the common room and the library. While her parents were fetching her, Harry had thought over Margaret's advice and decided to try a different approach from usual. Instead of asking questions, and looking stupid by exposing his lack of knowledge, he would try to let her tell him how to proceed. That damned hat wanted to put him into Slytherin, for pity's sake, so he should start acting a bit like one. So he tried to channel Snape on a good day, and began speaking. "Your parents told me what happened," he addressed her, keeping his expression as neutral as possible. "Do you want to say something about it?" Hermione cringed. She had pondered what her mother tried to tell her, but her worst fear would be that he was upset about the botched ritual and his close call with death. She knew she certainly would have been. The fear of losing him started to take over. Unbeknownst to her, Harry nearly called his own bluff as she shrank into herself. Tears started rolling and she sobbed silently. Slowly, she took a breath before she spoke. "It's my fault. I should have researched that ritual in depth instead of just winging it. You nearly died because of that. I have no excuse." To say Harry was a bit surprised would be an understatement. If she had looked at him, she might have seen through his ruse, but she was so occupied with feeling sorry that she didn't notice his mood. Misjudging his silence for anger, Hermione desperately blurted the first thing that came to her mind, and then blushed brightly. "I'm sorry, please, I'll do anything you want if you forgive me." It took all the power he could muster to not gawk at her. Her parents were right. She had said something he would never, ever, have expected her to say. After a long look at her, he decided to act. "Take that robe off," he told her. Surprised, she stared at him. Seeing the resolve in his eyes, she slowly stood up and undid her robe, revealing a hint of nothing covering her nubile body. His eyes followed the fabric down as it pulled around her legs and then roamed upwards over her now exposed body. Her shapely legs, smooth and so soft, which ended in a lacy slip, her firm stomach, her "Harry, are you all right?" Her voice pulled him out of the hormone-induced vision he just experienced. He had to take a few breaths to steady his now hammering heart and was glad that those potions prevented him from feeling any pain. At the other hand, he deemed the potential pain worth that vision. He stammered a short excuse and continued to steady his breath, fighting his blush and other responses to no avail. Hermione was confused. After she had blurted out her embarrassing offer a few seconds ago, she was scared. She had, without thinking it through, offered everything to him, but he hadn't responded, yet. Why can't he finally say something? She thought over and over again. Finally glancing upwards, she had noticed Harry being spaced out. His eyes were locked at her, but had a dreamy expression to them. As she noticed his breathing getting labored, she got concerned and called to him. For some reason, he had jerked at her voice, but had returned to the present. She was afraid that it might have been a Voldemort vision, but he mumbled that he had just gotten caught up in his thoughts. Dropping his hands to his lap, he leaned back into the cushions, closing his eyes. When he started to blush violently, she contemplated the reason. Before Harry had regained his bearings, she had already put the pieces together. The pledge she gave a few seconds ago, his reaction, and not to forget her mother's warning. With a broad, lascivious smile, she waited for Harry to reopen his eyes. "Were you considering some corporal punishment?" she asked, smiling innocently, stretching the word in question to its maximum length. "Gotcha," she shouted out loud in her mind as he groaned and re-blushed, his hands pressing down at his lap, vigorously. She barely constrained herself from starting a physical victory dance, which would have been as shameless and brazen as her unrestrained mental one. "You're evil, you know that," he gasped through clenched teeth, knowing he was busted. "You certainly have earned yourself some punishment for that." As she was now experiencing her own vigorous blush and hormone assault, Harry finally had some time to recover. "Can we talk for a while without innuendo?" he pleaded, to which she nodded affirmatively, still slightly pink in the face. "My parents told you." It was a statement of fact, not a question. She just knew that her matchmaker of a mother had instigated this. "Yes. But given some hints, I could have figured you out myself, too," he quipped. "In a century or so," he admitted under her disbelieving glare, grinning. Hermione shook her head, and stalled a bit. Finally, she spoke the question of which she was afraid. "Where does that leave us?" Harry took his time to ponder that. Hermione was a good friend, and a blessing. There was not much he would have achieved without her help. Okay, she pushed him often, but every time, it was only to help him to achieve something. It was quite a course correction his mind had taken the last days, and he didn't see her as one of the boys anymore. In fact, he had noticed that he had seen her as something completely different for a long time already. It became so obvious that he had even told her when he was afraid he might not survive the ritual. But now, his new love interest was not only a healthy, intelligent young female, but he had been told that she had an extremely kinky side, to boot. Somehow, it all didn't add up. And when in doubt, there was always one thing to do. Ask Hermione. "I don't know. I certainly want to explore that possibility. But it is a bit weird that the spokeswoman of SPEW," he bravely ignored her shouted correction of SPEW, "secretly would like to be subservient in some way to someone. It doesn't add up." Hermione nodded. Of course, with her carefully constructed public persona, it wouldn't. At first glance it doesn't, but think again. "I don't want to be I want someone to look up to. It would be voluntary, just a game of teasing. Just think of cooking. I know you hated it to cook for the Dursleys, but how about cooking a fancy meal for me? Wouldn't you like that?" Pondering that for a while, he agreed. "Well, if I agree to follow one's orders, I am not powerless. In fact, I am in control, since I'll decide if I play along with the orders given. Those poor elves don't have that choice," she rationalized. "Okay, so it's about context. But why being bossed around in the, bedroom?" How he could say such a thing without blushing surprised him, but he did. She actually took her time to think it over. As always, Harry was drawn into watching her worry her lip in thought. To him, it was the definition of cute. "You know how I love to follow rules, it just extended into my romantic life. Also, I like the naughty feeling if I get punished for breaking a rule. I refrain myself from breaking any at home or at school because I don't fancy being punished by my parents or a professor." "Oh yeah, this would certainly ruin your fantasies," he laughed, while deciding to not invoke any related pictures to that, ever. "But punishment? What exactly do you mean by that?" "Doing lines," he joked. Hermione couldn't prevent a snort at that. "No, you silly, usually punishment would be having to do something that is especially pleasurable for you. Or something which, while being slightly painful, also is pleasurable for me. Or something that feels good but makes me feel ashamed, as well." You lost me there, Hermione. The first thing makes a little sense, but the other ones. How would you do that? At that point, Hermione got scared. Dropping her gaze a little, she started responding, with a slight shiver in her voice that betrayed her brave facade. "Sometimes, pain or shame might increase the intensity of pleasure. Like getting your butt slapped while masturbating. Or pinching nipples. Or making me do indecent things in public. Are you disgusted with me now?" She shot him a betrayed look as he snorted in laughter. "Hermione," he softly spoke, after gulping heavily, "I'm a teenage male. There's no chance that my reaction to a pretty girl asking to practically be my say would be one of disgust. That I promise you." He had to clench his teeth as a brown-haired missile launched herself at him, hugging him hard. Even magical pain potions had their limits. While she alternated between sobbing and asking if he really thought of her as being pretty, he just relished in the feeling of being held by her. It was as good as back in the bus, just with fewer clothes between them. "Fewer is definitely better, Hermione," he asked after he had luxuriated in her touch for a few minutes. I just wondered. Why are you that open with me? You know, talking about say that casually with a girl is kind of strange." "Not that I'm complaining. Good question. I think the answer is easy. I trust you, and I am very sure that you are as much in love with me as I am with you. Also, since I practically forced my parents into giving me the talk, at the age of 8, we were always outspoken about love and say in that house. Especially my mother and I are. Dad still tries to see at least a bit of his baby girl in me, ignoring all evidence to the contrary, so I spare him the juicy talks." She responded. "Most of them," she added with an evil grin, wiggling her eyebrows. "So basically, I treat you just as any other member of my family," Hermione concluded, not knowing what exactly she just had told him. "But I'm sure you realize that my feelings for you go beyond family. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm in love with you, after all." Feeling him shiver, she looked at him curiously. "Harry, what's wrong? Did I hurt you?" she shouted as she saw tears streaking down his face freely. In response, he just hugged her tighter, and buried his face in her neck, inhaling her scent, his hot breath at her neck making her shiver. "That was the first time that anybody had included me in his family. Sirius spoke of me living with him and the Weasleys joked about making me an honorary Weasley sometimes, but you just told me that you actually see me as a family member already," he responded, between sniffles and sobs, before breaking down into a good cry. All she could do was to hug him and smile while he cleansed his soul on her shoulder for a long time, probably for the first time ever. When he was finished, he suddenly barked a laugh. "You know, that makes another first time. You were the first who I remember hugging me, back in first year, and last year, you were the first to ever key me." "I was not," Hermione huffed. "That was Cho, earlier this year. Honestly, that key from Cho doesn't count." She was crying and started mashing her lips on mine while she sobbed even harder. "I don't know what a key is supposed to be like, but certainly not like that. I mean the key on the cheek at King's Cross when we went home last year," he told her off, and a giggling Hermione snuggled into his shoulder even more, while she promised herself to take care of several other first times, should the occasion arise. A bit later, Harry noticed that Hermione had relaxed against him, dozing lightly. Falling asleep as well, he didn't have the heart, or the will, to send his cuddly bedmate away. As he wiggled himself into a lying position, she woke up and began to slowly extract herself from his bed. Having nothing of that, he held her fast, shooting her a lopsided grin. "Gryffindor's charge," he thought. "No way, my little lady. Since I am bedridden because of you, the least you could do for now is making me comfortable. Your parents gave me free pass for everything, so you will stay as my cuddly pillow for tonight." For a split second, he thought he had crossed the line. He had actually ordered her to spend the night with him. He felt her stiffen, and saw the color racing into her cheeks. But then, she gave him a bright smile, and nodded. Still smiling through her own yawn, she slipped out of her kimono and crawled under the sheet, snuggling into his shoulder. "Sleep well, I'll continue your punishment tomorrow," he whispered and chuckled as he felt her purr into his shoulder. This commanding business is not too bad, he thought, as sleep finally claimed him. Later that night, a door creaked as it was opened slightly. There was a bright smile and a deep chuckle, and one 10-pound note changed hands. "I told you they would still be dressed, darling," a female voice whispered. "I think I have to show you again what happens if you dare to be right about something, wench," a soft baritone threatened. That was followed by a soft click of a door closing, some feet dashing off into the distance and a faint squeak. Some seconds later, Hermione had briefly stirred, but only pulled herself closer to her warm pillow, without ever losing the smile on her face. June 30, 1996, Granger residence. The next morning, Harry woke up with a strange feeling. It was different, yet known, like a room missing one tiny piece of decoration. The first difference he noticed was that there was something lying on his right arm. Something with plenty of bushy curls on it. Comparing those curls with some samples from his memory, he identified the object in question. Basking in the feeling of sweet joy flowing through him at the memory of last night, he tried to stay still, lest he woke her and ended that sweet moment of bliss. Concentrating, he noticed another sensation, or more precisely, the lack of one. He was not in pain. That was certainly good, but for some reason, the permanent tiredness that he had felt all his life was gone as well. Harry wasn't sure what Hermione had ended up brewing for him, but he couldn't help but hope she'd made plenty for the future as well. Whatever it was, the stuff worked great. His joy from earlier was transformed into near ecstasy as Hermione shifted, burrowing deeper into his shoulder. In doing so, she had pressed her body closer to his. Her scantily clad body, at that. Harry marveled how soft her legs felt as they curled themselves over his own. Fighting the natural response became a futile exercise as he noticed something else very soft being pressed into his side with her next move. Just as his arousal was beginning to show, a sound caught his attention. Someone had just cleared his throat. Two things happened at the same time. Hermione's relaxed form beside him stiffened, while his natural reaction did the opposite. Hermione had been happy waking up in the position in which she found herself that morning. Not only had she slept free from nightmares for the first time since the battle at the Ministry, but she had also awoken in the arms of her hero. She assumed that Harry's presence next to her had kept her personal demons at bay that night. He had woken her though, with the tensing of his body, and Hermione assumed that he was awake now, watching her as she slept. The feel of his skin against hers and was intoxicating, and even as she thought it, there was another sensation. It was a strange but familiar feeling. Like a book on the wrong shelf. Shelving that though, and smiling at the pun, she wiggled herself closer to the boy next to her. The increased contact sent a thrill of pleasure through her and she nearly sighed, but realized she was pretending to be asleep. She refrained from giving herself away and simply luxuriated in the feeling of comfort that he provided. However, she soon began to feel proof for her theory of his awareness. While she was breathlessly waiting to find out how much proof there would be, her research project was cancelled by a known sound. Her dad was clearing his throat. As a horrified Harry was grabbing for his glasses to identify the blots of color he could see at the door, she cursed her parents briefly, and silently, and then vocally wished them a good morning. Slept well, she squeaked and turned around at near light speed, clenching the sheet to her as Tonks replied with a happy, not as well as you, Hermione. Nearly dropping his glasses in shock, Harry found himself wishing for a Death Eater attack for the first time in his life. As Voldemort proved to be as unhelpful as ever, he decided to pay the piper, as they say. Good morning, Mrs. Granger, Tonks, he pressed out through clenched teeth, before, with a groan, adding, Professor Lupin, to his litany. At least they all wore grins, thus making corporal harm improbable. Good morning, you two. It's good to see that Harry is well cared for. Though I hope he doesn't complain about your bedside manner, Hermione, Henry said with a chuckle, prompting the girl to flush slightly at the implications. Remus and Margaret just grinned teasingly, but Tonks couldn't let a possibility like that go to waste. Well, I would have bet money on you going Florence Nightingale on him, Hermione, but I did not expect you to use the Marvin Gaye approach. While everyone started chuckling at the Nightingale reference, the second part got people confused. And when I get this feeling, I need say ual healing. Tonks broke into song, swaying seductively, totally ignoring the groans erupting all around her. The adults completely lost it when Harry blurted, but we didn't do anything. While Tonks half sang, half moaned, wah hey by YYY, in a quiet background voice, still swaying like a pole dancer. The following minutes were spent with the laughing Grangers calming Harry down with reassurances that everything was fine between them, Hermione huffing at everyone from under the sheets, and Remus rolling on the floor as a laughing Tonks repeatedly broke into song with different parts of the lyrics. After the proverbial Mickey was completely extracted from the teens, real topics were brought up to the foreground, again. The first item was to send Hermione to go and dress, since the healer would arrive anytime now, and she probably won't like to meet him in her pajamas. Then a now very disappointed Harry was put under close scrutiny. What the common eye had noticed was confirmed as soon as healer Josephus Brown, whose arrival had quelled the beginning discussion, had taken a few minutes for various tests. I don't really know why exactly you fetched me. He is a bit banged up, but nothing a few days taking it slow wouldn't fix, he pronounced, earning a few unbelieving looks. What? Josie, just yesterday that lad was a single living bruise, worse than anything I've ever suffered during a transformation, Remus elaborated, ignoring the outburst from said boy, and now you tell us that after only one healing potion and a night's sleep. In the arms of his girl, Tonks sniggered, which made Hermione protest. Okay, after one good night's sleep, a grinning Remus corrected, again ignoring Harry's protests, Hermione's squeak, and the laughter of the other participants. This guy is completely okay. That's a miracle. I need 2 days to bounce back from less, and I'm a werewolf. How could that happen? What exactly caused these injuries? The healer asked. After some glances were exchanged and the healer had pointed out that his oath meant that he would keep confidence, he was filled in about the blood wards. Okay, first of all, I would like to check his Hammerstein index, the healer stated. That measures the size of his magical core, Tonks added for the Granger's benefit. Why? Do you believe his core might be damaged? Remus asked, concerned. Oh, no, I can assure you his reserves are rather full, Healer Brown replied. I just would like to have some measurements before I start spouting theories. After a complicated wave of the healer's wand, a glowing 83 hovered over Harry's. Not too shabby. The healer whistled, while the other wizards gaped. No wonder he's healing that fast. Harry's face fell. Damned, he softly whispered, I hoped it would rise after those damned wards were removed. Bedlam followed. Healer Brown was staring, Tonks and Remus were spouting expletives and Hermione was rattling off questions at Harry. This went on for several seconds, until Henry made everybody stop with a bellowed silence. Much better. Now, would anybody be so nice and explain this to us mere mortals? He continued, indicating himself and his wife. Sorry, Dad, Hermione apologized, while Tonks already started explaining. Mr. Granger, Henry, what makes a human a wizard is his magical core. The core is the magical reserves of a wizard. Think of it like a well, you can take water out, and more seeps back in from the sides. Its size and thus, the wizard's power varies greatly. That index measures the available power in a wizard's or witch's core. The average is about 60, but that index is not linear, since in magic, 1 and 1 is greater than 2. A wizard with a 50 is a lot more powerful than a wizard with a 40. Think of it as, to the power of, or logarithmic, Dad, Hermione assisted. Thank you, at least I think so, Tonks said, eyeing Hermione warily as she took over again. So Harry having a power of 83 makes him a more powerful wizard than the average. At his age, he's probably the most powerful student in Hogwarts. Even outside, there are not many adults who will surpass him. Dumbledore is legendarily powerful, said to be ranged in the low 120s, but Harry will easily add a 10 or 2 to his index while he grows up, so he is extremely powerful. I, for one, am a 79, so he's already surpassed me, and I'm a powerhouse in the squad. 62, Hermione said, as her father glanced in her direction, and Remus added a 58, without prompt. Henry was satisfied with that. Harry wasn't. Oh come on, I'm not that powerful. All the time in school, I've had to struggle to keep up. If I were that powerful, it wouldn't be that hard for me to cast spells. And Pomfrey checked me every time I was under her care. I was a 74 after Voldemort's resurrection, and a week ago, after the battle, I was already an 83. I had thought my index would rise heftily after we get rid of those bloody wards. Okay, the healer began, before clearing his throat. As much as that story defies pretty much all that I know, you do have a certain reputation for doing the impossible, Mr. Potter. While saying that, he waved his hand towards the scar on Harry's forehead. So, if I may, I'd like to try a theory that might fit the facts. It's a shot into the blue, but we might as well try. Is there any continuous spell you could cast which takes a lot of power? After Harry had grinned at him and nodded, he continued. Great, now I'd like you to do so using this wand. It will prevent any underage magic from being detected, preventing any warning you might otherwise receive, while I cast some charms on you. And please use as much power as you can, he asked, while removing a wand box from his bag. While every other magical person in the room started chuckling in anticipation, Harry grinned and grabbed the offered bright red wand from the healer. With a wink at Hermione, who blushed brightly. He scrunched his face up in happy concentration and swished the wand toward the empty part of the room. Expecto Patronum. To his defense, it should be said that Healer Brown was professional enough to only stare a few seconds at Harry and the enormous, bright stag the boy had produced. Hermione's parents took much longer. The gorgeous creature was nearly twice the size of a man, barely fitting into the room. Actually, its antlers were partly penetrating the ceiling already. The feeling of happiness it radiated was nearly palpable. "Impressive, lad, now hold it as long as you can," prompted the healer, and settled to watch Harry, whose face got contorted with agony while he apparently struggled to hold the silver animus alive. Ouch. 20 seconds in a failed attempt by Margaret to pet the misty animal. Later Harry dropped the charm and the wand, which had started smoking at the tip. "Bugger me. That wand got bloody hot," he explained. "Well, it's a standard diagnostic wand, made for wide compatibility with nearly everyone. They are not as sturdy as usual wands. Certainly not used for stuff as powerful as you just did. With that kind of magic, I'm surprised it didn't burn out," Healer Brown explained. Meanwhile, he carefully levitated the still smoking wand carefully back into its box. "Mine doesn't get hot. Never has," Harry insisted. "No. How strange. But let's take a reading, now," the healer murmured and repeated the intricate pattern he had woven before. He dropped his wand in shock as, again, a glowing 83 appeared. Remus had to steady Tonks, who showed signs of fainting, while Hermione shrieked, "Impossible." To Harry, it was an extremely uncomfortable situation. While he had promised himself to accept himself as a talented, special someone, standing out still was something he didn't like. And according to the reactions of the others, he was standing out, again. "In all my years, I never thought it would be possible," Healer Brown murmured as he bent to pick up his wand, still in shock. "Could you please tell me what I did this time?" Harry huffed. Remus was the only one able to answer. "Harry, casting that Patronus for such a long time should have dropped your index at least 30 or 50 points and made you feel exhausted. But it didn't. We could see how you had to concentrate to keep it up. Was anything different to you?" Harry paused a bit, pondering. "Now, as you ask, yes. It was easier. Normally, I feel drained and tired while and after a Patronus charm. It had not been exhausting, not at all, just painful because the wand was getting hotter by the second. Right now, I feel like I could do it again without problem." "You could. Easily," Hermione piped up. As everyone's head, except for the still shocked healer, turned to her for an explanation, she laughed out loud. "Honestly, don't you all see it? It's so clear, so obvious." At this, she straightened and itemized with the help of her fingers. "He was under a blood ward, but still could cast. We had the theory that he somehow had more magic than the wards could absorb. We assumed it was his power level, but we were wrong. It all became clear when he told me that he felt drained back then, but now doesn't. Also, his power level didn't sink when put under stress. It's self-evident." A loud crash sounded behind, causing her to notice that Tonks had truly fainted now, taking out a chair with her. The healer moved quickly, casting the necessary spells. Soon Tonks was sitting up, but she kept staring at Harry. The expression on her face was truly a comical one. She looked much like a fish out of water. A grinning Hermione confirmed the Auror's conclusion. "Correct, Tonks. He replenishes his magic faster than a ward can draw it in. He could potentially hold his Patronus till Kingdom Come and then some, if he were inclined to." "But how?" sputtered Tonks. Healer Brown cleared his throat. "There is a very obscure discipline in arithmancy which might explain this. I do not want to bother you with details," he said, not noticing Hermione's pout at his proclamation, "but it is called fluidal magic, and describes the way magic flows. You see, every core has a limit, like a barrier. As mentioned, it works like a well. You take water out of it and it replenishes, but there is a certain rate at which it can come out of and seep back into the well. Theoretically, there is the possibility of something like a super recharging core. It is akin to a river flowing directly through the well, refilling it faster than you can possibly drain it. Even the blood wards could only take so much per time unit, so they left Harry at a normal recharge level. So basically Harry is plugged into the power grid, while all others run on batteries." Henry asked, which Hermione confirmed with a nod in his direction, but didn't explain the meaning of the Muggle terms to the others. This was highly unusual for Hermione, but could be explained mostly by the brilliant smile that just about split her face, which spread across the room as everybody else also came to terms with what this meant. Remus was the first to vocalize it. The one with the power to defeat the Dark Lord. Wow, Tonks said. Yeah, that word is used a lot in connection with Harry. Like back in his 3rd year, when he drove away 100 Dementors with one Patronus. Remus added. Hermione of course had a question. How did he do that if the wards drain him to a mere mortal level? She asked, earning herself a sharp reprimand by said proclaimed deity, which everyone present blatantly ignored. That's a rather daunting question, young lady, Healer Brown said with a grim smile. I can think of 2 plausible theories. 1. The wards could have sensed the imminent danger to Harry defected temporarily, allowing him to use his full power and thus preventing their own destruction, and when it was safe again they'd reattach themselves to Harry quite quickly. The better option, though, would be this: mortal danger usually makes people do extraordinary things. It's completely possible that the person in question's magic could override the blood binds and close the connection until the danger had passed. So in keeping with this line of thought, in life or death situations Harry would have access to nearly all, if not all, of his potential. This last thought seemed to cheer the healer up slightly and he smiled happily. You mean like those stories of people lifting cars to save people trapped underneath them? Margaret quipped in, finally finding a point of reference to which she could cling. Yes, something akin to that. Please mind that this is just an assumption by me, since all other people that had been subjected to that abhorrent thing usually were without wands, so they couldn't cast anyway. Of course, such overexertion would probably lead to unconsciousness due to the shock of magic rushing out of your already exhausted body when the bind is reactivated, but that would only happen after the danger has passed. Seems plausible to me. It would explain my usual dead faint every time I had a big adventure. Harry laughed. At least I can now tell Pomfrey that I was right all the time. I really was okay, it was just the blood ward that made me faint. But still, even back then, my wand didn't get hot like yours. That's strange, Harry, Remus said. Every wand gets hot when casting magic. That is one of the universal laws of magic. There is always some residue of spells left in them. That's why we can cast priori incantatem on wands. My Patronus is nowhere near your level, but even my wand gets noticeably warm when I cast it. Mind if I take a look at your wand? In a few seconds, Hermione had gotten Harry his wand from his discarded clothes on his trunk, and he had handed it over, handle first, as they were taught to do, to Remus. Remus grabbed it gently, and immediately frowned. Strange. Normally there is a feeling to a wand, a reaction when you touch it. With this wand, I feel nothing. Lumos, he called, with no effect. Lumos. He incanted again, louder this time, but nothing happened. After Tonks and Healer Brown had tried and failed, too, they returned the wand to a frowning Harry. At the first sound of Lumos, the wand instantly lit with an immensely bright light, which was quickly knocked by Harry, sheepishly apologizing, while the others were blinking the spots out of their sight. Oops. After people had their eyesight restored and were collectively wondering why the wand had worked for Harry, but not for Remus, Tonks suddenly perked up and gazed at the window. For a few seconds, she waited calmly while the other people started talking, and finally let out a desperate groan, causing all conversation to cease and everyone to focus on her. Harry, may I try something? She asked, ignoring all the questioning glances. Would you please close your eyes, and then cast a Lumos again when I give you my wand? Harry agreed. She quickly blindfolded him with a large handkerchief she conjured, and Harry felt a slim wand pressed into his hand. Without hesitation, he cast the spell and heard a common gasp. Damned, too bright, again, he thought, concentrating on reducing the power flow. After a short pause, he heard Tonks ask if it felt different from his own wand. After a bit of consideration, he responded negatively, and was ordered to take the blindfold off. For the next 5 seconds, give or take, he stared in shock at the ray of light the pencil in his hand emanated, just like everyone else had been doing. Yup, Harry, you probably burnt it out with that Patronus and have been casting wandless ever since. It came to me as I noticed no owl coming for underage magic. Tonks told him. Hermione screeched, stomping her foot, drawing all attention to her. All that time, while I knew I was less powerful, I was proud to be at least faster at getting the spells down than Harry, and now it turns out he was casting wandless all the time. Honestly, is there no way to beat you, Harry? She scolded him, before moaning in shame and hiding her face in her hands as all the adults guffawed at her outburst. When everybody had calmed down, Healer Brown got serious and took a long look around. He sighed before turning to Tonks, pleading at her. Just be careful to not obliviate Healer School from me, okay? After the healer was escorted out with his memories still intact, but oath-bound to silence, the whole group, including a now-dressed Harry, migrated into the living room, where an impromptu party followed. Room was sparse, but Hermione solved that particular problem by claiming Harry's lap as her seat, which received Harry's enthusiastic approval. About half an hour later, the teens were beginning to get accustomed to the teasing they received for it. Before lunch, Margaret took Harry aside and reassured him that she and Henry both approved of the relationship. Henry, after a bit of reflection on the information about Harry's magical power, refrained wisely from the "angry father threatens the suitor" talk he had prepared years ago. Losing one good opportunity for joking paled in comparison to losing his life. At lunch, pizza, this time, as the kitchen still resembled a battlefield, Tonks gave the report about the Order's activities that she had promised to spy on. Well, first of all, they can't track you anymore. Dumbledore has started using search teams combing London and surroundings with a very fine-toothed one. Remus and I are currently assigned to keep watch at the Black Mansion. Since no one can enter, we are supposed to wait at the doorstep. Why can't you enter? I still know the address, so the secret is still around. Harry demanded. No one can, at least not until the new owner has claimed it and allowed people back in. Old mansions are often protected that way. Most probably, you are the one in question. Come to think of it, it might be a good hideout, since no one would expect us to use it already. It's only a matter of time until Dumbledore gets wiser and comes looking for you here. I'm rather surprised that he hasn't already. Although that might be due to the state of his pet Death Eater, Remus interjected. Snape. What happened to him? Well, Harry, Remus continued, the more important and funny question is, what happened to Voldemort? According to Snape, dear Tommy was forced to witness all of your ritual, and obviously without the help of painkillers. The other Eaters summoned Snape and forced him at one point to help Voldemort. Of course, even with that motivation, he was unable. Snape had a nervous breakdown after his return to Hogwarts, Tonks grinned. The twins allegedly have pictures. A lot of laughter was had, and Harry's vow to get a copy of those wasn't at all challenged by Hermione, or her parents. Even after her daughter's relatively toned-down reports of the potion's master, her parents knew enough to appreciate justice due. What's the current status of Voldemort? Margaret asked. It has been half a week since the ritual. Royally pissed off, Tonks snorted and continued recounting, her hair changing color with every new sentence. According to the Greasy Git's latest reports, healers have been unable to do much for him. He is still alive, but his body has ceased to function correctly. He seems to need a few blood-replenishing potions per day to stay healthy. Snape is being forced to find some potion to cure him or to improve the effect of the potions. The Dark One is supervising and co-researching this, while all his men are leaving no stone unturned to find you, Harry. He is convinced that a repeat of the resurrection ritual would cure his predicament. Of course, he had vowed to use every last drop of your blood this time. Greedy bastard, Harry mumbled, attempting to cheer up the conversation. He had moderate success, eliciting some smiles all around. Remus cleared his throat. That brings up an important point. We are not safe here. Any day, either the Order or Voldemort might find us here. We should find some safer place, he stated. Any suggestions? Henry asked. Even before Remus had answered, Harry already knew what he was about to say. Well, Harry has a house in London that's perfectly suited. Only Harry can allow entry, and only the Order can even see it. But Mum and Dad don't know the secret, they would not be able to come and go without one of us escorting them. Hermione objected. They, and we, would be stuck in there. Nope, since it's now Harry's property, the secret has been transferred to him. He can tell it to anyone he chooses. Sirius could, too. The owner is always a keeper of the secret. Also, I believe the Black Library would suffice to keep you occupied for a while, Remus hinted, with a broad grin. Harry took a long look at Hermione, who was staring into the distance and knew that he was outvoted. Not fair. Remus, he lamented, taking another look at his girl, who was currently wearing a dreamily smile, almost smitten. And stop seducing my girlfriend. Hermione was brought back to reality by hearty laughter around her, and harrumphed as no one was forthcoming with an explanation of what she had missed. Early afternoon, London, Grimmauld Place. I'm still not sure that we should do that. It's Sirius's place, Harry said, for the umpteenth time, while kicking a piece of paper litter out of his path. Remus sighed. He knew it would be hard for Harry, but they had to do this. It was imperative that they find a good hideout for his honorary nephew. Yes, it was, but he would have loved for you to have it and use it to thumb your nose at the headmaster. You know how much he loved such stuff. Go on, try. Harry's stomach was in knots. Although he knew that Sirius was dead, he still expected that old dog to jump out from behind some dumpster and yell, "Surprise!" Only his girlfriend's hand in his kept him from turning and walking away. After all the hassle of being apparated here by Remus and Tonks, he could at least try. Remembering his dream, he hoped that Sirius had truly found the afterlife he had wanted, and reached out to the serpent doorknob. I, Harry James Potter, claim possession of Black Manor. Instead of some amazing light show, a gong sounding in the distance, or sparks running over the door frame, the only response was an anticlimactic click. The door slowly swung open, granting him entrance into number 12's not-so-spotless premises. A slight waft of decay was in the air. Harry naturally felt uncomfortable with that. Remus, Tonks, take a look. Harry spoke and motioned for the adults to look ahead. As both ran into an invisible wall at the last step, Harry remembered a certain fact. After taking over a warded property, the owner had to allow other people entry. In case of Black Manor, the only way was through the door, since the wards did not allow any apparition or portkeys in. He would later have to open the flow for them. Remus Lupin and, sorry for this, Tonks, Nymphadora Tonks are allowed to enter Black Manor. I also grant entry to Hermione, Henry, and Margaret Granger. He hastily said after stepping aside, thus enabling his friends to pass the door. He would have to tell them the address later, now that he had control of the wards. After a quick search, the source of the stench was identified as the remains of creature, decaying in his hidey hole. That locket they failed to open and believed to have thrown away had burnt a hole through his, and was resting on the ground under him, open wide, next to a molten disc of flat metal that Hermione identified as the chain that was attached. Not even Hermione could chastise Harry for being happy that he now wouldn't be forced to take creature's life himself. Tonks was the first to point out that a manor this size was not sustainable without the help of at least one house elf, wondering where they could get one. Dobby, Harry said suddenly as he remembered a possible candidate, and, was his next word as the tiny creature immediately appeared and asked for his wishes. Sorry, Dobby, you scared me, Harry began talking, but stopped immediately, taking a long look at the house elf before him. Why are you so black? In fact, the tiny creature was covered in soot all over, except for only his big eyes, making them stand out even more than usual. The other elves and Dobby is cleaning one version of the come-and-go room. There has been a fire in there 2 days ago, and we is still cleaning, Master Harry Potter, sir, he replied eagerly. After 2 days? Hermione inquired. Dobby nodded, making his ears flap, forming a small cloud of soot around his head. There is have being a lots of magic objects being in there, Miss Master Harry Potter's grandee, miss. The fire was being very hot. Tonks and Remus winced at that. Most magical people had first-hand experience with how bad a magical fire could be. And most would rather forget about that. Oh, sorry to hear about that. But anyway, I would like to hire your services, if you would like to. Harry continued, remembering his original intentions. Dobby is sorry, but Dobby can't, Master Harry Potter, sir. Oh, too bad, maybe you know a house elf who would like to work for me. Harry replied sadly. Dobby knows one who would, if she could be bound to Master Harry Potter, sir. Winky is extremely unhappy in Hogwarts and would like to have a family to serve too. Dobby answered happily, and took a glance left and right, before he added, Dobby would need her to keep this house clean, it's too big for Dobby alone. Harry had already opened his mouth to speak, but closed it again and looked at Dobby. Ahem, Dobby, didn't you just say that you can't work for me? No, Master Harry Potter, sir. Dobby was saying that he can't be hired for work by his master. Now that wouldn't be proper, the small elf said, shaking his head in a no-no gesture. At this point, Hermione was completely lost. And wherever she had arrived at, Harry was there already, waiting for her. But Dobby, Harry freed you. Why is he your master? She tried, again. Miss Master Harry Potter's grandee, Miss, Dobby became bound to Master Harry Potter, sir, when he was taking orders from Master Harry Potter, sir, in the come-and-go room and chose to obey. Dobby was never happier in his whole life. Dobby would do everything to please his master. True to form, Dobby was bouncing on his toes at his last sentence, producing a black cloud wafting around him. Hermione was trying to glare at Harry, but his grin and wink told her that he knew another person who was willing to do anything her master wants. Her blush was inevitable when he pulled her close and whispered into her ear. You know that I would never punish anybody other than you. We need to talk, Harry. She whispered back while trying to suppress her shudder. Later, she added, as a cough demanded their attention. When you two are done whispering sweet nothings into your ears, we could move on and hire that other elf Dobby talked about, Tonks interjected, and then we would be ready for maybe a visit in Diagon Alley or Gringotts. You need some stuff, Harry. She proclaimed, noticing that Harry wore his school uniform in lieu of proper clothes. After getting, well, cajoling, an okay out of Hermione, Harry had Dobby fetch Winky. The tiny elf was visibly drunk, but had at least cleaned up a little since the last time Harry and Hermione had seen her. After being accepted as servant, she instantly cried tears of happiness on Dobby's shoulder, while the little fellow awkwardly patted her back, looking around uncomfortably. Okay, you both take care of this house. No punishing yourselves. If you do something wrong, you bring it to me and I decide, okay? And call me Harry. Both elves stared at him, shocked to the core. May we be calling you Master Harry, at least? Dobby cautiously asked, wringing his hands, to which Harry agreed, much to Dobby's relief. Winky had to try a few times before she managed to address him that way, and the long pause every time she addressed him in her speech made Harry suspect that she still said the other words, just silently. At least he didn't have to hear them anymore. With a broad grin, he ordered the elves to silence and dispose of Mrs. Black's portrait as their first task, which took the elves an ear-splitting half-hour battle against the portrait's enchantments. But practically doubled or tripled the estate's value. June 30, 1996, Grimmauld Place, mid-afternoon. Finally, the little group of Remus, Tonks, Harry and Hermione were left on their own. They moved into Black Manor's drawing room to discuss the events to follow. First, we must get you out of the Dursleys in a way which Dumbledore can't negate, said Tonks, cutting straight to the chase as always. I have a proposal for you, now that we've confirmed that you are the heir to Lord Black, and thus Lord Presumptive or Prince Black until you reach majority. To get you away from the Dursleys, we need a guardian for that year, one with a better claim than Dumbledore, preferably family. Good plan, Tonks, but it ignores the tiny problem that I don't have any family left. Harry quipped. Don't talk like that to your aunt, Harry Potter Black. Remus chastised a dumbfounded Harry while the witches laughed at him. Yes, Harry, since you are a Black now, too, I could adopt you and have legal precedence over Dumbledore. Family has priority over headmaster or supreme mugwump. Some unshed tears were shining in Harry's eyes as she told him that. You would do that for me. Of course, Sirius spoke the world of you, and I think you are a great guy. Pity I like my men a bit older, so no worries, Hermione. She shot a wink at Hermione, and turned back to Harry. If you want, we could file the papers as soon as we have the Dursleys give you up. Would you want? Oof. A happy Harry launching himself at her and hugging her for all he was worth. Andy the answer to that question quite clear. Of course, being Tonks, that led to both of them falling off the couch in a tangle of limbs. Only after some rolling around and some failed attempts to untie their limbs were they able to separate themselves again. At least I had quick roll with you before it would become incest, Tonks laughed while Remus lifted her back onto her feet. Stuff it, Auntie. Harry grumbled good-naturedly. Okay, how do we get the Dursleys to accept? Wand point. He secretly hoped that he would get permission to do that. Nope. If we did that, it would be objectionable at court. We ask, and then we bribe. Bribing only carries a fine and is not enough to lodge an appeal. And just to be clear on that, according to the family tree. I'm your niece, old man, Tonks said as she stuck her tongue out at Harry. Pity. From where do we take the money? I only have about 20,000 gallons in my vault. Is that enough? In terms of money, Harry was still very naive. He never had any money to himself, only a few galleons pocket money at school. Mrs. Weasley always handled his school purchases. All he knew about money was that his school expenses account, for 7 years of schooling, contained about 20,000 gallons the last time he had heard a number. A combined snort answered his question. Everyone in the room just gaped at him, as if he had just said to, only, have a million in his cookie jar. In some way, he just had. If you only try to buy the house, you will be fine, Harry, Hermione said while patting his back. It took all that she had to not break down in laughter as she saw his confused face. Since no one else had recovered enough to clarify the issue, she took mercy on him and explained it to him. That's about 500 or more thousand pounds worth. It should suffice, especially since I believe the Dursleys will be as glad to part ways as you are. And no, it wouldn't matter to me if you were poor. But being rich makes living a bit easier, and who am I to mope over a rich boyfriend? She added, in a perfect lavender brown imitation. Instead of laughing, Harry's expression turned into one of even more confusion. But that is my school vault. Why would I have such a large amount available? Looking around, he saw people laughing, and frowned at them. Don't pout, Harry. It's just too funny. The heir to a well-off family, and adopted heir to one of the Ree is asking why he has obscene amounts of pocket money. Classic. Sirius would never let you hear the end of this, Remus said between gales of laughter. That laughter died when Harry started looking angry. As soon as his hair started flying in an unseen wind while small sparks discharged in the air around him, there was silence. In spite of the obvious danger, Hermione was brave enough to cling to him, cooing softly in his ear, while Remus and Tonks tried to apologize hastily. Soon the pyrotechnics died down, and as soon as Harry seemed to have calmed down, they tried again to apologize, only to be waved off by Harry, who still held Hermione in his lap. Don't. I wasn't angry at you. I was angry that no one ever told me. Remus nodded sadly. Dumbledore, it all comes back to Dumbledore. I still can't believe what he's done. Seems like whenever we turn around, there's another lie to be discovered. We need to be quick. Best we empty your vault today and stack it in here so he can't use it against us. We might be able to get some from the Black Vault, too, depending on the access clause in the will. All we need is your key and a signed request to have the black key sent to you. We should do this before we visit the Dursleys, just in case. As soon as that was said, Harry grew quiet, which was bothering Hermione. She pushed a bit away and asked him what was going on. You know how I left there. I don't expect a friendly welcome back, and even more, I don't want any. I just hope that I can keep my temper in check and that I don't hurt them badly. It might be best if I don't see them at all. In fact, that is a very good idea, Tonks noted. The best would be if you both stay here. Remy and I are more than capable of negotiating the terms, and if only half of what I heard and fear is true, your absence would certainly help, if only by sparing me from having to clean up after you. Cleaning up after my own hexes is okay, but you're old enough to not need me as a housekeeper anymore, young man. She told them, while morphing her face into McGonagall's. Later, while the adults were away on their errands, Harry and Hermione found themselves with some time on their hands before retiring to sleep. Hermione led the way straight into the library, of course, but sat with Harry on one of the couches there, instead of browsing the shelves. Harry, please promise me that Ron will never learn of what I am going to do next. She pleaded, and after a grin and nod from Harry, she dug into her bag and produced a well-worn paperback novel, small and only a thumb thick. She then handed it to a visibly disappointed Harry. Noticing his small frown, she giggled happily, and gave him a peck on the cheek, too. A bit mollified, Harry inspected the book closer, and promptly stifled a laugh, which turned into a painful snort. Secret indeed. The Corsair's captive. If Ron ever knew about this, you'd never hear the end of it, no matter how long you lived. He would try to have it engraved into your tomb just to keep the knowledge alive. Slightly embarrassed, Hermione giggled again, a sound which Harry had begun to love. Who would have known that Hermione could be that girly sometimes? He was smiling at her, and she shot him a dazzling smile in return before responding. Yes, I thought akin those same lines, so please keep it secret. This is, in fact, my favorite story, and I thought that if you read it, you would know what I want. That way I wouldn't have to explain it, and trust me, that book is much fun, she said, blushing at the last sentence. Harry took a short peek into the middle, and with a squeak, slammed the book shut again, staring at Hermione, who ducked her head and made an effort to resemble a brown-haired tomato. You don't expect me to read that stuff in here, with you around, don't you? Harry asked, his voice still squeaky. Well, you don't need to, but I thought you might, because if you had any questions, I could help you. Hermione offered, trying to put on an innocent face, but failing most spectacularly. Harry cleared his throat and looked at the girl in his lap, noticing that her eyes were sparkling with mischief. She was teasing him. He decided to let out his inner prankster to get his own revenge. After all, it had worked quite well the previous time. Why not try again? He thought to himself. She was simply trying to goad him anyway, and two could play at that game, couldn't they? As he contemplated his revenge, he was struck by the realization that before this summer and the events surrounding it, he would have been too nervous to do anything like this. Yes, without that, the scenario would be much different. Hell yes, Hermione wouldn't be curled up on my lap for one, and if she tried, I would probably have bolted out of the room, and been halfway to Ireland by now, he thought with a chuckle. Somehow though, since he had left the Dursleys and participated in the ritual, he noticed he had become bolder and more assertive. He was more sure of himself now, so sure that it was bordering on recklessness, sometimes. With that thought in mind, he leaned forward and placed his mouth near Hermione's ear, parting his mouth to whisper. What if I decide that you should help me with the results? He prompted, his lips ghosting over her ear, earning a squeak from her while she tried to burrow her face in the crook of his arm. Grinning broadly, he watched as Hermione's complexion altered from red to white and back a few times. Finally, he couldn't bottle up his laughter anymore. Hermione harumphed and sat up, swatting his arm repeatedly with both hands, before succumbing to laughter, too. After they had calmed down, Hermione grew pensive for a moment, and then serious. Taking Harry's hands in hers, she took a deep breath and addressed him, looking straight into his eyes. Actually, if you ordered me to do so in the right way, I might, mind you I said might, be inclined to do it, but I'm fairly certain that neither of us is ready for that to happen right now. Her cheeks were still a little pink from earlier and he couldn't help but think it was cute. Harry could only nod as he looked at her. Deep inside he knew that their relationship had progressed nicely, but they hadn't reached that point just yet. Though given the speed at which they had advanced, it might be sooner than most people would think, but not yet. You're right, we aren't ready. I'm sorry, I didn't want you to think I might push you into doing something you don't want to do. He responded in a small voice, which earned him a big hug and a peck on the cheek. Harry couldn't help but sigh in relief as the last of the built-up tension left him. He would never forgive himself if he drove her away by being stupid. You never would, Harry. And even if you tried, I would draw a line at the things I'm not ready for yet. We just play a game, and I will only play along with things I want to do, remember? And be informed that I very much like this new, assertive Harry you've become since the ritual. I never knew you could be such a rascal. So you noticed, then? Honestly, Harry, she laughed. That morning I awoke in your arms, I could sense your presence. Ever since, you've been radiating confidence. Everyone senses it. Harry paused a moment to remember that morning. His first thought was how he missed the feeling of waking up beside her. That was really nice. Banishing that thought for the moment, he reflected a bit about the changes the ritual brought. Yes, it's like, well, somehow being whole again. All my life, there was this constant fatigue, this pressure on me which I now know was just that ward. Now, I'm feeling like I could do everything. It's amazing, and it's you I have to thank for it, he said, while squeezing her hand and then lifting it to his mouth for a gentle key, making her smile softly at him. You're welcome. After some moments of comfortable silence, Harry looked at the book and then back at Hermione. Taking a deep breath, he asked the most pressing question on his mind. You said we need to talk. I think now would be fine. What exactly do you expect me to do in our relationship? Like I said, I do not want to push you, but since you expect me to push you to a certain degree, I'm a bit confused, you know. Oh, Right, that might be a bit confusing for a boy, being dense and all, she grinned, to which Harry reacted as any mature man would have. He poked his tongue at her. Hermione gracefully poked her own at him and continued. Well, basically you can do whatever you want. Since you aren't that experienced and are just not the type to rush things, I do not believe that you'll try to take advantage of me. Feeling very relieved by seeing Harry nod at that statement, she continued, and I am certainly okay with almost everything you want, as long as clothes stay on, at least for now. In my opinion we have been dating for years already, and I know you pretty well, so we don't need that awkward dating phase, anyway. Agreed. Harry laughed. It would certainly be weird to somehow start dating, officially. You're right, we already have eaten nearly every meal together and hung around each other for so long, that basic dating can be checked off that list of yours. Also, since we already talk even about say, I can't see how much more open we could get. Just be creative and bold, and I'll tell you if it's too much, okay? Hermione added. Right in one. Harry laughed, but suddenly got serious. But if I happen to cross a line, tell me. You know, with you wanting me to force you to do stuff, misunderstandings might occur. I wouldn't like to cause a fight between us over this, he said, sounding worried. Hermione gave him a bright smile for his attitude. Honestly, how could she not? Yes, that might be the case. Especially once we get friskier, she said deep in thought, not noticing Harry blushing brightly at that statement. The usual convention is to have a code word which means to stop immediately. Quote, how about Hogwarts? Harry jokingly asked. Nope, I certainly do not want a word that ends with warts anywhere near my love life. Hermione scolded her very naive or just kidding boyfriend, laughing. How about something that is in play, so it isn't that interruptive? You know, I might want you to keep going, only taking it slightly easier on me. How about have mercy? That way, I can plead and play all I want, but if I plead for mercy, you know to stop. But still, I believe it will take a while before something like that will be needed. Okay, fine with me, a red-faced Harry answered, but in my current state, I'd probably agree to everything you propose, he laughed. Also, I could try to give you subtle hints. Like saying, oh please, don't do that. Or something, she said, waggling her eyebrows at him. Harry laughed out loud. You want to use subtle hints on a boy? Gee, I feel honored that you believe I might get them, he quipped. Hermione flicked her hair back and snuggled into his side. I think with proper motivation, even boys can be trained, she said in a breathy voice, while walking her fingers up his arm, completely capturing his attention. Well, I certainly am motivated now, Harry softly said, placing a soft key on her head, making her laugh and wiggle against him. In this book. Basically, if you read the book, you will certainly have an idea of what I like. Most of my fantasies derive more or less directly from that book. Oh, so it's a manual. Harry laughed. Great. Every girl should come with one. So, you're showing me the ropes, aren't you? Hermione gave in to giggles. I do believe we should wait a little before we try that, don't you think? Minx. Harry quipped while fighting his blush, and leafed through a few pages. After a few seconds of reading, he gave a whistle. He got one question in mind. He silently pondered if he should be that bold, but since she had encouraged him to be, he caught her attention and shot her a diabolical grin. So, pray tell, how many times have you rubbed off to this book? Harry. She gasped, shocked. Harry was enjoying this new game of teasing. I asked you a question, he shuffled a few pages, looking up something, wench. Hermione closed her eyes and shuddered, then dropped her head in shame, whispering something unintelligible. Harry was certainly not letting her off the hook that easily. Full sentence, audible, and look me in the eyes while talking to me, he demanded. Another shiver ran through Hermione as she straightened her pose and turned to face him. Her face was a bright red as she locked her eyes on his, and she actually needed 2 attempts before her voice didn't fail her. I have masturbated easily 100 times while reading that book, she finally stated in a very breathy voice that made Harry want to adjust his trousers. After a short pause, she cheekily added, you got that thing down pat, Harry, if everything does come as easily to you like that did, I'll be a lucky woman. After looking casually at his watch, Harry told her in a bland tone, and for that cheek, we'll make it 101 times, making her jump and gasp at his boldness. Dobby. he called out, which completely confused Hermione. As soon as the tiny creature arrived, he addressed Dobby, ignoring Hermione completely. Dobby, which is my room? Master Harry, sir, is being sleeping in the master's suite, first floor, last door to the right, sir. Dobby replied. Good, please give Miss Granger a room which shares a wall with my bedroom, and make it so that every little sound from her room can be heard in my room, but nowhere else. Please escort her up to her room now, she has some errands to do while I retire to my rooms for some light reading. Waiting for a nod from the elf, he turned facing Hermione, and indicated her to follow Dobby, which she actually did, her face brightly lit. Dobby didn't ask a thing, he was just overjoyed to be of assistance. A minute later, Harry stood and went to his room, which was basically an extra flat within the house, and prepared himself for the night. When he finally settled into bed and started reading his Hermione manual, a soft, labored breathing began to emanate from the wall to his right. Although the surroundings got increasingly distracting as time progressed, that evening's read was certainly the best of his whole life. July 1st, Grimmauld Place, early morning. A very happy Harry walked down the stairs, heading to the kitchen for breakfast. As he entered the kitchen, he found Remus, Tonks and Hermione already seated there. Casually strolling by, he gently hugged Hermione and gave her a key on the temple, whispering a good morning into her ear, making her eyes bulge out and blush brightly. After greeting the others, he sat down next to her, helping himself to a huge breakfast courtesy of Dobby. Tonks took a look at the size of his breakfast and at Hermione's rather full plate and began teasing. Any explanation for why you both feel ravenous this morning? Growing teenagers. Harry replied. Sorry Tonks, no juicy gossip just yet. Really? Remy, what does your nose think? Sorry Tonks, but no gossip this morning. I can smell them both on each other, but could be explained away by the fact that they're practically joined at the hip wherever they go. What are you expecting me to detect? If they were doing it a few minutes ago, then I could have smelt it on them, but come on, if they really did it, you could tell by their stupid grins anyway, the old werewolf quipped, prompting the two teens to turn a little pink. Exhaling her held breath, Hermione quickly changed the topic. Something new in the prophet, Tonks. I'll get a new boss, but I already knew that. Madame Bones is said to need at least half a year to completely recover from the failed attack at her home yesterday. Some ads, some politics. Oh, there had been a fire in one vault at Gringotts, but they state that there had been no loss of value, documents or life. And yes, that's the order in which the goblins do value things, she added as Hermione wrinkled her nose. After Tonks had recounted a few more things from the paper, Harry inquired about the Dursleys. The way the adults went quiet did not encourage him at all. Well, we tried to make them sign the adoption papers. They wanted to, really, but they couldn't. Tonks tiptoed around the topic. Let me guess, Dumbledore. Harry sighed and dropped his head into his hands. Yes, he has them charmed so they can't give you up for adoption. Can you believe that? Anybody else would have a ticket straight to Azkaban for messing up Muggle heads, but to try to have anything stick to him, it's like he's impervious. I think I should start avoiding the man before I can't resist the urge to hex him anymore, she hissed, getting more and more enraged as she talked. Can't you just finite them? Harry asked hopefully. Sorry, love, but it's a bit harder than that. And I would not like to tinker with any spell in their brains put there by Dumbledore. They should resemble something more than a vegetable if they have to sign any valid legal document. Tonks said, which made Harry wonder how much difference actually was between Dudley and a vegetable, and the transfiguration steps needed to make that change happen. But we did get their written permission for you to stay with us for this and the next year's summer, so we do have the next best thing. Remus tried to calm him, while Hermione was rubbing Harry's neck with one hand. And how does that help? He asked, trying not to melt under Hermione's caress. Basically, with that permission slip, if we get caught, we won't be arrested as kidnappers, Tonks answered, so it does help against Dumbledore. Speaking of him, Hermione, your parents have told us that they will move in here this afternoon and bring your stuff with them. Since they had already taken vacation for the next 4 weeks, they won't be missed, anyway. Which brings us to the best part of today, Hermione, we'll go shopping with Harry. Don't you have to go to work or something? Harry asked, hoping to be spared that experience. No way, lover boy, I am scheduled for night shift today, so I have the whole day to help you out, she grinned at him, while Remus and Hermione chuckled. Soon, breakfast was finished and the teens were sent up to dress for Diagon Alley. On the way back down, they met again, and Hermione was still grinning at Harry's predicament. Of course, the new Harry was having none of that. Still grinning from last night, Hermione. I was under the impression that the only thing you overachieved in was your homework assignments. Apparently I was wrong. I had only ordered for you to do it once, didn't I? Oh hush, you. I don't think you minded me getting carried away, as I know you were listening and counting apparently. You're just grumpy that you are in for a long shopping trip at our mercy, she responded, laughing at him. Harry waited until they reached the top of the staircase before he pulled her into a tight hug and whispered into her ear. That's where you're wrong, love. I don't think I'm at your mercy. And just to prove that, if we spend more than an hour trying on clothes in any of the stores without getting a break, you'll go and find something to try on. We can test and see if you can increase your counter in the changing rooms, understand? He nearly smirked at the shiver that shook through her body, resisting the temptation to tease her more. With that, he separated from her and rushed down the stairs, yelling, "Coming yet, Hermione?" When she still stood up there, flushed and unbelieving. What kind of monster had she created? Around 6 o'clock, the clothes hunters returned in triumph. Each of them carried 2 bags full of shrunken clothes, the first real wardrobe Harry had ever owned. Of course, he had insisted that Hermione get herself some things as well, especially dresses and swimwear, but most of it was his. The teens were in a brilliant mood, though Tonks was sulking. They were greeted by the Grangers and Remus, who immediately noticed Tonks's mood. What's up? Was Harry that defiant? Henry chuckled. If only. He was a picture-perfect model. No matter how long he had to try stuff, he never said one word, but Hermione continuously insisted on changing shops or having lunch breaks. She was adamant about it, even when Harry was agreeable to staying a bit longer at one shop. She complained, while Harry and Hermione exchanged a quick look, the first grinning broadly, the other blushing. Margaret raised an eyebrow at her daughter, and, deciding to ask later, left her suspicions unvoiced for now. Everything went fine with your move? Harry asked. Just great. With Dobby and Winky, we had the house cleared out in a heartbeat. Those 2 are a gift from heaven. Margaret gushed, while Henry noted that they would have come handy when they had moved in. Do you need some storage space for the furniture or is it shrunk? Harry offered, but Henry waved off. Oh, no, we left most of it where it is. It wouldn't fit here and it's not that valuable. We just took the clothes, the important family stuff, and the valuable or keepsake things. We left the rest. It doesn't matter if something happens to that, it's well insured. Did you get everything? Margaret inquired, pointing at the bags. That seems very little to me. I thought you were out for a full wardrobe. Oh, it's more than it seems. The things in these bags are shrunk as much as your stuff. There are at least 20 of every article Harry needs in there. I take my shopping seriously, Tonks reassured Margaret. It's a pity we couldn't go to Ollivander's to replace my wand. Or maybe repair my old one, I miss it. Even more since it was the only brother wand to Voldemort's, Harry moped. I told you that doesn't work, you can't just replace a core. The wand is gone. We can frame it for your wall if you like, but it's better you use it to delude others. And it's really disturbing how you whine about the brother wands. Why do you want to have something in common with him, of all people? Tonks inquired with a disgusted face. With brother wands, I have the protection the priori incantatem effect when I fight him, Harry informed her. Why would a wand echo help you against Voldemort? Tonks laughed. At him. Because when we dueled at his resurrection, the brother wands locked up and kept him from hexing me. The Golden Dome also kept the Death Eaters away from us, Harry hotly replied. Instead of acknowledging her ignorance, Tonks looked at him with concern. Are you feeling fine? Maybe we overdid the shopping a bit, the poor boy is talking in riddles. Maybe we should have waited a bit longer before we let you out of bed, she said, and Margaret tried to feel his forehead. Harry batted her hand away angrily. I am fine. Don't you know that brother wands can't be used to fight against each other? He said, but everybody just looked at him in confusion, even Hermione. And how would that work? Tonks raised an eyebrow at him. Who told you that kibosh? That's the most insane thing I ever heard, she said, and Harry rose to his defense, but slumped when he remembered the source. Think about it for a moment. My wand has a dragon heartstring, Tonks said, to which Hermione added a, mine, too. See. Ollivander once said that he makes close to 500 wands out of a single heart. This would mean that my wand would be useless against hundreds of others. And unicorn hair is nearly as bad, since there are only few of them. And while I heard stories about wands locking up occasionally, I've never seen anything like it, Tonks told him. What exactly happened to make the wands lock up? She asked as an afterthought. Our spells hit each other. Okay, that causes the weirdest effects, for sure, Tonks agreed. I remember the time I hit someone with a jelly legs jinx while someone else petrified him. We needed a mop to get the poor sod to Saint Mungo's to have the mess reversed. What spells connected, and how? Maybe we can reconstruct the events. My Expelliarmus connected head-on with his killing curse, Harry replied. Okay. In that case, I believe we'll forego a simulation, Tonks chuckled, but enough of this. I'm starving, and the elves are just waiting for a chance to stuff us to the gills. She started and turned to leave for the kitchen, but stopped when Hermione started talking. Sorry, but that doesn't add up, she said, her forehead wrinkled in concentration. If Tonks was right, your wand was already broken back then, so there wouldn't be any core left to interact. You're right, Harry blurted out as something else hit him. And remember the Quidditch World Cup. Crouch stole my wand and could cast the mark with it. And his dad could cast Priori Incantatem on it. It still worked back then, so your theory got just shot out of the water, Tonks, he concluded with a smirk at his minder. Bite me, love, Tonks huffed at him. Then you probably burnt it out during the wand lockup thing you told us about, she told him with a sneer, turning again to leave, but Harry held her back once more. But when the Dementors attacked me in Dudley last summer, the Ministry was still able to track me casting the Patronus spell, so it must still have been okay back then, he told her. A second later, his face lit up in a huge smile. Come to think of it, I did my first wandless magic back then. I lit my wand with a Lumos while I was searching for it. He told them, and Hermione used the opportunity to hug Harry. Any opportunity to do so must be used, she thought. Tonks yelled, stomping her foot as her hair color started cycling wildly. Can't you nitpickers leave well enough alone? Fine. How about this? When Harry defended the Dementor swarm, he nearly burnt his wand out, but it still worked a bit. He had to start compensating with wandless magic to keep up in class, but it worked well enough for Crouch to use it and leave an echo. There was still an core left, so it interacted with Voldemort's wand. Then, when you used it to chase off the two Dementors in Surrey, you burnt out the rest, or maybe you did that during the Battle of the Ministry. She yelled at the group, advancing at them while waving her finger at them repeatedly, which made them instinctively yield ground and back into the wall as the irate witch ranted at them. Satisfied? Or shall I go to Ollivander and ask him for forensic research into when the wand got broken? It's ruined, you can cast wandless, and everybody is happy, now let me get dinner. She yelled at the group, which was shrinking into the wall as she towered over them, her hair morphed into a writhing mass of SS. With an angry screech of frustration, Tonks abruptly turned around and stomped off into the kitchen, where two scared yells and the sound of breaking cutlery sounded, followed by Tonks screeching again. The kids and Margaret turned at each other and gulped in unison. That woman could be scary when she wanted to. During the lunch feast that Dobby and Winky had created, Tonks slowly calmed down and the talk continued for a bit about what everyone had bought and how the day was spent, before the teens made their escape. While Harry went to put away his new stuff, Hermione left for the library. Margaret, of course, followed. Hi there, would it bother you if I join you for a chat? She asked after closing the door behind her, and noticed Hermione tensing like a rabbit at the sight of AS. Chuckling, she addressed the frightened teen. Come on, I've told you that I do agree with you being a couple and I trust both of you to be responsible, whatever you decide to do, all right. I am quite sure he did something to you, didn't he? You know that it is slightly awkward talking about this with you. Hermione asked, leaving the shelf she had been perusing and sat on the couch, her mother joining her. Hey, we always talked about the potential happenings and mechanics of a relationship, why can't I ask about a real one? Her mother joked. Well, it is a bit more, well, real now, not so theoretical. Margaret snorted. As was my love life when you asked questions about it. So come on, what did he do? She asked, bouncing on the sofa. You know, you sound like a gossip girl at school when you do that, Hermione laughed, before finally delving into gossiping herself. I never knew that he would catch on that fast. He surprised me. There I was, just teasing him about stuff, and suddenly, he was giving me orders. Let's just say he is a natural at commanding. For some reason he just knows how to give orders the way it makes me tingle inside. He's got this presence now, an almost dominating aura ever since the wards collapsed. He was intense before, but now it's nearly overwhelming. She finished speaking, not realizing the breathy tone she had used towards the end. Don't make me jealous, Hermione, he's way too young for me, Margaret laughed, before getting serious. What orders? Did he push you? Hermione blushed and decided that honesty was the better side of valor, lest her mother assume foul play. Oh no, he didn't. Although I hinted that I would have played along, he just tried to embarrass me, tease me. I gave him a novel to read, and suddenly he was asking me about masturbation, and when I got cheeky in my embarrassment, he sent me to my room to increase the counter, if you understand. And he had Dobby make the walls between our rooms transparent to sound. She told her mum, her blush giving away that she probably had given Harry quite a show. At this point, Margaret chuckled, wearing a big smile. Very inventive, I certainly have to talk to Henry about such stuff. With magic, we might learn a few new tricks. And what about the shopping trip? I know you're not usually such a diva. You wouldn't believe me, I teased him about a lengthy trip, and he just told me that in case of any session lasting longer than 1 hour, I was to increase the counter in a changing booth. There was no way that I'd do that, yet, she cheekily added, but I didn't want to chicken out and let him win, Hermione whispered, which made Margaret guffaw. He's a keeper, be sure of that, Hermione. Any other guy would have tried to have you on your knees before him by now, yet he's just teasing you. In such a devious mind, are you happy? Hermione's smile was answer enough, and soon both women were engrossed in a vivisectional discussion of their current love lives. Hi Barnet, July 2nd, early evening. Dumbledore rang the doorbell a second time, with still no response. The cars were sitting under that nice pergola that they obviously used as a garage, so he assumed the Grangers were at home. He was aware that they shouldn't be on vacation just yet. He took care to know everything about his students, especially those connected to Mr. Potter. Still, no one was answering the doorbell. Finally, he drew his wand and unlocked the door. Quietly searching the house, he found 3 things of importance. First, the kitchen resembled a potions lab. Second, no one was home. And third, the wardrobes were empty, and the empty spaces on shelves, walls and furniture made him assume that framed photographs and many books had been removed. They had bailed. He let loose of a frustrated sigh. He had been busy the last 2 days. First, there had been an attempt to assassinate Director Bones, which failed since the Death Eaters weren't able to overpower the wards quickly enough and had been forced to retreat when Auror help arrived. Director Bones was injured and had to resign from her post, and Rufus Scrimgeour, an Auror, was named her successor. A Muggle bridge in London had also been destroyed, and only the fact that the Death Eaters were repelled at the Bones residence and vast amounts of gold helped Fudge to stay in office, if only by a hair's breadth. But to get this gold, Fudge had most of the incarcerated Death Eaters from the Ministry raid pardoned with flimsy stories explaining their actions away. Once again, he asked himself why he had allowed that man to get in office. And then he had his special mission to fulfill. A sad look at his withered right hand reminded him of the price. Since Severus was forced to treat the now withering Lord Voldemort, he already had a bunch of complicated potions at hand. By that lucky coincidence alone, Severus was able to stop the decay. His hand would never be the same, nor would his health, but there was no point in bemoaning a spilled cauldron. Because of all those problems, he had relied on the other Order members to conduct the search properly. But I forgot that most of them would not be able to find their own heads without a summoning charm, he chided himself. Apart from Moody, most of the Order members were only useful as sources of intel. Moody, while no help with any search because he spent most of his time inventing passphrases, dead letter drops, and looking for potential traps, was fine to have in a fight, at least. When Albus had asked them casually if they had asked the Grangers about Harry, they told him that they didn't because Ron had told them that if Harry were to contact anyone, it would be him. And of course they believed that little prick and his illusions of grandeur, as Severus stated. The Weasleys, annoying as they were his most devoted followers. Apart from the twins and maybe Ginevra, the girl, they were firmly under his control. It's astonishing how many favors you can accumulate with a bit of help here and a kind word there, he chuckled. Still, they were not the sharpest tools in his shed, but normally they sufficed. Usually, but not this time. With another, disappointed sigh and a soft crack, he disappeared from the home as if he had never been there. Hogwarts Castle, July 3rd, early morning. Thank you for coming on such short notice, Albus Brian Percival Wulfric Dumbledore intoned, trying to bring a semblance of order to the current attendance. Of course, Molly and his teachers were present, as were Remus and Alistair, and the two youngest Weasleys, since Molly wouldn't leave them alone without supervision. Of course, she had first inquired if there were any things about the war to be discussed, for her children needed to be spared such knowledge. Sometimes, that woman made him want to scream. A part of him felt sad at the thought that Ms. Vance wouldn't ever join them again. She had been a victim of a Death Eater attack the same day as Madame Bones. I have called you to this meeting as I have finally found a hint to Mr. Potter's whereabouts. As usual after mentioning Harry, he paused in his speech to let Severus voice his contempt and for the others to chide Severus. Of course, he could have reined him in, but it was better to have someone controversial in any organization to create factions. If the members unified behind a cause, they might start questioning their leader. Now, he chided as the ruckus calmed down again. Please, we need to stand united to face the evils that lie ahead. But back on topic, I have a rather strong suspicion that Mr. Potter is currently hiding somewhere with the Granger family. As he finished, he concentrated on his legilimency, trying to assess the people in the room. Surprise was there, as was happiness, probably because Voldemort had not captured Harry. It always fascinated Dumbledore that despite being a very accomplished occlumens, Snape's anger at hearing the word Potter seeped even through the man's normally iron defenses. For a split second, he felt a hint of fear and panic from someone in the room, and then an outburst from Ronald revealed the culprit. He wouldn't. If he were to have contacted someone, it would have been me. He never would have gone to Hermione instead, he shouted, and Dumbledore felt a strange mixture of fear and jealousy from the teen. He didn't want to think about on whom that feeling was focused. Some things, he just didn't want to know, for now, at least. But considering the fight after the ball 2 years ago, he assumed that Mr. Weasley thought he had laid claim to Miss Granger. So it is paramount that we try to apprehend the Grangers, for wherever they are, Harry should not be far. If they are reluctant to cooperate, a small compulsion charm should suffice. Since they were to leave for a holiday later, I think we should focus on Heathrow Airport, while still watching Diagon Alley, in case Harry or the Grangers show up there. With that, Albus had addressed his most pressing matter, and after a bit of chatting, the group broke up to start their individual days. In one instance, a person even started a new life. Remus had finally had enough. The nerve, using compulsion charms on the Grangers to make them rat out Harry. That was the last nail in the coffin. He now was completely Harry's man. Grimmauld Place, July 3rd, afternoon. You want to do what? Hermione yelled, glaring at Harry furiously. Harry winced, he should have known she wouldn't agree to that. Oh, calm down, Hermione, Tonks said. He just doesn't want to get any training until you can participate. I think it's cute. When Tonks had come to Black Mansion after lunch, she had taken Harry aside for a short conversation in the library, asking if she should train him to fight. He had politely denied that, citing a desire to avoid slighting Hermione. Just when Tonks had asked the last time if he really didn't want to train and Harry had confirmed, Hermione came in and immediately started ranting at Harry. Tonks' explanation baffled the younger witch, but didn't get her off her crusade. Why wouldn't you want to learn something because of me? That's plain stupid. You tell him, sister. Tonks quipped. Gee, damned if I do, damned if I don't. Harry sighed. Come on, Hermione, we both know how much you love learning. I know that you are practically devouring those books in the library, since I went over a few of them with you, but I know that it would break your heart if I were to get practical training while you weren't, since you can't do wandless magic. I just didn't want to have this come between us. Hermione was surprised by the insight her boyfriend possessed. She was stunned into silence, which was quickly broken by Tonks. I still think the gesture is cute, but it is unnecessary. Remember, this house is under a Fidelius charm. And, Harry asked, not able to connect the dots, while Hermione started beaming. First, the underage warnings only work if in the minor's house and environs. The Ministry has a surveillance device set to the addresses of Hogwarts students. The rest is assumption. And second, how do you think that would work with a location whose whole existence is hidden? The pink-haired Auror quipped. Oh, so the Fidelius charm means that we can't be noticed, at all. Harry finally got it. But why didn't you tell us when we were cleaning this house last year? It would have been so much easier if we could have used magic. Tonks's hearty laughter rang through the library. With Molly around. Dream on, Loverboy. After that, while important, revelation, Hermione had some even more important things to discuss. She took Harry's hand and shot Tonks a glance known to every woman. The Auror rapidly vacated the room, citing it had become TMI territory. Why did you think I would be upset? Asked Hermione, once they were alone and had taken seats on their couch in the library. You mean, how did I know you would be upset? Harry snorted. I've been trained for years to sense moods and possible things to upset people. The Dursleys used to punish me for a lot of things. Unfinished tasks, talking, being around, having good marks, everything. I had to anticipate what would be the best things to do all the time, lest I got in trouble. Good marks, Hermione said, horrified. For her, that was the worst thing that could happen. Oh yes. When I got home once with an A mark on an exam Dudley had failed, I got the worst beating I ever received. I started having bad marks on purpose. It took me until 4th year to realize that they don't care about my Hogwarts results. Well, that explains something. I always wondered why you seemed like a mediocre student, yet turned out to be so good when our owls approached. You ran the DA incredibly, you had such knowledge of magic that I only had to give you a spell and you could teach it a few minutes later. Well, I just stopped hiding. Time was much too short and valuable to waste it. And now you would have wasted it because of me. She asked, giving him a look that clearly showed her questioning his common sense. I didn't want you to feel bad because of it. I could still have read up on spells and stuff. Don't be stupid. Hermione huffed, her voice firm and reprimanding. You will start training with Tonks, and so will I. Even if I couldn't, you still should have taken her offer. She then smiled at him and gave him a peck on his cheek. But I appreciate the gesture. When that was settled, they rose and went to find Tonks. But before they made it out of the library, Harry stopped her, turned her around, pinning her to the door. You know, I think there is some punishment due for yelling at me. I believe this calls for corporal punishment, he said, leering at her. Hermione gulped and felt her face getting hot. Since that talk to her mother, she had actually feared that one day he would try to push her, like most boys would. Would she be able to say no if he tried? Harry smiled at her, and caressed her cheek. With a sweet whisper, he gave his order. For you yelling at me for my own good, I demand that I make you. Now that was a punishment a very relieved Hermione readily agreed to. The next day, Henry found Margaret standing near the partly open door to the library with a dreamy smile on her face. Noticing her husband closing in, she raised her finger to her lips in the well-known gesture demanding silence and then waved him over. As he drew up alongside her, she silently pointed through the door, snuggling into his side. Through the door, he saw a cute couple, his daughter and her boyfriend, sitting together on a couch reading. The way they cuddled together was nice enough, but in addition, every time Hermione turned a page, she leaned over and gave Harry a peck on the cheek. While Margaret obviously found that cute, Henry frowned slightly at the sight. Ever since he became aware that Harry wouldn't smite him on the spot if he said a wrong word about their relationship, Henry's protective father routine had dared to raise its ugly head again. Sighing and shaking her head, Margaret dragged her husband away with her, eager to get to breakfast and maybe a bit of couple time afterwards, that is if Henry played his cards well and behaved. The next few days brought some relief to the wizarding world. Because their Dark Lord was pressing his men to find Potter at all cost and made no new attack plans, the regular attacks ceased nearly overnight, and the whole wizarding world let out a collective breath at the short recess. The first days went by normally, or as what had become the norm. Harry and Hermione would be found in the library, studying spells, each to their own favorite topic. This meant that Harry preferred things he deemed useful, like direct approach fighting magic, while Hermione was looking for everything, the more obscure the better. Whenever Tonks was around, she ran some drills for the kids, mostly basic stuff like fast casting, dodging, and quick drawing for now. Although the Harry's wand was nothing more than a piece of wood, they chose to continue using it, for two reasons. Primarily, they wanted to keep his wandless skill undercover. Being able to still cast after he got disarmed was the perfect surprise. He even could spring an attack on somebody that way. The second reason was more mundane. Harry couldn't hit shit without pointing a stick at it. On the romantic front, all things went rather well. They would exchange kiss every now and then, and while their kiss had sometimes led to full snogging, they were actually rather restrained, given that they were alone in the house for most of the day and the modus operandi in their relationship. But Harry proved to be himself, incorruptible even by all his power given over a certain witch, and stayed a gentleman, although his reading material made him question if that was expected. He did what he could to keep Hermione on her toes with occasional orders, the burden of authority, you know. One day at breakfast, Harry had an idea. "Hermione, would you like to go for a walk at Diagon Alley?" he asked over the table, ignoring Crookshanks, who was trying to hypnotize Harry to hand over the rest of the bacon and sausage. Hedwig was still nipping on her piece of sausage up on the curtain rail, but the little tiger that Hermione had mistaken for a cat had scoffed off his piece faster than Harry could blink. Hermione finished her bite of scone before answering. "Do you think we should? You know that the Order is probably watching the alley." "Probably, but I am fed up with being holed up in here. I think if we have Remus or Tonks with us and use some sort of disguise, we will be fine." "Come on, we haven't had a real date yet. I know you are as anxious to get out as I am." When Hermione still seemed reluctant, he joked, "Don't make me order you." This made Hermione laugh and relent. Since he was right, she didn't fancy spending all her summer in this dark house either. When Remus showed up around noon, having spent the last 3 days at home for his transformation, he agreed to take them for a short trip to Diagon Alley. This was possible since today Remus was on Order duty to watch the place, which was practically making sure that no other Order members would be there, as it was the least wanted watch post available. No one liked to watch over a busy street to find a teen. So, being the only unemployed Order member meant that this post was usually his during the day. This meant that although with a chaperone and some glamour charms applied, they finally had a chance to have a real date. "So, where do you two want to go next?" Remus asked after the customary lunch at the Leaky Cauldron. He knew that Harry had gone to his stack of gold they had placed in the Master Studies safe, which was hidden behind a couch under a display of nautical knots along with some ledgers about the Potter and Black accounts. After Remus had worked his way through those, it was revealed that the Potters and Blacks had a nice portfolio of investment in various companies. In case of the Potters, even some Muggle companies, earning him a nice steady income, while he would be hard-pressed to even spend the interest on what the Blacks had accumulated. The Black money was mainly invested in property. He now owned about 1/3 of Hogsmeade, a good quarter of Diagon Alley and nearly all of Nocturne Alley, with a bit of stock strewn in. All this was good and well, but as things stood, he would only be able to access these and the Potter holdings when he was of age. Until then, the goblins would manage those, leaving him only access to his vault and the personal vault of Sirius. They had managed, between Harry's vault and the Padfoot's ready cash, to get about 53,000 galleons stacked away in the safe, so they had unhindered access. There, Harry had made a hefty withdrawal this morning, planning to spoil Hermione at every chance he would get. Of course, they spent some time browsing Flourish and Blots, but since Hermione had the whole Black library to browse, she was reluctant to buy anything. So Harry treated her to a new robe at Madame Malkin's, which was highly appreciated. They were playing with the thought of stopping at Ollivander's to replace Harry's wand. That would have made Harry's spells more powerful, since wandless casting caused a lot of magic go to waste in focusing the spell, but they knew that the old Ollivander was a friend of Dumbledore and would probably rat them out, so they left it be. After some more browsing and walking, with Remus in line of sight, and subtly watching them, as to not arouse suspicion and giving them some privacy, they decided to have an ice cream, since no visit to the alley was complete without Fortescue's legendary creations. While they sat and shared a bit of every flavor cup, occasionally feeding each other and having a blast of a time, two owls approached them, landing across the table on an unused chair. Harry felt a bit suspicious about the timing and wanted to warn Hermione, but it was already too late. Noticing the envelopes, Hermione had squealed, "It's our owl results, Harry," and collected the envelopes. Just as she ripped hers open, a crack was heard, followed by a well-known voice. "Finite." The next thing he felt was the icy shiver indicating their glamour's failing, and then the voice spoke again. "Nice to finally meet you again, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, you both proved to be very elusive." Turning around and glaring at the man, none of them noticed the B***owned boy in the back of the store slamming some coins onto the table and leaving in a hurry. "How nice of you to make my presence here known to everyone, Headmaster. I would have thought that you, of all people, would have noticed the benefits of me going out undercover in times like these," Harry snapped at Dumbledore, who just had cancelled their disillusionment charms. Obviously, the old man had placed tracking charms on the letters and had followed the owls. Meanwhile, Hermione had packed the letters away in her bag, and produced some coins to settle their bill. They had no wish to stay here any longer, now that they were uncovered. "My dear boy," Dumbledore chuckled, "you know that you should not be out of your home at all, and that is exactly where we will be heading right now." "Of course we will, Headmaster. After your stupid stunt it's much too dangerous for us to be out here," Harry snarled as he helped Hermione out of her seat. "Very good decision, Harry. I am sure the Dursleys will be glad to have you back under their roof," Dumbledore said, slightly irritated that the boy had folded so quickly. "I doubt that they will. Why would I even contemplate going there? I, for one, would rather do the tango with a Dementor than go back there," Harry huffed, while Hermione chuckled at the mental picture. Dumbledore was a bit peeved about the boy's behavior, but even more confused about it. "This is nothing to joke about, Harry, and stop this nonsense. You just said you would return to the Dursleys." "Did I? Strange, I do not remember that." "Hermione, did we plan to visit the Dursleys?" "Well, we could if you want to," Hermione ruminated, quickly getting his intention and glad to join in. "But I had planned to do this next year on your birthday so we both can hex those bastards into the next century together." "Oh, really? You do give the best presents, you know. I'll be yearning for that birthday all year long." "Thank you." Harry cheered, and gave Hermione a key on her cheek, before he smirked deviously at the headmaster. Dumbledore did not share his anticipation. "Please do not make this difficult. You know that there is no alternative. You've had your adventure, but now you have to go back to your family. And how do you want to force me to? Since you aren't an Auror, I don't think you have any right to detain me. Nor any legal cause. And you can be sure of one thing, I'll not go quietly." Harry promised, and put his hand on the wand sticking out of his sleeve. "Harry, please. You should know that Voldemort is currently concentrating all his efforts on finding you, and only the wards at home will keep you safe. It is paramount that we return there immediately, so these wards can be charged. You have already been away for too long. You keep ignoring the point, Headmaster," Hermione threw in, "that Harry doesn't want to get back there, because he knew nothing than abuse at that place. Certainly you wouldn't want to place Harry in an abusive home, again, don't you?" Her voice had started to rise, causing more people to watch the argument. Dumbledore was less than pleased with the way the talk was going. It would not do to antagonize the boy anymore. Maybe the grandfatherly approach would help. "I agree that the accommodation was less than adequate, Miss Granger, but I assure you that I will take care that there will be no further complaints." "Unacceptable," Harry stated. "I will not live under that roof again. I will swear an oath to that, if need be." That was enough to have the old man scrambling for an alternative. It would not do to have Harry lose his magic. Too much depended on him. That would be most unwise. The old man relented, "But if you insist, I might be able to arrange a stay for you at the Burrow, with order protection." Harry wasn't able to inform Dumbledore where to shove that proposition, because they were interrupted by a staggered series of pops, followed by screams of panic. 5 Death Eaters had apparated into the alley. "Great. Thank you for getting us killed, you old fool." Harry yelled and started dragging Hermione away from the tables, and they started running toward the alley's exit, while all around people started disapparating and running. Unfortunately, Remus, who had kept some distance to avoid being spotted by Dumbledore in case he had to intervene, was now blocked by the crowd as he tried to keep up with his charges. With Dumbledore in hot pursuit, they made it to flourish and blots before they ran into their other enemies. A group of 3 Death Eaters were walking down the alley, blocking their path to the flow to safety. "Ah, isn't that Whittle Potty over there? And Dumbledore, you old fossil, still breathing?" A high-pitched, annoying voice sounded. Bellatrix Lestrange, maskless and crazy as ever, was leading the group. Meanwhile, the other Death Eaters were fanning out behind them. To Harry's relief, it seemed as if most of them were focused on Dumbledore. Harry reacted by drawing his wand and moving slightly in front of Hermione. Hermione had her own wand drawn, too, but didn't really look all that confident. "No gloves," Harry hissed at her, while monitoring his enemies. Hermione jerked when she heard him say that, but knew he was right. "Oh, you've brought your mudblood friend with you," the rightmost man snarled, taking one step forward. "Finally I can complete what I started at our last meeting," he laughed, identifying himself as Dumbledore. Harry immediately moved to completely shield Hermione from that man, leveling his wand at his new primary target. "Oh, how chivalrous. All right, Potter, I give you the first spell, better make it a good one," Dumbledore mocked him, while the other Death Eaters just joined him in laughter. "Come on, Potter, I don't have all day," Dumbledore taunted, and as an afterthought, added, "although I think we'll take my time with your mudblood after we captured you. She has grown up nicely, hasn't she, fellas?" While the other Death Eaters laughed at that, Harry felt himself going cold with rage. No way was he going to let any of them get their hands on Hermione. Scowling, he slashed his wand towards Dumbledore, shouting, "Defendo." Dumbledore chuckled and raised a Protega shield as soon as he saw Harry starting to move. He knew the whelp would attack immediately after his latest taunt, and like expected, it was something a simple Protega could manage easily. His smile lasted until the "oh" of the incantation, when instead of a thin red wedge of cutting energy, a 3 feet long, sizzling, scythe-like blade of angry crimson magic plowed towards his neck. Realizing that his shield would fail like paper against that, he tried to dodge to the right, but given the distance, he had no chance to dive fast enough. His thoughts about how that could be possible were cut short, along with his cranium and a good part of his brain, when the curse smashed through his shield and impacted half an inch above his left eye, slicing clean through. His body completed the movement, landing with a soft thud, while the lopped-off part of his skull eerily clattered down the street. All action ceased for a comical moment, while everybody watched the skipping piece of bone. Bellatrix recovered first, screaming her rage and launching spell after spell at Dumbledore, trying to take the Master Mage by surprise, and instantly driving him back a couple of yards towards the alley. 4 others quickly moved to join her. Dumbledore held his own, countering, transfiguring and casting like a flash, but against 5, he had to constantly give ground to stay on top of them. While one of the 2 stooges left with them was still staring, the other recovered quicker than Harry, casting a Crucio at him. For a split second, Harry wanted to dodge to his left, but then remembered that he was still shielding Hermione with his body. Knowing that the still distracted Hermione stood right behind him, Harry gritted his teeth and remained still, awaiting the twisting red light to impact. Instantly, he felt the fiery knives carving his flesh in a seemingly never-ending symphony of pure agony. It was not as bad as Voldemort's spell had been, but there is no such thing as a light Crucio. For a second, he remained in control of his body, before his conscience was drowned in a sea of pain. With Harry falling to the ground, screaming, Hermione snapped to attention. She immediately identified the caster and swished her wand at him, yelling an incantation furiously, knocking the caster into a book display with a fierce Pelio bludgeoner into the face, breaking at the very least, his nose. While Harry was still panting, the last thug took a panicked look around, and seemed to remember that while his master wanted Potter taken alive, no such restriction applied to the girl. He whipped out his wand and yelled a feared incantation, letting a bolt of sickly green energy lance out at her, exposing a silver hand. Harry wanted to yell, jump, whatever, do something to get her out of the way, but his body didn't respond as he wanted to, and he was only able to crawl to his knees and look on helplessly. Hermione yelped and dropped to the ground, dodging the poorly aimed spell, but while evading successfully, she landed badly and unluckily banged her head, nearly knocking herself out. The spell slammed into a wall, showering the alley and the 3 combatants with brick debris and dust, while the world spun before her eyes. Harry had already seen Hermione die before his inner eye, and couldn't believe her and his luck. For a brief moment, he was grinning in joy. But then he noticed that Hermione was currently completely defenseless against any follow-up, whipped his wand at Pettigrew, yelling, "Incendio!" Although some defense authors considered that spell useful in a battle, it is usually a bad idea to use it. Granted, it produces a jet of flame hot enough to light a few logs of wood immediately, and nearly everyone can cast it, but it lacks range and can be blocked with a simple Protega. But the biggest disadvantage is that, although it makes a reasonable flamethrower, most people can't hold that spell very long, and the shield uses much less magic than the flame. Still, there is one thing at which it excels in a fight: to pin someone down. Harry knew that he was not able to cast a properly aimed spell in his state. Back in the resurrection battle at the graveyard, he had learned that you can't aim properly after being exposed to the Cruciatus. He didn't hit Voldemort and his spells were so far off that nor did he score any hits on the Death Eaters surrounding them. But the constant stream of fire meant he could continually correct his aim, so as long as he held it, Pettigrew would be unable to cast at Hermione. And as soon as she could clear her head, his girlfriend could relieve him and drop Peter. Pettigrew had barely managed to raise a shield in time and, just like Harry had planned, was now pinned down against a wall. He couldn't cast or apparate while the shield was up, but without, he would be burnt severely. He toyed with the thought of transformation for a second, but came to the conclusion that it was strictly out, lest he end up very crispy. At first, Peter wasn't really afraid, since he knew that all he needed to do was to hold the shield and wait for Harry to collapse, which should be soon, and then he could take the exhausted boy to his master. At least he thought so. 20 seconds later, the first drops of sweat began to form on his forehead. 5 more seconds later, his wand arm began to shake, and another 10 seconds later his knees buckled. At this point, he still wasn't afraid. He was far beyond scared. Harry, at the other hand, was still leveling his wand without problems. Okay, his aim was swaying left, right and everywhere, but that didn't really matter, since at that distance, his cone of flame was at least 3 feet wide, and thus still aimed at his target. While still casting, he had managed to get onto his knees, and was slowly dragging himself towards a still dizzy Hermione, forcing his muscles to work despite the pain. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry could see that Remus had entered the fray, relieving Dumbledore. They still were at least 50 feet away, so no help would come from them, especially since Bellatrix proved as vicious as ever, shooting nasty-looking spells left, right and center. And still, there were no oars in sight. "I yield, please, I yield," Wormtail sobbed. He was covered in blisters, his cloak had started smoldering in some places and he had collapsed against the wall. He had started begging a few seconds ago, and was holding his wands with 2 hands, giving all he had to keep the shield up. The bricks behind Pettigrew already had cracked, and a wrought iron lamp was glowing red-hot above the short man. The ambient temperature had risen so much that he was starting to get burnt despite of the shield. Harry just glared at him, one hand steadying Hermione, who leaned heavily on him as someone grabbed his shoulder. "Harry, let him go," Tonks pleaded, "we'll take over." Harry shook his head at her, noticing Shacklebolt rushing past him to join the fight against Bellatrix's team. He tried to kill Hermione. He panted, teeth clenched and spasming slightly, but not lowering the wand. "Harry, you don't want to kill him, I guarantee we will take care of him," Tonks begged, but dared not interfere. "He tried kill," Harry repeated. "Harry, stop that. We need him. He could clear Sirius. Do you want Sirius to be forever remembered as a Death Eater and betrayer? Please," she begged again. For a second, it seemed as if he would not listen, but then Harry sighed and complied. Ending the spell and lowering his blackened and smoking wand, he pulled Hermione closer, burying his face in her hair. Tonks rushed to disarm and bind the severely burnt Pettigrew. After a short key on Hermione's head, who was still slightly dazed and clinging to Harry's arm, he gave Tonks a sharp look. "I make you, personally, responsible for him. Do not mess this up," he panted, forcing the words out despite the pain it caused him. Tonks nodded, knowing that Harry meant every word of that. Not willing to find out what he would do in case of that hopefully remote event, she dropped to a crouch beside him and handed them a portkey, vanishing them from sight. Grimmauld Place, July 9th, early afternoon. Margaret was roused by a crash from downstairs. Rushing to identify the cause, she encountered a sight that would come to haunt her over the coming nights. In the foyer, right past the still open door, her daughter was lying over a prone Harry, crying. Fearing the worst, she screamed for Henry and rushed down to help. Closing in, she could see that Hermione seemed all right, but that Harry certainly wasn't. He was curled up into a ball and shivering. Hermione had pulled his head into her lap and was stroking his hair while crying softly. Margaret dropped to her knees beside them and hastily felt for his pulse, which she found hammering like a racehorse's pace at Ascot finals. At that moment, Henry ran down the stairs, nearly falling in his haste, and stopped before them. Seeing his wife care for the boy, he turned to Hermione and asked what happened. "We were attacked by Death Eaters after Dumbledore tricked us and revealed our true identities. Harry was hit by a torture curse, and then I got knocked out. He protected me until Tonks came and sent us home." "How is he?" Henry asked his wife. "His pulse is racing and his muscles are cramping. I think we should get him into his bed. I think another dose of muscle relaxant might help. Maybe some pain reliever, too." With a nod, Henry knelt down and lifted the boy into his arms. He was shocked when instead of being limp, Harry proved to be stiff as a board. He could feel those muscles rippling under the boy's clothes, cramping continuously. He rushed up the stairs, and deposited Harry in his bed, while Hermione followed as quickly as she could, leaning heavily on her mother. As soon as she entered the room, Margaret told Henry that she would leave to search for their medical equipment. Hermione held her back. "I'm so stupid, should have thought of it first," she stammered, then shouted, "Dobby." "Yes, Mistress Grant. Eep. Master Harry is being sick. Dobby will be helping. What is you needing?" Dobby had popped in, and started shouting at the sight of Harry, ringing his ears. "Bring every healing potion you can find. There should be a lot in my parents' stored trunk. Bring my parents' medical stuff, too. Whatever looks medical, okay," Hermione said, while she slowly lowered herself to a chair. Her mother took a look at her, held one of Hermione's eyes open. She then shielded it against the light with her hand a few times, watching the pupil's dilation. "Might be a concussion," she noted towards her husband, who was currently trying to undress Harry, looking for further injuries. "I banged my head while dodging a spell. Don't really know what happened afterwards. I got lucid sometime during the Portkey ride. I feel slightly sick from that." Hermione spoke with a thick voice, and held her head. She was developing a splitting headache, too. A few seconds later, Dobby popped in, and started resizing stuff. A cardboard box with the potions in various bottles, whatever was available at the time Hermione brewed them, their doctor's satchels, the medicine cabinet and much other stuff. Hermione stopped him when he resized her father's antique dentist stool, which had stood in his office as a keepsake. While her mother started rooting in her satchel, Hermione slowly stood and shuffled over to grab a milk bottle with a deep green fluid, and gulped down a large gulp of the bludger hit restoring potion. She sighed as the headache lessened and her dizziness faded a bit, and handed her mother some potions for Harry. Meanwhile, Henry had Harry in the bed, and Margaret was checking him over again. She fumbled around and finally got a chance to give Harry an injection when Henry grabbed Harry's arm and held it down forcibly. It took a few minutes for them to relax Harry's muscles, and the teen uncurled, now lying flat, only a full body shiver left from what would have been horrendous cramps. Only now they were able to feed him some of the potions. Usually, the effect of these potions was immediate, but this time, it was like they had poured water down his gullet. Nothing happened. "Harry, how do you feel?" "Hurts, bad, everywhere." Harry moaned, to which the elder Grangers exchanged a look. "Nerve damage," Henry said with a sad glance at his wife, then looking at Hermione. "There's nothing we can do against that, except strong painkillers to knock him out. But he might get addicted to them before he gets better, if ever." "Got any potions for that?" Hermione shook her head. "No, all I got are blunt trauma and burn damage. No pain potions. I don't know. Maybe, wait a minute. Dobby, can you find Tonks?" The elf had not left yet, just retreated into the background, and jumped to attention. "Yes, Dobby cans, Master Harry's grandee, miss. Could you please go to her, and ask her discreetly what to do against cruciatus exposure? Ask her to talk to you alone, we don't want anybody to know. Maybe she has some potions or can tell you which to buy. Take these coins and buy all she tells you, she said, fetching and handing Dobby Harry's purse, which still contained about 200 gallons from their earlier withdrawal. After Dobby had popped away, Hermione unceremoniously crawled under the heavy blanket to cuddle Harry's side, and started cradling his head and caressing his hair, whispering encouragements into his ear. If the situation weren't so serious, her parents would have ribbed her about that. But being as it was, Margaret sat down at Harry's other side, patting his hand, while her husband stood behind her, his hand on her shoulder, giving silent support. Still, Harry did not respond to anything, and kept shivering and moaning in pain. It must have been no more than 5 minutes later when a pop announced the elf's return. He carried a big box with the apothecary's logo on it. Dobby did as told. Dobby did buy everything, Miss Tonksi said, as much as he could, he said, dropping the box on the nightstand, and vanishing the lid with a snap of his fingers. Miss Tonksi said that Master Harry Potter, sir, must be taking one of the blue now and one of the purple when the potion works, and Master Harry, sir, is being awake again. Miss Tonksi said we cannot do more than that for Master Harry, sir, but Master Harry, sir, will be getting better by tomorrow evening, he said, and paused to hand Margaret the correct potion, which she immediately fed to Harry with help of Hermione. Miss Tonksi wills being visiting Master Harry Potter, sir, tomorrow morning, Miss Tonksi did say. Dobby is being sorry not being able to do more for Master Harry. Dobby will beg Master Harry Potter, sir, to let Dobby punish Dobby when Master Harry Potter, sir, awakes, the elf whined, his hands flinching as his desires fought against his orders not to punish himself. That won't be necessary, Henry interrupted gently. By the way, where is Winky? Winky is not being called, so Winky is being working and waiting for Dobby to tell Winky about Master Harry. May Dobby go and calm Winky. Oh, how stupid of us, Margaret gasped. Winky, she called, causing the other elf to appear. Obviously, Winky was as distraught as Dobby, she arrived crying. Mistress Grandji Mum called, she said after sniffing the tears away. Margaret left Harry's side to kneel before Winky, hugging her. Harry has been hurt, but now he will be getting better, thanks to Dobby's help. I just called you so that you needn't stay alone. Being relieved that her master would be fine, Winky even forgot to be properly embarrassed, and let her be guided to the bedside, where Margaret sat down again, while Winky and Dobby joined the vigil, of course only after they had popped out quickly to bring seats and refreshments for their caring masters. True to Tonk's prediction, Harry got lucid about an hour later, got his second potion and promptly fell asleep again. None of the Grangers left their positions that night. In a dark hideout, screams were echoing through the halls of Voldemort's lair as the Dark Lord personally debriefed the capture team in person. While he knew that the mission had been initiated on the fly after the Malfoy boy had stumbled across the Potter brat and the old coot, failure still was no option. Only his weakened state kept him from killing them outright, but punishment had to be dished out. After all, he had sent 8 of his own against Dumbledore, Potter and his mudblood. And what happened? Dolohov dead, and 2 captured. Once more he channeled his anger into his Cruciatus curse as he debriefed the last man of the team before turning towards the leader kneeling next to the curled-up man. The Dark Lord stopped as he saw the nearly eager expression on the face of his only female lieutenant at the prospect of getting cursed. No, Bella, I am not going to curse you, he said with a sickly sweet voice, watching her face fall. Right then, he realized to his great displeasure that she truly was beyond help. She had been crazy already when he met her, but after her stint to Azkaban she was only inches away from complete insanity. He had to make sure he never cursed her again if he didn't want to lose her. You deserve a special punishment, my dear, he whispered sweetly, causing all people present to wince in anticipation. You will not torture, hurt or kill anyone for a month, not even watching, except if I send you on a mission. And even then, you will not cause any collateral damage beside your orders, he told her, watching the insanity briefly leave her face as she looked at him like a kicked puppy. Also, you will go down to the chambers every morning, healing all present prisoners, and then take them the memories of their abuse before you bring them away and release them into the Muggle world unharmed, he told her, delighted in the horrified look she sported now. You all will make sure that there are always some prisoners present, he said with a look around at the other assembled and watching Death Eaters, gaining a chorus of delighted positive responses. Now leave, he barked, causing all of them to quickly move out. Oh, And Bella, he added while returning to his throne and sitting down slowly. If you dare disappointing me once more or misbehave even the slightest during this punishment, I'll make you bed the male ones, he whispered, his crimson eyes staring into her dark ones, before they rolled up into her head as she fainted at the bare thought of doing so. Grimmauld Place, July 10, 7:34. Damn it. Tonks muttered again as she materialized in the deserted entrance area. Adding one and one, she quickly made her way up to Harry's bedroom, where she encountered Harry and the Grangers, the elder ones sitting in chairs next to the bed and Hermione still under the sheets cuddling Harry. Before she could say a word, Hermione spotted her, and sat up, waving. "Hello Tonks. What's wrong?" Hermione asked when she saw her frowning. "The Order. Dumbledore found out," Tonks hissed, her hair turning deep purple. "He noticed me talking to Dobby last evening at the Ministry. We were both tied up in the questioning, but he has been trying to contact me all morning." After some expletives of varying gravity were uttered around the room, Henry asked the million-pound question. "What does that mean for us?" "They are looking for you, and given the connection between Dobby and Harry, they now know I am in contact with you. If they can add 2 and 2, they will shortly know where you are hiding. Take a good look out of the window, I bet the Order is already waiting out there. Also, I will be hounded day and night by them to return you, if they do not try to get me arrested outright." A quick look out of the window proved her guess. There were at least 3 members already waiting in front of the house. "Hermione," Harry croaked. The heated voices had woken him. With a cry of, "Harry," Hermione threw herself at him. "Are you okay? You stupid boy. Why didn't you just dodge that cruciatus? You must have seen that even before me." She sobbed. "Would have hit you," he croaked, before her hug silenced him. Tonks snorted and elbowed Margaret slightly to gain her attention. Bending over without taking her eyes from the teens, she whispered, "When is the wedding, again?" "As soon as I can arrange it," was the answer from Henry, who had overheard their talk. It seemed that by taking a literal bullet for Hermione, Harry finally gained his complete approval, at least for the moment. After the teens had separated, Tonks got to business. "I need your version of the fight for the report." After a quick look, Hermione began to describe the beginning, up to her fall and injury while dodging the curse. Harry finished the tale and finally, Tonks gave her update about Pettigrew's fate, and that Scrimgeour, the new head of MLE, had already reopened Sirius's case. "I wish I could have heard it. Witnesses claim that Fudge was cursing up a storm, but Scrimgeour, my new boss, wouldn't have any of that," Tonks told them with a broad smile. In fact, Scrimgeour was personally pushing the case, using the opportunity to weaken the minister for his own political gains. There was no way he would miss out on a chance like that. "You know, we managed to capture the one Hermione had downed and one of the others. When us Aurors showed up, the cowards retreated quickly, including my crazy aunt." Tonks continued her tale, ending in a frown. "How deep in trouble is Harry this time?" Hermione asked, worrying her lip in concern. "Are there any charges against him?" "Don't worry, girl, it was me and Kingsley who briefed Scrimgeour about the scene. He declared that the moment it became clear that Bellatrix was with them, any force was justified. He had signed the report instantly, clearing you from any misdemeanor," Tonks reported with a gleam in her eyes. "Admit it, sometimes it's nice to have a hardliner in charge, isn't it?" All the time, Margaret was rocking in her seat, itching to talk to Harry. "How do you cope with things, Harry? How do you feel about it?" "I'm fine," Harry used his trademark line, but furrowing his brow. "That actually bothers me a bit. Shouldn't I be devastated or something? I don't feel anything, at all, over killing that man." "Not necessarily," Henry interrupted to encourage his future son-in-law, patting his shoulder lightly. "After all you've been through, it can be expected that you're a bit jaded. But you won't see me crying, either. As long as you don't start to enjoy it, you're all right." "Just one more thing, Harry," Tonks said. "While I can understand, it was stupid of you to shield Hermione." Quelling the enraged responses with both hands raised, she moved on to explain. "While a cruciatus is nasty business, she's a big girl and girls can take pain. With you disabled by the curse, on the other hand, both of your lives were endangered. You are the better fighter, you're fast, you don't hold back, and on full power, as proven, some of your curses even smash through their shields. The best course of action would have been to blast Pettigrew first, and then the man cursing Hermione." You see, as long as torturing her, he's not killing her, so he has practically taken himself out of the fight, increasing your chances. She ended her lecture, smiling at the people staring at her in shock. Remind me to never get on your bad side, Henry said after a low whistle, shaking his head. While the now besieged were updating each other of the various topics, someone rang the doorbell. That would be Dumbledore, Tonks prophesied, and Henry made a face at her. Gee, I thought it would be Jehovah's Witnesses, he drawled, rolling his eyes, demonstrating him being related to his daughter. Shall we ignore it or talk to him? Harry asked while sitting up. Hermione did try to help him, hovering nicely, much to Margaret's pleasure. Since he can't get in, as long as you don't invite him in, you could at least hear him out, Tonks ruminated. Okay, then I'll dress and we meet downstairs, Harry finished the conversation. Hermione lingered a bit, considering whether she should stay and assist Harry, but a look from her mother told her that now would be a bad moment for that. She decided to wait outside to help him down the stairs. Can't you do something? You are an Auror, and they are well overstepping their authority. Henry huffed as they reached the entrance hall. They practically forced us to stay hidden in this house and would have abducted Harry if you hadn't port-thingied them away. We are talking about Dumbledore. He is one of the most powerful, magically or politically, in Britain. He is head of our parliament and has enormous influence in the ministry. He could easily get away with anything. And I believe he does have some legal title when child welfare is concerned, because of being headmaster, and thus, Harry's magical guardian, Tonks explained as Harry went down the stairs. He went under own power, at a snail's pace and wobbling along on stiff legs, but Hermione only a thought away from helping him. Henry gave Tonks a frown. So he isn't actually breaking any laws, yet. Nope, he has written most of these laws himself. He knows exactly what he can and can't do. They were interrupted by a second, more insistent ring. Tonks' hair flashed yellow as she jumped in shock. She suddenly stiffened as she remembered something. Remus, she whispered, before babbling at Harry. Remember Harry, whatever you do not invite anybody in, nor step out of the door or touch anyone. They are still locked out by the wards. Talk to them, stall them. I'll try and get Remus here. I fear we both will have to move in here, Tonks said in a rush, gave a quick goodbye and ran for the flow, while Harry, with the Grangers in tow, went to answer the door. When the heavy oak door was pulled open, Dumbledore's smiling face came into view. Ah, Harry, finally. We have come to escort you back to your family, he stated, as if stating the sky was blue. Strange, I don't remember calling a taxi, Harry countered, which made Henry snort. A quick glare from Margaret quieted her husband. The rest of the Order members, now nearly a dozen, were acting outraged, as they always did when someone dared to contradict their almighty leader. Harry, please. I know you are upset, but you have to return to your family. I am with my family. Harry shouted. Those evil assholes at Privet Drive never were and never will be my family. I am with my family, right now. He said, demonstratively waving his left arm towards the Grangers, but failing to notice their proud smiles behind his back. His right hand was still on the doorknob, helping him to stand straight. Harry, you know that you need to go back. With Voldemort around, you are simply not safe here. That statement made Harry laugh. Sir, you are only able to talk to me because you know the secret. Voldemort doesn't. And if I am not safe here, why are you still out there? I see. The old man sighed. Maybe we should sit down and talk about that, Harry, he offered, and when Harry didn't react, he prompted, may I come in? Do I look stupid, headmaster? Harry asked, you are exactly where I do want you to be. I'll certainly not bring my enemies into my home. A sharp collective gasp was heard from most of the Order members, only Snape chose to snarl instead. Molly Weasley, who of course was present, was the most vocal, and immediately started berating him. Harry Potter, do not talk to the headmaster like that. He is certainly not your enemy. What has gotten into you, young man? Common sense. Harry barked hotly in return, causing the Weasley matron to jump and puff herself up while sputtering incoherent sounds in her gurning outrage, and giving the overall appearance of a huge enraged chicken in a dress and apron. Oh, of course, Margaret meanwhile snarled at the shocked-looking Dumbledore from the background, you are so obviously not our enemy. You led an assault team directly to Harry, uncovering his disguise in the middle of a crowded place. Were you born that stupid or did you work on that? With friends like you, Harry doesn't need enemies, she spat venomously at them. I assure you that this was all a big misunderstanding, Mrs. Granger. Dumbledore tried to calm the irate woman, knowing very well that her opinion would influence Harry. The Order members were just gaping at the Muggle woman who dared to insult their leader like that. Of course, Headmaster, Harry sneered. But now, since I still have some errands to do, I would like to wish you a good day. It was nice talking to you. With that, Harry turned to close the door, but Dumbledore didn't want to leave it with that. Harry, I must insist that you come with me. That was exactly the worst thing to say in that moment. Harry completely lost it. Ever heard about a thing called choice? Who the F do you think you are, you meddling ass? He yelled at the old man. It might have been his words, or the sparks flying from him, or the storm blowing around him, tugging at Dumbledore's robes, but the whole Order gasped and scrambled for cover. Not even Molly said one word, but tried to hide behind a lamppost. You have absolutely no right whatsoever to demand anything from me. I have a written permission from the Dursleys to stay here with Tonks and Remus until my 17th birthday. So once again, I will not go back. Harry yelled, spittle flying from his mouth as he screamed out his anger at the man before him. Dumbledore stood there, stoic, but the smile had left his face. He now emanated a small aura himself. The Grangers instinctively began to move back, slowly, as did the few Order members who had not found cover, yet. Only Hermione didn't. She moved a bit behind Harry, knowing that there was no safer place in the confrontation everyone thought inevitable. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore began, after taking a deep calming breath. Let me inform you that that permission is irrelevant. Your relatives have changed their minds and have agreed to forget your behavior and let you return home. Also, your actions yesterday and your current outburst make it plain that you are certainly not fit to live without supervision and guidance by competent adults. Since you insist on not returning to Privet Drive, you will accompany me to Hogwarts, where you will be under my supervision and tutelage, till the beginning of your next school year, to show you the error of the way you have chosen. I'll not stand aside and watch you turn dark, like Riddle before. Everybody, sans Dumbledore, cringed, as they expected Harry to let loose. But to their surprise, Harry relaxed. Thinking that he might have the kid browbeaten into submission, Dumbledore relaxed, too, and began smiling at Harry, again. That smile died immediately when Harry laughed and told Dumbledore to go home and snog Snape, while slamming the door shut. Turning round, Harry saw 5 unbelieving faces, staring at him. The Grangers just stared at him, while Tonks, who must have returned with Remus sometime during the confrontation, was imitating a fish on land, opening and closing her mouth continuously, with her spectacular hot pink hair standing straight up. Remus looked at him in utter horror, while Hermione looked disgusted. What? He asked. Dumbledore snogging Snape? Hermione asked, wrinkling her face in disgust. That's nothing to even joke about, Harry, Remus interjected agitated. I nearly lost my lunch when you said that, and I still think I need to be obliviated of that mental image. As do most of the Order members out there, I believe. Margaret laughed, and jumped with a terrified shriek when a loud bang was heard from outside the door. Tonks and Remus immediately ran to the windows next to the door, while Harry instinctively brought a shield up and stood in front of the Grangers. His back to the wall, Remus took a quick look out, but stopped at his way back into cover. He moved in front of the window, goggling out of the window, laughing hard. Quickly, everybody ran there and took a look, just in time to see a smoldering Snape being portkeyed away from the street, while some others were helping Dumbledore to his feet. I can't believe that Snape was stupid enough to try blasting the door, Remus laughed, slowly sliding down to the floor, holding his belly. While the Order departed, one by one, the inhabitants of the besieged manor went to lunch. Harry had to be aided by Hermione again, now that the adrenaline had left his system again, but was already better than before. They all chatted happily during the meal, knowing that there was no pressing need for action, but still, lunch talk had mostly one topic. Okay, the good news first, Tonks took control over the talk. We are rather safe in here. I doubt Dumbledore will get Aurors or curse breakers to beat down the wards, since that would mean he would have to divulge the secret. And believe me, these wards won't budge without a small army attacking them, and one taking heavy losses at that. The Blacks have been famous for their wards for centuries. You would have more of a chance breaking Hogwarts, since those wards don't kill you for making a mistake. Also, he doesn't really have anything on us which would support such a measure. So until he gets desperate or manages to fabricate something, we're rather safe. Henry asked, and Tonks nodded. Okay, Harry, what next? Margaret asked. Since Harry had made it clear that he wouldn't go back to Hogwarts, they discussed his other options. The general consensus was that Hermione shouldn't go back to Hogwarts either. You didn't need to be a seer to know that she would have a hell of a time there now, and probably end up as bait. Remus, for one, was the perfect bait. If he were seen outside of the manor, Dumbledore might try to get him arrested for some trumped-up charges just to blackmail Harry. But since Remus was a licensed teacher, Tonks had a good idea to kill more than two birds with one stone and started to tell everybody about it. Please explain once again, Harry demanded after Tonks had blurted out her plan. With pleasure, Milord Black, Tonks grinned at Harry, hinting a devout dip while smirking mirthfully at him. If you place a deposit of 1,000 galleons each, at the ministry, along with an application for tutelage by Remus, a certified teacher, you will be exempted from the underage ban, no matter whether you actually are being tutored or not. That also would lessen Dumbledore's leverage of you not having proper instruction. So you are telling me that most purebloods are exempt from the ban simply because they have greased the right palms? Hermione asked incredulously. Don't tell me you didn't expect that, Harry harumphed, earning himself a death glare. Even in his weakened state, he proved to be immune. He was the boy who lived, after all. Officially, it's a deposit to cover the cost of reversing whatever trouble you cause while being tutored, and those costs will then have to be redeposited. Incidentally, the balance falls to the ministry when you become of age, so in reality, you're right, if you have money, you can do what you want, the young Auror admitted. In the following hours, Dobby was sent away to clean out Tonks and Remus' apartments, and Remus and Tonks were given rooms in the manor, while Winky insisted in cooking a huge dinner, although no one had the proper appetite. Tonks, the only one left who could move somewhat freely, had gone to fetch the paperwork from the ministry. While they were working their way through the pounds of application parchment, there was another knock on the door. Harry shortly thought it had an echo, but chose to ignore that. A quick look at the clock revealed that it was already past 8 in the evening, and the to-be-done paperwork stack was still bigger than the done. Sighing, and weighing the evils, Harry decided the guest, whoever he might be, to be the lesser. He opened the door just a second after hearing another echoing knock. Strange, I say, my brother. Yes, indeed, it is, my favorite brother. Really? Why, thank you, I am rather fond of you, too, but still, I would have expected a wheelbarrow. Or another wheeled contraption, maybe levitation, or a featherlight charm. Still, I would believe the size might have been a dead giveaway. Shrinking charm. I don't believe any man would use it in that situation, my beloved brother. Oh, of course, I forgot. Please strike that from the protocol. Harry gaped at the intruders, who had given him a look over and that strange greeting. What are you clowns talking about? At this hour, nonetheless, he asked, incredulously. Your balls, of course, the left twin intoned, just to have the sentence completed by his brother to his right. We were expecting you to carry those enormous, probably metallic examples of manliness in a wheelbarrow, at least. That at least, my brother, yelling at our revered headmaster, and while hinting at his say-UAL preferences to boot. That is something not everybody would dare to do, the second one took over. No one, to be exact, the other one finished, and then they chorused a, hello everybody. Beaming at something behind Harry. Turning, Harry saw the rest of the besieged, hanging on each other, laughing tears. To be honest, the left one intoned, we want in. Whatever you have planned, we want to be a part of it. Yep, usually the most fun is being had where you are, and we certainly won't be returning to Hogwarts this year either. Even if they retract our expulsions, the other voiced concern. So we thought about opening the joke shop we wanted. Turning respectable. Being hard-working members of society. Or just joining you in your excellent adventure. Which we have watched benevolent since the very beginning. They stopped for a second, drew their wands and chorused, we do not have any intention of stopping Harry and his excellent adventure away from Hogwarts at all, nor of snitching anything we learned to the Order, in any way. On our magic, so we swear. So, since the niceties have been exchanged, would you be so nice as to give us a helping hand in? The right one intoned with a bright grin that made Harry once again question the twins' sanity and develop a slight headache. Okay, but I am not adding you to the wards just yet. And at the first over-the-top prank, you are out, clear. Harry relented, knowing full well that forbidding all pranking would be like telling them to stop breathing. At their nodding, timed to be exactly opposite to the other, probably intentionally just to make someone dizzy, Harry sighed, again, extended his arms and pulled the twins in through the ward barrier, just to be crushed by hugs and backslaps before they went to greet the other people. Harry tried to memorize that the formerly left twin was introducing himself to the Grangers as Fred. Settling down at the parchment-laden table, Harry's first question was clear. How did you get past the Order guards? I would have thought that this place would be surveyed day and night by now. May I, George? Your pleasure, oh brother mine. Well, using our vast intelligence, our seer abilities, and our unlimited skills, we found the perfect way to overcome this night's guard. This was followed by a dramatic pause, punctuated by Fred's conclusion. We slipped Dung a bottle of fire whiskey. After the laughter had died down, Harry popped the next question. How is it at the Burrow? Oh, Mum is fuming, she is absolutely seething at your performance. She keeps on shouting about, no respect at all, and she didn't raise you like that. She even referred to us as being better mannered. Fred told them, to which George added, which made us seek you out to improve our education. Hermione laid her hand on Harry's shoulder as he dropped his head and sighed. Ron, Ginny? She asked, hopefully. A slightly more somber George answered that question. Ron is the usual prat, sulking about you having gone to Hermione instead of him, and how you always get everything. It seems that he was as interested in you as we always guessed, Hermione. Expect a tantrum if he ever finds out about you dating, he added, waving at the cuddling couple. Then he should have had shown it a bit more instead of picking fights all the time, Hermione snapped. I can count the good, role-less conversations with him on one hand. I knew he liked me, but I came far behind food and Quidditch, and that's unacceptable to me. What about Ginny? Oh, she's fine, you know, when we asked her, she told us that she is actually happy that it's you with Harry, because you won't keep her away from being his friend, like Cho would probably have done. Guess she knows you, Hermione. Hermione smiled at that. It didn't faze her that the girl had immediately drawn the right conclusions. While she didn't confide in Ginny with all her fantasies, Ginny knew that she liked a good, hero saves girl, novel as much as any other girl. No one else at Hogwarts knew even that much about her. And your dad? Harry interrupted. He's fine, as always, trying to calm Mum down, and telling her that you might have reasons to act like that there might be some misunderstandings that made you act that way. You know, like Dad. Harry had to smile at that. That's exactly how the gentle, understanding man would act. He just hoped Arthur wouldn't have problems with Molly for defending him. Fred suddenly sat up. By the way, this might interest you. Dumbledore is currently down 2 curse breakers. He tried to convince Bill to take Fleur to break down the wards here so he could grab Harry. Oh yes, George chuckled. Bill declined, quoting that this wasn't the way he had planned to spend the next weekend. Dead. Seems he prefers spending the weekend snogging the lovely Fleur, which I can totally understand. Lying on her surely beats lying in a coffin any time, Fred joked, earning himself a cuff over the head from his brother. Watch it, we have female audience. Sorry, Fred replied, sounding about as contrite as Lee during a Quidditch match commentary. When Dumbledore insisted that it was important, Bill just told him to shove it. Mum went ballistic at that, but quickly changed tune when Bill started talking about maybe having their wedding over in France at the bride's house, as tradition demands. They are currently over there, getting to know her family and taking a vacation on the beach. That's yet another reason Mum is angry at you. She blames you for being a bad influence. Could you please show us how you do that? George grinned, wiggling his eyebrows at Harry. We would love to be able to influence near strangers from afar. After some more amiable chatting and lots of laughter, the twins made their goodbyes, promising to spy and play blockade runners for them, for a price, of course. Harry asked Tonks to duplicate the forms 2 more times. It would be a long night. After Tonks had filed the kids' tutelage forms and theirs and the twins' nude applications, those 2 were too lazy to file them themselves, at the Ministry, things began to escalate rapidly. The first and biggest piece of manure to be hit with the banishing charm was a Daily Prophet article in which Rita Skeeter dubbed Harry, the boy who killed. Rita was her usual caustic self, attacking everybody, although in a very clever way. She attacked Dumbledore for not capturing the others and the Aurors for being too late. But her attack on Harry was a masterpiece. While no one can blame Mr. Potter for defending himself and his girlfriend against the alleged Death Eaters, eyewitnesses claimed that Potter actually cast the first spell, starting the fight, and used a lethal one, without even trying to simply subdue the man. Since the same witnesses reported that this spell blew right through the shield of one of the Death Eaters, this reporter asks herself what kind of spells they teach at Hogwarts nowadays. She then carried on about the capture of Peter Pettigrew during the fight, and Sirius Black's exoneration after damning evidence from Pettigrew's interrogation. The resulting verbal attack on the Ministry managed to paint Fudge in a bad light while still having Scrimgeour look like a bumbling town constable. Harry took Skeeter's antics in stride. After all, except for another very well-hidden hint at his becoming a Dark Lord, he came out rather unscathed while Dumbledore was literally rotating over the spit. Also, Sirius's name was officially publicly cleared now. It was the first article of Skeeter's that Hermione had not edited yet still met with Harry's tacit approval. Dumbledore didn't take the bad press, Harry's defiance, and their tutelage, which he thought implied the veiled threat of the boy leaving Hogwarts, too kindly. After a few shouting matches with the headmaster at the doorstep, where Dumbledore accused him going dark and murdering people at whim, Harry refused to open the door anymore. Tonks told him that Dumbledore actually had the gall and tried to have him arrested and put under his supervision for the same accusations, something that Scrimgeour rejected outright. There was no way the new head of the DMLE would oppose Potter after the boy had defeated he who must not be named only a few weeks ago and just battled another team of Death Eaters successfully. To do that would be political suicide, especially since Fudge was very much in favor of Dumbledore and Potter being on the outs. Dumbledore's revenge was a masterpiece of psychological warfare. Harry wasn't sure how it came to be that he suddenly was receiving mail within the Fidelius-protected manor, but he was sure that Dumbledore had done something with the secret to make it available to post owls. Remus told him that they had managed to get owls to the headquarters before, but he didn't know how it was done. Harry was literally showered by letters, mostly howlers, from the headmaster, Molly, and everybody else with a sense of entitlement, a Daily Prophet and access to a quill and parchment, or so it seemed. The elves quickly took over and started fetching the letters as they arrived and popping them to a silenced room in the attic to explode safely. Still, Crookshanks made it a habit to leave the room whenever he saw an owl approaching after an ignored howler exploded while he was sleeping not far away. Hedwig had taken to having long flights each night and only returning well after breakfast, the usual mail delivery time. 2 days after the incident, leaving the manor became practically impossible. Due to follow-up articles and rumors, a few visits anywhere all ended in quick retreats as people reacted curiously. Admiringly or with hostility, depending which slant of stories they accepted. Also, some Order members tried to force Harry to come with them at one encounter. Although no wands were used, all these encounters could have turned nasty, so they usually retreated quickly by their newly acquired portkeys and stopped going out at all. At least the people got tired writing him, and the howler count started to dwindle slowly, except for Molly Weasley's. They even heard some of her letters through the enchantments of the mail bomb room. Meanwhile, the twins came over every other day for an hour or two, sometimes to train, sometimes to bring news. Even the hilarious way they presented the news they brought couldn't make them less disturbing. While they kept peace with the magical world, the Death Eaters had started anew to bring terror into the Muggle world, and the death toll rose daily. Instead of focusing completely on this, the Order changed their tactics to following and harassing Tonks all the time to get Harry, something that did cause some unrest among the more intelligent, or as the twins put it, the less retarded, members. Finding the situation annoying, Tonks took an extended unpaid leave, citing family reasons, which Scrimgeour granted, hinting that he understood that she was trying to protect a family member from harm. He would have made it a paid leave, but that wouldn't stand with Fudge. Tonks was okay with that and focused on teaching the teens with Remus, who took over charms and the more theoretical subjects, along with the whole theory teaching, since Tonks was more of a hands-on person. Grimmauld Place, the 17th of July. Stop waving your hand like a wand, Harry, you don't need that. Tonks yelled. Since his wand didn't help him at all and was very severely burnt after that battle at Diagon Alley, they had just foregone it, which was fine with Harry, although Hermione made him promise to teach her wandless casting. And not just an, "I'll try," promise, no sir. She had stopped only shy of making it an unbreakable vow. "I just can't do this." Harry huffed. For a week now, he and Hermione had been drilled by Tonks. Tonks tried hard to break his habit of doing the wand movements with his hand, which led to trying teaching them some advanced techniques, like non-verbal casting and point casting, the art of foregoing the wand movements and just casting with a point at the target. Skilled dueler need those, lest they be ripped to pieces in one-on-one duels. Only the fact that the Death Eaters held back saved the teens in the Ministry. At Diagon Alley, they were underestimated, again. But there was no reason to think that they could surprise them again. The next time, there would be no pardon given. Those two techniques would of course be faster than incanting and swishing a wand, although it would reduce the power of spells. Since Harry had enough power to spare, that wouldn't matter, since he could cope. Hermione couldn't do that, but the advantage of fast casting in a fight was obvious. At these techniques, Hermione had a serious disadvantage. Her usual perfectionism with wand movements did hold her back, since she had problems doing magic, the sloppy way. "And I can't either," Hermione huffed. "These movements do have a reason, they are needed. You can't just expect us to ignore them. Same for incantations," she shouted with a stomp of her foot. "Okay, sit down, you two. I think I started this wrong. I'll explain," Tonks said, and slumped onto a chair. As soon as the two teens had sat down, she started again. "Sorry, I'm used to working with Aurors. Those have learned at least some wordless casting in school and are therefore a bit further along. Wordless and point casting are newt level, 6th and 7th year, respectively. Your wandless ability, on the other hand, would nearly certainly earn you mastery, Harry. If you can do wandless magic word and motionless, all you would have to do is to bring evidence of you fighting against at least 4 wizards alone or of you slaying a dangerous beast single-handedly as proof of your practical experience, and the mastery is yours." Tonks directly went off topic and into a tangent, like every time she started explaining something. But this time, Hermione laughed out loud. "Would pensive evidence suffice?" she asked, and Harry started to grin as he cottoned on. "What? Oh, you mean the dragon. He didn't slay it, so it's not enough. And the Ministry doesn't count, since he wasn't alone." Tonks countered. "I believe my brilliant girlfriend refers to the basilisk I killed in the Chamber of Secrets, don't you?" Harry stated with a smug grin, which earned him a hug and a key on the cheek. "Oh," was all Tonks could utter for a few seconds, blinking rapidly. "I think that should suffice. Yep, and for good measure, we should give them the memory of Voldemort's resurrection party, too," Hermione smiled. "You wicked thing." Tonks laughed. "That will confirm the identity of his followers, and shred every last doubt on his return." "I like that. Not to quell the euphoria, but first, I have to get this casting stuff done." Harry interrupted the giggling witches. "Oh, yeah, that small issue remains," Tonks said, returning to lecture mode. "First of all, ask yourself why we use incantations and wand movements." Of course, Hermione instantly had the answer. The incantation and motions are derived from the spell's arithmetic formula, they represent the magic and form the magic. "Not exactly," responded Tonks, and Hermione's face fell. She immediately took a deep breath in order to object that this was in fact the correct answer, but Tonks simply raised her hand to stall her. "Calm yourself, Hermione," Tonks told her, as the girl seemed about to tear into her. "You don't know the whole story yet. This stuff would only be taught after 7th year, when you go for mastery. Remus does have one, and I have Auror training, so we know about that. He knows much more about the theoretic stuff, so better ask him later during your theory lessons for details, okay?" She finished, and knew that her boyfriend-to-be wouldn't know what had hit him as soon as Hermione was out of here. So, yes, the movements assist the magic in taking form, but the intent behind it matters the most. That is why you usually don't get the full effect of spells on the first try unless you know a lot about what a spell does beforehand or have a lot of power, simply forcing it to work. Usually, the incantation is also a hint on what they do, but you don't need them. If you know exactly what you want to do, you can do it without. Hermione shook her head. So if I know exactly what I want to do, my magic will do it. That made sense. She always read far ahead in class, and she always got spells faster than the other students. To some degree, yes, Tonks told her, it's easier if you learn the spell normally, and remove the incantation and motion after you know it. But you could also invent a spell that way, if you can focus enough on the effect you want to create. An arithmetic formula will give you the incantation and compatible supporting motions to make it usable for other wizards who lack that ability or have less magic. Harry huffed. So, by using spells, you can cast more easily, but it limits the better wizards. And wandless casting is the same. Tonks shook her head. Well, yes, but wandless magic is a rare art, and needs a huge amount of power to pull off. You see, foregoing incantation and motions will already decrease the power of the spell. Since the wand is a magical focus, casting through it is much easier. Wandless casting is focused by intent and willpower, forming a focus, and thus uses a lot more magic for the same effect, since that focus is not a magic conduit per se. As Harry only gave her a dumb look, Hermione came to his help. Since a wand contains a magic material, magic flows easily through it. Harry looked at Tonks. Why didn't you say that? I did. Harry turned to Hermione, asking, did she? She did. If you say so. Harry grinned cheekily, which earned him a slap on the back of his head by Hermione. Tonks sighed, stood up and decked him, too. The main difference was that Tonks actually left a bruise. After that was cleared up, the teens started improving rapidly. It took both only a few days of training to forego incantations. Actually, Hermione had managed to cast her first wordless charm the same day, but it took Harry 2 more days to copy her feat. Although he took longer than she did, it still would be considered a great feat by anybody, since less than half of the wizards were able to get it at all. Still, it would take them quite a while until they stopped occasionally slipping and incanting out loud. Both had made some headway in eliminating wand movements, but that process was harder, since it had to be learned for every single spell, minimizing the motion step by step while keeping a firm visualization of the result, until only the slightest flick was left without losing too much effect. Hermione was able to do this for smaller charms, but for fighting purposes, she knew that she should better keep them. The power loss that she endured was massive. Also, her inner perfectionist was banging his cup at the bars of her prison, metaphorically speaking, whenever she tried to do so. She finally settled for being able to do it if she wanted to show off or needed to, and left it at that. She didn't plan to become an auror or duelist anyway. Harry, on the other hand, did fare rather well with the approach of a not-so-formalized magic, and rapidly improved his casting, although he still was no match for Tonks or Remus, at least in mock duels with hexes and jinxes only. If he went crazy on them with high-powered curses, he might overpower or exhaust them rather quickly, but they were probably still too good for him to last that long. Both of his instructors shuddered at what he would do to them if he had a working wand. Hermione still sighed every now and then when she saw her boyfriend cast wandlessly without effort. His bone breakers were especially vicious, which he attributed to his experience with broken bones. He could easily visualize the effects, making those curses, which they practiced on conjured pig halves, something that took a while for Hermione to stomach, downright nasty. She had actually gotten sick a few times during training when a spell had produced a rather gory mess, confirming her suspicion about her fighting aptitude. The twins joined them occasionally in training, and proved to be capable fighters, but they just didn't have it in them to use dangerous spells, yet. They couldn't help adding jinxes into their casting, which were not really harmful, but usually embarrassing. The unexpected effects proved helpful, but their tendency to play with their enemies was a double-edged sword. Hermione found their approach intriguing, and soon got very creative in adding at first glance harmless spells into her fighting repertoire. Harry still flinched at the memory of the depilatory charm she once shot at the groin region of the target dummy. Remus advised them all to be cautious, for that specific target area won't work well with some, mostly female, enemies. This comment made Tonks grin. Broadly and much to Harry's joy, it made Hermione blush slightly, too. Harry was running as fast as he could, but no matter what he did, the Dementors were still closing in. He had burnt his wand to ash trying to repel them, but his Patronus faltered as they closed in on him. Stumbling, he dashed forward through the forbidden forest, branches tearing at his clothes and hitting his face and arms painfully. Running like mad, he had lost the Dementors after a few minutes, and stopped, panting and gasping for breath, his heart beating so hard that it hurt. Doubled over, his hands on his knees, he tried to regain some composure as he heard the sound. Something was clicking in the trees around him. Looking up, he saw something he had wished ever since his second year never to see again in his life. Hanging in huge webs spanning from tree to tree, hundreds of dog-sized acromantulas were closing in on him. With a hoarse yell of sheer terror, Harry practically threw himself forward into the woods, trying to get away from the eight-legged terrors. Blindly, he stumbled through the trees until his foot became tangled in a root and he slammed to the ground. Lying face down on the ground, he spun around frantically and saw an undulating wave of spiders flowing towards him. Scurrying away from them, he reached for a stone or something to defend himself, but grabbed something soft and warm to the touch, instead. Ouch! Hermione yelped, waking Harry from his unpleasant dreams. Looking around groggily, he noticed that he was in his own bedroom, and it was rather early in the morning, according to the dim light flooding the room through the high windows. "Damn, Harry," a well-known voice came from his right side. "You know I like it rough, but that'll leave a bruise," Hermione lamented, massaging her left B*east, her very exposed left B*east. To be correct, it wasn't the only exposed one, there was a second one on her right torso, currently without massaging hand, and therefore even more visible while being just as beady. Harry's conscious mind took a short vacation as he tried to come to grips with the view, silently thanking the powers that be that these beautiful mounds come in pairs. These weren't the first B*easts he had ever seen, there was always page 3, but these were the first in 3D, and they even had a real girl attached to them. "See something you like?" Hermione giggled, and the resulting movement made it impossible for Harry to respond with more than an even more rigid stare. That rigidness quickly transferred to a different part of his anatomy when Hermione embraced him in a soft hug and whispered into his ear. "Happy birthday, Harry, I thought you might like being woken up like this," she purred into his ear as she caressed his chest, snuggling into his side. And she was perfectly correct in her assessment. He liked it very much, and immediately started to show her how much he did. As she tangled her legs with his, Harry could feel her legs still covered by pajama bottoms. Apparently she had just foregone the top, but that was perfectly fine with Harry. She had taken his hand and was currently teaching him how much pressure she actually liked applied to Harry's new favorite toys. It took him only a few tries to get it right and both savored the new way to get mutual pleasure. "You know, I think I'll insist on being woken up like that from now on," he noted between mutually exchanged bites and kisses. "And why should I? Oh." Hermione gasped as Harry found a special place on her neck to nibble on. "Okay, I think we could negotiate, just don't stop." About a week into August, the teens were starting to get bored with their daily training routine and began to explore different parts of the library. Harry had started to look into warding, and thus begun to read introduction-level books about runes, much to Hermione's delight, and she always was around him, reading more advanced tomes while helping him along with eventual questions. Their other explorations, on the other hand, were progressing nicely along the lines of a healthy relationship. By now, there was only a tiny part of uncharted territory left, which was usually covered by silk clothes. A few expeditions had made brief surveys into that region, but they did stop without doing any environmental modification. Those expeditions were usually nightly occurrences, since Hermione happily obeyed Harry's birthday order, and both broke the news to her parents that there would be another room available for potential visitors when they asked what she had gotten him for his birthday. At this, Henry started singing a song and vacated the room, his fingers firmly planted in his ears, but Margaret was happy with their decision to move in together. Of course, she did ask Hermione about all the details she could squeeze out of her daughter in the next of their occasional gossip sessions. Tonks had also started joining them some time ago, changing their picture of the gentle, soft-spoken Remus forever. Henry chose to ignore those happenings surrounding his daughter as much as he could, which gave his wife and daughter many opportunities to tease him. Like at one particular breakfast, when Tonks started to comment about Harry's newfound studious nature. "I didn't peg you for much of a reader, Harry. Seems like Hermione has finally had some good influence on you," she teased. Hermione just couldn't let an occasion like that go to waste. "Yeah, I'm rubbing off on him," she chirped, batting her eyes at Harry. Haven't you both proceeded past there already? Tonks returned, just when Henry had taken a sip of his tea. The fountain he jettisoned across the table was remarkable. Tonks immediately swished her wand and vanished the mess, while the table joined in a good laugh. Hermione patiently held her reply back until her father had continued his meal. Yeah, we have, but it's still one hell of a pastime. A long silence followed as everybody looked at the wall, and the tea covering a sizable portion of it, dripping down slowly. Okay, you won, Hermione. That was at least 3 feet further than my attempt. Tonks broke the silence, sliding a galleon over to the girl. Oh yes, there was a lot of fun made at Henry's expense. One evening about a week into August, a loud, booming laugh filled Grimmauld Place. Curious, Hermione went to find the source, and found Harry in the living room, laughing loudly, his laughter having drawn her out of her studies. She approached the laughing man of her dreams curiously, as he was slouched in the biggest couch, holding his belly and crushing an open book to his chest. What's so funny? Remember how Sirius was always called a scoundrel, or rakish? He asked, between gasps for air and laughter. Seems to be a family tradition of sort, he proclaimed to Hermione, who had already been joined by the rest of the inhabitants, raising his book for all to read the title, History of the Noble and Ancient House of Black. He instantly was overcome by another bout of laughter. Their curiosity woken, everybody took a seat, and when Harry had calmed down, he started to tell the tale. The Blacks were an old family, but in the late 1600s, they were nearly broke. They had started to sell their assets, and were close to losing everything, including the family itself, since they had only a daughter left to the line. By some quirk of luck, their fate changed in 1713, when on a visit to sell one overseas property, that daughter, Annabeth Venus Black, caught the interest of one Edward Teach, who actually bought that island. Harry had to guffaw when Hermione blushed furiously at that name, while her mother perked up, too. Remus started to laugh, while Tonks and Henry were looking blank. You both might know him better under his assumed name of Captain Blackbeard, Harry clarified, laughing again when their eyes shot wide open as they recognized the name. That man, who despite cultivating his vile business image, was, according to this book, at least, in fact a rather nice guy, and a wizard to boot. After only a short time, he fell for her and they married, after he was adopted into the family and had changed his name to Edward Teach Black to preserve the line. When his pirating days came to an end, he accepted a pardon and used the good opportunity of a bumbled assassination attempt by a young English lieutenant named Maynard to fake his death. His crew actually won the fight, but they left Maynard and his crew with changed memories and a transfigured head that looked like Teach's. Harry continued the tale, shaking his head at the resourcefulness of the sneaky pirate. He retired to the Black property, which he most creatively called Black Reef, and the vast riches he plundered were the base for the new prosperity of House Black, was the summary of the last few pages that Harry gave the others. So Sirius was the great whatever grandson of Blackbeard. And the Blacks were pirates turned nobility. Remus laughed, rolling around on the floor. I guess that makes Harry the head of a pirate clan, Margaret quipped, grinning at the intensifying blush on her daughter's face. Arrrrrr. I, Captain, Tonks snarled, having morphed into a pirate, complete with conjured eye patch. So that's where Sirius went, Hermione said. I knew it had to be somewhere tropical after he sent you that bird. Right, and I believe, we will all go there, too, since that book hints that the island is unfloatable, boarded and can only be reached by sea or a permanent two-way portkey in the form of a nautical knot board in the Lord's study in Black Manor, Harry answered, wiggling his eyebrows. He nodded at them as everyone's face lit up as they understood what he was referring to. So, all in favor for leaving here and moving to an island in the Caribbean, say, arrrrrr. Tonks cheered, and a group snarl sealed the deal. Okay, so tomorrow morning we'll go for a visit, then, Harry said, only to be shot down by Henry, who voiced a reasonable point. Bad idea, Harry, we should try tomorrow noon or evening, since we will have at least 6 hours time difference, he objected. Then I would prefer the evening, since it leaves us a whole day to prepare. Hermione suggested. Okay, folks, we'll make a short visit tomorrow, with just an overnight bag, then if it's fine, we'll move in permanently. And now off to bed everybody, I want us all to be well rested. This means especially you, Remus, Margaret commandeered. The day before yesterday had been the full moon, and Remus still looked a bit like it. He had spent the night in a cage up in the attic that all the magical inhabitants had transfigured together. When Remus had informed them that he had to leave for a few days, Harry was having nothing of it, and was devastated as he apologized about forgetting to take care of this need of Remus's, who had given up everything to help him. Remus, being rather unstable emotionally because of the waxing gibbous moon, had embraced Harry in a teary hug and thanked the boy for seeing him as so normal that he even forgot that he was a werewolf. That led into a crying session joined by all the females that Remus and Harry would rather have buried and forgotten. Fat chance Henry would ever let them. After they had created the cage, Harry had even sent the elves on guard duty to make sure that Remus was safe. The standing order of the next days after the full moon for the elves was to make the attic room an inescapable playground for a lone werewolf. Harry and Hermione had thought about starting animagus training to keep him company, something that Remus friendly but firmly rejected for now, citing that they had already enough study topics on their schedule. He promised to work on it with them once they had a bit more time. Everyone obeyed Margaret's order without much grumbling, Tonks even yawning slightly, still tired, since she had held vigil for her, Wolfie, too. Hermione, on the other hand, jumped up and nearly dragged Harry up to their room. Not that he gave much resistance. In spite of Margaret's suspicions, Harry didn't get really lucky tonight, but, by Merlin, he didn't complain. Not a bit. Later that night, in a dark hideout, Voldemort hissed as he was staring at the moldy tome in which he had found the final piece of the puzzle. How could he have missed something so obvious? It was a small, but critical error with the timing of his first resurrection. Due to the unique timing issues, and the incompetence of Crouch, he was forced to undergo the ritual in late June, after the solstice. But this tome stated that the resurrection needed to take place before the solstice to be fully effective. Voldemort pondered a bit as he caressed the page in front of him. The later date could have caused this body to be unstable. This would mean that it would have started to decay rapidly, but it hadn't. At least not until whatever Potter did to sever the connection between them. So it must have been the connection to Potter had stabilized this homunculus body. That would make sense, since it was reported that Potter was significantly more powerful since that day. It was very much possible that their connection had siphoned away a sizable portion of Potter's magic to keep this body intact. Blood was a powerful and incalculable factor in magic. There was a big chart on the next page, displaying some dates and their significance in resurrection rituals. Voldemort was glad that this was one of the last remaining copies of the translation of the long-lost original Egyptian scrolls on resurrection. Reading Egyptian glyphs made his eyes itch. According to this graph, since my body was destroyed on Halloween, the death day, the perfect day for resurrection would be Beltane, its polar opposite, Voldemort concluded, with a raspy breath before coughing up some blood. He took a large gulp from the goblet of blood-replenishing potion near his reading station, and leaned back into his stuffed chair as the potion ran its course. He was already up to a quarter dose every other hour to keep his body working. Severus had better hurry to find something to give him relief until he could rectify the error. He closed his eyes and started to doze off lightly, a nasty side effect of that potion. August 8th, Grimmauld Place, still, 8 p.m. The inhabitants, clad in light summer clothing, stood behind Harry as he looked at the display of nautical knots on the wall. I believe we should consider it enemy territory until proven otherwise, right? Harry noted. Good idea, Cub. Henry, Margaret, please move behind Harry, Tonks, to their left and Hermione to her right. I'll cover the back. Wands out and ready. Shout your threat assessment out loud after landing. Remember to bend your knees before Harry activates the portkey, and to kick your legs to get upright before landing. We don't want to land as a heap of bodies, right? Tonks reminded everybody. They had some experience with portkeys by now, but better safe than sorry. Everybody extended one arm towards Harry, who touched the anchor in the middle of the display with a whispered, "Here goes nothing." After a nauseating, long spin through the flashing lights, they were suddenly feeling like they were in freefall. Expertly, they kicked their legs and landed in a crouch in the middle of a lush room in an obviously warmer climate. Immediately, Tonks and Remus shouted there, "Clear," and Harry and Hermione replied only a second later. Lowering their wands, they separated and looked around the room, taking in its clearly antique furnishing and decoration. The room was colored in a soft white and pastel pink, with subtle gold accents, just obvious enough to show wealth. Some ornate lounges and low tables with silver and gold candleholders on top showed that it was some kind of living room. There was a bell sounding in the distance. When looking out of the windows, they could see that they were on a hill on a small tropical island, looking out over a lush jungle, with beaches in the distance and a small town down near one of them. The whole island couldn't be more than a mile across in every direction, and the house they were in seemed to be at one end, while the town rested on the other side, near the eastern beaches. If they strained their eyes, they could even see crowds of people milling around the town. The other side showed a cliff with a beach about 100 yards below, as far as could be guessed from what you could see of the far end of that beach and cliff. There was even a small waterfall resting off in the distance at one side of the cliff, giving it a very wilderness feeling. Tonks let loose a low whistle at the sight. As it comes to hideouts, it's not too shabby, she stated dryly. This sentiment was reflected multiple times as they all started milling around the room, looking at the various objects and furniture. Everybody relaxed a lot when Hermione pointed out the return not display portkey, which looked exactly like the one in the study. Harry still stood at the window, staring out. "I never thought it could be so beautiful," he said in a dazzled tone, still mesmerized by whatever he saw. Hermione joined him curiously, and Margaret and Henry also stepped closer. "Yes, this tropical jungle is really something," Henry replied. "I find it as fascinating as you do, Harry. Look at all those flowers out there, and the birds," Margaret nearly squealed as she took a closer look. "You are right, Harry, this jungle is truly amazing," she said, while Hermione wrapped her arms around Harry. "What? Oh, the jungle," Harry said as she was pulled out of his reverie. "Yeah, it's nice, but look at this ocean. This water is so amazing. I never knew how blue it would be," he stammered in fascination. "Come on, you sound like you never saw the ocean before," Henry chuckled, shaking his head at the antics of that boy. "I haven't," Harry softly whispered. "I was only there once, on a stormy night as the Dursleys tried to hide from the Hogwarts letters. Hagrid came and rescued me. I never saw more than gray, moving ground through rain and storm. Are you telling me that you live on an island where it's nearly impossible to live more than 2 or 3 hours drive away from the ocean, and they never went to the beach before?" Henry asked incredulously. "Granted, there are people who don't like the sea, but even they show the ocean to their kids at least once." "Well, they went to Brighton, I believe, every summer, but they always left me with Mrs. Fig. They never took me along," Harry said with a hitch in his voice, only briefly lowering his eyes in sorrow, before he again focused on the water, ignoring the horrified look the Granger adults gave him. Hermione silently clung to his waist, giving him the support he needed, vowing again to grant those bastards a visit. Even Remus and Tonks were watching this exchange with concerned faces, but they never got to interfere as everybody tensed and turned when a knock sounded throughout the room, all peering at a set of extravagant white double doors with golden floral inlays on the one end of the room. At Harry's call, a man in white cloth trousers, a shirt with A verses cut so deep that it might as well be open in front, and a vest entered. He was walking barefoot and held an old tricorn in his hands. He seemed to be in his mid-40s and had a weather-worn face with bright blue eyes. His head was shaved and gold hoops dangled from his ears. He stopped, scanned the faces of those present and gave a sad sigh before greeting them. "Welcome to Black Reef. I am sorry to see the old Lord Black is not with you. Which one of you happens to be the new Lord or Lady Black?" "That would be me, Harry Potter Black," Harry answered. "These are Mr. Lupin, Miss Tonks Black, Mr., Mrs. and Miss Granger," he introduced his companions. "Welcome, Lord Black. My name is Matty, I'm the bosun of this settlement." "You mean mayor? Isn't a bosun a man in charge of the deckhands on board of a ship?" Hermione asked. "Well, that's right, but it's tradition on Black Reef to address the mayor that way, Missy," Matty answered. "If you would like to follow me into the next room, the robbery, we shall get you fitting outfits before I lead you to around the house and town. It won't do to have you here without some fitting clothing," he stated, indication his own state of dress. "There is a dress code on this island," he grinned. The women immediately agreed to that, and soon cries of joy were heard coming from the room. Hermione had immediately chosen a light blue dress, shoulder-free and with a flaring skirt, fitting for a governor's daughter. Henry and Margaret had played along, dressing as the governors. That long walking stick looked rather fetching with Henry, while Margaret really managed to fill out the dark green dress she selected, much to Henry's obvious pleasure as he was grinning rather lewdly at her. Sun protective umbrellas and hats rounded out the women's outfits. Harry was led to a certain stack of clothing, since he was told of certain expectations he'd have to fulfill as Lord Black. With Hermione's help, his outfit soon was a copy of an old swashbuckler movie: tight black trousers, high boots, and an open front shirt with a red sash around his hips as belt, combined with a red cape, a gold-embroidered black vest, and a wide-brimmed hat with an ostrich feather on it. After a short pause, she added a rapier in a sheath, held with a broad leather belt over his shoulder, for rakishness. Harry had no idea what to do with a rapier, but if Hermione's key was any indication, it looked great. Tonks chose a crimson barmaid's dress, off which she ripped the lower half of the skirt, exposing a lot of leg. She insisted that Remus wear only tight red trousers, boots and a black open vest, which showed his muscular and very hairy chest, to which he agreed only after she whispered something into his ear and morphed into a Latin American beauty with a long, curly black mane, and a rather large bust, naturally. After that, Matty gave them the tour of the villa designated for use by the governor, who by tradition was always the current Lord Black in personal union. It contained many sitting rooms, a ballroom, a master suite, and 5 guest rooms, and was, much to Hermione's delight, maintained by human workers instead of elves. When they stepped out onto the front yard, they right away knew the villa was cooled somehow. The humid, salty air hit them like a troll's club. They immediately began sweating, and Remus and Harry noticed happily that their clothing was perfectly suited to that climate. Henry was a bit worse off, but Remus came to his aid with a cooling charm. Harry offered one to Hermione, but she denied, claiming that with the umbrella, she felt fine. When Harry didn't buy that, Margaret laughed and informed Harry in a whisper that they wore the correct underwear for the time period, before she latched on her happily smiling husband's arm. When Harry was looking after her confusedly, Hermione giggled and told him 3 words which made Harry's problem with the heat even more pronounced, and kept him stealing glances at her deliberately swaying hips as she walked ahead in front of her stunned into immobility boyfriend. Not invented yet. While they walked down the not even half a mile long path to the town, the women were pointing out the various flowers and birds to each other, squealing in delight whenever they found some new sign of paradise, and Matty turned to talk to Harry. "Excuse my curiosity, but how did the late Lord Black die?" "In a Death Eater attack," was the curt reply he got out of Harry. "Oh, what a pity, we only had a short time to patch him up, he just stayed a few months, and never really left the villa. We were hoping for him to return soon, so we could have him around for some more time." Matty lamented, and they fell silent for the rest of the walk. When they were in sight of the wooden palisades of the town, still being about 100 meters out in the woods, suddenly at least 10 men stepped out behind the trees, clearly pirates, and with wands drawn. They immediately shouted, "Stupefy!" in unison. Remus and Tonks tried to dodge and draw their wands, but they got stunned from behind before they even could grab them. Harry's reaction was better. The moment they started moving, their wands threw himself at Hermione and the Grangers, knocking them over into the ground. While the stunners sailed over their heads, knocking his hat off, and taking down one of the pirates behind them, he had already raised his right arm and started casting as fast as he could. He hit the ground, well, Margaret hit the ground and he landed on top of her, just as he had finished turning around while falling and cast the first spell. His bone breaker slammed into the hip of one of the pirates, causing the man to spin and scream as he went down, while Harry rolled off Margaret and jumped up into a crouch, aiming for the next. Meanwhile, Hermione had drawn her wand and did what she knew was the best. She decided to cover Harry's back and cast a bludgeoner at one guy, clipping his side and send him ass over tea, grog mug into the underbrush, and then a protega, covering herself, her parents, and Harry from being shot in the back. "Stop. Everybody stand down. Lord Black, I beg you, please stop. I'll explain." Matty yelled over the noise. Before he had finished, Harry had already had fired a cutter at another man's neck, which the man had dodged at the last second, and was halfway through casting a blasting curse into a third man's face at a foot distance. As he noticed the yell and saw that everyone had lowered their wands, he quickly raised his arm, letting the curse sail harmlessly into the air, glowing angrily red. The man in front of him fainted. "Bring the wounded to the nurse and wake the Lord's friends." And bring me the piece, Matty barked, and went to kneel in front of Harry while all the pirates disapparated or left. I beg your forgiveness, Lord Black, this was not how it should have gone. This was just supposed to be a test, I swear. A test. Henry roared and jumped at Matty. This was supposed to be a effing test. He yelled as he grabbed Matty by the vest and pulled him up to scream in his face. Please, I can explain, Matty begged, standing tiptoe. Let him, Remus growled, stepping closer, the wolf barely restrained and flashing in his eyes. And it better be a good one, a slightly groggy Tonks hissed. Henry reluctantly released the man and patted the dust off his own clothes. Matty immediately began talking for his life. It is tradition among us pirates that anyone has to prove himself worthy of a position. Therefore, the new Lord Black will always be ambushed by his crew once. It traditionally consists of one volley of stunners, taking down all his escorts to prevent any accidental injuries, and then we watch his first reaction. Does he attack, defend, flee, or break down whining? No one expected you to cast so fast that we would be unable to shield. Normally we have enough time to prepare while the Lord draws his wand. We didn't know you were able to cast wandless. A soft sigh was heard in the background. Hermione always did that when wandless magic was mentioned. She had still made no inroads at it, and was slightly depressed about that. You're lucky, Matty. I cut the head off the last ass that sent a spell at my girl, Harry said as he glared at the man. Matty had no problems believing that story. In merely 2 seconds, the young man in front of him had badly injured one of Matty's men and only due luck and mercy not killed 2 more. That man was prime quality captain material. Has he at least passed? Margaret inquired tartly, trying to shake the leaves and stuff out of her hair. Oh yes, madam, with flying colors. Matty grinned, the crew will have no qualms about following your lead, my lord. It's my pleasure to be able to show you a traditional secret for the lords which have passed, Matty beamed at Harry. I am so happy, my lord, we have been waiting a long time for a lord to pass the test. To our regret the late Lord Sirius left us before he was fully healed and before we could test him, he told Harry, getting really giddy, bouncing like Dobby, a truly strange sight for a 40-plus aged pirate wannabe. I'm still pissed that you got me, Tonks grumbled, as she began to clean the Grangers with her wand. Do not feel ashamed, miss. We had never failed before. First, we are pirates, so sneaking is our profession, and second, we actually put 3 of us on you and your partner, each, as we believed you to be trained bodyguards. You simply had no chance. At this moment, a big group of men arrived and a bare-chested man approached Matty with a small chest under his arm. Matty opened it and produced a necklace with an irregular piece of gold dangling from it. What's that? Hermione inquired. This, missy, is the piece, an old coin, a piece of 8, enchanted by Blackbeard himself. Only a Black who has passed the test may wear it, and it gives him and all of us access to the secret. Quote. He turned and addressed the men. Hear me, you filthy wharf rats, I proclaim the test passed. Long live Captain Potter Black. He yelled, and the men cheered, throwing their hands in the air, and 1 or 2 even fired their flint-lock pistols into the air, making Harry and his friends jump. The other people didn't mind, as if it was normal to them. Matty then turned and offered Harry the medallion. Captain, the piece and all of Black Reef are yours to command. Harry, still a bit confused, took the chain, and not knowing what else to do, put it around his neck. The moment he put it on, he felt a compulsion rise and without knowing what it meant, he proclaimed, the Revenge lies behind Skull Rock, and even louder cheering was heard from the men, who were chanting, Captain Black. Over and over. More guns were fired, and some tricorns were thrown in the air. Now will you swing your hooves, you scurvy scumbags. Spread the news and start the fires. Today we'll party, till Davy Jones comes complaining. Matty yelled, and the snarling, cheering group ran into the town, yelling about the new captain on the island. More shots rang out, and music started. Within minutes, the streets were full of people. Matty led them into the town, and they passed a lot of worn-down houses, most looking like straight out of a movie. In fact, the whole town gave the impression of being a big movie set, including extras, and a lot of them. People in pirate clothes, women dressed like women, gentlemen and ladies, merchants and maids. And they certainly knew how to party. After only a few minutes, they already had barrels on tables in the main square and big mugs distributed to everyone. Some guys had a complete ox roasting over a big fire in front of a bar with a rotten wooden sign, where only a single A was still legible. Some pirates were already chasing some squeaking girls around the all-around balcony of said bar. Maddie led the group into it. It was a worn-down place with rough furniture and dim lighting. The bare ground was strangely soft, and there was a high ceiling with an indoor balcony and rooms upstairs for whatever they were used. The whole ambience had a slight resemblance to the Leaky Cauldron or the Hog's Head. Maybe there are franchise chains for hovels like that, Harry thought. After Maddie had thrown a bag of gold to the buxom barmaid, they were led to a table in the back, away from the band which was setting up their instruments. In no time, the maid had unceremoniously kicked a drunken man off one chair and rolled him away with her bare feet. She wiped the table with a rag and invited them to sit down before rushing to get their food. Tonks slapped Remus for letting his eyes linger too long on the maid, and increased her bust a bit to keep his attention focused, to which Margaret grumbled that such a trick would have come handy when she had started dating Henry. They immediately were brought some mugs, some jugs of wine, and bread and cheese. While they were starting to identify the drinks, some roasted chicken and other meat were brought, as well as a variety of cooked vegetables. The result was a table laden like a Hogwarts banquet, and the maid was eager to never let a plate go empty. "What's in these mugs?" Margaret asked, to which Maddie answered, "Butter grog. All the taste, but none of the hangover. There is wine if you want something stronger. Wizards and alcohol are a bad match, so most of us, including myself, usually moderate. Some of us, of course, have other tastes," he concluded, pointing into a corner where Guy was lying under an open spud hole, letting the wine run free into his mouth and all over his face. While they were tucking in, the party started getting even more out of control. Soon, the first drunk was stumbling around, and as tradition demanded, he pushed someone, who fell into some else, and soon there was a big fight in place. Occasionally someone stumbled towards their table, but Maddie usually had a bottle on hand to deal with the guy. After the third shattered bottle, Henry had grown suspicious. Bottles just didn't not break like that. So he tried one on the table, and was baffled by how easily it shattered into small, blunt shards. "Sugar bottles, charmed to be waterproof," Maddie laughed. "Where's the fun in bar fights if skulls are smashed? There aren't that many of us, so we need to take care of ourselves." "And those men?" Hermione asked, pointing out of a hole in the wall where a window had once been. Some drunken guys were shooting at a mug on top of a bound man's head, aiming everywhere but towards their target. "Oh those, well, they are way too drunk to hit anything they aim for, and no one's stupid enough to go there, I hope. You see the guy standing a bit aside. He's watching over them, in case it gets too much out of hand. We always have 10 men watching over the fights. So you have everything here prepared for brawling?" Tonks asked, her voice holding an incredulous tone. "Of course. As you will certainly notice later, even the tables and chairs are prepared to break easily, and the ground in here and for 20 yards around the bar is permanently cushioned, in the likely case someone gets thrown over a balcony or out of the window." "Are you all crazy?" Margaret gasped. "How often do you have bar fights like this?" Maddie laughed a raspy bark. "Oh, only once a week, twice tops. You see, even with magic repairs, the cleaning is hell and the ingredients for hangover cures are hard to come by in these waters." "So you are crazy." Henry laughed, and toasted Maddie with his glass of port wine. "What is the point of living on a pirate's island without living a pirate's life?" Maddie asked, and emptied his mug in one gulp before throwing it expertly at one guy stumbling across. A few hours later, with a good meal consumed and lots of entertainment, including a guy being thrown down the balcony onto a table, everybody decided to call it a night. The visit to the town was rescheduled for the next morning. After they left the bar, or at least what was still left standing of it, they started up the sloping path back to the villa. When they reached it, Maddie led them around it, over a narrow path to the beach behind the house. There, in the dusky light, they noticed a big rock which slightly resembled a skull. "You know, Captain, there is another tradition to follow, still, and it will answer the question you asked before," Maddie chuckled as they approached the rock. "It is tradition that the new Captain Black sleeps the first night on board of the Revenge. Matty grinned as they rounded the big stone and looked down into the natural harbor they saw before from the villa's windows, about 100 yards below them, with sandy beaches, waves splashing, which now included a huge, three-master ship anchored there, with the Jolly Roger flying from the flagpole at the stern. According to the 2 rows of bright yellow rectangular flaps visible on the darker hull at the side and the guns visible on deck from their own raised position, that flag was not just a joke. All of them let their view glance over the 3 masts, which probably reached up at least 100 feet or more into the sky, the sails strapped to the spars, ready to fall and catch the wind to drag the easily 150-foot-long vessel through the waters. Hermione had to hold fast onto Harry. She felt dizzy and knew her knees would buckle if she let go of him. She knew, without a doubt, that today, she would reenact a special scene from her beloved book. Looking up at Harry, she saw him grin and nod at her, which made her snigger and stare at the ship again, looking at the high square stern, surrounded by a narrow balcony behind which she knew the captain's quarters must be located, grinning like Ron at the Halloween banquet. After seeing the ship and his daughter's demented grin, Henry groaned and slapped his palms over his face, burying it in them. 10 quid say she'll be a woman by tomorrow morning, at the latest, his wife whispered into his ear. He just glared at her and shook his head. Someday, your kind of humor will be the death of me. And no deal. That's a beeper bet if ever there was one, he lamented, and grimaced as his wife began softly singing an old tune. Girl. Dadum-dee-doo. You'll be a woman, soon. At least, he's a nice guy. Henry grumbled. No, Hermione quipped with a broad grin, having overheard her parents. He's a pirate. The night was quiet, with only the steady splash-splash of the oars to be heard as Harry and Hermione were rowed over to the boat. As they drew closer, they heard a rhythmic creaking and cracking, a sound that seemed perfectly suited to the ship they were approaching in the pale moonlight. The Revenge seemed even bigger now, the hull raising everywhere at least 10 feet above the waterline, and much higher at the bow and stern, where high superstructures raised the profile even more. The lower gun ports were at their eye level, and Harry had counted 9 of them, and as many again in the row above, evenly spaced over the ship's length. That would mean that the ship carried at least 36 guns, and he had seen that there were additional ones on the deck. He shuddered at the thought of the havoc these could wreak upon their target. Mr. Parker, the sailor assigned to the task of rowing them over, expertly moored the small boat, or wherry, as Matty had referred to it, abeam the Revenge, where some wooden steps with handholds allowed boarding. Above them, they heard a bell tolled 2 times. 9 o'clock, Parker told them. At their dumb faces, he started laughing. On board, time is kept with a 30-minute sandglass. It starts at noon, and every time it is done, it is turned and the bell tolls. After 8 tolls, it is counted again. 2 times 8 tolls is 1 shift. Except for the graveyard shift, which is split in 2 shifts, so the crews rotate shifts, he explained offhandedly while he secured the boat with a rope. Hermione nodded at that, and Harry was sure that he would understand it in a few years, but right now, it was not on his priority list. With a flourish of his hat, he invited Hermione to the ladder. After she had climbed up, he followed. Standing on the middle deck, his eyes swept over the mass of lines criss-crossing the air, the massive main mast, and the sleeping power of the guns stationed here. Parker had started untying his boat already, and rose to address them. I shall pick you up for breakfast tomorrow. 8 glasses, Captain, he called, and as Harry's face scrunched up in concentration, Hermione replied in Harry's stead, too early. Better make it 4 glasses, sailor. With a crispy, aye, Parker pushed off and began rowing back to shore, where the lights of the villa were visible atop the cliffs. I thought we wanted to sleep in a little. Harry lamented. That's why I told him to fetch us at 10, not at 8 o'clock, silly. Was her laughing reply. They made their way across the deck, marveling at the new sights. Hermione pointed out the hourglass and the bell at the stern edge. Harry was glad he had read her book, at least some of the words she used made sense to him that he wouldn't have understood otherwise. Leading him up some stairs on the port side, they reached the poop deck. Harry had to stifle a chuckle at this, which contained 2 more guns, the stairs up to the hut deck, the massive steering wheel, and the door to the aft cabin, the captain's cabin. They went in and instantly knew that this was a wizard's ship. It wasn't that the lights flared to life at their command, it was the fact that while the cabin didn't measure more than 4 or 5 meters across on the outside, its interior was nearly twice that size. A gun was stowed away on each side, under big tables holding charts on the port side and under a hanging cabinet on starboard. A king-size bed was hanging on chains near the stern wall, swaying lightly. There was a door leading out onto the balcony, and a second one leading to what seemed a small cupboard, but did hide a small shower-toilet combo with a drain down into the ocean. Harry had not missed the glances Hermione was constantly throwing at the guns. With a grin, he approached his girlfriend, who currently had her back to him. Hermione was contemplating what she should do next to get things rolling when she felt Harry hug her from behind. While she started grinning and leaning back into him, she heard him whisper, "Stupefy," and darkness claimed her. When Hermione snapped awake, the first thing she noticed was that she was lying on something coolish. Blinking her eyes, she noticed that she was bent over and tied to a gun, gagged and BPD on top of that. "Ah, our guest is awake," she heard Harry speaking directly behind her, out of her sight. The instinctive embarrassment over being on display like that made her insides burn and sent a shiver down her spine. He really did it, was the only thought she was able to keep in mind. She had told him long ago that she wanted their first night to be a reenactment of her favorite scene, and he even had learned his monologue by heart for her. When he finally reached the end of his lines, she heard him rise from his seat and approach her, his boots heavy on the wooden floor. Suddenly, a hand touched her ass, caressing it, and slowly slid up her back, leaving behind a trail of goose bumps, and making her moan into the gag. As the hand reached her neck, it gave her a short caress and with a deft pull, her gag fell loose. She noticed Harry squatting beside her, and turned to look at him. He had already taken off some of his clothes, and was currently only in his trousers and boots, his torso BPD and glistening with a soft sheen of sweat. She unconsciously licked her lips, and not only because the gag had dried them out. Her breath was coming in bursts. He touched her cheek, caressing it, waiting, his eyes betraying his insecurity. She gave him a short, brilliant smile and a nod, then watched his fear melt away, leaving only passion in his eyes. She knew the line he was going to say next. "So, my little lady, what will it be?" While another delightful shiver raced down her spine, she forced herself to keep her eyes open and to continue the game. With a well-played, panicked voice that was only betrayed by the aroused look she couldn't help but give Harry, she started begging the pirate captain to spare her life. August 9th, The Revenge, Captain's Cabin, sometime early in the morning. Harry slowly awoke to the bells tolling. He groped around for his Hermione, but after a few seconds, it became obvious that she was not there. After he blindly grabbed his glasses from the nightstand, a quick look found her behind the stained windows, out on the gallery silhouetted against the sunrise. Not bothering to dress, he rose, stumbling a bit as the suspended bed smacked him in the calves on the return swing. With a wobbly gait, delightfully sore and still unaccustomed to the moving ground, he slowly followed her outside. She stood there, a thin blanket wrapped around her to ward off the slight chill of the moist morning air, staring out into the ocean dawn. She jumped a little at his approach. "Oh, Harry, I didn't want to wake you," she smiled, which intensified when Harry wrapped his arms around her. "Remember to be careful when getting out of that bed, it hits you if you do it too fast," she warned him, giggling when he informed her that he had noticed that already. With a slight wave of his hand, he cast a warming charm over her before he joined her under the blanket. "What are you doing out here?" Hermione turned and snuggled into the chest of her captain. "I wanted to watch the sunrise, and was just thinking about last night." "That was intense," Harry sighed, pulling his girlfriend closer. "Was it how you expected?" he asked. Getting insecure, he added, "Or do you regret it?" She took a short pause before answering. Shyly, "It was great, and I certainly do not regret it. Do you?" A deep chuckle emanated from Harry, and Hermione savored the feeling of him rumbling against her. "I'm a perfectly healthy male, so of course not. But I am afraid that we might have rushed things. Not 2 months ago, we were just friends, and now," his voice faded out. A deep key answered all his questions. "I thought about that, too. I think we were just bound to happen. We were friends for so long that basically, we were a couple without knowing it. All that we lacked was the physical attraction part, and once we noticed each other, that way, it just clicked into place, somehow." He nodded his agreement. "Like we just caught up with what we had been ignoring for a long time already?" he asked, and grinned as he felt her nod and snuggle deeper into his chest. "Did I do okay last night?" he asked, after a few minutes. It was perfect, silly. You even surprised me with stunning me to prepare everything. She gushed. That was brilliant. I had been wondering how we could get me tied to that gun without it getting awkward. I never thought about stunning me. Well, I just followed the manual. The story had the heroine waking from unconsciousness, and you said that you wanted it to happen exactly like that. Harry shrugged, hugging her closer. I was really nervous about all that, he admitted. It was so sweet when you tried to confirm my wish while staying in play, Hermione cooed, before snorting a laugh. And you were right, we need a different safe word. I didn't think this through properly, she admitted. Yeah, I really panicked when you started begging for mercy, Harry chuckled as he reminisced about last night. I'm sorry, Hermione said as she put a few kisses on his arms encircling her. Thank you for playing along with my fantasy. You know, dreams. Harry snorted. You know that I have at least 30 or 40 guns here on this boat to break in. He laughed, waggling his eyebrows, earning himself a good-natured slap on the chest. Planning for a little revenge, she rose to tiptoes and whispered into his ear, play your cards right, and we might do that. Maybe I'll let you even load my other barrel too, someday. Huh, Harry said, and, ooh. A few seconds later when the coin dropped. The look that had come across Harry's face sent Hermione into a fit of giggles. She was shaking so hard that she was forced to cling onto the handrail to stay upright as Harry absorbed the new information he'd just received. Right, I need to practice a lot before I'll have earned that privilege, Harry sighed. Oh, come on, I told you it was okay for me, Hermione harumphed, no one expected you to be a Say God. I really liked it, but you didn't. Harry began, but stopped as she turned to face him, glaring. Her hands were at her hips, granting him a magnificent view of her nude body. If you ever want a repeat of tonight's events, you stop this instant, Harry James Potter. She hissed, now waving an extended finger at him fiercely, poking him in the chest at each word of his name. Harry gulped. It never bodes well when a girl calls you by your full name, not even if she's standing BPD in front of you. Did you really expect to pop my cherry and have me start coming like a freight train? The first time hurts, Harry, and my body is not yet used to having an object that size stuffed into it. It will get better with practice, understood? She scolded, and at his frantic, wide-eyed nod, she hugged him fiercely, keying him hard, before snuggling into his chest again. As he noticed her getting goosebumps, Harry picked up the blanket and wrapped it around them before recasting the warming charm, earning himself another, this time more sensual, key for his. Caring. Harry was enjoying that immensely, when suddenly she broke the key and grinned at him. She then wriggled a bit against him, which made his enjoyment stand out even more obviously. Seems that there is another training session scheduled already, she rejoiced, and slowly slid lower, disappearing under the blanket, while Harry went cross-eyed. At precisely 4 glasses, the promised boat fetched them and brought them ashore. They made their way up to the villa, holding hands and chatting merrily. While Harry took a quick detour to a bathroom after they entered the villa, Hermione went straight to the dining room, where she found the adults at breakfast. As she sat down and greeted everybody, still wearing a most obvious grin, her mother and Tonks instantly started beaming at her. Henry, on the other hand, started frowning. It seems like I have to have a chat with a certain boy, he grumbled. Much to his imminent dismay, he had voiced that thought loud enough to be heard. Will that be the type of chat where a father threatens his daughter's suitor? Hermione asked, her brows furrowed, and her eyes narrowed to slits. But before Hermione could lash out at her father, her mother addressed her intended victim. Isn't that the conversation which is immediately followed by the one which leads to the father never again sleeping in his wife's bed? She hissed at Henry, to whom it was becoming obvious that his attitude didn't attract any praise. The glares he received from Tonks' direction confirmed his suspicion. Just at that moment, Harry entered with a spring in his step and a smile on his face. He froze in mid-step as he noticed that everyone was glaring at Henry. Before he could utter any question, Margaret addressed him, in an overly sweet tone, while she continued to glare at Henry. Harry, dear, would you be so kind as to lend me your boat for today? Sure. What for? Harry stammered, while cautiously padding over and taking a seat between Hermione and Remus. Oh, nothing to write home about, just so I can properly keelhaul my husband, she chirped, and Hermione promptly offered to charm the ropes to be self-hauling. I guess he commented our joint accommodation, didn't he? Harry stage whispered to Remus. Remus just grinned into his tea and continued watching the women glaring at the cringing Henry. The ensuing breakfast at the villa was nonetheless nice, after the women had glared Henry into submission. Everybody was chatting happily about the island, their impressions, and the night. Everybody was asking the teens repeatedly about the boat, and everybody laughed heartily at Henry's flinch every time it was mentioned. A bit later Maddie entered and, after a short talk and donning proper clothes, in case of the adults, took them for a visit to the town. When they walked through the town, they noticed that though all the people still wore the pirate clothes, it seemed like any normal town. In fact, it could have been Hogsmeade, only in a Caribbean setting, and with most of the people carrying weapons in addition to wands. There were some children running around, and some people out shopping. They had a grocery at the town square, and a single street that ran in a circle to the harbor and back. Maddie told them that the town was relatively self-sustaining, with only some goods like grain and metal needing to be imported, along with luxury goods. For that reason, they had the Pathfinder, a 60-foot brigantine they used for trade and appropriating merchandise. That boat was anchored a bit off the harbor, which housed only small boats for ferrying and fishing. Some fishing boats could be seen out on the ocean, near a white area of waves on the water, which as Maddie told them was the reef that sheltered the harbor. There was even one relatively modern sailing yacht in the harbor, which Maddie told them belonged to a couple of young muggles. It had been damaged in a storm and ran ashore on the island after a few days of drifting helplessly. They decided to stay, and did supply runs to the Muggle Islands with their boat to earn their living. The group was a bit surprised to hear that there were actually half a dozen Muggles living on the island. "Captain," Maddie chuckled at him as he mentioned that. "Where do you think we got some of that crazy stuff like yesterday from? Some of this began when the Fairchilds, who own that boat, took some of us to Florida for a weekend, about 5 years ago," he said, smiling in reminiscence. "Since the means to have fun here on the island are rather limited, and the fights got out of hand a few times, so we had to crack down on them. Watching the show at that theme park, we inquired and made some sensible adjustments for safety," he explained. "You know, that would have never been possible under the old Lord Black," he sighed. He was never fond of the settlement, but as he disliked the climate and the sea, he rarely came back, especially after he failed the test badly. "We were pretty much left alone for nearly 50 years before Lord Sirius showed up here," he added, looking a bit sour. "He was just as bad as the other Bloods, only the family oath Blackbeard gave his men to protect them on this island kept him from chasing us away," he said as he showed them around the pier and the stands of the fishermen. "So this bar fighting and these clothes are just a game." Harry laughed out loud. "What's wrong with our clothes?" Maddie replied puzzled, looking all over himself as if to find something out of order. "And the weapons?" Harry quickly changed the topic. "Just in case the Bloods stumble across our settlement. It happened once, 8 or 9 years ago, and they thought that they just had to land and demand fines for illegal settlement. We objected," he grinned nastily at Harry, "and took the chance to replace our old boat with the Pathfinder." "Hey, no need to worry, Lord Black," Maddie hastily said as he noticed the group exchanging worried glances. "All people living here have to take an oath to never betray the island and one of loyalty to Lord Black. You all are under protection of this oath, although your bodyguards and your family would have to take the oath on the island, too." Next to the harbor was a small wharf for repairing and building small boats, and a warehouse. The rest of the economy was small business, often in small stalls in the nooks and crannies of buildings. Maddie told them that nearly everyone here had a profession, and everyone traded and bartered amongst each other. Hermione, of course, noticed something about which she had to ask. Everyone was using British money. "That's because we're in British waters, miss. All the Antilles and rest of the Caribbean, except for the mainland, is a protectorate of Britain. The magical population never seceded from the Commonwealth," Maddie explained, which made Hermione look baffled. "Hermione, don't you remember that the Ministry was able to remove Dumbledore from the ICW and reinstate him at will? Magical Britain still controls most of the Commonwealth, except for Australian and Canadian territory. That gives them an automatic majority there," Tonks explained. "So we are still on British soil." Harry snapped. "Great. So it's just a matter of time until I'm found. And a moment later, a group of oars under Dumbledore's command will portkey in." Maddie snorted and shook his head. I don't think so, Captain. All these islands are warded against portkeys and apparition. This one is an exception since it actually has one entry point for portkeys, like Port Royal, the main seat of the administrations of the West Indies. Wasn't that town destroyed by an earthquake? Henry asked. That's what Muggles think, Matty replied with an evil grin. Anyway, the only means of transport between islands are ships, makes it easier to control the population if they can't hop around at will. So they'll just send a fleet. They probably know about this island, Harry huffed. Technically, yes, but this island has extra wards, courtesy of the Blacks. We are invisible to anyone further than a mile away. Also, to ward an island, you need rune stones sunk into the ocean at the ward boundaries. Doing that, it all went fine until it came time to set the stones for the weather wards to avert storms. After the ship had set the first stone, it was hit by an unexpected, nasty storm and got seriously damaged. The crew was forced to abandon ship and it sank. Because of that, the remaining 3 stones were all placed on a single point, which created a zone of magic interference of which you might be aware, Matty said, and was interrupted by Hermione's outburst. The Bermuda Triangle. So we're in the middle of it. Matty laughed again. That's what everybody would think, Missy, and that's where they look for us whenever they try to crack down on piracy. But in fact, that ship was blown far north in this storm. We are only a few miles northeast of Bahama, near Grand Abaco. Henry had to laugh out loud at that. So anybody looking for this island would start looking hundreds of miles north? He inquired, and Matty shot him an evil smile and a nod. Harry let a relieved sigh escape at the good news. Okay, so we are reasonably well hidden. How firm is the British control? Not very, Captain. Most Aurors are only in the capitals. In the Bahamas, wizards populate 6 of the 700 islands, at least major settlements, while Muggles inhabit 30. All in all, there must be about 15,000 wizards in all Bahamas, but only a few hundred British purebloods. Wow, that's a huge population. But why are there so few purebloods here? Hermione asked, and Remus couldn't help but let the teacher inside of him show. How many students graduate from Hogwarts every year? He asked in return. We are about 40 in our year and it's about the same in the upper years, so I guess about 50 on average, Hermione said after a short look at Harry. Wrong. Hermione, you are children of the First War. Not many magical parents had children in that time, and most non-pureblood children were killed along with their parents. Hogwarts usually houses near to 1,000 children, but for the last few years, it's averaged close to 500. Next term there will be 150 children starting their first year, those born about a year or two after Voldemort's downfall, when everybody went back to living without fear. In a normal year, about 100 to 150 students graduate. Remus solved and chuckled a bit at the baffled looks the children sported. That's a lot, Harry commented dryly. Yes, it is. But most families only have 1 or 2 children, so the population is fairly stable. Still, back home, most of the economy is controlled by purebloods, and there isn't much growth. Therefore, there aren't many jobs available. Also, the ministry isn't open for Muggleborn, Remus continued explaining. Hence, a lot of Muggleborns and halfbloods settle in the Muggle world and some leave Britain and settle in the colonies after graduation. Why is that? Demanded Hermione. You see, we have 2 real wizarding settlements in Britain, Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. And even Hogsmeade has only a few hundred inhabitants. The whole economy is concentrated there, and because of apparition and flow, there is no need for local stores. Nor is it easy to compete with the long-standing pureblood businesses. The twins might be the first in known history to manage to put pressure on an older company, since they really outshine Zonkos, at least with what little I've seen of their stuff. Over here, there are so many people and settlements that it's impossible to have everything in one place. Remus, there's no flow here, and a lot needs to be shipped since you can't portkey goods too big to pick up and hold. It gets old, and very expensive, fast if you have to portkey grain and ore by the sack. There are portkey centers on Mayor Islands, but other islands are only accessible by ship. Also, the distances are too long for island hopping by apparition, even if it weren't for the wards. So there is enough space and work for everyone, Matty added. And why aren't there more purebloods over here, then? Margaret inquired. I mean, it's so beautiful here, and if there are so many possibilities. Remus had to think a few moments before he could voice his thoughts. That's a bit harder to explain. You understand that since these islands are British territory, the officials are sent by the Wizengamot. Matey snarled. Those damned Bloods are in control of everything. They are appointed as governors for the islands, and get themselves big plantations. They control shipments to Britain and tolls between the islands. That's the main reason for those wards, apart from defense. They have some loyal half-bloods and islanders as Auror forces, and use them to suppress the rest of the people. To hell with them, he finished, and spat onto the ground in disgust. Really? What did they do? Tonks asked and got a real earful about taxes, corruption and overstepping authority. The governors seemed to milk the population for all they were worth. They controlled most inter-island to island shipping, and therefore took a good share from every grain, screw, or whatever sent, along with hefty harbor fees. They even stop and search every private magical ship they encountered for contraband, in most cases demanding bribes for letting them go if they find nothing. Only the fleets of the big trade companies, buying for nuts and selling for galleons, were left unhindered. After Matty had finished slandering the Bloods, 7 ways to Sunday, Remus continued. That actually proves my point. Most of the purebloods don't want to live here. They want to be in Britain, attending their parties, dabbling in politics, and generally sitting on their wealth. Over here, they have to actually work and don't have many others with whom to mingle. Also, they don't want muggleborns around. They are sent here to work for the benefit of the big shipping companies of some purebloods, keeping the trade going and lucrative, Remus added, noticing a fierce snarl on Harry's face. And yes, I know that means Voldemort is funded more or less directly by the money and goods they make here. Remus voiced the thoughts Harry had, before continuing his first train of thought. So you see, they mostly just want to raise as much money as they can and then go back to fancy London. An appointment over here is just a way to quickly raise funds and gain points within the old pureblood circle, Remus concluded, earning himself a pensive but thankful nod from Hermione. They continued their tour, but Harry couldn't shake the thought that even on this remote island, the ghost of Voldemort still lingered. They continued the tour back into the town and went past some small businesses until Matty stopped them next to one. Harry and his friends were just surveyed the house, whose sign proclaimed to be a Lenny's, whatever that was supposed to be. Matty gave them the answer. Captain, we should visit Lenny, our Black and Wand Smith. He might have a solution for your wand problem. Either way, we have some business with him, anyway. Despite the cryptic statement, Harry gladly complied and stepped through the double doors into the dark shop. It was really dark, and they needed to wait a few moments for their eyes to get accustomed to the dim lighting in order to take in everything. The main attractions were the huge anvil near a corner in the back, nearly 4 feet long and 1 across, and lots of tongs, hammers and strange metal spikes of various sizes and shapes in a rack on the wall. One corner held a row of 4 long magical fires, each 4 feet long and blazing in different colors, from dull red to white. Lots of metal stock was piled next to it. A huge man with bulging muscles, not as tall as Hagrid, but probably as strong, was pounding a piece of iron on the anvil. The sound of his blows was deafening, now that they had entered the shop. There must be some serious silencing charm on the doorway to keep the neighbors at peace, was Harry's first thought as he covered his ears. Matty yelled something the group couldn't understand, but seemingly it was discernible enough for the man. He stopped his blows and nodded at the group. He took the item, which Harry now identified as a blade of some sort, and shoved it into the dull red fire. He quickly tidied up his anvil and put the tools into the rack before he came over. Matty, good to see you. And this strapping man is our new captain, I presume. The man, Lenny, greeted them in a voice as booming and loud as his anvil. I have worked all night, and just finished it an hour ago. Next time give me a bit more time, you old driver. He laughed, drawing a long, crooked wand out of his trousers, tapping his ears and then swishing it around. The opaque windows went clear and light flooded the shop. A gasp went through the group when they saw the rest of the shop. The walls were filled with swords, sabers, daggers, and other nasty instruments. A rack housed flintlock pistols and guns of various sizes and a shelf displayed some fancy wands. A desk with various tools was in the background, and a sturdy counter finished the furnishing. Lenny went straight to the counter and reached below it. He produced a sword with a fancy wrought basket hilt and a narrow scabbard. When he unsheathed it, it proved to be about 3 feet long and about an inch wide at the hilt. Turning it left and right, he gave it an approving look as the mirror-polished blade gleamed in the light. It was a rapier, and a very elegant one at that. Upon closer scrutiny, Harry noticed the crest of black in the ornamental hilt. Lenny resheathed it and handed it over. "Your sword, Captain. May it serve you well," the man said, now at normal volume. Hermione bit her lip as Harry wrestled with his sash and belt combo, removing the plain run-of-the-mill sword and slipping the new sword into place, all while repeatedly thanking the man. She nearly squealed as she took in his new, even more dashing figure. Harry drew his sword and gave it some experimental swings. Not that he knew anything about swords except for his stint in second year, but it felt great. It moved quickly and precisely and was nearly weightless. When he inspected the blade, Hermione pointed out runes for sharpness and another set that made the blade unbreakable, next to a mark of crossed bones. Matty cleared his throat. "Excellent work, as always, but there is more business to be done today, Lenny. Captain Black is in need of a new wand, too." The man perked up at that notice. "A wand," he said, rubbing his hands happily. He grabbed a meter and started measuring Harry, just like Ollivander had done all those years ago. "What was your last wand, Captain?" "Holly and Phoenix Feather," Harry replied without missing a beat. "Oh, what a powerful combination," Lenny muttered. "We should try Thunderbird cores first, they are similar," Lenny told Harry, and fetched a chest from a cupboard under the displayed wands. It took only a few tries until Harry had found the first suitable wand. It was Hawthorn with a Thunderbird feather. It lasted exactly 10 seconds under his Patronus before it grew too hot to hold. Over the next half hour, Harry tried every wand in stock, and found plenty of matches. But in the end, no wand could withstand his power for long. 2 were even destroyed while testing. Lenny was far from fuming, in fact, he was happy like a birthday boy. Harry remembered Ollivander's behavior back then and came to the conclusion that all wandsmiths were mad. "Oh, that is marvelous. There hasn't been a captain so strong for centuries," Lenny chuckled and clapped his hands. "But what can we do for you, Captain? How can I help you?" He pondered while walking around in his shop, deeply in discussion with himself. "Maybe, no, but what if," he trailed off. At this point, Lenny stopped pacing and gave Harry a long, calculating look. "Why not? Worst case, it can only fail," he stated, oblivious to everybody's confusion. He took some quick steps over to the wands laid out on the desk. They had found 6 suitable wands for Harry. There was the Thunderbird one he had matched first, a very attractive birchwood with a narwhal horn fiber, and another one, ash with thestral hair. Lenny told them proudly that he was one of the few wandmakers to use them, mainly because not many in the peaceful profession could actually see them. The last 2 wands were something special. They contained giant squid tentacle fibers from a dead giant squid that had washed ashore a long time ago, in Blackbeard's era, with its body kept in stasis in a sealed cave ever since. Nearly every wand with that core material proved to be a match to Harry, a fact that made Lenny state that Harry seemed to have an affinity for the multi-armed creature, which Hermione commented with a snorted, "Figures. So giant squids are real?" Henry asked. "How big are they?" "Honestly, Dad, didn't I write you that there was one living in the Hogwarts lake? It's about 70 feet in length," Hermione said, but was corrected immediately by Lenny. "The Sweetwater variety is, yes, but the maritime kind of the species grows to thrice that size." He chuckled, his back still turned to them, bustling with the wands. For some stupid reason, some of the Muggle inhabitants on the island started calling it Cthulhu after seeing it once, but they refused to tell me why, he grumbled, without noticing the Grangers share a quiet chuckle, and in Hermione's case, an exasperated eye roll as her mother seemed to recite some rhyme under her breath. Hermione hated those books. Lenny's hand still hovered over the wands, as if deciding on something, and then he grabbed the Osage Orange giant squid wand from the pile. "I believe this one is the best standard dueling wand for you. It will certainly stand up to daily use, and the wood is sturdy enough to resist wear and tear. It will even hold up for battle use, as long as you don't use any long-time duration or too high-powered curses." He gave the slightly warped and surprisingly heavy wand to Harry, who once again had to marvel at the smooth and strong surface of the wood and its deep honey color. "Give me a day or two and I will have a customized wand for combat purposes," Lenny told his visitors, and turned to scrutinize the Harry pile of wands a bit closer, ignoring the present company completely. Recognizing a dismissal, the group filtered out. Happily chatting, they sauntered through the small town, perusing the various displays of merchandise and generally savoring the feeling of the town. Finally, they turned back up to the island center, towards the villa and especially the Revenge. Deciding to give a long overdue tour, the teens had Maddie lead them down to the beach, where the boat was lying ashore. Tonks at first lamented that she wanted to apparate over, but Maddie told them to let it be if there was no emergency. There was no better way to splinch yourself than apparating on or off a heaving ship. They took some time to get organized, but finally they had Maddie and Remus at the oars and Harry at the rudder, and pushed off. Maddie's experience was able to balance Remus's untrained power at the oars, and Harry had to learn steering anyway, according to Maddie. The landing was not as smooth as the evening before, but the boat did not hit the ship hard enough to cause damage or to throw people overboard. Maddie gave Harry some pointers for the next try and then showed them how to tie the boat alongside. Climbing aboard, there was an awkward moment as the women, conscious of their state of underwear in the broad daylight, were adamant that they would certainly not climb up first, while Maddie stated that it would be safer if someone was behind them to catch them in case of a slip. Given that their dresses, at least those of Margaret and Hermione, would probably cause a slip, and knowing Tonks, they knew that precaution was necessary. Hermione finally solved that problem by pulling the back and front of her skirts in their respective opposite directions and fixing them against the front and back of her dress with sticking charms, creating some kind of trousers, albeit very fluffy ones. Repeating that for her mother, she cast off her shoes like the night before and nimbly climbed up the inbuilt ladder on the ship's hull. Once aboard, the adults were nearly floored as they took in the details of the ship. They went through the whole ship, from bottom to top. Remus and Harry even climbed up to the topmast spreader, the highest reachable point of the masts, to enjoy the spectacular view. Tonks wanted to climb up too, but that was vetoed by Maddie, after he had seen her nearly fall off the boarding ladder twice. Everyone else agreed with his reservations. Especially the richly carved and oversized captain's quarter was an immediate hit with the women, while Remus only grinned at the still tussled sheets, a fact Henry valiantly tried to overlook. Someone could think a notice me not charm was on the bed by the way Henry's eyes jumped across it as if that space didn't exist. Hermione was fascinated by the amount of rune work that went into such a ship. There were runes to prevent ripping stitched into the sails, impervious rune sets almost everywhere, and fortification rune sets all over the hull, rendering the whole ship unbreakable. All the ropes were charmed to be easy to pull, so theoretically just 2 men per shift were needed to operate the sails. The guns were enchanted to use either massively overcharged reductor hexes for short-range combat or banishing charms for hurling balls or different shot, and would recharge fast enough to deliver about 1 shot every other minute. When real shot was used, it was brought up to the guns via a switching enchantment by ringing a bell over the storage box next to the gun. There were 3 bells for the different types of shot: ball, chain and canister. The ordnance was stored deep in the bowels of the hold, where it was safe and helped balance the ship. Since the shot was hurled by banishing, no powder was needed, and the shot was usually transfigured from water in slow times aboard to put the board crew to work. All in all, the ship carried 36 guns on its 2 gun decks, the lower ones each capable of hurling balls of iron weighing 24 pounds, and the upper deck carrying only 18-pounders for stability reasons. Additionally, the upper deck had 12 lighter guns, classified as 12-pounders, 2 of them long-barreled, chaser guns, at the bow, designed to attack a fleeing target's rigging. Those 48 guns made the ship a veritable force on its own accord. At one point, Henry had uttered some careful reservations about the Queen Anne's Revenge being smaller than this vessel. This led to Maddie explaining that this ship was actually commissioned by Blackbeard after the first ship grew too old, modeled after the original ship. Everything on the ship was created exactly to his specifications. The hull was twice as long and a bit more streamlined, and he had a second gun deck installed. There was a surfeit of enchantments added at his whim. Those included the submersion charms, a novelty back then, now a standard, which allowed the boat to travel underwater for up to 200 miles with a full magical charge, although at a snail's pace, only half the normal speed. While in motion, it would also have a strong muggle aversion charm on it, to which Harry should key the Grangers soon, if he wanted to take them on a ride. The masterpiece of all these enchantments was the keel. The massive piece of wood held the controlling runes and acted as a magical anchor and reservoir for all that magic. A good dozen charging rune sets were spread along its surface, collecting every tiny bit of magic they could. Because of all the magic, as few as 12 men, 4 per shift, could run the whole ship if they didn't have to fight. To be battle-ready, they needed 10 men on deck and at least 10 on the guns. A full performance called for 60 men. That was rather impressive, given that such a ship called for about a 500-man crew in the real world. The crew's lodgings were actual cabins with bunk beds and community showers in an engorged area, and could accommodate 80 men easily, and could be stuffed to the brim with about 120 men, a veritable army in the wizarding world. That warding is incredible. Hermione shouted with glee as they returned to the upper deck. I am still confused, Henry said. I can't believe this unbreakable stuff. Does it really work? Oh, it does, Matty chuckled. A ship like this, with a reasonably full reservoir, could take at least 4 to 5 broadsides from a similar-sized ship without a scratch, before the charms are weakened enough to receive increasingly bad damage. Once the reservoir is drained, we'd better get the hell out of wherever we're in. But there are not many ships like the Revenge left, not more than 2 or 3 dozen, and there are only a dozen real warships carrying more guns left in the Caribbean. Most ships are smaller, like the Pathfinder, and carry only 8 to 16 guns. The trade fleet vessels are bigger, but they carry fewer men and even fewer guns and usually surrender at first approach. He gave a sigh and grin. What I would give if I were still young enough to go to sea. If you learn well, we can resume privateering big style in a few months. The Bloods do need a good boot in the A*S badly. So you were really pirates? Harry asked. In a way, but there haven't been real pirates here for nearly 2 centuries. Barely a few handfuls of us can claim to descend from Blackbeard's crew, but we hold up the traditions, but in a more business-like way, occasionally lightening the load of a Bloods trade ship. I don't think I'm comfortable with plundering, Matty, Hermione said, and got approving nods from Margaret and Tonks. It's wrong to steal. Let me guess, Missy. You think we are tough murderers who plunder villages, steal and beat, don't you? Matty huffed, his face angry. Hermione instinctively made one step backwards. I dare you, go and talk to the people of Black Reef yourself. We are shy over 200 souls here, and nearly half of them are here because they hide from the Bloods, Matty ranted at her. Me. 20 years ago, I was fisherman near Port Royal, Jamaica, and I did well. But then some Blood found that my little bay, my inlet, was the perfect place for his new beach house. And he didn't even bother to ask. He accused me of smuggling, and sent his oars. And naturally, they found a huge stack of contraband in my house, not even hidden, but conveniently stacked in the living room. They took me and my wife to town and incarcerated us. The next day, they sent me to Nassau for the plantations. I managed to slip my shackles at night and jumped ship. I nearly drowned, but managed to swim ashore on a small island. 2 weeks later, a ship came by and noticed me. They picked me up and took me here. Since then, I've been living on this island. For several years, I tried in vain to find the whereabouts or a life sign of my Matilda. For all I know, she ended up at a plantation, or as a plaything or worse, like many other missing wives. So no, we don't rob the innocent, and no, we don't beat. All we do is take back a little of what the Bloods have stolen from us. So think twice before you try to school us, he spat. With that, he went to the forecastle and sat on the bowsprit, looking down into the water. Everyone else was standing around awkwardly, except for Hermione, who looked ready to cry. The other women held similar expressions. Taking a deep breath, Hermione straightened up and went over to Matty, sitting down next to him and talking in hushed tones. Harry wisely did not join her. He knew that some fights, she had to fight herself. When Hermione returned after a few minutes of talking, she looked relieved, but not much better overall. Harry embraced her tightly and gave a short statement that they would lay down before lunch and that someone should fetch them, then. Noting the barn-sized hint, everyone shuffled over, and once Matty was informed, they quickly manned the boat and pushed off, rowing back, with Tonks, womaning, the rudder. There was not much chance that she would mess up beaching a boat on a sandy, shallow beach like that. Whispering sweet nothings in his downtrodden girl's ear, Harry guided her to their quarters. He couldn't fight all her fights for her, but that won't stop him for being there for her in the aftermaths. They were roused from their slumber later that day when a loud call was heard over the creaking and groaning of the vessel. Both took a second to clear the cobwebs, and then realized that their taxi had arrived. With a last, lingering key, they separated and dressed. As Hermione was still feeling a bit tender from the previous night's events, they didn't do anything that would have called for disrobing, but the humid climate had led to one item after the other being cast off while cuddling, leading to their present state. Not wanting to wear the dress again, Hermione ruffled through the chests and cupboards in the cabin, finally finding some red trousers, long soft black leather boots, and a baggy-sleeved white shirt with a criss-cross laced versus cut. That should do nicely, she thought with a feral grin. Conjuring some knickers and slipping them on, she put on the clothes and cast some sizing charms on the trousers and boots, making both skin-tight. Frowning at the much too big shirt, she just cut the lower half off and stuffed the remaining shirt into her trousers, keeping the baggy look and the now nearly navel-deep versus cut. A bit of resizing to adjust the amount of bagginess. And a few stitching charms to keep the strings from slipping and accidentally opening wide enough to really expose her later, she found the shirt acceptable. The way Harry's attention was focused on her B*Eastbone proved her assumption and gave her a nice tingle, a very nice tingle, indeed. Her ego gained a further boost when the man rowing the boat nearly fell overboard while helping her climb in. She couldn't wait to see her father's reaction. "Dress yourself," Henry sputtered when he saw the unsettling amount of cleavage his daughter presented. "Ah, don't you like my new style?" Hermione mock pouted. Henry couldn't say so. It was not that she actually was flashing anything, not at all, and her latest style of bikini was far more exposing, but that shirt swayed, nearly perpetually in motion, and it always seemed as if she might flash a nipple any moment. The flashy red trousers and the mid-thigh-high boots added to his discomfort. It was not that it looked bad. If she were anyone else, he certainly would appreciate the sight, but this was his princess. With beeps. He didn't want to know about that fact. Why couldn't she just stay 8 years old, when dolls, or in her case, books were the most important? "I do, and so does Remus, obviously," Tonks quipped, which made the last marauder come to his senses and quit ogling. He didn't look any less mortified when Tonks patted his head in a maternal gesture and cooed, "It's all right, darling, I'll ask her for stitching patterns later," in a stage whisper. "I believe I saw something nice to accessorize that in the robbery yesterday," she continued, now addressing Hermione with a wink. 10 minutes later she brought her a green belt that was perfect to make her waist look much smaller. Tonks knew her fashion, that much was sure. "These trousers are awesome, honey," Margaret gushed at the tightly stretched fabric. Harry had to agree. "If I didn't know she used sizing charms, I'd wonder how someone would get into these pants," he said. He deeply rued that comment a few moments later, when Tonks stated something in a matter-of-fact voice, while nipping on her tea. "You know, the usual way starts with buying her a drink, hun." The rest of the lunch, which turned out to be a marvelous assortment of seafood, went on without a hitch, and much laughter was shared. Most laughter was shared when Tonks challenged Harry to a fencing duel. "I still can't believe you won," Harry whined while he retrieved his sword from under a canapé. Plucking the safety blunt from the tip and vanishing it wandlessly, he stood and resheathed it. "And with a bloody rolled newspaper, to boot. Don't worry, lover boy, you're not the first I've destroyed in the ring," Tonks tweeted at him. "You overextended yourself in that second lunge, and once I swatted your sword away and stepped into measure, I could do whatever I wanted. Be glad I only slapped your wrist. I guess. Where did you learn fencing? Is that part of Auror training?" Harry asked as he passed her on the way to the table. "No, it's a family thing. The Blacks were very traditional in their upbringing, and fencing was one thing every child was trained in. My mother was the family's best fencer, and has trained me well." Tonks smiled at him sweetly, before starting to chuckle. "You know, now that I know about this place, that tradition actually makes sense. I wonder if Mom knows about this place." She never said a word. Harry chuckled at her over his shoulder. "She probably didn't want you to be sad that you'd never see it. You know what's even more amazing? You didn't stumble once. Little blighter." Tonks huffed and cuffed him across the head with the paper, eliciting a satisfactorily painful yelp from him. "If you were playing nice, I would have extended an offer to show you a bit, but if you are such a sod and sore loser," she trailed off playfully. It took only a few seconds of Harry groveling on his knees and praising her cat-like grace under the laughter of all those present for her to relent and agree to some fencing lessons. She helped Harry up from the floor and both went back to the table. Right then, her clumsiness returned with compound interest and caused her to stumble over the rug. Arms flaying wildly, she went down and landed flat on her face, hard. "Oh, bugger me," she moaned into the carpet. At this, Remus jumped up and blindly rushed to help her up, which prompted Margaret to shout a warning. "Careful, Remus, you might hurt her." It goes without saying that sensible conversation was impossible for quite a while after that rather ambiguous comment. August 9th, the villa's gardens, late afternoon. Prime second, tierce. No. Harry, the other way. Tonks yelled as she put Harry through the paces with his sword. Hermione had asked to join that session, and was given a conjured smallsword with a cauliflower blade, after a short assessment by Tonks. She argued that since precision, not strength, were Hermione's forte, she didn't need a cutting edge for chopping. And the 10-inch shorter blade was much easier to wield for a girl of her proportions. Despite the fact the shape of the blade was odd, Hermione quickly fell in love with the weapon and its astounding grace. Though she knew she would have to learn to wield it carefully to make full use of the weapon, as the lower third of the blade looked like a normal sword, but then it lost half its width in a shoulder, and then tapered off to a sharp point at the end. The forte, as the broader part was called, would be used for parries, and the rest, more or less a slim poker with a fine point, sharpened at the last 4 inches, was used for lightning-quick attacks. It would be a challenge, but then again she always loved those. And to prove Tonks right, Hermione had caught up on the parry drill within seconds, while Harry still had problems remembering the correct sequence. Not that he was that bad in execution, anyone who had learned to wield a wand could do reasonably well in fencing with some practice, but unlike Hermione, he always was sloppy with correct positions. When both started complaining about their arms being tired, Tonks made them switch weapon hand. After all, you never knew if you had to use your sword as primary weapon or to support magical combat. Tonks kept them busy until early evening, which meant that their arms felt sore enough to fall off at a moment's notice, but at least they now had the 8 parries just about right. Under clinical training conditions, at least. Tonks told them that they might be reasonable fencers in a year or so if they didn't slack off like the lazy bums they were. Hermione was fit to strangle her for that comment, now if she only could raise her hands. After a reciprocal back and shoulder rub and a reasonably good night of tired cuddling only, Hermione once more was considering a gruesome death for their teacher. For that reason, in the villa's master bedroom, both were refreshed enough to start the new day. They stayed in the villa, since neither would be able to climb up a boarding ladder today, nor would Harry be able to row them over to the Revenge. Both teens were looking forward to the day ahead, the main reason being they got to skip training that day. They were only supposed to visit a few places and people, the most important visit being the trip to Grimmauld Place and then a short stint to talk to the twins. Maybe they would finally get to use their beach below the cliff for summertime purposes. Apparently Hermione's parents had already gotten around to doing so while the kids were put through the grinder by Tonks, a fact that made Hermione's hands once again flinch at the imagined throat of her instructor. The only thing that stopped them from doing so as well after training was that Maddie had warned them not to enter the water at night, because apparently sharks would assemble in the bay during that time. During dinner, Remus and Hermione had come to an agreement to try warding the small inlet against them, which was highly appreciated by Hermione's mum. Neither Remus, nor Hermione, nor Margaret knew that either of them did want to do that because of their secret intentions of a late-night skinny dip with their partner. Harry had earned himself his first plus points with Hermione today even before breakfast, when he asked her whether they should commission her own sword at Lenny's after they had returned from Britain. He upped his score later, when he started a discussion about warding one large room against the heat and humidity, so they could transfer the Black Library to the island. Hermione nearly forgot that they had company that morning when he mentioned it during breakfast. After having expressed her gratefulness adequately, for now, she immediately started to confer with Remus about the move and whether to move the books in bulk or by criteria. Their plans for the day were interrupted when Lenny turned up at the villa with a request for a test run of a wand prototype. They went out into the lush jungle behind the villa and quickly found a suitable large tree stump from a toppled tree. Being satisfied with the test area, Lenny rummaged in his bag, and then proudly showed them the wand. Or at least what he meant to be one. It was a crude piece of bent wood, with a rich, dark honey color. It was about 1.5 inches in diameter and had a sharp bend about 1/3 of the way from the handle end. Lenny noticed the questioning look Harry gave his work and commented accordingly. "Don't worry, this is only a crude shape. I didn't want to spend hours fancying up a useless piece of wood. That's why I want a test run. I lack the juice to make this baby work," he said with a broad smile lightening up his face. "Oh great, I was afraid that this was the final shape." Harry laughed in relief as he eyed the thick, crude wand over. "What is this wand made of?" asked Hermione, while giving the wand-shaped object a very thorough visual examination. "I've never seen such a design before. Looks like a pistol without barrel. Did you do this to aid aiming?" "Well, while it really worked out that way and I would like to take credit for this innovation, the sad truth is that I needed some seasoned wood. You see, because of the foci to be included, my wandwood stock didn't fit," Lenny chuckled in his deep voice. "So I went through my piles of wood for other purposes. Sadly, all my straight wood of acceptable size, the material destined for gun shafts, consisted of walnut, a wood notoriously prone to fail as wandwood," the man remarked as a side comment. Hermione gave him a critical eye at this statement. She considered it heresy to point something out without explaining the reasons behind. "Not knowing her, you better tell me why, now. Look," Lenny obliviously continued. "At first, I was devastated, but then I did the obvious. Since a pistol is handheld, too, I went through that stock and finally settled for that piece, which was the only one long enough to contain the length of the core materials we chose. Let me tell you, it was hell to split it properly and bed the cores. That's why I wanted to have a test run before I invest all the work to finish it up properly," Lenny concluded. "I beg your pardon, I thought you said cores. As in, plural, multiple. I didn't think that was possible," Remus quipped. Margaret and Henry started looking intrigued, as this was proving to be even more interesting than they thought. "Not impossible, just highly unusual. You see, most wizards or witches aren't even taxing their single cores. Only a very powerful person would be limited by a single core," Lenny waved the question off. "And how many cores did you use for this wand?" Tonks asked. Four. Why in Merlin's name did you use that many?" she screeched in shock, some parrots joining in as they vacated the trees surrounding the clearing. "Well, it began with a theory. I thought that if I were to combine different kinds of foci in a wand, they would share the load. And since in magic 1 and 1 usually equals to more than 2, any number of cores should be able to handle a more than their number times the magic of a single core." Lenny started talking, waving his hands around while he explained his theory. "You refer to the Rockford Law?" Remus inquired. Hermione and Lenny nodded immediately, while Harry and Tonks shared a blank look and a shrug. They were clearly out of their league. Henry didn't even attempt to make sense of this and chose to watch in silence, while Margaret proved Hermione's parentage by listening closely, soaking up the information, although it was of no use for her. "Since I had 4 working cores left, I decided against being cheap and for using all of them. But that left me with the problem of wood compatibility. Since I had 4 different kinds of foci, each with affinities to special kinds of wood, it was impossible to find a perfect fit. Sounds complicated, why not simply use 4 of the same kind?" Harry outed himself as complete layman. Henry was glad that Harry shouldered the blame for a question he would have uttered a second later too, as Hermione took it on herself to educate her boyfriend. "Because Rockford's law states that multiple foci of the same kind do block each other while different materials amplify their usefulness." "Yes, miss, that is correct. So, since a perfect would be impossible, I took a risk and ignored it," Lenny conceded. "I assumed that the interaction of the various foci would generate enough of a magical field to overcome the resistance of a less than perfect wood. The only question was what kind of wood I should use. I finally settled for black locust, a very easy to work wood which is very durable and hard to set on fire, which I thought important, given your special problem. It didn't hurt that I had lots of it in storage." Having said all that was worth saying, Lenny then pointed at the massive, still standing trunk of the toppled tree in the distance. "So, if you allow, I think we should commence testing." Holy Mother of F. A yell was ringing across the clearing, not scaring any wildlife, for the simple reason that everything living had already moved the hell out of there. Language, Tonks. Remus scolded his girlfriend offhandedly. And just for the protocol, I agree. He added as he tried to blink the spots from his vision. The Grangers were standing a bit away, with their mouths wide open, their ears ringing, and utterly speechless. Even Hermione was standing motionless, as was Harry, both blinking wildly at the sight of the watermelon-sized hole in the 6-foot diameter tree stump they had used for target practice. In prior testing, Harry was able to hold his Patronus practically indefinitely without any noticeable heat-up occurring, but then Lenny wanted to test the maximal power Harry could push through the wand in one concentrated blast. A regular reducto, as provided by Hermione, Remus, and Tonks's benchmark, while excellent to blast objects into pieces or bring down walls, should only have managed to create a fist-deep indention in that tough hardwood timber. Harry was able to do about half again as much damage with his normal Osage wand, while his wandless blast was more like a children's fist. But with the use of Lenny's customized wand, Harry had not only bored a 3 feet deep, over 1 foot wide hole into the tree. Also, the whole back half had splintered away, leaving a wide funnel at the other side. Henry once more came to the conclusion to not meddle in the kids' relationship. In accordance to his own prediction a few weeks ago, Harry could in fact smite him where he stood. While Harry was alternating looking at the tree and his wand in his still outstretched arm, Hermione shuddered at the thought what carnage a blasting hex or bone breaker would cause with that wand. "Did you just see that?" Harry asked his teachers, while slowly turning around to face them. "Will you stop pointing that thing at us?" Tonks shrieked and jumped aside as his wand came to point in their general direction due to Harry's movement. Remus kept quiet, but even he had to fight the urge to get the hell out of the way of wherever that wand was aimed at. Lenny was clapping his hands, proudly. He already knew that his wand worked for Harry, but these results were amazing. "Very well, now that I know the wand will work, let me take it back to the shop to finish it. Give me another day or two, and it will be all done," he said, gently taking the bent piece of wood from Harry, and left the stunned group to fend for themselves, whistling a song and walking with a spring in his step as he navigated his way through the now deserted flowery jungle back to the villa, and to town. Grimmauld Place number 12, 9 a.m. local time. "Master Harry." The elf's war cry echoed through the study before Harry's sight had stopped spinning. It had taken the elf only a blink's time to arrive at the study where the portkey had dumped the group. "Hello Dobby. Are you well?" Harry replied as soon as he had recovered his bearings. Naturally, this led to a lengthy proclamation of Harry being the bestest because of him caring for a lowly servant like Dobby. This, while already nearly a normal occurrence for Harry, amused the adults of their group to no end, still. While Harry silently cursed the necessary decision to take everyone back, since he was the only one able to operate the portkey, Hermione left Harry to fend with Dobby and called for Winky. "Master Harry's Grandee, Miss has called." Winky replied dutifully upon arriving, only wrinkling her ears slightly at the sight of Dobby doing his improper antics, again. Suppressing the urge to shudder at this honorific, at least the elves thought it to be one, Hermione asked the question Harry won't be able to ask for a while longer, as he still was consoling the weeping Dobby. "Did anything of interest happen while we were away?" Only the double ginger mischief makers being calling a lot over the flow, but Winky only did tell them that he was being away. Winky is not being telling Master's secrets, Winky is a good elf. The small elf told her, prompting Hermione to tell her that she indeed was a very good elf, lest they had 2 crying elves to console. "I have one question for both of you, Dobby and Winky. Can you pop over to the Black Island?" Harry asked, having calmed Dobby down to only occasional sniffles. "Winky is being sorry, Master, but we be knowing that island is over the ocean. Elves do only being able to pop a few 100 miles per pop. We is having no place to stop in between," Winky replied, and both elves were looking very contrite about having to disappoint their master. Their hanging ears and huge eyes gave them a very sad puppy-like look. "No problem, I only asked. But you can travel by portkey, can't you?" Harry asked, and received a positive reply by both elves. "Okay, that's settled. Does anyone of you know how to make a room in a humid climate suitable for a library?" Dobby was jumping up and down in joy at this request, causing the adults in the background to finally lose it over the elf's antics. Dobby is being caring for Malfoy Library a lot. Dobby knows what to do. Is island being as wet as Wiltshire? The small creature continued eagerly, either not noticing, or ignoring the reaction of his master's friends. Harry was looking around, lost for an answer. Hermione and the Grangers shrugged, not being accustomed with that area. Remus came to his aid. Yes, about as humid, but it has at 20 to 40 degrees all year round, he said while wiping a tear of mirth from his eye. Dobby nodded enthusiastic at that news. Dobby can do, Master Harry, sir. Harry ignored a squeal, suppressed to near silence, from Hermione at the last obstacle to moving the library being cleared, as he walked towards the flow. He knew she already pondered which book to read first, down at the beach. While Hermione went to look for Crookshanks, who probably would be in the attic, catching rodents, Harry went to flow the double ginger mischief makers. Weasley's wizard wheezes, he called out while throwing a pinch of powder into the fireplace. As soon as the flames turned green, he dropped to his knees and stuck his head in, secure in the knowledge that a flow projection can't be jinxed. Although if it could, he thought, the twins would be the ones to find out how to do that. Harry, where the hell have you been? Was the instant response by one of the twins as his vision stopped spinning and the cluttered back office of the shop came into view. Harry couldn't say exactly which one, especially because the twin in question was wearing a horrible lime green jacket, probably extremely expensive by the sheer ugliness of it, and horribly crashing with his red hair and the purple pants. Here, there, an island in the Caribbean. Harry joked, savoring the annoyed expression of the twin before being shouted at. Wait a moment, Harry, you went to the Caribbean and didn't tell me or Gred. While grinning like a maniac, Harry filed away the fact that he was probably talking to Fred, or Forge, like he called himself since Harry's second year or thereabouts. Gred, come back here this instant and help me yell at our investor. Fred yelled out of the door. A few seconds later the second twin entered, dressed exactly the same. If only they were to share two pairs of suits, like Dobby does with his socks, then there would be a way to tell them apart, Harry thought. Harry, where the hell have you been? George asked him, giving Harry the usual feeling of déjà vu everyone now and then has around the twins. Sometimes it was amazing how they managed to always say exactly the same things. He's been cavorting around on a Caribbean island while we were working our asses off, Fred answered. Harry didn't like the way they turned and were glaring at him. Not at all. You see, I found out about that island and after checking if it is inhabitable, I called you to officially invite you two over, but since I now fear to be the recipient of an all-out prank war, I don't think it's a good idea any longer. Harry began evasively backing off, but was of course interrupted by them. Harry, mate, you got us completely wrong, Fred purred in a low voice, which made Harry a bit uncomfortable when George continued in the same manner. We would never, ever do something so reprehensible. So vile and evil. To our distinguished investor, our adopted brother, and overall best friend out of our year. Harry thought the overall performance to be quite nice and nearly believable, only the halos around their heads were a bit over the top. Well, I'll show mercy this time, and will even hand you an olive branch and grant you both entry to Grimmauld Place. Can you get some hired help and be over in an hour or so to talk? Harry played along, and received their counter-timed double nod, again. It was even faster than last time, showing that they actually practiced that move. Shaking his head, Harry bade goodbye and withdrew from the flow. After Harry had added the twins to the wards, under protest from Remus and Tonks, Harry instructed the elves to start packing the library into trunks for transfer. Hermione of course, but unnecessarily, reminded the elves to correctly seal the trunks to protect the books until the new library room would be prepared. She then decided to better supervise the elves and rushed to the library after they had popped away. Harry just chuckled silently at his girl. He knew she loved her books nearly as much as him. Okay, he at least hoped that he came before the books, but he wouldn't try her and was rather glad of what he had right now. No need to make things even more complicated, right? By the time they had packed all their things from their rooms and fetched the Grangers' trunks containing their household, the elves, with occasional help by Remus when they noticed a book to be cursed, were a good quarter into the library. There were already 10 transfigured trunks standing around, full to the brim with shrunken tomes. While Hermione painstakingly checked the sealant charms, the others retired to the drawing room, waiting for the twins to complete the talk Harry had begun. 10 minutes later, the sounds of Flo arrival were heard, twice, and then voices and the squeak of an elf talking. A moment later, the door flew open and the twins strode in. Most eyes in the room immediately started to water when the multicolored floral print shirts, left unbuttoned to leave some hairless, pale skin visible, came into view. The color-changing shorts completed the outfit and bared a lot of spindly, pale leg to the public. Harry briefly thanked the gods that at least they didn't do the sunglass, hat and white nose combo that Aunt Petunia did whenever she went into the garden in summer. "We're ready. Let's move," they proclaimed in unison. "You know I asked you over to talk, don't you?" Harry carefully asked. "Island now, talk later," one twin said, the other nodding fervently, grinning from ear to ear. "We have thrown a week's worth of clothes into our trunks and got some employees to work under Lee, who is now managing the place while we are ready to permanently retire to an island, concentrating on research and innovation, in a more inspirational environment." They finished, beaming at the audience, who were collectively glaring at Harry, who was currently hitting his head against the table, repeatedly. With a sigh, Harry faced the unavoidable. "One condition, you will behave with the Islanders," he said. Remus had other plans. "Come on, Harry. You know how boring island life can be. Let them bring some entertainment into the town. You know that the people would appreciate it," he said, causing everyone to smile, most because of being in the know, and two because of not being. "At least they won't have problems with the dress code, I presume." Margaret gave the final comment before the Exodus, Mark II, began. About half an hour later, everyone including the elves and 10 lightened trunks of various stuff and books were portkeyed half across the world. While the elves started to prepare the new library, which Hermione wanted to supervise, they all quickly changed into their now customary clothes. Hermione was the quickest by far, since wearing fewer articles than anyone else, much to Harry's pleasure. As she passed them by, the twins were eyeing her approvingly, which led Remus and Tonks to take them aside, telling them the law of the lands. Harry smirked amused as he overheard the words, "broadside," and "keelhauling," in that hushed speech across the room, while he was sliding his rapier sash over his shoulder. Soon they convened in the bigger sitting room, which was held in a mint green and had space for about 10 people to sit and chat at leisure. Of course, the twins had opted for those horrid red-white ring tights, under brown knee-length trousers. A garish-colored hodgepodge of shirts, vests, sashes and a tricorn, each, was completing their outfits. One of them had a huge gold hoop, probably via sticking charm, dangling from his left ear, the other one from the right. They looked like, well, like having spent like a sailor in a clothes shop. "In case you noticed," Tonks told them, "the hoops are to tell them apart. Whoever wears the earring at the right side is Fred, no matter which one it is. If they wear them at the same side, they will be keelhauled, end of story. I, for one, am fed up with not knowing who is who." "This place is cool, Harry." The twins chorused, and then only, "One moment, hoop at the right side, that's his left ear, so it's George," Harry deducted, continued. "Now do you always wear that stuff here?" Henry answered before Harry managed. "Well, until now, we have, since these clothes are very appropriate for this climate, and we only packed for an overnight, so they came convenient, but we only have to wear them when on board or in town. In the villa, that's this building, or down on the Skull Beach, we usually wear normal clothes. The villagers always wear them." One of the twins had a question. It was Fred, according to the hoop. "What do you mean with, on board?" Remus mentioned keelhauling, so there is a ship. "Yes, 2 actually," Margaret explained. "The Pathfinder belongs to the town, while the Revenge is Harry's personal vessel." "Cool, your own yacht. Tell, how big is it?" Fred addressed Harry in his seat across the room, who answered with a sly smile, while buffing his nails. "Oh, not that big, only about 150 feet, and 48 guns." Laughter ensued when the twins threw themselves at his feet, bowing and canting that they were unworthy, over and over again. "Oh, get up, you are worthy. Okay, now that you are here, would you be so kind to tell us what you wanted to tell us so badly," Harry said when they finally had ended their antics. "Well, actually," Fred said, letting himself drop onto the couch. George continued, while falling into place next to his brother. "Stop," Harry yelled as he jumped up and stomped over to them. "Just one of you talks, the other one stays silent. I don't need another headache. So, can you do this?" he said, fingering his sword as he squinted at them. You are no fun, Harry, we expected more from a man with a really big gun, Fred lamented. Yes, entirely too touchy for a man with so much wood, George agreed, much to the amusement of the people sitting with them, minus Harry. We get it. We get it. Harry groaned, his face turning a vibrant shade of red. Now would you please come to the point? But we haven't even commented on the size of your mast, Fred grumbled and held his hands up in a protective gesture when Harry moved forward with his hand on the hilt of his blade, ready to draw. Actually, we wanted to find out where you had gone, and warn you, since Dumbledore knew that you were gone within minutes. Fred quickly changed the topic as if were his intention all the time. He had? Henry asked, surprised at the news. Yes. He had an emergency meeting by 9 o'clock on the 8th. He told us that you had left an hour ago. Had everyone running up and down the country looking for you. He was completely up in arms because he couldn't find you anywhere, Fred reported on his own as demanded, while George resorted to sign language and expressive dance to complete the experience. Harry grumbled, but he had only told him to keep silent, so he could only blame himself. But how could he know that? Henry asked curiously, only to get his answer from everyone around him at once. Moody, and, Mad Eye, echoed through the room. Everybody magical knew that only that man could be the reason. Fred nodded, while George assumed a champion pose. That walking scar tissue guy. Why him? Henry asked. He remembered that man with his peg leg well. Everybody would remember a man like Moody. You remember his eye, that electric blue one. He can see through everything with it, Tonks told him. While Henry nodded at that, Margaret flinched and wrinkled her face in disgust. So when he was talking to me, he was probably peeping beneath my clothes. She said, making Hermione flinch, too. She never had thought that Moody might do that. She turned to face Tonks, who had worked a lot with Moody and had to know. Tonks ruefully shook her head. You know, you learn to ignore that over time. I know for fact that he scans everyone he sees through all layers to find hidden weapons. So he certainly has, she said, and ignored the disgusted faces all around, especially from the twins. But he checks so many people at once that his eye barely stays long enough to notice much detail. And he has grown so accustomed to it that he doesn't even register it anymore. He once told me that it would distract him if he would care for what he sees, and he could never let that happen, she told them, which made all the kids yell, constant vigilance. In unison. Okay, that means the cat is out of the bag, Remus began, smiling faintly. But at the other hand, it is great for us that he knows. Harry and the twins gave him a baffled look and the Grangers looked like deep in thought. Hermione looked intrigued, and Tonks smiled knowingly. Before anyone else could reach a conclusion, Harry already asked for it. Why exactly? Oh cub, don't be so dense. He now knows that you can leave and disappear to somewhere completely out of his reach. And he needs you. That leaves us in a very good position if we ever need to talk to him. Whatever, said Harry, slapping his thighs with both hands. Sounds great, but I had some plans for today, and those include a beach, my girlfriend, and a very small bikini suit on her. So, I don't know about you, but I want to get into the ocean before the sharks assemble. His proposition not meeting any opposition, they all went to change into beachwear and soon assembled in the foyer. They went down the path leading down the cliff to Skull Beach, and it was very hard to keep the twins from storming down and maybe injuring themselves as they saw the ship out on the water. While the adults were using the time to tan themselves on loungers, Tonks transfigured from some seashells and chatting about this and that, Harry and Hermione used the opportunity to frolic in the waves and the deeper water, just being teenagers in love for once. All this time, the twins were just standing chest deep in the water, grinning at the revenge in a most disturbing manner. As the group returned from their swim, everyone went to change and agreed to meet in the sitting room. When Harry returned, he went straight to the bar and poured himself some fruit juice. Turning around, he yelped and dropped the glass, already halfway into casting a spell before he stopped himself. Out of nowhere, the twins were standing before him, probably having apparated in right as he turned around. Deep inside, Harry was sure that they didn't make a popping, but more a sproing sound when doing so, like the spring of a jack-in-the-box. He seriously could imagine them like that. Both were looking at him with puppy eyes. He took a calming breath and asked them what they wanted. Later that evening, the villa, master bedroom. I can't believe you really allowed them that. Hermione railed as she renewed the silencing charm on the window for the 10th time or so. They are going on for hours already. Couldn't you at least take the charm off? No, that charm is integrated in the guns, and silencing doesn't work on them, Harry sighed. Maddie said even if you managed to remove the cannon blast charm runes from the gun without destroying it, the sound they make without is nearly as loud, but at least twice as annoying, like styrofoam was being rubbed or a nail on a blackboard, depending on the shot. It took a cannon blast charm to mask it with something you could live with. I'll go and talk to them, alright. Or maybe Remus or Tonks know a good sound barrier shield. Do this, I'll try to make sense of this warding book here. I want this shark repellent ward be done as soon as possible, Hermione smiled, and again bowed over her book, trying to make sense of the runes and arithmetic involved. Over the next few days, things changed. The most notable being, Tonks' knowledge of a barrier spell. After she taught them, Harry had managed to cast it well enough that the sound of a cannon was muffled to a small pop at the beach and could scarcely be heard up at the villa. The twins weren't slacking off either, they had actually practiced with the guns. Though the initial feeling of their friends and the crew was wary suspicion, they quickly proved that they could be serious about anything involving explosions. The conjured up bright red balls for targets, charmed them to swim off at a certain distance and released them into the water before proceeding to shoot every last one of them. And since guns were things that made noise and made other things go boom, the twins not only fell in love with them, but were practically born to use them. They even tried to figure out the runic enchantments to make one for themselves. For their lab they had started constructing over at an unused beach at the island's eastern side, which Harry assigned them. Harry and Hermione continued their training with magic and swordplay. Soon though their night began to include studying a sizable part of the Black Library that Dobby had been able to set up within a few days. They had to return to Grimmauld Place twice more, fetching a total of 12 trunks full of, reasonably safe, books shrunk into paperback size. These trips netted them a respectable stack of knowledge to have on hand. Most of the books concentrated on the different areas of spell work, though there was still many left at Grimmauld that focused on the darker side of magic. Those books wouldn't be touched until Remus could go through them and check thoroughly for curses and other nasty traps. With a flick of his finger, a red wedge of magical energy impacted on the piece of wood, cleaving it in two, with one half falling off. Harry quickly flicked his finger again, turning the half that was still standing on the block 90 degrees before cutting it again. Then he took a sip from the butterbeer next to his seat and levitated the other half onto the cutting block. You know, Henry's voice sounded from behind him, making the boy jump slightly. When I heard that you were out to chop wood for tonight's bonfire, I thought I should go out and help you with the hard work. I definitely didn't expect this. Harry had the decency to blush in his recliner. Honestly, I tried. I volunteered to do it so the elves could concentrate on the food, and thought I could lose myself in the work and thought, but it didn't work. The axe only got stuck, he told the man closing in on him in a near whine that made Henry shake his head in mirth. The boy still had huge problems dealing with people he had respect for. Henry liked the fact that Harry did show him respect as Hermione's father, but he felt it was time to try getting a better relation started between them. In his opinion, working together was the best way to bond, and this was the only kind of work he could help the boy with. Maybe it was too small, Henry admitted, as supportive as possible. That was the usual problem with people, trying to chop down trees with a kitchen hatchet. Well, I copied the biggest axe I ever saw, Harry told him, with a quick point in the direction of the axe. Henry shot a quick glance in the direction of the axe leaning on the pile of wood and gave a snort. Harry had obviously tended to the other far end of the spectrum. Harry, this axe would be fine in Conan's hands, but not for chopping wood, he laughed as he pointed at the double-bladed battle-axe. You need a thicker axe head to split the wood, he told the highly embarrassed teenager. What would that look like? Harry asked, and Henry drew a shape into the ground with some wood splinters, explaining the design to Harry, who listened intently to the man. 30 seconds later, Harry had the tool transfigured from his old axe, and gotten the design approved by Henry. While Harry made a few test swings, Henry walked over to the pile of wood and placed the first piece onto the block. With a big overhead swing, Harry cleanly bisected the wood, both halves falling off the block. Henry immediately placed another on it, before picking up one of the halves. Wow, that's much better, Harry said with a smile as he now could work his surplus energy off. Too bad the Dursleys only had an electric fireplace. I wouldn't have minded this for a chore. He laughed, while Henry placed another log on the block and shook his head at the heresy of an electric fireplace. What exactly did you want to think about? I've noticed you've looked lost lately, more sad than anything, Henry asked as Harry again had sent the halves flying, putting one of the prior split halves on the block. Harry frowned and paused mid-swing, before swinging so hard that the axe got firmly stuck in the block. When Henry quirked an eyebrow, Harry wrenched the axe out and gave a sigh. I had a talk with the twins. They told me that Voldemort is supposedly back to his old, nasty self, he said and sent another log flying in 2 directions. Henry decided to let him talk and just replaced the logs as quickly as the boy hit them. His Death Eaters are roaming the country again, and while they haven't done much to the wizarding public yet, Harry huffed as the axe dropped with considerably more force than before. The Order is well aware that they are killing Muggles again, he said through clenched teeth as he pulled and pushed to pry his tool loose. Henry nodded gravely, and gave the axe handle a shove to help Harry. When Harry stepped back and got ready again, Henry picked up a log, but held onto it instead of placing it on the block right away. He turned it in his hand with a few light tosses as he brought his thoughts into order. Let me guess, you feel like you should go there and do something instead of sitting here in hiding, don't you? Harry lowered the axe and leaned on it. Of course, I'm the only one that can stop this monster, and I'm hiding on an island instead of fighting him. There are people dying in Britain. And I'm sitting here and doing nothing, instead of going back and start working on bringing him down. Henry weighted the log in his hands for another long moment before raising his head and looking Harry straight in the eyes. Aren't you a bit harsh on yourself? You're not exactly dragging your feet, in doing nothing but tanning and dancing the night away. Harry, you study most of the day, and I know you can already duel tonks to a tie. That stuff you both do while fighting looks amazing, by the way, he added with a smile as he noted the boy blush lightly under the praise. Still, ask yourself, even with your new power, what chance would you give yourself to win? 50-50. He dug deeper, watching the boy carefully. Or even less? Henry asked as he noticed Harry looking down at the mention of the odds. As Harry sighed sadly, Henry set the log down on the block and reached out to grab Harry's shoulder. Son, I know how hard this is on you, but right now, the only thing you can do is to learn as much as you can so you are ready to face him one day. Just be patient, he said and stepped back, indicating Harry to continue chopping. Harry gave him a thoughtful nod, and soon they fell into a comfortable rhythm, chipping the wood in silence. The next morning, they got a toucan from Lenny. Harry remembered the strange bird that brought him the post from Sirius. After all, owls weren't native to the Caribbean. Lenny's note sounded excited. He would like them to come over, at once, because he had a proposition for Harry. After a short discussion, all agreed to go together, since they were curious. Especially the twins were. They missed the first demonstration of Harry's battle wand, and had only heard about it secondhand. After everyone was dressed and the twins were nearly oath-bound to behave, the group departed down to the village. At the workshop, they found a locked door, and only after hard knocking and yelling, Lenny opened and rapidly ushered them in. As soon as they were in, he locked the door and picked up a heavy-looking iron bar, which he placed across the doors, barricading them. He then inserted a huge, rune-covered padlock into some massive loops in the bar and the doors, locking them. Hermione and Harry exchanged some meaningful looks as the padlock started glowing violet, the glow expanding to the bar and then to the doors. As he started to activate some rune clusters on the wall and hinges, which Harry could at least identify as Norse by now, people started to get nervous. Except for Remus, who had to keep an eye on the twins who were standing dangerously close to the hearth and the fires, and thus had missed most of Lenny's strange behavior. Finally, Lenny had powered all the wards on the door and turned towards them. Hello, I'm sorry if I seem a bit paranoid, but what I have done is so revolutionary that I don't want anybody to hear about it. Everybody nodded, as that made sense, in a way. Giving the door another wary glance, Lenny went to the counter and rummaged a bit under it. He started tapping patterns of the wooden mosaic on a drawer of his desk with his wand, and a quiet tune started playing. As Lenny tapped a few more patterns on the wooden inlays, a bell started sounding, seemingly somewhere in the distance. This made Lenny tap the inlays in a frantic way, until finally, the bell and music ceased with an amazingly loud click. and a very relieved-looking Lenny reached into a compartment and fetched a box, of which everybody assumed that it contained the finished wand. Their surprise was great when Lenny opened it and revealed a muzzle-loader handgun. It was a fantastic piece of work, with an octagonal brass barrel, a fine carved flintlock and silver inlays all over. Everybody was examining the gun when Hermione gasped. "These inlays. These are runes," she said, bending over to have a closer look. Harry also took a closer look and had to agree. Those fine lines formed various runes, along the barrel, the lock and all over the gun. "What are those for?" he asked, awed at the sight of fine workmanship. Remus would have liked to study those as well, but he was stuck watching the twins, who had turned to look at the shelves of guns for themselves, after no wand was presented, yet. "These look like a warding of some sort, like an impervious rune cluster, but there is some difference I can't read properly. They're too small," Hermione prompted as she examined the lock and pan, her nose nearly touching the gun as she tried to decipher the tiny symbols. "They are something I have come up with over the years. These are to protect the powder chamber and the charge from water, and guarantee it to only be ignited by the spark of the lock," Lenny proudly admitted. "So this really uses powder?" Henry asked. "I would have thought that it would work with magic, like those guns." Lenny looked at him disbelieving. "It would be impossible to enchant a wand that way. These small rune additions are the most you can do. Those and the featherlight runes to make this wand only twice as heavy as the captain's other wand," he said in a voice as if Henry just had asked him to teach flobberworms to fly. Silence reigned after this statement, as everybody alternated between staring at Lenny and the gun. "Wait a moment, this is my wand," Harry gasped as these words finally had fully registered with his mind. "Wicked," the twins intoned with broad grins. The mention of this gun actually being a wand had them leave the rack of pistols they were perusing right then and coming over, giving Remus a chance to look at the thing, too. "Yes, of course," Lenny told him, raising an eyebrow at him. "Why else would I do all this mystery-mongering?" "But, you made my wand a gun," Harry blurted, his mind still not grasping the situation entirely. "Yes," Lenny cheered. "Can't you see it? It's fantastic, a feature that makes this wand extra dangerous. The form makes targeting very easy, especially if you point cast, like you do. And when I started to clean up the wood, the idea came to me to mount a gun onto it. It's fantastic. If you are exhausted or need an advantage, you just cock the gun and pull the trigger, maybe even while casting a spell. There is no shield that can stop a spell and a bull at the same time." Tonks nodded approvingly. "That is promising. The form would certainly make a wand better in combat. I would say that I definitely would like to have a normal wand with this kind of grip, if you agree to make me one." "Me too," Remus added before Tonks could continue. The twins were not far behind. "But I see a problem with that gun on it. Even with the charm work, it makes the wand heavy and thus slow. And I bet that the metal barrel interferes with spell casting," Tonks insisted after a bit of examination, but without touching the thing. She still was intimidated of it. "Well, yes, that would be the case," Lenny granted. "I had to use brass to minimize the disturbance. But with this wand, it wasn't much of a concern, since the multiple cores are more than able to counter the metal interference. So maybe that wouldn't be a practical option on a normal wand," he conceded with a slight sigh. In the background, Fred rose an eyebrow and mouthed the word, "multiple," to his brother, who replied by making a series of rude gestures with his hands, both laughing. Tonks eyed the wand gun chimera closely. "Still, everybody can see the gun barrel, which negates the surprise effect. Can't you disillusion it?" "Regrettably, no, I can't. It would take a very powerful enchantment to keep working on a wand. Disillusion charms won't hold long. How about using a Fidelius?" Hermione asked curiously. Everybody else turned and looked strangely at her for that. "What? You have still enough space on the barrel to carve the runes necessary, and could protect the secret that it looks like a gun, and no one would notice it anymore," she protested the insinuations held in those looks. Lenny looked at Hermione a little longer, before a smile split his face. "That could work. And if you share the secret, others could use that secondary feature too, since the wand has nothing to do with it. The secret would probably fail to everyone who sees it fired, but you would certainly have a surprise effect," he babbled on, while Hermione put her hand on her hip and shifted to rest her weight on the other foot in an overly saucy way, tilting her head and smirking at the others in her "I told you so" manner. Why not go even farther? Margaret asked. You could make it a secret that it looks different from a normal wand. People wouldn't even notice the strange form anymore, she proposed, bringing the light in Lenny's eyes up a few more candelas. Okay, enough theory. Can anyone here actually cast this charm? Harry asked eagerly. No need to discuss this if we can't do it, he stated. For something of this size, I can, Remus volunteered after a short moment of consideration, and raised his hands in a protective gesture. And yes, Hermione, I'll show you how to do it, he added rapidly, anticipating her question. Harry clapped his hands and smiled. Then let's try, I'll be the secret keeper, myself. 5 minutes of carving and a very long spell later, the wand looked for the entire world as like a normal wand would. In fact, it didn't have any description other than, it looks like a normal wand. Only those in the room knew the secret, for obvious reasons. Harry wanted them to be able to use it in case they needed to, and Lenny was the only one able to service it. It shouldn't have to be said that Lenny received orders for 5 more wands with single core and pistol grip. While all the wizards were measured and tested for core materials, Henry and Margaret chose pistols for their own self-defense, a long and very well-made double-barrel model for Henry and a small hold-out gun for Margaret to keep in her bag. Remus took it onto himself to block the twins from procuring guns. While everyone else was busy testing for cores, and looking for guns, Harry surreptitiously called Dobby and made him fetch Hermione's blade. The transfigured sword was already showing signs of fatigue and would probably reverse form completely in a month or two, and Lenny promised to take the measurements and make a magnificent copy, and of course, to keep it secret. After all, Harry had netted him a few months' worth of income this day. Dobby was tasked to return the blade as soon as Lenny was finished measuring, and to stay unseen until then. Later that day, Maddie found them lunching at the A. Nobody knew the name of the bar anymore, so everybody just called it the Bar A, or Red A, since someone claimed that the writing once was red, many decades ago. Maddie had news for him. Basically, it was about growing up and taking over the family business. All hands, ready on braces and sheets. Prepare to tack, Harry yelled over the deck of the Pathfinder. He was here to learn the ropes, literally, and Maddie found it would help him if he would act as first mate, relaying the orders to the crew. You see, Captain Potter Black, the right way to tack with square sails is to have the sails assist in the turn. So we will brace or back brace those sails in an angle that will push the bow in the desired direction, and then use the rudder to speed up the turn. If we had square sails at the main mast or a full-rigged mizzen mast, like the Revenge, we could use them to support that maneuver, too. Captain Cobbs, the captain of the Pathfinder, explained Harry patiently, mimicking the sail's position during the maneuver with his hands like Ron would show Quidditch moves, while the crew was rushing to their stations, awaiting the next orders. He then gave the commands for Harry to relay, and when the ship was on its new course, he took his time to explain the timing once more in more detail, since the boat lost a lot of speed during the poor execution. All in all, Harry didn't do too bad for his first day, and only rarely stumbled over the correct names of all the stuff on board, due to his prior studies of the Hermione manual, which did include a pirate plot, after all. Hermione had spent her time on board writing in a large notebook, now filled with all the things Harry had been taught during the day, and enjoying the trip with her parents and the other members of their group, all of them eagerly helping and learning to sail, themselves. Even the twins behaved for a while, after being threatened to get marooned, and eagerly ran from station to station when called out, having a good time on board. Especially Margaret and Henry fell in love with sailing, and were talking about inquiring at the wharf about a small touring boat for two. An early retirement was looking enticing if you had a tropical island to move to. But not everything was all orchids on the island. 3 days into their second stay, Harry had noticed Hermione starting to act strange. The first thing that baffled him was when he once saw her in the library, pulling a book from a shelf. She opened it, read a bit and then closed it again, sighing. She then gave the book a caress and put it back, sighing again. He didn't think too much about it, it was Hermione, after all, and wrote it off as her maybe having kinky thoughts from having all those books. He could certainly imagine her masturbate with a book. Now that was a thought to hold on to, maybe he should bring that up sometimes. Her unbroken fervor in the sack, as they now alternated between sleeping at the villa and the ship every other day led him to believe that it was just something like that. The training with Tonks, their studies and the training with the Revenge filled their timetable enough that he didn't really notice it at first, and only thought she was just as tired as he was. But then, she started slacking in her studies. In training, her swordplay was getting sloppy, so much that Harry started looking good in comparison. Her spellwork was getting worse, too. She had started slipping incantations again, although she had a firm grasp on wordless casting for weeks. He started worrying when it became common that he would find her sitting somewhere, a book in lap, but staring into the distance with a yearning look. He tried to ask her about it, but after he got the third, "It's nothing." From her, he left it be. He still worried about her, but knew that she would come to him in her own time. August 15th, the town square. "Harry, help!" One of the twins yelled as the mob dragged them across the street and towards the harbor. "You must stop this," Harry told Maddie in concern, as they all hurried to catch up with the sailors, who were carrying, pushing and hauling the tied-up twins towards the harbor under raucous laughter, while clinking their mugs and firing their guns. More and more people were leaving their work and joined the procession. "Why? They tried to poison someone, and that's the punishment," Maddie chuckled. "That was no poison," Hermione wheezed from Harry's side, as she tried to keep up with their large strides. "It was only some prank." "Ha-ah-er-ee," one of the twins shrieked in a rather girlish way. Maddie just shook his head with a broad grin. "Doesn't matter, get caught doing foul, you get a haul. That's in the codex," he shouted, and the crowd eagerly picked it up and canted along. "Is this really necessary?" Margaret asked. "I know they can be annoying," she stated, to which Henry added a, "True, true," as the twins were carried aboard the Pathfinder. "But isn't this a bit extreme?" True to form, the twins had invented a new treat, which they called Parrot Cracker. Also true to form, they introduced the public to this new invention by slipping it to a bunch of people in the Red A, when everybody was sitting together after the daily lesson on board of the Pathfinder. They were currently discussing the differences in handling between the Pathfinder and the Revenge, as they planned to take the bigger ship out on the ocean tomorrow for the first time. To be fair, the effect of 6 man-sized parrots squawking in the inn was hilarious, and the treat worked exactly the 10 seconds the twins had intended, giving everybody a good laugh. What they hadn't intended to was to be found out and caught while slipping some more of these. "You know that these were only joke articles, don't you?" Harry asked nervously, while the twins yelled frantically for help as some ropes were tied to their wrists and a few men pulled 2 ropes under the boat and up the other side, all under the cheers of their friends and the spectators. "I think this has gone far enough," Remus added, grabbing Maddie's arm and pulling the man around. "It was just a harmless prank. You were under an oath not to harm a friend of Lord Black." "Hey, don't worry, in this case, we are just pranking them back. We do this a lot, they won't get a scratch. These ropes are charmed to keep at least 5 feet distance to the hull. If they start a prank war with pirates, they have to play by our rules," Maddie said with a smirk as the men took the twins and started to give them the heave-ho, swinging them as high as they could. Harry had to admit that the girlish screams of the twins were funny. Tonks was just grinning broadly. She was one of the people who got a cracker slipped, so she thought it was only fair game. Even the Grangers nodded their consent. Now that they knew the boys wouldn't be harmed, they could approve of this educational measure. And maybe enjoy it a wee tiny bit. After all, you don't witness a keelhauling every day, Hermione reasoned silently, as she stepped closer to embrace Harry while she watched the show. "We don't mind a good prank, but it's tradition that if someone gets caught during a prank, they get keelhauled. You know, like the old saying, if you can't stand the heat, stay the hell out of my gun deck. They won't be harmed, this is just a good bit of fun, like a good dunking. But it might quench their antics a bit," Maddie admitted while the men in the crowd started counting down from 3, and laughing out loud as the twins were released in upswing, thus thrown overboard in a high arc. They landed with huge splashes, and the men quickly took the ropes to pull them through in astounding speed. Gasping for breath, they surfaced at the other side no more than 5 seconds later, to be hauled aboard under laughs and back slaps from the pirates, who quickly undid the ropes. Immediately, the same guys who were keelhauling the twins only seconds ago started placing orders for these crackers, inquiring about other stuff the twins had in store, as if they were kids in Zonkos. "Everything all right?" Harry asked them as the crowd had returned to the inn and whatever they did before, leaving the dripping twins and their friends on the Pathfinder. You know, Harry, apart from the being scared shitless part, Fred started. And the wetting your pants part, George continued. This keelhauling thing was rather fun. They chorused with a set of really disturbing grins. We might use this for something, George proposed, turning to his twin. Maybe another Daydream series. Fred replied thoughtfully. How about this, guys? Remus said as he approached them and pulled them into a conspiratorial huddle and whisper, from which one of their heads occasionally emerged, looking appraising ly at Harry, before dipping back. This was the day Adventure Dreams, the version of the patented Daydreams targeted at a male audience, was born, a series Harry would contribute many a memory to. August 17th, the Villa, early afternoon. Harry, can we talk? Harry looked up from his Transfiguration book. He was currently sitting in the library couch, as it became his habit after lunch while it was too hot to be outside. Hermione often retreated for a short kip, claiming the heat made her drowsy. Today, she had obviously cut that short and sought him out, standing meekly in front of him. Recognizing that this probably meant that he would finally get to know what had been bothering her the last week, although he already had a suspicion, Harry placed a parchment scrap into the book to mark his place, shut it and wandlessly levitated it over to the table. Hermione smiled at him. She hated it when he dog-eared books to mark the spot. Granted, he never would have done that with such an old tome, but she loved him showing effort. She knew he was also showing off a bit for her, but her inner voice rationalized that the tome would be in the way on the couch, anyway, and such a valuable book should be handled with reverence. When the book was placed on the table, Harry gave her a vague hand motion, indicating her to join him and start talking. It was something she knew after their long years of friendship. Normally, she would just flop down beside him and start talking, but this time, she wanted to talk him into something that he wouldn't want to do. The last time she did that, it resulted in her giving his firebolt to the professors behind his back, something she still regretted. Harry, I know you already have made up your mind, but, she started, and her courage left her for a moment. Anxiously, instead of sitting next to him, she knelt in front of him, taking both his hands in hers, making him raise an eyebrow. Taking a deep breath, she continued. Can we please attend Hogwarts? She begged, cringing and expecting him to be incensed and shout at her. Taking a long look at his lover, her beautiful hazel eyes pressed shut in fear, Harry gave a deep sigh. Didn't she know him at all? He already had guessed it would be about that, and he never would blow up at her because of something as simple as that. A bit saddened, he asked her a simple, why should we? Hermione's eyes shot open wide. She didn't expect him to actually talk it over with her. Hectically, she brought her thoughts in order to present her reasoning. Well, although we do learn a lot here, and Tonks and Remus do a very good job at this, there is still so much we have to learn. She's an Auror and he's a defense master, but... I know, Harry interrupted her fast-paced stream of conscience. I've been trying to make sense of that book here for days, and both couldn't help me. There is a lot of theory behind human transfiguration they don't understand entirely, neither, he admitted. Hermione felt like a weight had dropped from her chest when Harry mentioned his struggles with the advanced topics. She had been terribly afraid that he would just accept it and keep using the simpler spells. But now she knew that they shared a motivation to get better education. Yes, exactly that. You know, Remus and I wanted to ward the beach against sharks, but neither of us understands those books I found about warding. Remus said while he knew some temporary stuff and standard stuff that is defense related, he didn't know enough about those to set up new ones. He never took runes at Newt level, only arithmetic for spell construction, Hermione told him in her happy rapid fire mode while she got up and cuddled into his side. And there is still Riddle. We need to be prepared to fight him, and the longer we take, the more people get hurt. Right now, he's weak, but the longer we wait, the more he recovers. She waved the guilt trip card expertly, just in case his new study habits didn't completely override his innate laziness. She had been prepared to get in a blazing row with him to beg and weasel him into going back, so she wasn't above using a little psychology to enhance her chances. Especially as she was right and knew he already felt the same. I know, he sighed. Everything in me screams to get over there and blast his scaly ass into oblivion. But I don't know how to deal with Dumbledore. Harry stated in a pained voice as he leaned his head against hers and closed his eyes to relax them from the strain the tiny scribble of the old tome had proven to be. Harry, please. We will find a way to deal with him. Remus told you that we could. We just need to put our heads together and make a plan. But please, she pleaded, glad that he was at least a bit willing, before changing her tune and switching to seductive voice. I'll make it worth your while, I promise. Wherever, whatever and whenever, I'll do it. I'll even let you bugger me and all, she whispered into his ear, nibbling at his earlobe, knowing how much that affected him. Harry tensed when she did so, just like he usually did when she teased him that way, and so she turned her head and smiled at him. Are you trying to bribe me? He asked her with a strained voice that sounded a bit off. She could hear the deep emotion laced in his voice, just below the surface. Does it work? She replied saucily, batting her eyelashes at him. Suddenly, the world started spinning for Hermione. Sadly, it was not for the reason she had wanted it to do. Instead, Harry had stood abruptly, throwing her off to the couch, and stomped to the door, yanking it open. No! He yelled from the hallway as he threw it close. Harry! Margaret's voice penetrated the sound of the jungle near the gardens, where Harry was sitting on a low, but strong branch of a tropical tree. Harry didn't really hear her, for he wasn't really in the mood for talking. How dare she do that? He thought, still seething inside. I was willing to go along, but she tried to manipulate me. He suddenly noticed the branch of the tree he used as makeshift bench bending a bit further as a weight was placed next to him. Turning his head in surprise, he identified it as Margaret. She had silently approached and sat with him. Now that she finally had his attention, Margaret started speaking in soft tones. Would you like to talk to me? Not really. Unnoticed by Harry, Margaret performed a perfect Hermione-style roll of her eyes at the teenager's response. That's okay, but I would really like to know why my daughter is currently bawling her eyes out in her bathroom and refusing to open. I won't ask if you had a fight, that much is obvious. But what happened? She asked me to return to Hogwarts with her, was the huffed reply. And you declined, I presume, she said with a knowing nod. No. I would have gone along if we came up with a solution for the old coot, but then she went and tried to manipulate me, he huffed, and glared angrily at Margaret when she started to chuckle. Let me guess, she promised you some favors, if you went along with it. She made a wild guess, shaking her head and growing serious as he confirmed it with a frown. Harry, sometimes it astounds me how much growing up with these vile people has damaged you, Margaret said with another sad shake of her head, gently hugging him. Harry's response was an accusing glare as he didn't understand what she was hinting at, but assumed the worst. I mean, you see something good dangling right in front of your face and still keep looking for the barbed hook hidden inside, Harry. While I can't say that this was the most sensible idea my daughter ever had, did you really think that she would have done that just to manipulate you? She just offered a treat. She wouldn't have offered anything she wouldn't have given you anyway. It's called teasing, banter, jollying. Henry and I do it all the time, she admonished the boy in a motherly way. But she did it to make me do something. That's bribing. I don't like being manipulated, Harry insisted with a manly huff. Margaret laughed out loud. So you never promised her a back rub or snog if she were to put a book aside and go swimming with you? Or promised to go book shopping? Her laughter turned into a wide grin as Harry blushed hotly. Hypocrite, she called him teasingly as she wrapped her arm around his shoulders for a hug to take the bite out of her comment. I've really buggered that thing up, haven't I? He sheepishly asked when she finally released him. Yes, pretty much, Margaret responded, nodding with an overly broad grin on her face. Harry shook his head and stood. Thanks for the kick in the pants, but if you excuse me, I have some serious apologies to deliver, he said and went off into the jungle. Completely spent from crying for nearly an hour, Hermione picked herself up from the tiles of her bathroom. She couldn't believe how stupid she had been. He was going along already and she still had pulled all stops to make him do what she wanted. While his reaction was well over the top, and he would pay for that, it wasn't as if she couldn't tell that Harry might react badly to manipulation, even in jest. She'd have to put things straight when he came back, but not now. All she wanted was to crawl into her bed and sleep. A brief sob overcame her as she remembered that she would probably have to sleep alone tonight. Biting down on her lip to stop herself, she pulled herself together to make it at least to the bed. Shuffling forward, she avoided looking into the mirror as she passed it. She knew that she probably looked a fright. She didn't care. Approaching the door, she remembered to remove her spellwork to keep it locked and silenced, and then she pulled the door open, to immediately throw it shut again with a high-pitched yelp. Frantically, she ran her hands through her hair and wiped her face at a towel hanging nearby, cleaning up the worst mess before taking a deep breath, and slowly pulling the door open again. "I'm sorry," Harry said from his kneeling position and handed her the bunch of beautiful flowers he picked for her. She absent-mindedly noticed that some colors didn't go well with each other, but squished that thought at once, and took a deep sniff of the intoxicating smell of the exotic blossoms, before remembering to look at the messenger still kneeling in front of her. Briefly, her anger at how he had stormed off welled up and she pondered whether to shoot him or not, but he looked so miserable himself that her anger evaporated quickly. "Your mother explained to me how normal people behave. I was a stupid git. My reaction was totally unwarranted." "Of course we will. Return for 6th year. Forgive me?" he asked in a small voice. Hermione shot him a brilliant smile and laid the bouquet aside on a low chest of drawers next to the bathroom door, which contained towels and her unmentionables. Harry took this as an invitation to stand up again. After the 15 minutes waiting in front of the obviously silenced door, his knees were getting a bit sore. She then started pushing him back across the room and onto the bed, where he fell onto his back. Like a cat, she slowly crawled on top of him and bowed down to key him. Before their lips touched, she paused and rose back to a sitting position. "You didn't agree to go back with me just to make it up, didn't you?" she asked with suspicion laced in her voice. "No," he smiled, shaking his head. "I would have gone along with it anyway." Satisfied by his response, she proceeded with the loving key she had stalled. After some time of gentle exploration of their oral cavities, she sat back up on his hips and smiled saucily at him. "Come on, let's make up. Maybe I'll even let you try buggering me. But you don't have to bribe me anymore," was Harry's confused reply at her offer. She licked her lips and gave him a randy grin. "I would have gone along with it anyway. We should do something for your mum, don't you think?" Harry stated as he pulled Hermione closer into his shoulder. She had ended up there 15 minutes ago, after they had completely exhausted each other, cuddling in the afterglow. Was all that Hermione uttered as she continued trying to burrow herself deeper into her lover. "You know, she did so much for us. Helping me, bringing us together, settling our disputes," he ticked off at his fingers, and yelped as Hermione nipped his chest. "Not to forget keeping Dad at bay," she whispered into his armpit, making him flinch away from the tickle with a giggle. "But what could we give her?" he asked after a few more moments of lying blissfully in her embrace. "I remember she once asked for some polyjuice potion after she heard about my mishap in 2nd year, Hermione giggled, drawing some intricate circles on his ribcage with her finger. What for?" Harry purred, completely focused on the lines being drawn on his skin. She found it cute to be a cat girl. And she hinted about Daddy liking such things very much. "I can't follow you." "Well, cat women do have their fans. That soft fur, the cute muzzle, the purring, although the tail was something irritating, it always flicked and waved of its own accord," Hermione told him, frowning at the memory. "Oh, and another thing, did you know that cats have 6 tits?" It was a weird feeling, she told him as the thought hit her. She just finished saying that as she felt some motion against her thigh. "Did you just twitch at me?" She laughed. "Guilty," he chuckled and keyed her head. "I love your bits. But I do like them better without hair on them," he chuckled as he groped around for them blindly. "Yeah, much better without hair. The girls being all furry sounds entirely weird to me. But who am I to judge?" he said mirthfully as Hermione playfully slapped his hands away. "What a pity that polyjuice doesn't work on muggles," Hermione sighed and shrugged. She wouldn't want to be stuck looking like that for a month, anyway. Did I mention that my current book is about human to animal transfiguration? From what I read, there are some intermediate forms possible, Harry mused. Hermione pushed herself up and let herself rest on her arm, half reclined. "Really? I wonder if we could pull that off," she said, worrying her lip, while Harry's attention was focused on something delightfully dangling a couple of inches further down her chest. "You know, it feels kind of weird talking about getting your mother laid," Harry retorted after prying his eyes off the sight and nipped at her lip, trying to help her worrying it. Hermione snorted and switched to her nagging voice. "We are wizards, weird comes with the job. Honestly, Harry eee." She nearly peed herself before Harry stopped tickling her. "Okay, so you want to go back and attend school." Tonks acknowledged what she had just heard during dinner at the villa, forcing her voice into an air of nonchalance. She gingerly placed down her silverware and dabbed at her mouth with her napkin before neatly folding it onto her lap. "Are you crazy? We went through all this to get you away from Dumbledore, and now you want to go back there? Why?" She suddenly shouted at the two kids, her hair an angry purple. The two sat still, a calm look plastered on their faces. They had expected this and thus, they honestly weren't surprised it happened. Though the volume of the outburst had been an unexpected addition to it, being so loud it caused the remaining people at the table to cringe away from the crazed and powerful woman. "Dumbledore is irrelevant in the big picture," Harry insisted. "Yes, he is a nuisance until I'm of age, but that's all he amounts to." "Nuisance. A bloody nuisance. He's one of the greatest wizards of our time. Have you gone mad?" Tonks screeched in response. "Yes, nuisance," Hermione calmly insisted as well. "While he likes to have things going his way, he is still playing for the right team. Remember, he still has Fawkes as familiar. So while he can be ruthless sometimes, he still has good intentions. He is not the enemy, only a hurdle." Tonks didn't leave it at that. "Apart from the old codger, you know that this would also mean getting exposed to him, don't you? He is just waiting for a sign of you showing up somewhere." "Yes," Harry acknowledged, "but all of you know that while we all liked our vacation here, it was never stated that we wouldn't be returning to Britain. And with the prophecy stating that only I can deal with Voldemort, I couldn't stand to look at my face in the mirror, knowing that people were getting killed because I decided to sit on a beach," he stated flatly, cutting off Tonks who didn't know how to reply to this properly. While Henry had talked to Harry about the deaths in Britain and how he shouldn't shoulder the guilt of every lost life, a part of Harry wasn't ready to let go of the responsibility he felt for the people there. Harry still believed to a degree that every life lost was partly his fault if he couldn't stop Voldemort before it happened, he just couldn't shake the blame off as easily as people wanted him to. "The longer I sit around doing nothing, the stronger his grip on Britain gets. You know that Dumbledore and the Ministry are losing the war as badly as they did the last time." Harry told them what everybody knew but didn't dare to speak out. "Then take your ship and hit him in the money bag, if you think you have to do something," Fred proposed. "That would hurt him badly and you and Hermione would still be rather safe here, and you would do something to soothe your bloody conscience. You know that he wants you even more dead than he did before." "Fred, you are a genius," Harry mock-cheered with his eyes wide open. "Why didn't I think of that? Where would I, a mere mortal, be without your wisdom and counsel?" Fred harumphed and turned away when Harry finished his outburst with a look of very fake admiration. "You see, this idea has come up between us already," Hermione quipped. "We actually went and had words about it with Matty." "And what did he say?" George demanded, while Fred was still pouting in a very dramatic pose for being mocked. "In a word, don't," Harry stated, calmly, savoring the feeling to have the others hanging at his every word as he made a dramatic pause. "Matty told us that there is no way the men would follow him into a fight with a warship, yet," Hermione spoiled his moment, while putting her hand on Harry's slumping shoulder. She knew that this had irked him slightly, although he couldn't blame them. "I didn't say he should go mano a mano with the Victory, I said he should capture some cargo vessels," Fred defended his position. "Surely, the men would follow him for that," he smirked. Harry blushed slightly before he replied in a murmur. Upon collective request, he was forced to repeat his answer, under the slight smirk of his girlfriend. "Matty said that if I practice very hard for a few more months, they might consider it." "Didn't Matty say the men would follow you, back when they tested you?" Henry put his 2 pence in. "Well, that obviously meant they would fight alongside him, but not that they would trust him not to run the ship aground." Again, Tonks noted with a sweet smile on her lips, batting her eyebrows at the embarrassed captain in training. "I just scraped that reef," Harry gnarled through his teeth while trying hard not to imitate a tomato too much. "I got confused and mixed up port and starboard for a moment. I corrected my mistake in time, didn't I?" That rebuttal was presented with crossed arms and the huff of a true leader. Hermione petting his back in support destroyed the picture a bit, but Harry let her do her thing, as he quite liked what her massaging hand did there. Anyway, Maddie said that this point was moot anyway, as they surely would encounter a warship at some point, and the men are very much aware of the extra risk, Harry added. What extra risk? Margaret inquired nosily. Let's suppose we are successful in capturing a pureblood merchant, Hermione stipulated in her usual mind game way of talking. What would the logical reaction be? Tonks was the obvious candidate to answer the question quickest. Increase patrols in that area, she replied instantly, ever the Auror. Exactly. This would probably be a massive increase, as they value to be protected as high, and there isn't that much else to do for the fleet. If we are able to capture a merchant, we take top priority in comparison to smugglers, Hermione lectured, and drew a very dark picture while doing her usual thing. The islanders are not in favor of drawing too much attention, so we would only be able to make attacks far away from the island, and only few. Apart from limiting the damage we can cause, given the sheer number of enemy warships, we will certainly run into a few of them, she added, waiting for the others to catch up on the facts. Then we outrun the bigger ones. And fight the smaller ones. Problem solved. Fred and George chorused. Remus put his hand up. Fred, George, he said soft and slowly, just like in class. Battling ship to ship is always a fight for death. You can't just apparate or portkey away from a moving platform, he said in his teacher's voice. The guns don't care if you shield, and you can't dodge a cannonball. And even if we manage to evade the patrols, they would start creating convoys with escorts. There is a reason why historically, piracy only worked as long as they were few and kept the hell away from warships. There is nothing to gain in such a fight, he said, putting things into perspective for the trigger-happy redheads. Thank you, Remus. Actually, this is the normal risk. The men are much more concerned about the extra risk, Harry told them, drawing a deep breath to launch his explanation. If we start hurting Tom's finances badly, it is only a matter of time until anybody finds out, one way or another, that I'm responsible for it, so it won't take long until Voldemort himself comes here looking for jolly old me. The men aren't exactly fond of this possibility, he illustrated the men's fears Maddie had brought up. Fred and George each shuddered at this thought. This would be the worst scenario. Fighting against Voldemort with nowhere to run would be a nightmare. In Britain, you had at least the theoretical chance to run away. Even if wards were present, you could run until you passed them and then simply apparate away. Not so on a ship or an island. Even worse, Remus voiced his concerns, already having sided with the kids. You said that Harry would need at least a few months to learn leading this ship properly, never mind in a battle. By then, he might already have taken over Britain, he speculated. As Henry and Margaret shot him alarmed glances because of that statement, he shortly interrupted his speech to explain his rationale. The situation isn't really that bad now, but who knows what might happen in the next months. For all we know, he might manage to install a puppet government by then, and come here with an armada and army, he explained, and while no one was particularly glad about it, nobody could disagree with his prognosis, especially not the kids. They had come to this conclusion all by themselves already during their brainstorming session. That's why I decided to take no risks. I want to keep this hideout out of Tom's knowledge and grasp for as long as possible and take the fight to him, Harry stated with no room for doubt in his voice. But you aren't ready, yet. Tonks insisted. Harry gave her a wary snort in response. And when will I be? When do you think I will be ready? I can already outfight each of you, even when I hold back. And I can take on you and Remus together if I don't. Tell me, how much more can you teach me? He asked her. Rather unexpected, Remus came to his aid. He is right, Tonks. We have done all we can. We know defense well, but we are just average teachers, nowhere in the league of what Hogwarts or the Academy provides. Can you teach him advanced transfiguration like Dumbledore did in the Ministry battle? Or charm work like Voldemort showed there? Maybe you can teach him all about wards. He continued in a soft voice, as Tonks slowly backed down and surrendered to the unavoidable. When he had ended, Tonks had slumped down in the seat, her hair mousy and hanging limply from her head. Exactly. That's why we want to get back into Hogwarts. Even only the first year of Newt courses will help us tremendously in developing our skills, which we need when we finally fight Voldemort, Hermione agreed with her boyfriend, although with slightly different priorities on the order of reasons. What about tutors? Henry inquired weakly. The only way would be an apprenticeship, and these run for years, and only one topic at a time, Hermione told her father. Also, they require newts to start with and would leave us separated and completely open to attacks, as we would have to live with our masters. We are much safer in Hogwarts, where we are well warded and can access all the teachers at the same time. Okay, but why Hogwarts? Henry whined. Can't you just go to another school? I remember you talking about 2 other schools, something French and something Russian, wasn't it? Hermione shook her head. No, Dad. Hogwarts is the only way, the other schools won't help much. Why? They can't be that bad, Henry demanded. Especially since they don't have this ass as headmaster. Heaven knows what he would do to you. Tonks shook her head ruefully. I hate to say this, but that ass is still better than Durmstrang. Dumbledore might be manipulative, but he's not dark, or his phoenix would have left him long ago. He tries to do the right things, but he has a tendency to run over individuals for the greater good, she told Henry, who harumphed annoyed at her as she dared to hit him with logical arguments. Durmstrang, on the other hand, is a tad different, she continued, to be interrupted by the twins. You can say that. They even have a class that teaches dark arts. George commented. Fred took over immediately. Harry and Hermione would be murdered in their sleep, the first night they dare to actually sleep. The whole school is basically a breeding ground for potential Death Eaters. Stop kidding us, Margaret demanded. A whole school. Certainly not everyone. Victor was very nice. Hermione rose to Durmstrang's defense, but faded out with a blush under the looks of the others. She felt mortified when Harry gave her a questioning eyebrow, while smirking at her. It had only been a harmless key, nothing more. While these two are exaggerating a bit, it's still part true. Margaret, Remus took control of the discussion. That school is far up north in probably Eastern Europe or Scandinavia, and over there on the continent, the life of a wizard is a bit harsher. Britain is very isolated and thus easy to keep civilized. This makes the British wizard's life rather easy. Apart from the Death Eater attacks, there is not really much to fear for the average wizard here in this sanitized utopia. But in Europe, you have to live with vampires, werewolves, dragons and all the other nasty creatures that live there, he lectured, getting a glare and an elbow from Tonks as he counted himself among the nasty creatures. This argument would certainly continue later, he knew. Taking a deep breath and stretching his aching side, he continued. This creates a certain type of wizard. Most of them have absolutely no qualms to use dark arts, and in some countries, they do so on a daily basis. And of course, there are some people in this school who would join Voldemort in a second for a few coins. Also, while they would certainly teach the stuff Harry would need, they don't accept Muggleborn there, so Hermione wouldn't be able to go there. Okay, that's a reason, Margaret agreed. But how about this French school? Beau Chapeau, she inquired. Beauxbaton, corrected Hermione. It's a good school, but it's not in Hogwarts League, not even in Durmstrang's. It's not that bad, Remus interrupted. Truly, it's not the premier European school, but it is far ahead of the small institutes and has been a part of the Big Three for centuries. Sorry to interrupt, but isn't it girls only? Harry asked. When they visited, they only had girls with them, hadn't they? No, they have boys attending, actually lots of them, but there were only a handful accompanying them to Hogwarts. But these were very calm and well-mannered, so you might not have noticed them in the crowd of cute girls, Tonks told Harry, and morphed into a copy of a younger girl with long, brunette hair and a distinct, French, look for a moment, batting her eyelids seductively at the boy. And why were only so few at Hogwarts? Hermione inquired with a slight frown at the flirting aura. She still was self-conscious to some degree and didn't like if Harry was exposed to girls that looked much better than she did, even if they were only artificial. She knew that there was no danger coming from Tonks, or any other girl, if she were to believe in what Harry told her, but she couldn't just turn off years of conditioning. There was a simple reason for that, the same reason why they had me and other female Aurors attending for security, Tonks said as she changed her form again, with a wink at Hermione. She didn't exactly manage a copy of Fleur, but it was close enough for someone lacking Vila powers. The Delacour girl. She had to attend, since she was the best student of Beauxbaton, but they knew this would cause problems, she said as she had reverted to her bubblegum pink-haired favorite form. Everybody settled back into his seat as Tonks continued her explanation. You know that she is part Vila, and as any young Vila, she experienced burst of her allure. Usually, the best thing to avoid incidents is to isolate her from men, but this was impossible in the cramped quarters inside the carriage. In order to avoid problems, Beauxbaton just left most of the boys at home, and took only those who could deal with the allure. Because there were only few, they settled for taking mostly girls with them, who naturally were better at school. Anyway, she ended with a dig at the men at the table, receiving the frowns she had aimed for in return. There was always one female Auror on duty in the carriage to ensure that no boy strolling by would be drawn in by her allure and act rashly. Additionally, I usually shadowed her in various forms during the day, just in case. I actually had to turn that corner boy away 3 times, she chuckled, with the twins joining her. Doesn't matter, the school is certainly not what we need, Hermione said quietly, with Harry snorting and nodding his agreement. Oh, really? Elaborate, then, Tonks quipped, making a twirling motion with her hand, prompting them to answer. Hermione took a second to formulate her thoughts before starting to explain. You see, Beauxbaton is a school that specializes in good manners, above all. Because of this, the defense-related topics are a bit neglected. I don't understand what you're hinting at, darling, Margaret said. You know that the goblet chose Fleur as the best of Beauxbaton. Still, she finished every single task last. She even had to be rescued from the lake. Yet still, after only a year of tutelage at Gringotts, she is a proficient curse breaker. Since that shows that she isn't dumb or magically weak, her failure at the tournament must be laid at the feet of the school. We need the best. The others were looking pensive for a while after Hermione concluded her speech, but then started to nod approvingly, one after the other. Hermione smirked at Harry in triumph, getting a peck on the cheek by her boyfriend. Tonks rolled her eyes at their behavior. Well, fine, but how do you want to deal with Dumbledore? You're not really on his birthday present list anymore, you know. We're all ears, Remus prompted, waving his hand in a get-to-the-point way. Tonks actually enlarged hers, smiling innocently at them. Hermione cleared her throat to start her presentation. The first version had been impressive and over 20 minutes long before Harry made her simplify it. She even had made a huge string diagram of all factors she deemed important. At first, she tried to defend its use, but faltered after Harry gave her a long, hard look. They negotiated a truce at a simple presentation chart, but at least Harry used the inspiration to show her his own version of a string diagram later that night. Hermione shook her head to banish the sweet memories and got straight to the core of the matter. The biggest problem in all this is that while we thought about what to do, we realized that we actually still need Dumbledore, she proclaimed. Why's that? Margaret interrupted her daughter. As everybody was looking expectantly at them, Harry cleared his throat and took it upon himself to clarify this point. While we are going back to further our education, our main reason, well, at least my main reason, he quipped at Hermione, who harumphed and averted her face in a pout, is to find a way to finally take the fight to Voldemort. According to these 2 clowns, he said with a nod at the twins, who were waving back cheekily, not the slightest bit annoyed at the title, Snape is still needed to brew potions in bulk. So I have seriously weakened him. I have to press this advantage and move in for the kill before he finds a cure. And this takes us directly to the root of the problem. Does anybody of you know why Voldemort didn't die back then? He asked into the round. Naturally, only dumb looks and shrugs were aimed his way. Harry smiled at them in return. Exactly, no one knows. Or at least, that's what we were told, he said, letting the words linger for a moment. Figures, Fred said, having connected the dots quickest. Trust Dumbledore to keep everything worth knowing to himself, he snickered as his brother was having a visible epiphany as well. What do you mean? Margaret asked the 2 boys sitting across the table. It would take her a while to learn not to ask the twins questions. Our esteemed headmaster is very fond of knowledge, Fred told her with a wide grin. And not only because he is leading an institute of learning, George helpfully added before Fred was allowed to continue. Actually, he is especially fond of knowledge no one else. But him, George quipped. Thank you, brother dear, no one else but him possesses, Fred finished. You know, that word sounds nearly as scary as Harry when he talks to snakes, George observed with a strange look at his brother. Fred looked confused for a moment before beaming a smile at him. Indeed, it does. And if I were to have a lisp, it would be even worse. Maybe if we. Yeah, and then we also could. George replied thoughtfully. Parcel pastries. I am thinking parcel pumpkin juice, we're getting too predictable by using confectionery. Indeed. What they were going to say, Harry spoke up, diverting the attention back to the real topic, away from the train wreck in progress between the muttering twins, was that Dumbledore knows more than everybody else about Voldemort and the things he's done. Remus nodded gravely, and Tonks also agreed. Right, if anybody knows how to stamp his ticket, then it's our esteemed Mugwump. So the only man who can help you defeat Voldemort is the man who wants to control your whole life? Margaret demanded. As Harry nodded his agreement, she threw her hands in the air in frustration. This is getting ridiculous. Like straight out of a Penny Dreadful. She huffed. Henry was still computing everything. To be perfectly clear about this, you need Dumbledore to show you how to finally get rid of Voldemort. Bugger, I'd hate to see how that plays out, he holds all the aces in that game. Harry's grin took a diabolical note as he was about to reply. Not all. For there is still that pesky prophecy, which states that only I am able to vanquish the Dark Lord. No matter what he tries, only I can do it. So I hold half the aces, he grinned, and this time, everybody had to agree with his reasoning. Hermione used that break in conversation to hand Harry her chart and rose to explain their little plan. Well, to bring this back to topic, I want to show you what we came up with, she began while Harry stuck her chart to the wall, enlarging it while doing so. At first I thought trying to threaten him to destroy him politically with the Blood Wards and Harry's childhood would be the way to go, but this raises some problems, she recited, stepping next to the poster-sized sheet of parchment. First things first, while it is an outrageous thing, blood bindings are not exactly outlawed. You see, in 1561, there was, Hermione continued, starting to point out various legal writings on her chart, which magically enlarged themselves when she tapped them with her wand, and how they contributed to her conclusion. The twins leaned back, yawned and conjured nightcaps, putting them on. Hermione only gave them a scathing look of disapproval, but knew better than to fall for their shameless baiting. Also, people we don't want to know and ruthless enough to use them would learn about that technique. Tonks threw a valid point in when Hermione had finished after a few minutes. Right, didn't think about that one, Hermione admitted sheepishly. So we thought we would use the good old-fashioned way, Harry smirked, winking at Hermione. Blackmail, he said his keyword, and Hermione launched into another monologue about what she thought to be a suitable plan to cover all the bases, pointing at different sections of her chart. The twins were already asleep by then. Okay, so basically you think that Dumbledore wants Harry back badly because of the prophecy, and with the possible public backlash if Harry went to the press, you have enough to make him agree to an oath not to intervene in your lives if Harry comes back to Britain and will help him fight Voldemort. Remus concluded after Hermione had finished, which she confirmed it with a nod. Sorry, but I don't think that will work, the now well-tanned werewolf threw a spanner in her works. The hurt face she made when he told her so was as cute and accusing as like from a kicked puppy. Don't pout, Hermione. With everyone else, it might work, but you forget we are talking about Albus Dumbledore, Remus laughed. So he is too magical powerful to listen to reason. Margaret quipped, demanding clarification about why her daughter's plan was deemed impracticable. Tonks roared with laughter as she heard that. Merlin, no, she chuckled. Although powerful wizards are very full of themselves, there is a bigger problem. He has been a politician for over 50 years. He'll never agree to anything that will be binding in any way. And even if he agrees to an oath, you can be sure that he will find a way to circumvent it, and it will be even worse than if he did what he wanted to do outright, because of the restrictions he has to work with, Remus added somber. He has been getting what he wants for decades, until lately. This is his game, and we only can lose if we play it his way. So we can't. Hermione whined, and clung to Harry. The boy in question stroked her back, and looked angry. To think that he would be forced to sit by and watch the death toll rise for over a year because of the headmaster trying to run his life was a bad potion to swallow. I didn't say that, Remus grinned, and widened his grin as Hermione's head shot up and swiveled round to face him. You are only not thinking complicated enough, he stated, a certain first regarding to Hermione. We just have to think more like the pirates we allegedly are. We'll cross and double-cross him so hard that he doesn't knows what happened when we are done. Let me tell you what I am thinking about. The old marauder began with a glint in his eyes, while everyone else was skidding to the edge of their seats. At first, we need something more tangible to keep you both safe during the year. Remus started to lay out his plans. By mere coincidence, this was already halfway done by Sirius. Really? Did he emancipate me with his will? Harry asked, earning himself a sigh from his girlfriend and a reprimand that made him shrink into the couch. If he did so, would we still be trying to get you out of Dumbledore's and the Dursleys' claws? Honestly, Harry, she told him with an exasperated roll of her eyes. Don't be so harsh with him, Hermione, a bloke can hope, can't he? Remus laughed. No, Harry, but he made you the patriarch of the Blacks, the Black of Black, by making you his primary heir. Since all of his will was to be executed immediately, you have gotten his title already, and not when coming to age like with the Potters. While not emancipating you, the position gives you some certain rights, even if you are still underage. Oh, such as? Harry asked, intrigued. Well, you have the right to call honor duels if someone insults or threatens you or your relatives, or even call feuds with other houses, and you can bring people into or expulse them from the family. One moment, Remus, Hermione interrupted. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember dueling was banned internationally. It was, but that doesn't cover official competitions, blood feuds and honor duels if issued by heads of old houses or Wizengamot members. You know, some people are more equal than others, Remus winked. So Harry could just call for a feud with some Voldemort sycophant and get it done with. Henry smirked smugly. He had but a second to feel smart before Remus, Tonks and even the twins replied with variations of, he better not, spiced with a wide range of expletives. Why not? He whined as his unbeatable plan was shot down. Because if he starts doing so without proper reason and evidence, they might call in their alliances with other houses, and we all would end up in outright warfare with half the wizarding world, Tonks replied, her hair still cycling through colors after the shock. Seeing Henry still looking confused, she rummaged in her Muggle glossary. It's equivalent to tossing the first nuke without provocation, she tried to explain. Henry had to swallow as he became aware of how bad his idea might have turned out. Okay, that was important info, no starting a huge war needlessly, Harry said thoughtfully. Say, is there any book I can read about this, patriarch, business? Just to know the ins and outs, so I don't accidentally start declaring feuds left and right, Harry chuckled at Remus with a glint in his eyes. Remus had a slight suspicion about his godson's motives, but promised to find something for him, whether in the library or at a shop. Moving on, any paperwork needed for that family business. Harry continued, concentrating on the task at hand, and running away with it. Nothing important, a short, formal notice to the Ministry and Gringotts is enough, Remus replied in confusion at the sudden change of topic. Great. Tonks, consider yourself a Black again, if you want to. And ask your mother, too. I'll sign the papers as soon as you give them to me, Harry said, only to stop at Tonks' unbelieving expression focused on him. What? Do you know what you just offered? By taking Mom back, you would be forced to pay an appropriate dowry to her, that could cost you thousands of galleons. That information made Harry's eyes widen and his mental wheels whir. He had no idea how much money was still left. In all the action, he had completely forgotten to check on their stash. Can I still afford that? He meekly asked Remus, who had been tasked with keeping the money. The marauder only rolled his eyes and snorted a laugh. Easily. Good, so no problem there. And bring me whatever is needed to kick out Bellatrix, Harry said with a grim face. Remus nodded, frowning equally fiercely. Don't forget about the Malfoys, Tonks quipped. While a house of their own, they are in line of succession via Narcissa and Draco, she explained, and had to smile at the smirk Harry developed while she was talking. Spill, she commanded. Oh, nothing particular, I am just imagining the tantrum Draco will throw when he gets notified of this status change, Harry said, smiling in a dreamy way. What about the Grangers? Can I also bring them into the family so that they gain protection? Harry suddenly asked. I want to make sure that Dumbledore can't do anything to them to blackmail me with, he stated with a concerned look at his girlfriend and her parents. Hermione was sorely tempted to snog the stuffing out of him if he continued to be so goddamn chivalrous. Hold your horses, pup, Remus laughed. I was just getting there when you tried to give us all a whiplash with your sudden change of direction and went off on your tangent. There is a way to do this. I doubt you two would be averse to this, since it is only a formality with you two. What would you think about making your relationship with Hermione official? Remus concluded with a broad grin. Henry had to fight a sudden coughing fit with the help of his smirking wife. He had arranged with the fact that his daughter and Harry were living in sin, as his mother had called it back then with Margaret. He wasn't ready for that big a change, yet. Margaret, on the other hand, was already devising color schemes and flower arrangements in the back of her mind. While everybody would have expected otherwise, the twins didn't comment or tease. This was much too important, and they never would destroy such a moment with jokes. They would wait and tease the hell out of the two later. Meanwhile, the teens were looking at each other like snakes at a rabbit. Was this what they wanted? Engaged to be married? Marriage? Harry would certainly think so, but was he worthy of Hermione? He would have been surprised if he knew that Hermione thought the same thoughts, just the other way round. You consider setting up a formal marriage contract, Tonks interrupted her lover, not asking, but stating it as fact. A marriage contract? Margaret asked in a displeased voice, her eyes boring into the other woman, while the children had squeaked in unison at Tonks' proposal. Henry didn't react visibly anymore, he was petrified with shock from all he had heard. I know, that's medieval, barbaric, demeaning to the girl in question, yada, 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 Tonks said in a bored way, gesticulating appropriately. But think about it, after announcing it officially, Dumbledore can't separate these two. You think he would do that? Margaret asked in a fearful way. She never had thought about this possibility. As neither of them have magical guardians, he does have a token guardianship over the both of them. It would theoretically allow him to separate them or even negotiate marriage contracts for them, although this hasn't been done against the child's wishes for centuries, Tonks replied. And if it would serve his plans, I think he would. He will of course bemo and the sad necessity of doing so for the greater good after the fact, but he won't hesitate a second, Remus agreed. Of course, this didn't really lighten the mood in the room, not that the kids in question would have heard a word about it. They were currently far, far away with their thoughts. But hey, no need to panic, folks. Just take a look at them, Remus laughed at the teen's reaction his small suggestion had caused. Don't think about it as a binding, unwanted contract. It's just to make it official, it's not as these two aren't destined to do this anyway. With these two, this step is really not much more than an official announcement in the prophet that gets filed in the ministry, too, he clarified while the two kids slowly reconnected with reality and paid attention to the topic, again. What effect would this have? Margaret inquired while she carefully watched the suddenly awkward interaction between the two kids in question. She could have laughed out loud as they behaved like teens on their first date after these announcements. Both of them were fighting blushes and stealing glances at each other, both obviously trying to be a sign of approval in the other without giving their own hopes away. It was just too cute. Entering such a commitment would cement Harry's position as Prince Black. To be precise, being 16 already, they both would become something like emancipated minors in our law, in order to arrange the marriage and all. Dumbledore couldn't claim any legal influence over any of them after that, Tonks explained. Being the daughter of an old pureblood line, even if disgraced, meant that she had greater insight in the customs than anyone present. It also would make you all practically members of Harry's family, allowing him to extend patriarch rights over you. And before you get any ideas, Harry, no, that wouldn't get you to cohabit a dorm with Hermione at Hogwarts. You would have to be married for that, she smirked at the teen. This made not only Harry, but also Hermione pout. This return to Hogwarts had some serious downsides, she had to admit. But doesn't Harry need approval from his guardians to do that? He is still underage, as well as Hermione, Margaret pointed out the crux of the matter. Yes, that remains a problem, Margaret. They need both, Muggle and magical, Tonks added with a huff. I don't think you would disapprove of their union, she told Margaret before turning to face her lover. But I'd really like to hear how you want to get that from the Dursleys and Dumbledore, Remy. Nosy, aren't you? Remus chuckled. You see, even with Harry's power, it wouldn't be safe to break the enchantments on the Dursleys. So instead, what would happen if Henry and Margaret went to the police and filed charges of child abuse? Remus stated a rhetorical question, continuing spinning his ideas into a plan. Let's assume they would tell the tale that Harry, a school friend of their daughter, did join them for the summer, and that they all noticed his many scars at the beach. Not wanting to push the boy, they carefully tried to get to the bottom of that. After a few weeks of spending the holidays with them and starting to officially date their daughter, he had started to open up to them and tell his story, and they now wanted to report it to the authorities, he concluded with a smile that bared more teeth than a human should have. The twins gave approving nods as they found that lie entirely believable themselves. Margaret couldn't help but laugh at the plan their friend had come up with. As we both are medical professionals, they would certainly believe us, she confirmed. We would probably be able to make the police get a search warrant to confirm things, like the cupboard or the cat flap and locks on Harry's later room. It should be easy to get the court to give us custody over Harry, as he already is integrated in our lives to some extent. And if we get lucky and Vernon is as stupid as we believe him to be, he might even throw a tantrum that gets him arrested on the spot, she added as an afterthought, an idea that made the twins grow pensive. At this point, they had to make a short break to calm Harry down, since he was getting very emotional about people actually caring enough for him to want to make the Dursleys pay. Hermione would have gladly hexed them into the next century, that much he knew, but having Margaret going all bare mother for him was touching him deep inside. Even Henry was more than eager to get the Dursleys their due, while the twins had started whispering excitedly with each other, which was no good sign for Vernon. Wouldn't Dumbledore just memory charm everyone and undo that? Harry finally asked, sure that there was something that would go wrong. It was just too good to be true. He might try, but once we make our complaint, it will be in the social services computer network and distributed to at least 2 or 3 different places. They would chew out the officers for forgetting to continue investigation and take it up again. I doubt your headmaster would be able to hack himself into the servers or find all the files spread on desks everywhere in the SS, Henry stated, his conviction getting confirmed by Tonks. He couldn't. Even if he tried, he would also act illegal doing this. The only thing that allows such measures is to protect the statute of secrecy. But this would be a pure Muggle custody matter, which would make him endanger the secrecy with his machinations. Even the Supreme Mugwump isn't exempt from that law, she tweeted, remodeling her hair into a judge's wig. I am more afraid that he would try to do this memory stuff to the kids, Margaret warily stated. Hermione told me about the way you are protecting your secrets by deleting memories of non-magicals left, right and center without hesitation. While I reluctantly agree with you that he's still not a bad person per se, I doubt he would hesitate to do that to them. I think I should tell you a few things about obliviations, Margaret, Tonks said softly. First, we are only able to delete a memory, but not to give you new ones. This means when the secret is exposed, we arrive, delete the last few minutes and they won't know. They might not even notice the missing time. In Harry's case, it is different, she stated affirmatively. Dumbledore would have to delete the whole summer from his memories. Since Harry does know about obliviations, he would suspect foul play after a bit, especially since other people could remind him. Also, it is much harder to delete the memories of a powerful wizard. We even tried to memory charm Harry once in training, and I couldn't. Dumbledore has seen the power Harry can wield, and he isn't dumb enough to antagonize Harry anymore by trying such a stupid stunt. But Hermione, Margaret interjected, but let Tonks continue when the woman raised a defensive hand. He might try to use her, that's right. But you have to remember, that if we pull this off, she is Harry's betrothed by the time he can touch them. If Dumbledore does anything to her, he would face Azkaban and a justified blood feud with House Potter, Black, and all their allies. He needs Harry, so he wouldn't touch Hermione with a 10-foot pole, Tonks insisted. You see, this would force Albus to play nice. Remus tried to regain control of the conversation. Where was I? Right, charges against the Dursleys. After we filed them, it should be easy to have Harry placed with the Grangers, as he already is familiar with them and only needs guardians for less than 2 years. Remus summed up the first part of his plan, which found wholehearted approval with the present company. On the magical side, things were a bit more complicated. There was no way they would manage to get the guardianship away from Dumbledore, but the plan to make Dumbledore give approval was even better than Operation Dursley, a real Marauder masterpiece. Given that Remus had been the planer of that group, and the twins were not lacking in this compartment, either, Dumbledore would never know what hit him. Okay, that being clear, I also propose to get the both of them portkeys to Grimmauld Place. It'd be best if they are necklaces with password activation, Tonks stated. I want these two to be able to get out of any trouble they might run into. Then, she added an afterthought. And I will teach you both apparition, starting tomorrow, rules be damned, causing both the kids to light up in anticipation. Maybe we should also add portkey creation. Hermione tried her luck, her whole body poised in anticipation. She bounced happily in her seat as Tonks gave a short, "Okay, we'll try," as reply. "All right, that would cover everywhere outside of Hogwarts," Remus agreed. "But there's a problem with that, neither would work in or around Hogwarts, they'd be sitting ducks there," he said, a grave look on his face as he peered at Tonks, who nodded thoughtfully in return. "Then they'd just have to run out of the wards," George quipped. "Or use one of the secret passageways out," Fred agreed. "See, no problem," George concluded. "Provided they manage to slip out of our esteemed headmaster's grasp," Fred added. "Theoretically, but I wouldn't put it past the headmaster to put the wards into lockdown to keep Harry from leaving at the end of the year," Remus admitted. "This means that he would use the same means that prevent him from entering Black Manor to keep Harry inside the castle," he added for Henry's and Margaret's understanding. "Won't the tunnels be under the wards?" Harry asked. "No, the wards extend about 50 feet deep into the ground, to prevent tunneling," Remus told them. "Remember, it is a castle, and it was laid siege to multiple times before and after it got turned into a school. Wait, I remember that half of the lake is inside the boundaries, and it's deeper than 50 feet, Tonks suddenly exclaimed happily. "I very much doubt he could dive under the wards," Henry retorted. 50 feet down is a lot for someone without scuba equipment. Hermione had thought along the same lines, but had a viable solution. "We could use a bubblehead charm, or gillyweed," she proposed. "The first is an air bubble and the latter makes you grow gills and flippers for some time," she told her parents. Tonks snorted at their exchange. She drawled, grinning smugly as Hermione squinted at her in irritation. "You could use a huge ship capable of submerged travel to wait for you in the lake. Just like the Durmstrang ship in the Triwizard Tournament," she toothily tweeted at them, laughing out loud as Hermione groaned at her oversight. So, as a final backup plan in case of everything going south, it was agreed upon that Remus and Tonks would bring the Revenge over to the Hogwarts lake, acting as escape vessel. It would stay there, submerged, waiting to get them away. If they went to the island at August 30th, since only Harry could send them over, they would manage to get there by the end of September. With the use of the boatswain's whistle charm they could even call the ship to the surface in case of an emergency, the two of them just enough to man the ship in emergency mode. They planned to contact the adults and arrange a rendezvous point on the British coast to pick them up for the Atlantic crossing. With the new additions to the crew they could make a proper escape into the ocean. The last correction to the plan was that Henry objected to the timing. Since these troubles weren't expected early, rather near the end of term, when it would matter, it wouldn't do to have the only two, competent, he added with a smirk in the twins' direction, magical minders away on a ship, thus unreachable in the case of an emergency right at the start of term. They agreed to have them bring it over when things had settled a bit. After all, Hermione, being of age by mid-September, could always escort Harry home at Hogsmeade weekends. That being settled, all of them began to prepare for the return to England, so they could start the first parts of their operation. August 18th, Black Reef, after breakfast. Like every day, Hermione and Harry went out to the garden behind the villa for training. Chatting, they stood on the lawn near the cliff that Tonks had designated the training area. "Okay, you dripping bags of flobberworm puss. Pay attention," Tonks yelled from behind them, on the cliff's side. "She must have apparated there." Harry and Hermione whirled around scared, both already in motion to draw their wands, but stopped and stared at their tutor in shock. Tonks had gone crazy. Her hair was in a B***owned buzz cut, her jaw squared and her body looking like she had slept in a steroid solution. The combat fatigues completed the picture. "I love you, Harry, but I'm going to kill you, Remus and Dad," Hermione groaned with finality as she connected the dots. Henry had taken to playing various movies from his collection every other night after he managed to power his entertainment electronics with the help of an emergency power unit from his old garage. When he had that idea, he made Dobby find and resize all his stuff, and after a test run in one of the villa's living rooms, he found that the unit was powerful enough to run the TV and the VCR player. The only downside was the headache-inducing noise and the fumes, which were not really adding to the joys of television. He had to do something for that, and get some supplies for the gas-guzzling machine. Maybe even a satellite dish. When he had inquired Remus about it, they quickly ruled out using a silencing charm and an air cleaner, for Remus feared that such powerful charms would most likely fry the electronic stuff in the room. Henry had already mentally settled for the inconvenient solution of having a wire run through the house and the unit somewhere in a shed outside, along with a barrel of gas, but he got more than he had bargained for. After a few hours of inspection, Remus had charmed the generator to be self-propelling without using gas. Since that device always ran at a fixed speed, Remus had taken the thing apart and just charmed the crankshaft to permanently rotate, something that would be very bad on a car, but worked fine here. A very weak silencing charm later, the unit could be in the same room, although in the far corner, without the remaining annoying whirring sound being too bothersome, eliminating the need to run wires through the villa. People had just to be careful with further magic in that room, lest they fry the sensitive electronics of the entertainment stuff in there. Yesterday, it was Guy's choice evening, and they had chosen Full Metal Jacket. It had seemed such a good idea at the moment. I said a teen shun. She yelled again at the gaping teens, which finally got the hint and assumed something akin to a straight stand. Today's lesson will be apparition. This is the instant teleportation to a desired location. It is a word and wandless skill, but roughly 70% of wizard kind can do it, so I expect you both to ace that skill, even though you don't know a newt from a hippogriff, Tonks shouted, and then fell silent, looking at them expectantly. I can't hear you Bundamans. She yelled at the top of her lungs. Being used to harsher words aboard the ship, the teens shrugged and decided to play ball. Ma'am, yes, ma'am. They both shouted back. Harry was smiling broadly while Hermione had never felt so stupid in her life, but played along. Now, that was at least decent. You keep that up and you might turn into Horcrux someday, Tonks replied. Ma'am, thank you, ma'am. They chorused. All right, now, apparition, Tonks continued yelling, although the kids were only a few feet away. This is the manual of how the Ministry of Magic would like me to teach you, she said, holding a thin booklet into the air. With a shrug, she tossed it over her shoulder, and over the cliff. Harry had to grab Hermione's arm to keep her from jumping after the book in reflex. You can read that for the written test. I'll teach you the way that really works. First, all. Side along each of you a few times so you know how it feels, Tonks told them while pacing up and down in front of them, drawing 2 circles on the ground at their feet, and another pair a yard away. Then you will try to recreate that feeling, just like your word and wandless magic, while you concentrate on being inside the next circle. The only movement necessary is a turn. Understood, so far? Ma'am, yes, ma'am, the couple canted. Good. When doing this, keep your full attention on the target, while yourself being there and then unleash your magic. If you fail to concentrate properly, you will either fail completely, or flicker, or succeed partly. The last one is called splinching, which means that you leave some parts of you behind. This will be at least very annoying for you, and most entertaining for me. I can reverse that, but it will take time, and I won't hurry. I might even take a lunch break. So, a successful lesson for you means that you bore me to death, Tonks concluded, slapping her hands together and rubbing them eagerly. Unsurprisingly, the lesson proved that Hermione had no problem at all to keep her focus. Harry did rather well for the first few tries, and due to his superior power got it right faster than Hermione, but then he got a bit overconfident and distracted at an attempt. It wasn't that bad, at least he could now claim that he had managed to lick his own elbow. Both women had rolled their eyes at him for doing and bragging about that, and Tonks had brained Harry with his own arm before reattaching it. August 20th, Privet Drive 4. Vernon Dursley frowned at the newspaper, taking another sip of his coffee. Crooks and liars, all those politicians, he thought as he read about some new projects planned. Petunia carefully placed the plate with the scrambled eggs in front of her husband. He had snapped at her yesterday for setting the plate down too hard. She had also carefully mixed the eggs and ham, as he complained loudly about the uneven mix the day before. She hoped that the bad phase in his office would soon be over. Vernon was complaining all the time about how bad his coworkers were doing their jobs the last few days, and raved about how he had to yell at a few of them to get them to work properly. With all the stress at work, Vernon was a walking powder keg at home. He even shouted at Dudley Pooh last evening as the poor boy was inquiring if they could watch his favorite program instead of the boring news. Of course, she did not admit to herself this outburst had been entirely warranted. Dudley just couldn't do wrong. It was only fair that he had thrown a tantrum as the channel wasn't switched when he had demanded so. He had entirely not deserved and was completely disturbed by the sudden aggression. So, to avoid more incidents and keep her son pacified, she had sent her poor boy to spend the day over at his friend Pierre's. She flinched when the doorbell rang during Vernon's breakfast. When the bell sounded, Vernon had scrunched up his newspaper. His head was already starting to color when he lifted his mass out of the chair to answer the door. When he had done so, the bell rang again and Vernon's face turned purple as he stomped out into the hallway to shout at the early, unannounced visitor. "I'm coming. Stop that racket." An angry voice was heard after Officer Matthew Dully had pressed the doorbell button for the third time. Shortly later, the door was jerked open and a massively overweight man came into view, at least the parts of him that weren't obscured by the rest of the house. Even those visible parts were twice as big as Dully's partners for today's business, Officer Charlene Morrison. Officer Patrick Chang, the third man for this search, wasn't much bigger. "What?" the fat man roared, before he noticed the uniforms on the visitors. "Would you care to explain yourself, officers?" he said, in a slightly friendlier way, but only barely. Dully just handed him a copy of the search warrant and waited a moment for the man to read the title. "Mr. Dursley, we are here to search your house because of certain charges. Would you please step aside and let us proceed?" he asked in a very polite voice. "This is an outrage," the man raged, having read a bit more of the document by now. "You are here to check on charges made by that boy. What lies did he tell you?" Vernon roared, the vein on his temple pulsating rapidly. "Nothing. This was brought to our attention by some medical professionals, and we are here to check up on the allegations. Would you please step aside to let us begin?" Matthew said, still trying to sound politely, but already believing some of the charges he was familiar with. "Of course I will not. This is my home, my house. I won't have any of this," Vernon bellowed. "Sir, for the last time, please do step aside or you will be found in contempt of the warrant and we will be forced to arrest you," Matthew demanded forcibly, his patience wearing thin. Vernon frowned fiercely and made the final mistake. He gave the man a shove. Across the street and under an invisibility cloak, a certain teen and his girlfriend were straining the silencing charm a disillusioned Remus had cast on them to the breaking point while Harry's uncle was introduced to pepper spray and handcuffs. The warning wards they had placed a few days earlier, after the Grangers' deposition, had gone off during breakfast, and they had apparated in just in time to see the policeman approach the door. While the kids were still laughing at the officers trying to bring Harry's walrus-sized uncle under control, Remus vowed to have a serious word with the twins while the kids were off to their morning training with Tonks. Their choleric coffee was too dangerous to be made available to the wizarding public. 3 days later, Harry Potter Black was declared officially under Muggle guardianship of Mr. and Mrs. Granger, of High Barnet. The party was loud, long and would have broken the statute of secrecy, if it weren't on a secluded island far away in the Caribbean. "Hermione, could you spare a minute?" Harry said nervously as he approached his girl at the salad table near the pit. Henry was burning meat beyond recognition, calling that process grilling. Hermione's father already had a few beers too many, and the cooking was the first to suffer. Thankfully, they didn't need to tell him, as the elves were doing something to the cold pieces he handed out, making them edible again. "Of course," Hermione said with a smile as she put her platter with cucumber salad down. Harry didn't like the taste of this dish at all, but he had made sure that they always had some of that particular dressing and vegetable in stock after he found out that Hermione was nearly addicted to that stuff. She had noticed the way Harry had been stealing glances at her all the evening, and was eager to find out what he would want from her. Curiously, Hermione followed Harry a bit away from the party, where Harry pulled her into a hug. She nearly squeaked in surprise when he suddenly spun her around and disapparated them both away. Materializing in the lush jungle, Hermione took a moment to look around. She absently-minded noticed and named the various tropical plants around them on the small clearing, and the presence of a small streamlet. The sound from where it disappeared at the horizon and the lack of trees at that direction indicated that they were at the edge of Skull Beach, near the waterfall. Of course, she had noticed the blanket and the basket lying near a fallen tree and sighed in disappointment. Still, she allowed Harry to lead her over to that place, where Harry turned her around and made her sit on the tree. "While I appreciate the planning," she said with a smirk and a shake of her head, "I don't think this is the right time for that." "Why not?" Harry said in a flabbergasted way. "Because everybody is having a party down there," she said, pointing vaguely out towards the cliff. "Well, yes," Harry fidgeted. "But I thought that it would be the perfect moment to do it. I even had Dobby prepare everything," he said as he stepped closer and reached for her hands. "It's a sweet idea, and a really romantic spot, but what will the others say if we steal ourselves away for something like that?" Hermione insisted softly as she squeezed his hands in return. "I don't care. They talk about all the plans and stuff, but I realized we all just assumed that it would happen in a certain way, and I didn't even bother to ask," he said sadly. "Ask? Ask what?" Hermione inquired as she felt slightly confused and lost concerning where this conversation was leading to. "Hermione, we have had many adventures already, and we know each other like no one else does. I have never asked for anything, but right now, I have to ask for the biggest favor you could ever do to me," Harry softly said, and Hermione's confusion gave way to a severe spell of dizziness when Harry dropped to a knee in front of her, still holding her hands. "Hermione Jean Granger, would you make me the happiest man on earth and become my wife?" Down on the beach, two women exchanged knowing glances when suddenly a squealing scream sounded from across the bay, scaring some local birds into flight. Even though Harry had led Hermione away from the group before apparating, their disappearance and the state he had been in all the day hadn't been unnoticed, or unexpected. While Tonks went to share the news with the bewildered Remus and the twins who were all wondering about the source of that scream, Margaret thought it would be best to leave her husband oblivious for the time being. She would tell him tomorrow. During hangover, she decided with a smirk at her party animal. August 24th, the headmaster's office, Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office, fighting his way through his paperwork. There was still no sign of the boy, and although he rather would continue searching, he had not the tiniest clue where to start. But he had procrastinated with the menial work that made up most of his job long enough already, even discounting the time he spent hunting after Potter, and he still had a school to run. He looked up when a motion had caught his attention. Within the time it took him to look up, Hedwig had swooped into the office, turning hard and releasing her letter at the perfect moment to have the piece of parchment smack squarely into the wizard's face. Before the headmaster had recovered from this surprise, the snowy owl had already left his office again, and was heading off into the distance, making barking sounds. A bit annoyed but curious as well, he picked up the note, just in order to nearly drop it again as if it were on fire. With a wide-open mouth he stared at the simple note, stating that Harry Potter and Hermione Granger would attend Hogwarts next term, if he agreed to keep out of their relationship. If he did promise to do so, he should send a note to the Daily Prophet, to have them print the simple statement, "I approve," in the personal ads tomorrow. He frowned when the written note vanished from sight after being read, but he noticed the small notch in one of the corners of the parchment. This marked the parchment as order message parchment, self-deleting after being read by the recipient, or when someone else tried to read it. They used it to keep messages out of enemy hands when doing order business. This was definitely Tonks and Remus's work. He knew that there was no way to restore or track the message. These parchments were one of Phileas' finest works. Ignoring the small setback, he pondered the situation. It seemed that the boy had finally come to reason, and this was obviously only a petty ploy to make it look like he was still in control while he rushed back into the safety of Hogwarts' embrace. Albus briefly reminisced whether he should dismiss the demand and insist on total submission, but there was a slight chance that the boy might react stupid if he did so. After all, Albus was glad to have the boy back with as little as a simple promise. After all, the demands weren't upsetting at all. He could deal with Potter having a different girlfriend than planned, especially since Miss Granger had a very good sense for the greater good. Miss Weasley had lately shown some selfish tendencies, which could prove to be a hindrance to the sad, but necessary things that would need to be done. The meek and pliable Miss Granger, on the other hand, had a habit to look up to authority figures that was nearly challenging Percival Weasley's obsession with power, which could be exploited. Also, he wouldn't have to deal with Molly Weasley as much as he would have in the old scenario, which was a definitive bonus. After a bit of pondering, he realized that if the worst case should occur, He could also use Miss Granger as a bargaining chip against Mr. Potter without too much outrage from the public. Yes, that small concession would actually make his plans much easier, especially as the boy didn't even demand an oath, but just a simple promise. After all, what was a promise worth to a politician? Smiling at the naivety of the boy and his friends, Dumbledore wrote a note to the specified content and called an elf to send it to the newspaper via Hogwarts Owl. After the elf had popped out, Dumbledore went to find his deputy and Severus. He had good news to share. Debbie Cornwall, the clerk at the Daily Prophet announcements desk, took the note from the tawny owl and opened it. She couldn't understand to what the Supreme Mugwump wanted to have his approval printed in the next edition, but that wasn't her job. She only had to take these ads and place them. Shrugging her shoulders, she looked for an appropriate place on the page and copied the content of the note onto it. When Harry Potter and his entourage showed up at her desk a few hours later, and proclaimed they would like to announce his engagement to the girl next to him, her first reaction was to nearly faint, and thusly, she was too shocked to draw the connection. But when Mr. Potter had asked her if his guardian, Mr. Dumbledore, who sadly was indisposed at the moment and near future due to his multitude of functions, had already sent the necessary note of approval to the Daily Prophet, as promised, she remembered and retrieved the strange note, handing it over as demanded. As soon as the group had paid the 3 sickles fee for that kind of announcement, she put the ad on the corresponding page and sent copies of the marriage contract and the permission slips from the guardians, along with the necessary sickle, to the ministry's registry, and, including 13 nuts, to the Gringotts Customer Relationships Office, making it official. This procedure had become standard in the last century, in order to make announcements watertight and to keep contracts from going missing. After the group had left her office, the next thing she did was to take another copy upstairs to the editor. Although she didn't like the man too much, she wore a genuine smile as she entered his office, since this was the kind of announcement she got paid extra for relaying it directly to him. The next morning edition of the Daily Prophet featured a huge headline of, "The Boy WHO Proposed," along with a photo of Harry and Hermione below, a rerun of a photo used by Rita Skeeter years ago, in her article about Hermione's alleged love triangle with Harry and Victor Crumb. Coincidentally, Rita would be next to unbearable for the next few weeks, basking in her skill as reporter for being the first to report on this. The story and background info filled a whole third of the paper, as the end of summer left them with little else to report. Other papers would quickly pick up the story and run it as well, each with their own slant and varying approval of their relationship. While the whole magical society was in uproar about the news, Dumbledore wasn't exactly happy when he read the headline that would fuel gossip for days or weeks. A quick glance into the article showed him that he had been tricked like a school kid. There was a contract submitted, and it was even paid already. This meant that Potter was legally his own man and had access to the Black Vaults. "This practically reeks of Lupin, I'd bet one of my name's on it," the old man mulled as he grudgingly had to pay respect to that man's plan. At least, the article states that Harry will really return to Hogwarts. Let's see how he will fare without their help, Dumbledore thought with a serene smile, his eyes twinkling. Soon, the boy would come around and accept the wisdom of his elders again. Meanwhile in Devon, all birds in a small town near a river took flight and left the area as a loud shriek pierced the peaceful quiet there. "Severus!" A raspy, hissing voice called out suddenly. The man in question nearly dropped the ancient tome he was currently reading and hurried to the source of the call. "Yes, master," he asked as he bowed, his eyes cast downwards. He wouldn't dare to look at his lord without being told to. The Dark Lord was rather easily irritated these days. "I need your skills for a second resurrection ritual. I found that there was a small, but critical, flaw with the timing of my first resurrection," Voldemort admitted, wheezing slightly as he seemed to struggle for air. Snape cringed lightly. The Dark Lord was generous with punishment for others when a mistake was made, and not particularly selective in who to receive it. "Your wisdom knows no equal, my lord. How may my insignificant skill serve you in this ritual?" He groveled, carefully to paint himself as inferior to his master. Yes, I know, Severus." The Dark Lord waved his hand in the air, his gesture flippant, dismissing the compliment as insignificant nuisance. "Since we now know that," he told his servant, pausing to take a deep breath, Potter will be attending Hogwarts. I have already taken care of the preparations for that particular ritual. It will be perfect," the Dark Lord concluded. As he spoke, his face curled into a smirk of superiority before he ended in a raspy cackle. Severus carefully schooled his face into a stony mask of reverence at his master's brilliant plan. "Nothing less would to be expected from you, master. Only fate and failures of your servants made your first try less than perfect," Snape replied devotedly, bowing deep but still wondering what exactly he had been called for. "Stop groveling, Severus. I need you to procure these ingredients," the Dark Lord snapped, but then he trailed off, his eyes glazing slightly at the thought of his plan, though he snapped back to attention and glared at his underling as if he were to blame. "And be prepared for this potion to be brewed at a moment's notice." The Dark Lord hissed, handing Snape a roll of parchment, before continuing his monologue. "This time, I must make sure that Dumbledore doesn't interfere. Send for the boy. I have a mission for him. August 27th, Grimmauld Place number 12, about 10 o'clock. Okay, kids. We'll stay close together, both of you to the front and the Grangers in the middle," Tonks snapped at her charges. "Remus and I will take up the rear. I don't expect any problems, but remember your portkeys. If something happens, the Grangers jump first, then you kids and then us too. Don't linger around on the front steps, go straight in." Tonks gave the motivational speech in front of the fireplace. She didn't exactly expect an incident to happen, as the elves had only to dispose of a meager dozen or two howlers over the last days. It seemed that their announcement had been taken well by the public. On the other hand, all of them were rather nervous about their trip to the wizarding world, anyway, and she was a firm exponent of the "better safe than sorry" rule. When she had received a round of acknowledging nods in return, she grabbed the flow powder pot and held it out. "Okay, Margaret with me, Henry with Remus. Hold tight and keep your eyes closed. Take a step forward once the spinning stops or you will be thrown out of the receiving fireplace." Tonks reminded the two muggles again about how to use a flow properly. They had never before used a fireplace as a mode of travel and were understandably nervous about doing so. "It would have been nice if somebody had told me that trick some time ago," Harry whispered under his breath, much to everyone's amusement, and only half in jest. "And miss the show. Why should we have?" Remus chuckled with a broad grin. Harry smiled back and flipped him the two-fingered salute, provoking a mandatory retaliation. After the necessary niceties had been exchanged, Harry's hair was returned to its normal unruly state in black color, and Remus's tutu was transfigured back into his robes. Next, the teens grabbed some flow powder and stepped into the fire, first Harry, and then Hermione. Harry stepped out of the hearth with a firm step, rather proud to be able to exit with grace for once. Hermione was close behind him and gracefully took his offered hand as she niftily stepped over the grate and into the leaky cauldron. While they waited in the full pub, Harry inconspicuously adjusted his battle wand in his waist holster across his belly. Henry had joked about him being a Texas Ranger when he first saw that thing. In order to hide it, Hermione and he had carved a lot of runes into the leather which were charged by Harry, making the notice me not charms extremely strong, but he still was nervous if they would hold up against other people. His other wand, which Lenny had redone to be crooked, too, since it would be stupid to have two wands so completely different in handling, was in a wrist holster under his left sleeve. Harry had chosen to keep it because his battle wand just didn't do subtle, and thus wasn't useful in normal life. Vaporizing the tea or slamming things into walls instead of heating and carefully levitating were just two examples of what this thing did. As long as the spell didn't use a figurative shipload of power, Harry looked like Neville in first year when using it. His regular wand was much more responsive, but most of the time, Harry just used wandless magic for small things nowadays, much to Hermione's barely suppressed envy. Both of them took a few steps to the side, making room for the others to arrive and drawing the patrons' looks away from the fireplace. Of course, all eyes were riveted to them, following their every move in fascination of the most prominent couple these days. Normally, Harry would be uncomfortable with that, but today it turned out to be quite useful. A few moments later, the adult wizards arrived, each holding tightly onto the muggle they were transporting. They expertly took a step to avoid falling and separated smoothly from their charges, as to not draw too much attention to the double flowing. This would have pointed them out as squibs or muggles, and they didn't want to raise unneeded attention. To this end, the Grangers wore black robes, similar to the simple black robes Harry and Hermione had donned, so even if people would notice and find it strange, they would only figure them to be squibs. With everyone assembled, Harry and Hermione led the way out to the alley, all eyes following them. Both winced involuntarily as they heard the noise in the pub jump an order of magnitude, even before the door fell shut completely. Walking around, they once more marveled at the sounds and sights of a place that had become dear to them when they young. Strolling along hand in hand, Hermione and Harry enjoyed the outing, although it meant more than just a bit more trouble for Tonks and Remus, trying their best to shield the kids from all the folk trying to get some curious glances at them. The Grangers were rather surprised at the amount of attention the kids received. They heard about Harry being famous, but this definitely proved it. Only the fact that they had 2 bodyguards around them kept people from asking for autographs. Their first stop was, who would have expected it, the bookstore. Within minutes, Hermione's arms were laden with books. Not only the books for 6th and 7th year for all of her subjects, but many more about various runic and arithmetic theoretical topics. While the Black Library contained dozens of volumes about advanced runes and wards so nasty that you could get sick from just reading what they do, it sorely lacked the basic theory needed to actually understand and apply them. Harry first thought about only taking this year's books, but then also took some extras, about healing and household stuff, which he had missed in the Black Library, and some books on warding. In learning magic, he was always more interested in practical uses and deduced the theory from them. Working with runes proved that trait. When he, finally, knew a rune, like with spells, he could usually quickly deduct other uses for it when a quick fix was needed. Of course, Hermione always knew a better way to do so, as she tended to memorize patterns by rote and combined these patterns for the needed application, but this usually used twice as many runes for the same effect, while Harry's ideas had only a few runes, which weren't as spot on in their effect, but used less power. Of course, he would be unable to do things like the shark ward Hermione had tried to design, yet, but both agreed that once Harry had a bit more instruction, his artistic approach would make him surpass Hermione in that field one day, maybe even become a famous enchanter. Harry was very glad that he had found something he was good in that didn't include fighting. It didn't hurt that he was a walking runic battery, allowing him to charge new patterns all day long while not tiring from the effort. A normal enchanter managed a handful of projects a day, at most. A few minutes later, Harry had left a fortune at the till and all books were packed and sent off with the help of Dobby. Harry had put his divination training to good use and had told him beforehand to wait for them at the shop, well aware of the amount of books Hermione would buy. Harry had been whispering something to the small guy before he disappeared, but Hermione didn't pay any attention to it, already engrossed in some other books she had noticed on her way out. Ignoring the crowd in front of the store, most of them not even pretending to do window shopping instead of stalking them, they continued their tour. Remus proved very helpful in that endeavor. In the series of articles, he had been mentioned, and was probably the most widely known werewolf in Britain right now. When he took the lead and put a bodyguard glare on, the crowd parted quickly. Tonks took her assignment very serious, as well. Nobody came even close to Hermione's parents. Evading the crowd, they took a quick stop at Madame Malkin's for robes, which Harry insisted to be of the better quality, and a slightly better cut for Hermione's, not completely for altruistic reasons. He certainly liked the way the cut brought out her astonishing figure, as he told her. Hermione considered him mad for finding her body shape to be at all attractive, but if he liked it, she would certainly not try to change his mind. Although Fortescue's was just across the street, they didn't want to stop there, since they knew about the possible vulnerabilities a visit there would present. Especially with all the bystanders hanging about, peeking into their cups. It showed the state that Voldemort was in, with no attacks happening to send the citizens into panic. They briefly considered a stop at Gringotts, to look at the Grangers' new vault, but since the goblins had confirmed the transfer of the bride price from the Black Vault already, it seemed a needless exposure. Hermione still was in a quandary. At the one hand, she felt like she should be mad for essentially being sold off into marriage, but on the other hand, Harry insisted that she was worth 10 times the usual sum and more. In the end, the Grangers had managed to haggle Harry down to a local phone number sum, which managed to get the Grangers set up for retirement in one swoop. Hermione chose to believe that this was the primary reason, and accepted the compliment, knowing that according to Tonks, the price was the most important thing to make the contract airtight. It also didn't escape her notice that this was also a blow into the face of purebloods, as even the Malfoys paid less than a fifth for a bride out of the House of Black. As bride price equaled status and value, it was a provocation, stating that she was worth 5 purebloods. So instead, they continued down the street until they found the twins' shop. To be fair, it was impossible to overlook. The whole building was a gigantic display of flashing colors, and the windows contained goods that were bouncing, spinning, and Harry could have sworn that one of those hats had just eaten some kind of ball that rolled by. People all around were staring at the display, and even more were staring at a huge poster advertising something called You-Know-Poo with a very bad joke at the Dark Lord's expense. Tonks found it hilarious. When they entered, they found real pandemonium. Children were running around, yelling, parents either chasing after them, or just standing guard around the door, having given up ever catching their offspring. The shelves were packed, and 2 witches in garish pink robes were restocking them. Strike that, now those robes were in canary yellow with green polka dots that made your eyes protest against the abuse. Over the racket, they could see the twins in the background. It was rather easy to spot them. As soon as your eyes watered, you could be sure they were in sight, along with the abomination they called robes they wore to work. As both of them were rather busy managing the shoppers, the group chose to take a look around and meet them later. So they crossed the room, looking at the various tricks, sweets and trick wands, until they reached the less frequented part of the shop, with various games. Everyone grabbed boxes on occasion, reading the description on the back and putting them down again. Carefully, of course, as all of them knew that the twins' products always were implied to handle with care. Harry! Fred suddenly called out from behind them. Hermione jumped and nearly dropped a box she was reading. Figures that you would like one of these, Fred chuckled as he picked it up and handed it back to her, with a short glimpse at the cover. At Harry's questioning eyebrow, Hermione's face gained a few shades of color as she turned it around for him to see. Harry guffawed as he saw a picture of a girl and a man on a pirate ship. To our defense, we had these particular, patented daydreams in a box, in stock since early July. You want one, Hermione? Or is the reality enough? Fred joked. You can have that for free, he continued with a laugh when Hermione turned crimson, but held onto the box while nodding. Harry shook his head and gave his girlfriend a hug. Feel free to rummage about, Fred told them, before taking a hold of Harry's arm. You might be interested in something at the back of the shop, he told him. We have the first 2 adventure dreams ready for sale already, you should see how the people are all over them. He crooned, and led Harry away, while Hermione continued to scan the girly merchandise. After the couple had split to rummage a bit through the goods, a sudden cry of, Hermione! Sounded in the shop. Turning around, Hermione saw Ron approaching quickly, a huge smile on his face. She called out for Harry and happily approached her red-haired friend, and hugged him. The hug was crushing, and to her surprise, it was part of a package. When they separated, Ron did something unexpected. He grabbed Hermione's head and keyed her, hard. Petrified, Hermione stood ramrod still as Ron beeped on her face, slobbering all over her tightly closed lips, trying to gain entry. It took a second before her brain reconnected with reality and she pushed him away, wiping her face with her sleeve in disgust. Ron, what are you doing? She spat, while Harry approached them, looking fit to spit nails. Another quick look and a wave of her hand were enough to make Tonks stand down and spare Ron's life. Still, when Harry arrived, he hugged her close immediately and glared daggers at Ron. Their red-headed friend took one look at them and switched into Pratt mode, looking like he would blow up any second. You're with Harry, aren't you? He asked angrily, proving that he didn't read papers, except for the sports page. After all, their engagement had only been the headline for 3 days. How could you? Ron yelled suddenly, and Harry instinctively shoved Hermione behind his back, shielding her. You knew that I had feelings for her. What kind of friend are you? He spat at Harry. Harry was taking his friend's outburst with relative calm. It wasn't as if he didn't have any experience with that kind of behavior. Usually, it was the best to just ignore it and carry on, and Ron would turn around at some point. Harry knew that Ron would need to speak 1 or 2 more things before his brain would re-engage and make him back off or apologize. This time, Harry wasn't inclined to let it come this far. His patience had limits, and Ron had reached those. But as it seemed at the moment, Ron had already successfully exceeded those of Hermione, again. What? Do you think you got any claim on me? Didn't it occur to you that I might not be interested in you? She yelled and stepped in front of Harry, her hands on her hip and a scowl on her face. That's not the point. Ron yelled back, either missing or dismissing Hermione's point completely, and turning back to yell at Harry. A real friend wouldn't steal a girl. I thought you were my friend, Harry. Hermione finally had enough. He can't steal a girl you never had. I do not want anything from you, Ronald Weasley, and I never will. I'm not some kind of commodity you can reserve, trade or barter with other guys. I'm a human being. If you want to own something, try that. She yelled, and threw some random box at Ron, hitting him on the head, before storming off, missing the spectacular iridescent forehead Ron now sported. Harry fought down the urge to follow her immediately and instead waited a few seconds, just to be sure that Ron won't do something stupid, okay, even more stupid. Much to his relief, Ron just stood there for a few moments, sputtering in some powerless rage before he vanished into the crowd. Harry couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief at the behavior of his friend as he went to look for his girl. A few moments, and a discreet wave and point by Tonks later, he found Hermione a few aisles further, where she had met Ginny, next to some strange wiggling balls of fur. Both girls were petting one of those things, each, obviously the only thing those creatures were good for. When Harry approached, Ginny noticed him first and gave him a sad smile. I have heard you already met my jerk of a brother, she said with a sad voice, while Hermione's whatever that thing was named started squeaking instead of purring as she nearly petted that poor animal to death. Harry had pity with the poor thing and carefully took it away from Hermione and put it back into its perch, before he embraced his girlfriend, with Ginny patting her back. Yeah, he has a gift when it comes to say the most hurtful thing possible, Harry agreed. So, how are you? Any news that a Dark Lord in the making should know? He said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, right, Potter turning dark. You should pull the other one, Harry, it's got bells on it. Ginny snorted. Really, that's ridiculous. But just so you got something to blackmail me with, I'm with Dean, he's such a great guy. We started dating last term, and he was writing me every week, Ginny happily told them before turning serious. Some old news for them, but Ginny couldn't know that the twins were in contact with Harry all the time. Mum tried to talk me out of it all summer, for some reason she thinks he's not right for me and I should pursue you instead, she admitted. At this admission, Hermione's head shot up, swiveling around to look at her best girlfriend in shock. Come on, don't be silly, Hermione, Ginny laughed. While he's not too bad, after all the time we spent in the burrow and in school, Harry seems more of a brother than anything else to me, Ginny said, tightening her hug on Hermione a bit. And especially the fact that Mum wants to push me into dating him means it's never going to happen, she laughed with a glint of defiance in her eyes. Hermione and Harry couldn't help to laugh at their rebellious friend, who once more grew serious. Speaking of Mum, you better leave before my parents show up, she whispered at them while scanning the room. We're just visiting here while they're getting some money from the vault. Hermione surely doesn't need another fight today, and especially Mum is bound to yell at you two when she sees you. She burnt the newspaper with your announcement on the spot, I only heard about that later from Luna. Congratulations on that, by the way. Harry smiled sadly at her, nodding to show his appreciation. See you on the express? He asked, looking around in search for Hermione's parents. Tonks interpreted his glances correctly from her vantage point, and pointed towards the entrance, where Henry demonstrated some muggle magic tricks from a shelf located there to Remus. He thanked her with a quick nod before returning his attention to the girls next to him. Yeah, see you at the express. Keep a seat for me, I'll be arriving fashionably late. As usual, Ginny laughed and left, waving goodbye as Harry led Hermione away to their companions. Tonks tailed them, and when they joined the group, Margaret immediately noticed Hermione's expression. With discretion that only a woman could possess, Margaret had Hermione whisked away a few paces and both were talking in hushed tones. Well, mostly hushed ones from her and more than a few hissed ones from Hermione. What happened? Remus asked Harry in a hushed voice, trying not to agitate the girl even more. Nothing new, Ron's an asshole, Harry sighed as he warily eyed his girlfriend, hissing in an extremely angry tone at her mother, telling her the story. He didn't have to hear her to know when exactly she hissed the name, Ron. Every time she did, she looked like somebody had caused her to be thrown out of the library. Come to think of it, Ron had actually managed that once, back in third year. What did he do now? I never saw her that angry before, not even when they weren't talking for weeks in third year, Remus asked while he had another wary glance at the girl. He could smell her anger from where he stood. He was of the opinion that since he wanted Hermione, I should have ignored her. And he didn't think her opinion in that matter counted, at least it sounded like that. I can't believe what a jerk he has become, Harry answered, and Remus winced. Tonks just shook her head in disgust. She found that Ron had gotten away lightly, they still hadn't found all the parts of the last guy who tried to pull that stunt with her. Although it is pretty sure that he'll never dance again. People do change, Harry. At least Ron is only a jealous prat. Peter was once a nice guy, too, and then he went and betrayed your parents. Give him some time, most guys are a bit unreasonable at your age, especially if it's about girls. He'll grow up, eventually, Remus said as he put his arm around Harry's shoulders. I wouldn't pin my hopes on that happening in Ron's case, but let's try being optimistic, Harry told Remus as Hermione walked over, still at the brink of tears. Take me home, she pleaded, and so he did. A second later, the portkey whisked them away, and he didn't stop at the stairs, instead he swooped her up and carried her through the door and directly up into their room. It took them 4 hours to return, her face still blotched. Instead of an explanation, they just led all people to the study, to spend the last few days on the island, instead. September 1st, London, King's Cross. Being early at platform 9 3/4 made Harry discover a possible reason for the Weasleys to always be late. Except for the utter chaos that reigned at the Burrow as each child was packing his trunk at the last second. The pushing and shoving was horrible. It made the early morning packing at the Burrow seem sedate and orderly in comparison. More than once, they were tempted to grab the elder Grangers and use their portkey necklaces when someone appeared too close nearby. All over the place were people talking and greeting each other, children were running around, trying to find their friends, mothers corralling younger children, and baggage trolleys were performing their own version of stock car racing. Reminds me of Heathrow in summer, Henry remarked dryly, just a bit quieter. He spoke over the occasional apparition pops or portkey flashes that completed the ear-splitting din. Remus and Tonks had just sighed along apparated Hermione's parents onto platform 9 3/4 while Hermione and Harry had pushed their trolleys through. Crookshanks was hissing and snarling angrily at the sudden noise waking him so rudely. He had been dealing with the shame of being in his carrier by sleeping trough the degrading process. Being awake did not improve his mood. He couldn't believe that his servants had really returned to that cold place. They were in a warm, sunny place, a place with fish. Fish swimming in water, waiting to be caught. Why on earth would anyone want to leave there? Harry had cleverly avoided the trouble with an irritated familiar by sending Hedwig off to fly to Scotland on her own. It was the better deal for all persons concerned. Walking towards the train, with Tonks and Remus trying to create a path for them, there was the occasional stop and stare incident, which was to be expected after the article announcing their engagement. Harry had even finally managed to give Hermione an engagement ring. He had originally planned to do that with a surprise visit to Gringotts on their last Diagon Alley visit, right after the visit to the twins' shop. He had even thought ahead and had sent Dobby there to make an appointment. But then, circumstances had led to meeting Ron, and this to Hermione crying, which had led to their day of shopping cut short. In the end he had to ask Dobby to inform the goblins and to get him all rings present in his vaults for Hermione to choose at home, instead. The goblins acknowledged his wishes, but charged him an hour for the appointment, anyway. Out of the wide range of available rings, all out of the black vault and twice checked for curses by Remus, Hermione had chosen a rather simple ring with a, relatively, small diamond on it, claiming that the other, rocks, would look stupid on her small hands, and that she wouldn't want to be seen as gold digger. A modest 2-carat was all right with her. If looks were being interpreted correctly, Remus would have to top this feat to stay in Tonks' good graces. He was lucky that Harry was already resolved to help his uncle out if came to this, eventually. In fact, the ring pleased Hermione enough that she didn't shed too many tears over her beloved prefect badge. She had sent it back to McGonagall a few days ago, citing differences with the headmaster and her class load as reasons for not being able to fill that position anymore. Of course, another reason was that she didn't want to make rounds with Ron while Harry was waiting for her in the common room. So yes, the ring gave her something to focus on, so that her hand didn't move to the place where the badge hung all too often. Henry and Margaret were meanwhile fascinated with the mass of strange-clad wizards and witches around them. All those years, they had said goodbye in front of the charmed wall, and therefore only seen a hint at a small fraction of the wizarding world. But this was the real thing. They pushed further through the crowd clogging the entrance area and into the clearer portions of the platform, nearer to the train itself. Henry was fascinated by the steam engine. Noticing the lack of coal and a water tower on the platform, he immediately was involved in a conversation with his daughter and wife about how that train actually worked and why no one ever had noticed it or the tracks leading to Hogwarts. Hermione was of course more than eager to educate her father, and started pointing out things to him and her mother. Harry found himself quickly falling back behind them as his girlfriend, now betrothed, was nearly dragging her parents along and talking a mile a minute. Looking around, he couldn't keep from sighing. "What's wrong, boss?" Tonks quipped from the side, still scanning the crowd like the professional she was. Remus turned around in wonder. He hadn't even picked up the bad mood Harry was in. "Everything," Harry responded rhetorically, and whiny. Knowing that this won't satisfy his lead bodyguard, he took a deep breath to continue. "The whole situation bothers me. I'd rather not have anything to do with the old coot, but without him, I have no clue how to deal with the coot that won't die. I'd love to see my friends again, but since Ron's turning out being an asshole, I'm not really tickled about that anymore. This beeps, and it beeps double that I have no choice. Right now, only Hermione is keeping me going," he moped, and glared at Tonks as she nearly choked on a stifled laugh at his last words. "Shut it, Dora, I'm not in the mood. Not at all, I'd rather just want to smash something badly," he growled. Tonks parried by briefly changing her face into that of Dumbledore, Snape and Ron in turn. "Yeah, any of them would be appreciated. I don't suppose you offer being a dummy for me." Harry, Remus chided from her other side. "Dora might be clumsy, but she is no dummy." When Tonks beamed at her man for that compliment, albeit backhanded, Remus couldn't resist teasing her. "Sloppy in writing," he added, starting to tick off items on his fingers. "Messy in the house, useless in kitchen, bad taste in clothing, ouch. Violent, too," Harry deadpanned after Tonks had cuffed Remus around the ear. "Her steely you will be next" look found him immediately. Harry just smiled back at her innocently, blowing her a key. "Only the fact that it would look unprofessional if I spank my boss is saving you right now," she hissed with her narrowed eyes trying to burn him to a crisp, but couldn't keep the facade up for very long, before all three of them started laughing. After killing time by chatting about various things of no consequence with Tonks, Harry found that it would be the right time for them to board the train, in order to find a compartment. The crowd was already slowly filtering into the train, and there were only so many compartments available. Looking around, he found the Grangers standing near the pistons at the train's main wheels, Hermione pointing out various things, probably runes. Remus already stood inconspicuously nearby, watching over them. A small nod to Tonks was enough to make his intentions clear, and both started to walk over to them. With Tonks clearing a path for him, Harry leisurely followed, grinning at the surprise he had for Hermione, coming the start of classes. He had nearly reached them when he was stopped by a well-known voice behind him. It was drawling something that made Hermione and her parents gasp. Remus growl, Tonks grip her wand and Harry wishing that he had worn his rapier instead of stowing it in the trunk. "What are those filthy muggles doing over there? Don't you know that you are only allowed to bring one pet to Hogwarts, Potter?" Malfoy, with his merry gang of junior Death Eaters chuckled as Harry froze mid-step. For a moment, Tonks played with the thought of interfering, just to blow the smirk of her idiot cousin's face. But being safe in the knowledge that Harry could deal with a dozen of his classmates with ease, and was in the proper mood to do so, she refrained from doing so. In fact, she was kind of curious what Harry was able to do after the ringer she had dragged the children through. Of course, she had mocked them by calling it basic training, while she would have struggled to pull through it herself. Still, she stepped a bit to the side, shielding the Grangers in case it came to blows, and checking the surroundings. It could be a ruse, after all. Hermione and Remus did about the same, waiting how the situation would play out, but ready to guard Harry's back if needed. This was the moment Draco had been waiting for a few days already. When they had gotten a formal Gringotts letter addressed to Narcissa Malfoy, he first was at loss what kind of business these filthy goblins would have with his mother. When she proclaimed that it came from the Family Line Management Office, his face brightened considerably as his mouth formed into a smirk. Wondering who of his huge family had keeled over and made them their heir, he waited as his mother opened the envelope. When his mother read the letter, he was barely able to catch her when she blanched and fainted during the read. Placing her back onto the couch she had sat before the letter had arrived, he carefully approached the letter, not sure whether he was supposed to read it or not. Okay, he actually was insecure about if he was able to get away with it. No, Malfoy cared much about privacy of correspondence. Well, other people's correspondence. Bowing over the parchment, careful not to touch it, he scanned the letter, his eyes only lingered on some remarkable points. According to the wishes of Lord Potter Black, that gave him a most painful stab to the heart. He had known from early age on that he was in line to become the next Lord Black. He only had to wait for the mongrel to die in Azkaban for the deal to be perfect. Trust that thrice-damned blood traitor Sirius Black to take what was rightfully his and give it to that half-blood Scarhead Potter. His father had spent a small fortune on his lawyers to find a way to overturn that will, but it was watertight. They tried to argument that a half-blood couldn't behead to an ancient house, but according to the bylaws, the only restriction on what person could be head of house was that he had to be born to a wizard and a witch. Sadly, even though Potter would be deemed a half-blood by having a muggle-born bitch's mother nowadays, the ancient bylaws of House Black recognized him as pure enough to inform you of the expulsion of a Bellatrix Black, Lestrange from the Black family. His first reaction was outrage at the injustice done. His second was a fearful wince when he realized the reaction of his aunt when she would hear that news. This would be a good time to be away from the mansion. Far away. He read a bit further, into the actual statement of Potter, and came to a full stop. For a few long moments his breath ceased. He even forgot to blink. This couldn't be true. Potter couldn't be that brazen. Not even that jerk would be that suicidal stupid. Forced to take these steps after Bellatrix had the audacity to attack me and my company with intent to harm in broad daylight. I would have been magnanimous to let this pass with a censure instead of expulsion, in the light of her fractured mental state, but looking into the bylaws, it turned out that the case was more serious than I had realized. It is a well-known fact that she has besmirched the honor of the House Black by committing multiple serious crimes as a member of a band of thugs, known as Death Eaters. While this is grave enough on its own, it's also not necessarily ground for expulsion. But according to the horribly outdated section on appropriate blood status, which I will revise to abandon this as soon as I am of age, she also committed blood treason by prostrating herself to, and even allowed having herself branded like a farm animal by a lowly half-blood, Tom Riddle Jr., who leads that criminal organization under his pseudonym of Lord Voldemort, which mandates immediate expulsion. Thusly, according to the current bylaws of House Black, I am regrettably obliged to expel her from the House Black. May your gold always flow. Lord Harry Potter Black. It was insane, the Dark Lord would flay him alive. When it dawned on Draco that his family, as the messengers, would also have to bear the consequences, his eyes rolled up into his head as well, as he slumped into welcome oblivion. Draco made a satisfied chuckle at the successful baiting when Potter had finished his face about and glared at them in turn. That chuckle slowly died when a literal wave of disdain washed over him, while all chatter in the imminent surroundings ceased. It was the perfect glower. The curl of the lips, the angle the head was held, the sheer unbelievably perfect mixture of scorn and hate in that cold, calculating look, delivered through eyes hard as emeralds, lit from behind with malice and power as his stare seemed to bore through them. Snape would have killed to look half as menacing as Potter did now. Horror Tonks, has this child just dared to insult the family of my betrothed? Harry pressed through his teeth. Tonks needed a moment to reassess the situation. With a smile, she gave answer. Yes, Lord Potter Black. This was most definitely an insult. Malfoy flinched briefly when she addressed Harry by his title, but he kept on glowering at Harry for the perceived insult of being labeled a child by someone younger than him. While his companions were clearly intimidated by Potter's poise, Draco was no person to back down. The concept of quitting while he still was behind, but also still alive, was an alien concept to him, either a Malfoy trait, or a result of inbreeding, but who cared? He was about to open his mouth to present the audience with another, probably as witty remark as his first had been, when he was interrupted. Am I right in the assumption that this gives me the right to chastise this spoilt brat properly? Harry asked in the same voice, his anger sizzling just below the surface. Draco's eyes widened even before Tonks replied sweetly, "Yes, Lord Potter Black." Right then, he had realized that Potter had not just stalled, but taken steps to justify his following actions. Legally, Potter was now allowed to use magic on them, while they would be in big trouble if they pulled a wand, as school wasn't in session yet. Potter's mouth curled into a satisfied sneer. Draco's godfather would have been proud of as he replied with a single, silky word. Good. With an almost satisfied sigh, Harry let loose of his just barely held in check magic. Immediately, his cloak started billowing on its own accord as the air became static, and within a few moments, the berth the audience had given them had almost doubled when people were nearly knocking each other over in order to get out of the immediate line of fire. Draco was forced to correct his assessment of the situation. This wasn't anywhere close to like it was supposed to be. He should be the one with witty comments, angering Potter, who would only gnash his teeth and stare back angrily, but helpless. He had heard some laughable claims of fellow Death Eaters that Potter had grown impressively powerful over the summer, but Draco had been convinced that Potter had just been lucky in these encounters, and feats of others were attributed to him. Faced with the sight of a seriously pissed Potter radiating magic like there was no tomorrow, his stunned disbelief petrified him long enough for the cowards in his entourage to buckle. It all began with Pansy taking a step sideways, hiding behind her precious Draco. The fact that she hadn't baited Hermione even once spoke volumes about her level of intimidation by Potter's cold glare. She knew, beyond any doubt, that any insult she were able to utter would be a straight ticket to a world of pain. Then, Crabbe slowly backed off, followed by Goyle, both proving to at least possess the basic instinct that tells an animal that there is a bigger predator than them present. Malfoy obviously lacked that necessary survival sense. The breaking point was when Harry drew his wand in a quick and no-nonsense way. Seeing that she had only Draco between her and Potter, and that the latter had currently no business with her, Pansy correctly summed up the situation and threw herself around and into the train. The retreat of a pack mate triggered the flight instincts of Crabbe and Goyle properly, leaving Draco as single recipient of Harry's death glare. Standing alone without help wasn't Draco's preferred modus operandi, and so he made some hasty generic threats about Potter getting his, and dashed off and into the train as if Beelzebub himself were nipping at his haunches. Harry continued to stare at the retreating boys back for a few more seconds before he shook his head and rejoined the waiting group who had watched him deal with those thugs in that most impressive way, while the audience dissolved slowly. "Oh damn, seems that Harry has inherited the glare," Remus said with a smirk that betrayed his real mood. He would have loved to wipe the platform with that bigot bastard, but with his affliction, he couldn't afford to raise any stink. "Huh," Tonks hooted as she turned to him, proving once again to be her elaborate self. Remus couldn't help but smile and shake his head at his girlfriend's antics. It was something James was famous for. He would walk at you with a look so contemptuous that you could practically see the white light, with your ancestors waving at the other end, beckoning you to join them. To this very day, only Severus had managed to at least partially imitate it. Of course he had ample opportunity to receive it, so he knows it best, Remus said and led all of them into a group chuckle, a mortified but happy Harry amidst them. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.